The target ship was still rocking 3,000 yards away, but the Pingyuan's first shell went astray to the left, more than 4 zhang away. He put down his binoculars, his face ashen. 5 years later, such artillery skills would send the entire Beiyang Fleet to the graveyard of the Yellow Sea. But what the people on deck didn't know was that the Fujian naval commander in front of them already had memories of another era in his mind. 3 days ago, he was a naval enthusiast in the 21st century. 3 days later, he became Li He in 1890, the captain of the Qing dynasty ironclad warship Pingyuan. The sea breeze, carrying a salty, fishy smell, whipped against his face, and the red-tasseled cap weighed him down, making him feel suffocated. Memories from 2 different lives continued to collide in his mind. He knew how the Sino-Japanese War would be fought, how the Qing Navy would lose, and he also knew that the ironclad warship beneath his feet would eventually be captured by the Japanese, bearing numerous wounds. The Pingyuan was the first coastal defense ironclad warship built by the Qing dynasty itself. It had a hull of more than 2,000 tons, a 260mm Krupp main gun, and the thickest armor was 120mm. But in the eyes of those loyal Beiyang clique, it was just a ragtag force. Amidst corrupt military discipline and factional infighting, even the toughest armor could not prevent a doomed defeat. But Li He refused to accept his fate. Now that he was here, he was determined not to let the Pingyuan ship repeat the humiliating mistakes of the past. "Commander, it's time for drills." First Mate Zhou Fuqing stood behind him, his eyes filled with undisguised worry. For the past 3 days, everyone felt that the captain had become a different person. He often stared blankly at the nautical chart, and would utter foreign words that no one could understand. Li He suppressed his turbulent emotions and coldly ordered, "Send word to all sentries to test fire the main gun. If 2 out of 3 shots miss the target ship by more than 3 zhang within 3,000 yards, dinner will be halved." Zhou Fuqing was stunned. Previous drills had never been this rigorous. A slight misalignment of the sights, or a slightly off-target shell was commonplace. But Li He's gaze was like a knife fixed on his face, and Zhou Fuqing dared not persuade him any further, so he could only clasp his hands and accept the order. The main guns roared into action, thick smoke billowing from the bow and scorching heat waves sweeping across the deck. The shells crashed into the sea, blindingly far from the target ship, the massive plumes of water seeming to mock this so-called Navy fleet. Li cursed under his breath, then rushed down the bridge and went straight to the main gun platform. The gunnery first mate, drenched in cold sweat, tried to kneel down as he approached, saying, "Commander, it's my fault for being incompetent." "Get up!" Li He shouted sharply. "Do you think you can let the shells hit the target ship if you're kneeling?" He touched the cold cannon barrel, his fingertips lingering on a patch of rust. "The barrel is loose, the sextant lens is blurry. This cannon was just serviced last month. Who told you it could be used as is?" The gunnery first mate turned pale and could only admit that the spare parts sent by the Ordnance Bureau were not up to standard and that the aiming equipment was broken, but no one had seriously investigated the matter. "Make do with it." Li He whirled around, staring at the bowed sailors. "This cannon is the farm of the Pingyuan. If you make do with it today, who will save your lives when it comes to fighting the foreigners?" The deck was deathly silent, with only the sea breeze blowing through the masts and making the dragon flag flutter. Li He knew that anger couldn't save the ship, much less this terminally ill era, but from today onward, at least the Pingyuan couldn't continue to rot. He immediately ordered the training to be suspended, and the sailors were divided into 2 teams. One team disassembled and inspected the main gun, replaced all loose parts, and made their own suitable parts if no suitable spare parts were available. Another team cleaned all the ship's mirrors, wiping them with chamois leather soaked in alcohol until they could clearly see birds flying 10 miles away. "From today onwards, the rules of the Pingyuan are changed," Li He said, looking at everyone and enunciating each word clearly. "I don't care which battalion or ship you were on before. Once you're under my command, there's only one principle: train like there's no tomorrow. The sweat you shed today may cost you your life tomorrow." The setting sun sank into the sea, turning the Yellow Sea blood red. Li He stood on the bow of the ship, watching the sailors clumsily but earnestly dismantle the gun barrels. But he knew better than anyone else what was going on. He needed time to make the Pingyuan combat ready as soon as possible. He needed connections to make the core members of the Beiyang Fleet see the value of this ship. What's even more necessary is to break those invisible shackles, the bureaucratic inefficiency, the factional infighting, and the stagnant thinking of the entire era. The road ahead was destined to be full of thorns. Li He gripped the sword at his waist and looked across the blood-red sea towards the distant north. 5 years later, Weihaiwei will become the graveyard of the Beiyang Fleet. But this time, the dragon flag on the mast should not only represent decay and humiliation in his eyes. It might still represent a glimmer of hope. As soon as the Pingyuan entered Weihaiwei, Li He saw the future graveyard of this fleet. The harbor was filled with masts, their chimneys spewing black smoke. The Dingyuan and Jinyuan were like two steel behemoths, their main guns pointing straight to the sky. This was Asia's most powerful ironclad warship, and also the last bastion that would trap the Beiyang Fleet a few years later. Ding Ruchang, Lu Buchan, and countless other sailors would meet their end on this sea. But the Beiyang Fleet was still basking in the glory brought by its giant ships, unaware that disaster was approaching. Zhou Fuqing pointed to the two giant ships in the harbor, his voice trembling with excitement. "Captain, Dingyuan and Jinyuan!" Looking at the two ironclad warships that were famous throughout Asia, Li He had only one thought in his mind: they looked powerful, but in fact they were already terminally ill. The Qing government stopped purchasing new ships and ammunition, citing sufficient naval funding. However, the main guns were short of ammunition, the boilers were aging, and the ship's speed decreased year by year. Even more fatally, many in the fleet still clung to the old approach of keeping quiet and waiting for the enemy, and were unwilling to admit that the world's navies had long since changed. The Pingyuan he brought was nothing more than a domestic product that was looked down upon among the British and German-built warships. The Pingyuan, built by the Fujian Shipbuilding Bureau, was not large in tonnage. Its main guns could only fire one shot every 2 minutes, its secondary guns were of various types, and ammunition resupply was a major problem. The boiler room is stuffy like a steamer all year round, less than 40% of the sailors understand English, and many of them can only use modern equipment by following the old procedures. Li He stared at the nautical chart, growing more and more silent. With ships like these and people like these, what would they rely on to fight the Japanese? During the first week, aside from routine visits, he almost locked himself on the ship to thoroughly understand every defect of the Pingyuan. Just then, Ding Ruchang sent an invitation to a banquet that evening. Li He immediately instructed Zhou Fuqing to prepare gifts, along with the newly compiled main gun improvement plan. Zhou Fuqing hesitated. The Ordnance Bureau had always been responsible for the spare parts for Pingyuan. If he proposed modifying the cannons as soon as he arrived in Beiyang, it would be like slapping those people in the face. Li He only said one sentence. "Even if it offends people, we have to bring it up. If a real war breaks out, the shells won't fly any more accurately just because someone is saving face." Ding Ruchang's residence was brightly lit, and Lu Buchan, the commander of Dingyuan, Deng Shichang, the commander of Ziyuan, and others were all there. Lu Buchan merely nodded indifferently to the young junior, his eyes filled with aloofness. Deng Shichang, however, took the initiative to greet him, praising Li He's disciplined training in Fujian and telling him not to be reserved. At the banquet, everyone talked about officialdom and their experiences, but few people talked about military affairs, which made Li He feel a chill in his heart. After several rounds of drinks, Ding Ruchang mentioned the Pingyuan, saying that it was heavily armored and suitable for coastal defense, and told Li He to train it well. Li He immediately stood up and handed over the main gun improvement plan, stating frankly that the Pingyuan gun had too slow a rate of fire and inaccurate aiming, and could not exert its power at all when encountering the enemy. Lu Buchan glanced at him, and coldly mocked him for wanting to modify cannons as soon as he arrived in Weihai. Could it be that what he learned at the Naval Academy was not as good as what he figured out on his own? Li He remained neither humble nor arrogant, only saying that weapons should change according to the war situation. He simply wanted to use a spring to assist the breech block in resetting, shorten the loading time, and add a scale to the sight to correct the trajectory. Deng Shichang took the plan and studied it more and more carefully. He acknowledged that the methods were simple and practical, but he also pointed out the key issue: the Ordnance Bureau might not be willing to cooperate. Ding Ruchang pondered for a long time before finally agreeing to send the proposal over to the Ordnance Bureau for discretionary handling. Li He knew that this likely meant the proposal would be buried deep within a network of relationships, left to rot silently. After the banquet, he walked alone on the damp and cold stone road of Lugong Island and finally realized that it was impossible to change Beiyang by following the established procedures. We must find another way. Li He clenched his fists, thinking of Weihaiwei, the chief inspector of the Beiyang Fleet. This Englishman was strict in his military discipline and had a clear understanding of the Beiyang Fleet's problems. Perhaps he could find a way to break through his defenses. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded behind him, and Deng Shichang quickly caught up. Deng Shichang told him solemnly that the plan was feasible, and that he knew a few old craftsmen in the Ordnance Bureau who might be able to help. Li He was both surprised and delighted, but Deng Shichang only said that the Japanese were stirring up trouble in Korea, and that even though Pingyuan was small, it was still a force of the Beiyang Fleet. As long as it could make the warships stronger, a little trouble was nothing. He patted Li He on the shoulder and asked him to come to the Ziyuan warship at dawn the next day so they could go find the craftsmen together. As Li He watched Deng Shichang's departing figure, the long-suppressed chill in his chest was finally dispelled by a surge of warmth. Deep in the harbor, the lights of Pingyuan and Jinyuan flickered in the night, and the prelude to change had quietly begun. As dawn broke, sea fog shrouded the naval port. Li He stepped onto the deck of the Ziyuan ship. The chill penetrated his official uniform, and his gaze immediately fell on Deng Shichang at the bow. Deng Shichang leaned on the railing, gazing at the distant Pingyuan warship. Beside him stood two men in coarse cloth short jackets, their rough hands bearing the marks of years of polishing steel. Li He stepped forward and cupped his hands, saying, "Commander Deng, I've arrived." Deng Shichang turned around and said, "Brotherly, you've come at the right time. These are Master Wang and Master Zhao from the Ordnance Bureau." Master Wang was over 50 years old, with graying temples and sharp eyes. Master Zhao was in his early 30s, with a stocky build, and he appeared visibly uneasy upon seeing the two foremen. Li Hexian returned the greeting to the two men. "There's no need for such formalities, gentlemen. I invited you here before dawn because the improvement of the Pingyuan warship's guns is crucial to the outcome of naval battles." Seeing Deng Shichang nod, Master Wang spoke in a deep voice. "The drawings that Supervisor Li sent over, Master Zhao and I have been studying them repeatedly for several days. In particular, the spring-assisted rapid opening and closing method of the breech block is an ingenious design. If it can be made, it will certainly improve the loading speed and greatly benefit naval warfare." Li He asked, "Since it's feasible, what exactly is still missing? Master Wang, please feel free to speak. Today, we need to find a way to overcome these difficulties." Master Wang gestured with his hand to indicate the shape of a spring. "The primary challenge is the spring steel. The existing steel is too brittle and lacks elasticity, so it cannot withstand the repeated impacts of the breech. If it breaks during a fierce battle, it will not only fail to speed up the loading process, but will also cause the breech to jam, becoming a hidden danger that could cause missed opportunities and harm our brothers." He continued, "What's even more difficult is observation and aiming. The Ordnance Bureau has never made the finely engraved gun sights on the blueprints, and each ship only uses peepholes for aiming. Ordinary binoculars can only show the direction of the target, but they cannot accurately measure the distance or aim. If you really want to use them to correct the trajectory, it's like looking at flowers through fog." Li He said in a deep voice, "The gun scope I envision must have reticles inside to help the gunner estimate the distance and correct the trajectory. This is the key to defeating the enemy in long-range combat." Master Wang said with a wry smile, "The lenses are delicate. The engraving requires extremely precise diamond tools. If the force is even slightly too strong, the entire lens will be scratched and ruined. The Ordnance Bureau doesn't have such tools, nor does it have anyone who knows how to use them. As for the spider silk adhering to the scale, that's a legendary micro-carving technique. It requires selecting long, even spider silk and using a special glue to create straight lines within a small area. It is extremely difficult to succeed even with 100 attempts, and I dare not boast about it." Master Wang and Master Zhao exchanged a glance. It's not that we're unwilling to do our best, it's just that even a skilled cook can't make a meal without rice, and even the most skillful hands can't do a job without tools. Li He frowned. He understood that what hindered improvement was not a spring or a cannon scope, but the Qing dynasty's weak industrial foundation and artisan system. After a brief silence, Li He looked up and said, I'll find a way to get the best spring steel. We'll use foreign firms in Tianjin, channels in Shanghai and Hong Kong, and even overseas. There are no high-quality gun sites available for immediate purchase, and we can't afford to wait. If we don't have a diamond drill, we'll grind it ourselves. If we don't have precision tools, we'll use rudimentary and clumsy methods. He looked at their hands and said, Master Wang, the spider silk marking is not a dead end, and someone will always be able to do it. You are the top craftsman in Beiyang, and you cannot give up before you have even tried. I will find the materials and tools myself, and I entrust the task to you too with the ingenuity to turn the impossible into the possible. Even if we fail 10 or 100 times, it will be worth it as long as we succeed once. Deng Shichang also said, The country is in peril, surrounded by powerful enemies. We, the warriors, guard the sea frontier, and you, the craftsmen, are also pillars of the nation. Please speak frankly about what you need. Li Guanji and I will do our utmost to support you. Master Wang stared at the calluses on his palms, his chest heaving for a long time, before finally clasping his hands in a deep fist salute. He said in a deep voice, Since you two commanders trust us so much, Master Zhao and I will risk our lives on this 100 or so pounds. As for the spring steel, we will start working on the gun scope markings immediately. Find the best crystal lenses, search for the toughest spider silk, and mix the stickiest glue. If it doesn't work the first time, try 10 or 100 times. We must find a way to succeed and live up to your expectations. Good! Li He and Deng Shichang spoke at the same time, their eyes meeting in the morning mist. The first step in improving the Pingyuan warship's guns had finally been taken. As the morning mist dissipated and the rising sun painted Weihaiwei red, the commands for the fleet's training resounded. The road ahead was still fraught with thorns, but that glimmer of light had already pierced through the fog. While Li He was searching for materials to improve the main gun, he unexpectedly encountered Sa Zhenbing, who had just finished teaching a class near the Naval Academy on Lugong Island. Sa Zhenbing was dressed in a plain-colored long gown. He was slender and had a scholarly air about him, but also a sharp edge that was that of a soldier. He graduated from Fuzhou Naval Academy and studied at the Royal Naval College, Greenwich, England. He is now the captain of the training ship, Kongji, and also an instructor at the Naval Academy. Commander Sa. Li He stepped forward and bowed. Sa Zhenbing stopped, looked him over, and returned the bow, saying, This must be Brotherly, commander of Pingyuan. I've heard so much about you. It is indeed you, Biaoxia, Li He said. I have long heard that Captain Sa is proficient in naval tactics and has a deep understanding of ship construction. I have always wanted to learn a thing or two from you. Sa Zhenbing smiled and said, Brotherly, you are too kind. Pingyuan has only been in Beiyang for a little over a month, but I have already heard that Brotherly is extremely strict in training, and even dares to use knives on the main guns. He is indeed a pragmatic person. Li Heming understood that news of the main gun improvements had already spread, so he simply stated, Although the Pingyuan is a domestically produced ironclad warship, it has many shortcomings. If we don't make improvements, we'll be ineffective in wartime. I'd like to ask how we can increase the sustained rate of fire of naval guns under the current conditions? Sa Zhenbing said with a solemn expression. Brotherly has hit the nail on the head. Rate of fire is related to firepower density, and the main guns of the Beiyang Fleet generally have a slow rate of fire. The artillery is outdated, the loading process is cumbersome, and more importantly, the ammunition supply is inadequate. Did you know that the Dingyuan main gun has less than 100 rounds of explosive shells in stock? Li He's heart sank. He knew that the Beiyang Fleet was short of ammunition, but he had not expected the situation to have deteriorated to this extent. Commander Sa, do you have any good ideas? Sa Zhenbing looked at the warships anchored in the harbor and said in a deep voice, If we have high-quality steel, we can improve the breech mechanism. If we have qualified craftsmen, we can optimize the loading tools. If we had enough funds, we could buy new cannons directly. But right now, that's just wishful thinking. He stared at Li He and said, Last month, when I went to the Ordnance Bureau to inspect the warehouse, I found that 30% of the shells in the warehouse were training shells. Some of the gunpowder in the exploding shells was even damp and clumped together. Li He clenched his fists. These ironclad warships looked imposing, but their interiors were already rotten and hollowed out. So we're just going to let them continue like this? Li He said unwillingly. Sa Zhenbing smiled bitterly. What else can we do? The upright officials in the court only know how to talk about resisting the barbarians, but they don't know that ships need money to maintain them. The officials in the government only know how to line their own pockets, and they don't care about the lives of the soldiers on the front lines. All we can do is train more soldiers and repair more cannons. We only hope that we can kill a few more enemies in wartime. Li He could see that Sa Zhenbing had long seen through the deep-seated problems of the Beiyang army, but he was also trapped by the overall situation and powerless to reverse it. Commander Sa, I am not very capable, but I am willing to give it a try, Li He said in a deep voice. I have found some ways to improve the Pingyuan's main gun. Although it cannot completely solve the problem, it can increase the rate of fire by 0.5% and improve the aiming accuracy by a little. If this can be accomplished, it may provide some reference for other ships. Sa Zhenbing's eyes lit up. Oh? Brother Li already has a clue? Yes. Li briefly explained his plan to find high-quality steel and precision tools. But my connections are limited, so I'd like to ask Brother Sa for guidance. For example, where can I find a reliable trading company to purchase qualified spring steel? Sa Zhenbing pondered for a moment and said, The owner of the Daiji foreign firm in Weihaiwei is a German. Although he is only interested in profit, he can get some good stuff. However, the prices are quite high, and it must be paid in cash. Brotherly, you need to think this through. If this money is taken from the Pingyuan army's pay, the brothers' expenses will have to be reduced. I know, Li He nodded. Compared to dying in wartime, it's worth it to eat a few less meat meals right now. Sa Zhenbing looked at him for a long time and smiled. What a wonderful word, worth it. If Brotherly trusts me, I can help you make the connection. I've met the owner of the Daiji Trading Company once before. Perhaps he can offer some discounts. Li He was both surprised and delighted. Thank you, Brother Sa. No need for thanks. Sa Zhenbing waved his hand and said, You and I are both naval officers, both receiving salaries from the imperial court, and we are protecting the same sea territory. Your efforts for Pingyuan are a boost to the Beiyang Fleet. How can I stand idly by? He then reminded him. However, improving the ships will inevitably affect the interests of some people, so brotherly, you need to be careful. Li He understood that he was referring to the corrupt officials in the Ordnance Bureau, and solemnly replied, I understand. The two then discussed the teaching at the Naval Academy and the training of various ships. Sa Zhenbing had a profound understanding of Western naval tactics. He proposed that fleet maneuverability is superior to firepower, which coincided with the naval theories of later generations that Li He remembered. Sa Zhenbing was also quite interested in Li He's proposed close-range concentrated fire tactics. Although he believed the risks were extremely high, he acknowledged its power in specific situations. Before parting, Sa Zhenbing looked in the direction of the Pingyuan and said softly, Brotherly, although the Pingyuan is a coastal ironclad warship, it may not be incapable of achieving great things. On the Yellow Sea, victory or defeat does not depend on the size of the ship, but on the courage and skill of the crew. Li He was deeply moved and nodded solemnly. I will keep Captain Sa's teachings in mind. After Sa Zhenbing left, Li He looked at the Pingyuan ship, which gleamed coldly in the sunlight, and realized that the heavy burden on his shoulders was no longer something he would bear alone. The Beiyang army still had men of courage like Deng Shichang and insightful individuals like Sa Zhenbing. The faint spark of revolution had not yet been extinguished. He turned and walked toward the Pingyuan warship. The spring steel and tools needed for the main gun modification had become the most urgent matter at hand. 3 days after Sa Zhenbing made the connection, Hans, the owner of Daiji Trading Company, personally brought spring steel samples aboard the Pingyuan. The steel gleamed with a fine, cold light. After examining it with his fingers, Master Wang nodded repeatedly. It's good material, 10 times better than the Ordnance Bureau's. The German man, Hans, with his high-bridged nose, spoke broken Chinese, but was exceptionally shrewd. He patted his chest and said, "The scraps from the Krupp factory will only cost 30% of the price when shipped to Qing, China." Li He knew he was exaggerating, but he only cared about the quality of the materials. However, the payment for the goods almost emptied the Pingyuan ship's 3 months' worth of military pay, and the accounts immediately showed a deficit. Zhou Fuqing said urgently, "Commander, the brothers pay for this month." Li He took out some loose silver from the original owner's savings. "Use it to subsidize their food first. Tell the brothers that after the main gun is modified, I will personally ask the military governor for pay. I will not let you suffer in vain." Zhou Fuqing replied with red eyes and left. For the next 2 weeks, the deck became a makeshift workshop. Master Wang and Master Zhao, along with the sailors, disassembled the breech blocks, ground steel, and installed springs, working day and night. Li He stayed by the main gun the whole time, handing over tools and checking details. His hands blistered, but he never stopped. Seeing him eat and live with the craftsmen, the sailors' complaints gradually turned into admiration. Sailors skilled in blacksmithing volunteered to join, and cooks brought extra hot water to the deck daily. Sa Zhenming visited twice, leaving behind drawing tools borrowed from the Naval Academy. Deng Shichang even used his connections to purchase 2 boxes of original 260mm shells, which he sent to the Pingyuan to support its refit. By mid-July, the main guns were finally completed. On the day of the test firing, Ding Ruchang, along with Captains Lu Buchan and Lin Taizing, watched the operation from the Dingyuan. Lu Buchan crossed his arms and sneered. "A small-scale skirmish, how could it become the Dingyuan?" Li He ignored him, focusing only on Master Wang inspecting the breech block, and ordered in a deep voice. Target ship 3,000 meters away. Load!" The sailors pushed the shell into the breech and turned the winch to secure the gun. A spring assisted in resetting the breech, reducing the loading speed by nearly a third compared to usual. "Fire!" The gunnery officer pulled the firing rope, and the shell landed less than 10 feet to the right of the target ship, the resulting column of water almost submerging it. Deng Shichang immediately cheered, and Ding Ruchang nodded slightly. Lu Buchan's face was grim, but he still said, "It's just good luck." Li He continued to give the order. "Load quickly, then release." The sailors' movements became more and more skilled, and the process that originally took 2 minutes was completed in just 1 minute. The second shell hit the stern of the target ship precisely, sending wood chips flying. The sailors cheered in unison, Master Wang grinned from ear to ear, and Master Zhao was overjoyed. After the test firing, Ding Ruchang boarded the Pingyuan and patted Li He on the shoulder, saying, "Good lad, you really got it right. Tell me, what reward do you want?" Li He said, "I dare not accept any reward. I only ask that the general approve Pingyuan to receive 10 more exploding shells each month for daily training." Ding Ruchang laughed. "What a pragmatic lad! Granted." Lu Buchan looked at the improved breech block with a gloomy face, and finally silently disembarked. Before leaving, Sa Zhenming reminded him, "Showing your talent is a good thing, but don't forget to hide your shortcomings. The people from the Ordnance Bureau probably won't let this go easily." Li He replied, "Understood." A few days later, rumors spread on Lugong Island that Li He was colluding with foreign firms, using inferior steel to impersonate high-quality steel, enriching himself, and even altering military equipment without authorization. Zhou Fuqing was pacing anxiously, while Li He was organizing the main gun improvement records, preparing to submit them to Ding Ruchang for filing. At that moment, a commotion suddenly erupted on deck. Zhang Biao, the assistant commander of the Ordnance Bureau, boarded the ship with his men, hands on his hips, and shouted, "Commander Li, come out and speak! Hand over the German steel for inspection." Li He coldly replied, "The arms upgrades have been approved by the military headquarters, and the steel has foreign firm receipts as proof. Commander Zhang, what do you want to investigate?" Zhang Biao snapped, "Who saw the approval? Hand it over immediately, or I'll report you to the Grand Council and have you charged with treason." Li He laughed and said, "Why don't you go and report it? But why were 20 of the 50 exploding shells fired at Pingyuan last year empty shells? Why was sand mixed in with the artillery oil that Pingyuan received last month? Should I accompany you to the military headquarters to clarify these matters? Zhang Biao's face turned pale. You're slandering me. Li He took a step closer. Whether it's slander or not, a search of the warehouse will tell. Our brothers train and sweat to protect our country. You embezzle military pay and resell weapons. Do you think you're worthy of the uniforms and the government's salary? Zhang Biao's men all bowed their heads, and he himself took 2 steps back, leaving behind a curt, "You wait," before leading his men away in a disheveled state. Zhou Fuqing said worriedly, "Commander, we've really offended him now." Li He watched Zhang Biao's retreating figure and said, "Taking a step back is like falling into an abyss. Rather than waiting to be dragged down by parasites, we should first show our fangs." As the sun set over the yellow sea, Li He stood on the bow of the ship, his gaze fixed on the surging sea. 3 days after Zhang Biao left, Ding Ruchang issued an order appointing Li He as the head of the military law office and Sa Zhenbing as the co-head, to rectify military discipline in Weihaiwei and strictly investigate corruption in military equipment. The messenger said, "The commander says that the naval embezzlement of weapons, espionage, and lax training are rampant and cannot be stopped without an iron fist. Commander Li is brave enough to take on tough challenges, and Commander Sa is upright and strict. This position is perfect for the 2 of you. You can mobilize personnel from all ships to investigate the case. If you encounter any obstruction, just use your warrants." Li He understood that Ding Ruchang had long been aware of the Navy's deep-seated problems, but simply lacked suitable personnel. Zhang Biao's disturbance, on the contrary, spurred the commander to resolve a purge. He immediately headed to the kanji. Sa Zhenbing put down the nautical chart and said in a deep voice, "The commander has put us in the eye of the storm." Li He placed the token on the table. "Only in the midst of a storm can we cleanse the air of corruption. Military law is not about harsh punishment, but about making our brothers understand that laxity and corruption will lead to our deaths at sea." Sa Zhenbing nodded and said, "Brother Li is right. How about we divide the tasks?" Li He said, "I'll investigate the Ordnance Bureau first. There must be a large network behind Zhang Biao. Brother Sa, check the accounts of the ship's pay and investigate any embezzlement or misappropriation." Sa Zhenbing reminded him, "The Ordnance Bureau is directly managed by Lu Hanfang. It's easy to deal with Zhang Biao, but if he gets involved," Li He said, "we will only investigate corruption, not factionalism. Whoever is found will be dealt with, including Lu Hanfang. Once the evidence is conclusive, we will submit it to the military for a decision." The military law department set up a signboard at a barracks on Lugong Island. Li He, along with Zhou Fuqing and the clerk, retrieved the Ordnance Bureau's inventory records for the past 3 years. He pointed to the ledger and said, "In March of the 15th year of Guangxu, Pingyuan received 20 boxes of artillery powder, but the receipts showed that 18 boxes were received. 2 boxes were damp and discarded. Where did these 2 boxes go?" Sa Zhenbing frowned and said, "Discarded military equipment should be registered and destroyed. There is no destruction record here." Li He continued, "In May of the same year, Ziyuan received 50 rounds of exploding shells. The record showed they were newly made, but Commander Deng said that more than a dozen of them were refurbished old shells with rusted fuses." Zhou Fuqing exclaimed in surprise, "These people are too audacious. This is a matter of life and death." Li He said coldly, "They think no one dares to investigate. Go to the arsenal warehouse and check the physical items against the ledgers." The warehouse guard wanted to stop them, but dared not utter a sound when he saw Ding Ruchang's token. The wooden box marked "explosive shells" was full of repaired, rusty old shells. Li ordered his men to reopen the artillery oil box, only to find it filled with waste oil mixed with sand. He instructed the clerk to meticulously record the discrepancies between the model, quantity, and the records, and to have the guards sign off on them. Lu Hanfang arrived with Zhang Biao, her expression grim. "Director Li, what's going on here? Why didn't you even consult me about the Ordnance Bureau's affairs?" Li He said, "The military law department is investigating the case on orders and there is no need to report. Please give an explanation for these military weapons that do not match the accounts. Lu Hanfang said. It's a small matter, perhaps due to negligence. Director Li has just taken office, there's no need to take it too seriously and hurt the harmony among colleagues. Li He shouted sternly. Adding sand to the cannon oil will cause the breech to jam, and rusting the shelves will kill our brothers. Zhang Biao even slandered me for colluding with foreign firms, but it is you who are really lining your own pockets. Lu Hanfang shouted. Li He, don't act recklessly just because you have the military authority. I am the Grand Secretary's personal chief of staff. Try touching me. Li He produced evidence. 12 accounts over 3 years clearly show embezzlement, involving no less than 50,000 taels of silver. Zhang Biao has confessed that half of it went into your pocket. Zhang Biao knelt down and said, Chief, they forced me to this. I can't die. Lu Hanfang angrily pointed at Li He. You framed me. Li He said. Whether it was a frame-up or not, the military governor will make a fair judgment. Zhou Fuqing, arrest Lu Hanfang and Zhang Biao, and send them to the military governor's residence along with the evidence. After reviewing the case file, Ding Ruchang finally wrote 8 characters. The evidence is conclusive, transferred to the Ministry of Justice. The news spread throughout Weihaiwei, and the officers of each ship returned the embezzled silver overnight. When Sa Jinping checked the military pay, no one on the ships dared to shirk their responsibilities. Taking advantage of the situation, Li He formulated training regulations, stipulating that live-fire exercises should not be less than 2 hours per day, with clear standards for the main gun's rate of fire and aiming accuracy. Sa Jinping added practical combat tactics courses to the Naval Academy and compiled the experience of improving the main gun of the Pingyuan into teaching materials for the gunnery officers of each ship to study. Deng Shichang rushed over and said, Good news! The court has approved the severe punishment of Lu Hanfang's case and praised the Beiyang Fleet for its successful rectification. Sa Jinping said, It seems that there are still some wise people in the court. Li He said, Perhaps His Excellency has also realized that if we don't make changes, things will really get worse. Deng Shichang said, This is a good start. The ships are training more rigorously, and the morale of the brothers is high. If we really fight the Japanese, we may not necessarily lose. As night deepened, Li He, Sa Jinping, and Deng Shichang were still sitting around the table, continuing to discuss how to improve the fleet's combat power. After the Lu Hanfang case was resolved, discipline in Weihaiwei gradually improved, drills became more diligent, the warehouse was guarded a new time, and the accounts became much clearer. However, Li He understood that these were only temporary solutions. With Japan's frequent actions in Korea, the Beiyang Fleet still lacked the real power to counter it. In the evening, Ding Ruchang's residence closed its doors to visitors. Only Ding Ruchang, Li He, Sa Jinping, and Deng Shichang sat in the main hall, the atmosphere heavy. Ding Ruchang said, Military discipline is just the tip of the iceberg. The Japanese fleet is intensifying its training, and there will be a war within 3 years at most. We must prepare as soon as possible. Deng Shichang said, The boilers of the Ziyuan were worn out during the trial voyage, and the speed was nearly 2 knots slower than when it was manufactured. If it is not replaced, it may not be able to catch up with the enemy's ships in wartime. Sa Jinping said, The main guns of the Dingyuan and Jingyuan also have problems. The gun barrels are worn out, and there is a shortage of ammunition. However, the imperial court's funds are limited and are being deducted at every level. After the Beiyang Fleet was formed, its funds were misappropriated for a long time. No new ships were built, and the maintenance of old ships was difficult. Money became the biggest dead end for the Navy. Li He said, I have 3 plans. Please consider them, Commander. Ding Ruchang raised his eyes and said, We are all family today, so please speak freely. Li He proposed the first strategy. Establish a Marine Corps. If enemy ships land in Korea or along the coast and seize the ports and forts, our ships will be trapped. We can select strong sailors from each ship, train them in land warfare tactics, conduct drills on board during peacetime, and defend ports, seize Taiwan, and raid enemy camps during wartime. Sa Jinping said, Lugong Island and Huangjinshan Fort both need capable manpower. The Marine Corps, in conjunction with the Coastal Defense Artillery, is indeed more reliable than relying solely on the Army. Deng Shicheng said. Ziyuan has several Guangdong sailors who were originally from the Green Standard Army. They are skilled in combat and are suitable for inclusion in the Marine Corps. Ding Ruchang said. It is difficult to obtain approval from the court for the new camp. We should first draw manpower from the patrol team and train them secretly. We will ask the court for approval in wartime. Li He then proposed a second strategy. Revitalize the dock warehouses and rent them to merchant ships for berthing and storage. Doctors and craftsmen can serve the people and also undertake escort duties near the coast. The accounts must be made public, and the proceeds must be used for the designated purpose of ship maintenance and ammunition purchase. This is not business, it is to raise funds for the Navy, Deng Shicheng said. Merchant ships at Daga port are often stranded due to the lack of berths. Our docks are idle anyway. We can get money by renting them out, which will also benefit merchants and civilians. Sa Zhenbing said. We must be cautious when cooperating with foreign firms and avoid giving them any leverage, but dock leasing and craftsman services are indeed feasible. Ding Ruchang said. Let's start with the Weihai dock, with Li He taking the lead and Sa Zhenbing overseeing the accounts to ensure they are completely clear. Li He solemnly proposed a third strategy. Please request the court to build new ships, especially fast cruisers capable of competing with the Japanese Yoshino. The Yoshino has a speed of 23 knots, and its main gun firing rate is 3 times that of ours. Most of our ships have a speed of less than 15 knots, so we can only passively take hits when we encounter them. He took up the sketch and said, We can build a cruiser with a displacement of 3,000 tons, a length of over 20 knots, and equipped with a 150mm rapid-fire gun. The Fujian Shipbuilding Bureau already has experience in building the Pingyuan. With the guidance of foreign craftsmen, it is not impossible to succeed. We can raise funds as a deposit and then petition the court for further funding. Sa Zhenbing said. If this ship were to be used in conjunction with the Dingyuan and Jinyuan, the Beiyang Fleet's combat power would increase by at least 30%. Ding Ruchang sighed. I submitted the memorial to build a new ship 3 times, but it was rejected by the Ministry of Revenue each time due to insufficient funds. Li He said. We can contact the generals in Nanyang and Fujian to jointly submit a memorial, asking Li Hongzhang to mediate and report on the effectiveness of the improved main guns of the Pingyuan. The Navy is a nation's most important asset. If we don't advance, we will fall behind. If we don't add new ships now, in a few years we will have no ships to use and no cannons to fire. Ding Ruchang gazed at the ships in the harbor for a long time before finally making a decision. All 3 plans are approved. Deng Shicheng will temporarily lead the Marine Corps, and 100 men will be selected for immediate training. Li He and Sa Zhenbing will be responsible for raising funds, starting with the Weihai Wharf. I will draft the memorial for shipbuilding, which will be sent to Tianjin tomorrow for Li Zhongtang to forward to the Emperor. The 3 men responded in unison. Yes. Even late into the night, the 4 showed no signs of fatigue. The Beiyang Fleet finally had a clear direction. As they left, Deng Shicheng said, Brotherly, you're so young yet have such foresight. Working under you is exhilarating. Sa Zhenbing said, Building a new ship is the most difficult task, but it is a monumental achievement. I will contact my old friends at the Naval Academy to complete the blueprints for the new ship. Li He walked side by side with the 2 into the night. This secret meeting had just concluded, but even greater obstacles awaited them ahead. After the implementation of the 3 policies, although some in the Beiyang Fleet privately criticized Li He and others for being too eager for quick success and instant benefits, more officers and soldiers were inspired by the pragmatic spirit. The Marine Corps training was in full swing, merchants were already making contact at the Weihai docks, and the blueprints for new ships were gradually being finalized under the supervision of Sa Zhenbing. Li He never let his guard down. The gap between China and Japan lay not only in naval firepower and training, but also in their understanding of the enemy. Japan had long since laid a spy network in Qing China, while the Beiyang Fleet still knew very little about the organization of the combined fleet. In the afternoon, Li He avoided others and went to Ding Ruchang's study alone. General, the general has come today to propose a more adventurous idea. Ding Ruchang put down the memorial and gestured for him to sit down. You are steady in your actions, and although the plan you proposed is bold, it is all to the point. Please speak freely. Li He said in a deep voice, This subordinate wishes to request the general's approval to secretly establish an intelligence agency. An intelligence agency? Ding Ruchang frowned slightly. You mean to send people to Japan to gather intelligence? Not just Japan. Li He nodded. We need to place people in the Korean peninsula, the Japanese mainland, and even in our coastal trading ports. The movements of Japanese troops stationed in Korea, the progress of the combined fleet's new ship construction, and the procedures for tactical exercises, all this intelligence is crucial to the life and death of the Beiyang Fleet. Ding Ruchang remained silent. Espionage went against traditional values. If exposed, it could trigger a diplomatic crisis, and the people sent out would face certain death. Li He, this matter is of utmost importance. If the court finds out, we fear we will be accused of provoking border conflicts. The commander's concerns are clear to everyone. Li He was prepared. This matter must not be made public. Only you and I should know about it. Commanders Sa and Deng should not reveal it to them for the time being. The candidates can be selected from the Marines. They are good at concealment and are loyal and reliable. The funds will be secretly allocated from the dock rental fees, without using military pay. Initial intelligence can be obtained from foreign merchants and missionaries in China. They are well informed and unlikely to arouse suspicion. Li He continued. Last year, when the Jiyuan was docked at Incheon port, it was discovered that the Japanese had secretly drawn up the ship's waterline and gun positions. They don't even overlook the details of a single ship. You can imagine how much they've spied on the Beiyang Fleet. If we continue to turn a blind eye and a deaf ear, we'll only be able to passively take a beating in wartime. Ding Ruchang held his teacup, his hand hovering in midair. He had always lacked an accurate assessment of the true combat strength of the Japanese combined fleet. How do you plan to start? Ding Ruchang finally relented. Li He immediately replied. The first step is to place people in the 3 treaty ports of Yantai, Tianjin, and Shanghai, disguised as merchants and employees, to keep an eye on the movements of Japanese warships and any unusual activities by Japanese residents. The second step was to contact Chinese businessmen in Japan and have them investigate information that was difficult to obtain through public channels, such as the shipyard's construction progress and the scale of new recruitment. The third step was to select capable individuals to infiltrate Incheon and Busan in North Korea. The places with the largest Japanese garrison were their springboards for moving south. After much deliberation, Ding Ruchang finally spoke. You will personally select the candidate, and you will be responsible only to me. First, allocate 500 taels from my private treasury. If that's not enough, supplement it from the dock rental fees. But the accounts must be clean, and absolutely no trace can be left. Understood. Li He stood up solemnly. If this succeeds, it will give our army the upper hand. If it fails, I will take full responsibility and will never implicate the military commander. What nonsense are you talking about? Ding Ruchang waved his hand and said, You and I belong to the Beiyang army and share honor and disgrace. It's just that this road is too dangerous, and I'm afraid most of the brothers sent out will not come back. Li He said firmly. For the sake of maritime security, someone has to take this path. I will personally explain the pros and cons and will never force anyone. 3 days later, Li He selected 5 sailors from the Marine Corps recruits who came from poor backgrounds, were calm and had some knowledge of Japanese, and brought them to the lower storage compartment of the Pingyuan. He spread out a map of the Yellow Sea. This is our home, the place we must defend. The place you are going to is surrounded by wolves, but every word you bring back will save our brothers from bloodshed. It's not too late to regret it now. The 5 men exchanged glances and simultaneously knelt on one knee. We are willing to go through fire and water for the Beiyang army. Li He distributed the identification documents, silver, and secret codes. Remember, coming back alive is more important than anything else. That night, 5 inconspicuous small fishing boats quietly sailed away from Weihaiwei and disappeared into the vast darkness. Li He stood on the deck of the Pingyuan, watching the direction the fishing boats had gone, motionless for a long time. Zhou Fuqing stepped forward. Captain, are we really going to let them take the risk? Taking a risk is always better than waiting to die. Li He's voice was tired but firm. We are in the light, the enemy is in the shadows. Now, it's our turn to see them clearly. After the intelligence agents were sent out, Li He remained anxious. The first month passed without any news, and he worried that the sailors might encounter an accident as soon as they set sail. In the early spring of the 17th year of the Guangxu Emperor's reign, a secret letter tucked inside a shipping manifest from a merchant in Yantai finally reached him. The letter was written in rice water, and the writing became visible after being heated over a fire. Zhao a sailor dispatched to Yantai, reported, "The Japanese ship Yoshino has arrived in Nagasaki, where it has been fitted with rapid-fire cannons, and the crew is undergoing rotational training. There seems to be some unusual activity." Li He immediately became alert. The Yoshino was already known for its speed and firepower, and now with the addition of rapid-fire cannons, it was clearly preparing for war. He copied the secret letter and personally went to Ding Ruchung's residence. After reading it, Ding Ruchung said, "Rapid-fire cannons. The Japanese are determined to overwhelm us in firepower." Ding Ruchung walked to the nautical chart and pointed to Nagasaki. "Nagasaki is an important Japanese naval port. It is no coincidence that Yoshino is being refitted here. Their fleet has entered a state of combat readiness," Li He said in a deep voice. "General, Yoshino's main guns already had a faster rate of fire than ours. With the addition of rapid-fire guns, even the Ziyuan and Jingyuan will probably have a hard time competing with it. We need to work harder to build new ships." Ding Ruchang nodded. "I will write to His Excellency the Grand Secretary again tomorrow, explaining the Yoshino's modifications clearly, and urging him to speak on this matter more vehemently in court." Several days later, intelligence agents in Shanghai reported back. The Japanese consulate in Shanghai was frequently contacting Ronin, masterless samurai, to inquire about the ammunition situation at the Jiangnan arsenal, and was even attempting to bribe craftsmen to obtain the gunpowder formula. Li He handed the intelligence to Sa Jinbing. "It seems their reach has extended into our heartland." Sa Jinbing put down the budget book, his expression serious. Sa Jinbing said, "The Jiangnan arsenal is a major source of ammunition for our army. We absolutely cannot afford any mishaps. Should we remind them to strengthen their defenses?" Li He said, "I need to remind you, but I can't say it outright. We can have the military send sailors to Shanghai under the guise of inspecting defenses, ostensibly to assist in the defense, but in reality to keep an eye on the Japanese Ronin." Sa Jinbing nodded and pointed to the budget sheet, saying, "After part of the budget for the new ship is approved, the Grand Secretary will squeeze out 100,000 taels from the Beiyang government's subsidies, plus 30,000 taels for dock rental, which will barely be enough to start construction. The craftsmen from the Naval Academy have also arrived, and construction will begin next month at the Weihaiwei shipyard." Li He looked at the outline of the cruiser on the blueprints, feeling somewhat relieved. The new ship was designed for a speed of 21 knots, with a compact main gun layout. Although the Beiyang Fleet was still subject to external constraints, it had finally begun to actively strengthen itself. But the intelligence from Incheon quickly suppressed this joy. The Japanese army had reinforced its troops by 2,000, and the ships Naniwa and Takachiho were permanently stationed in the port, maintaining close ties with pro-Japanese officials in Korea. Ding Ruchung paced back and forth in his study. "Unusual activity? Last year, the Donghak peasant revolution occurred in Korea. Although it was suppressed, it gave the Japanese an excuse to station troops there. Now that they are increasing their troops, I'm afraid they want to completely control the Korean peninsula and turn it into a springboard for attacking our country." Deng Shichang slammed his fist on the table upon hearing this. Deng Shichang said, "Korea is a tributary state of our great Qing dynasty. How can the court sit idly by while the Japanese are so blatant?" Ding Ruchang's expression grew even more somber. Ding Ruchang said, "The court is still arguing over the money for the garden's repairs. How can it have the mind to care about Korea? The Grand Secretary wants to use Russia to contain Japan, but Russia also wants to reap the benefits." Li He said, "Regardless of what the court does, we must prepare for the worst. If the Japanese army moves at Incheon, it will definitely tie down the Beiyang Fleet's forces. We can have Lai Yuan and Ji Yuan strengthen patrols in the northern Yellow Sea so they can rush to our aid as soon as possible should anything happen in Korea. In addition, the Marines should also speed up their training. If the Japanese army does land in Korea, the Marines may be able to cooperate with the Korean militia to harass their supply lines. Ding Ruchang made the decision immediately. Ding Ruchang said, "Do as you say. Commander Ding, have Ziyuan and Jingyuan join the patrol as well, and make sure the shipping route from Weihai to Incheon remains unobstructed." "Yes." Deng Shichang accepted the order and left. Only Li He and Ding Ruchang remained in the study, the sea breeze outside the window making the atmosphere even more oppressive. Ding Ruchang asked, "Li He, do you think what we're doing can really stop the Japanese?" Li He saw the confusion in the old admiral's eyes. Li He firmly replied, "General, at least we're doing it. Even if there's only a sliver of hope, we'll fight with all our might. New ships are being built, the Marines are training, and intelligence is being gathered. We are not waiting to die, we are preparing for war." Ding Ruchang nodded slowly. "You are right, we are preparing for war. I must personally deliver this letter about the Yoshino's refit to Tianjin. Some things carry more weight when spoken to His Excellency in person," Li He said, clasping his hands in a fist salute. "Take care on your journey, General. I will keep a close eye on things in Weihai." After Ding Ruchang left, patrols in Weihaiwei became more frequent, the Marine Corps doubled their training, and the sailors discussed how to load shells faster during meals. Li He then marked the intelligence from all sides on the nautical chart, and carefully examined the positions of Japanese warships and garrisons. When he discovered that the Yoshino and Naniwa were frequently patrolling between Busan and Incheon, he realized that Japan's target was not only Korea. Li He whispered, "We can't let them lead us by the nose, we need our own tactics." He then began to study Western naval tactics books. He planned to use the Dingyuan and Jinyuan as the core, with ships like the Pingyuan flanking, and then have fast cruisers outflank and encircle them. A new operational strategy was gradually taking shape. In the evening, Li He stood on the deck of the Pingyuan and watched the Marine Corps practice landing tactics. In the distance, the sound of the Ziyuan test firing explosive shells could be heard. He gazed toward the Korean peninsula, gripping the sword at his waist. The sound of Japanese swords sharpening drew ever closer, while the storm on the Yellow Sea was approaching the Beiyang Fleet. Ding Ruchang brought back news from Tianjin that although Li Hongnan had not explicitly stated that he would allocate a large sum of money, he tacitly approved the subsequent funding for the new ships and agreed to urgently order rapid-fire guns from Germany, prioritizing their installation on ships such as the Pingyuan and Ziyuan. However, the debate in the court intensified, with memorials from censors impeaching the Beiyang Fleet for wasting military funds, piling up like a small mountain. Li He had no time to pay attention to these, focusing only on the new ships in Maui and the movements of the Japanese army. News came from an old friend of Sajinbing that the keel of the new ship had been laid, but the boilers ordered by Britain were still delayed, and the construction was stuck at a critical point. Zhao Er sent a secret letter from Nagasaki. "The Japanese warship Chiyoda has been launched, equipped with 10 120mm rapid-fire guns and a speed of 19 knots. The combined fleet is conducting a large-scale exercise in Sasebo, with 12 ships participating. The exercise subject is an encounter battle in the Yellow Sea." Li He marked the Chiyoda on the nautical chart, alongside the Yoshino and Isukushima. This was Japan's third new cruiser launched in 3 years, while the Beiyang Fleet had not launched any new ships since the Pingyuan. When he went to the Naval Academy to find Sajinbing, the latter was explaining gunnery. After reading the secret letter, Sajinbing immediately said to the students, "That's all for today. Practice the loading procedure of the rapid-fire guns again." After the trainees dispersed, Sajinbing sighed. "The Japanese are building ships faster than we expected. The Chiyoda has a tonnage larger than our new ships under construction, yet it has 10 120mm rapid-fire guns. If this drags on any longer, our new ships will probably be outdated as soon as they're launched." Li He asked in a deep voice, "Is there any progress on the boiler issue?" Sajinbing frowned. "The trading company said that the British have detained the ship in the Suez Canal, claiming to be inspecting the cargo, but in reality, they are deliberately making things difficult. I have asked Hans from the German trading company to mediate, and hopefully they can release it as soon as possible. Whether the new ship can reach its design speed depends entirely on those few British boilers." Li He had no choice but to suppress his anger. Meanwhile, the Marine Corps training entered a crucial phase. Deng Shichang led 100 sailors to a deserted island west of Lugong Island for a simulated landing. The soldiers, dressed in short-sleeved uniforms and carrying rifles, moved swiftly among the rocks, their rope climbing and landing movements clean and efficient, a stark contrast to when the unit was first formed. Deng Shichang wiped away his sweat and said, "At this rate, we will be able to form combat capability in another 2 months. I had someone build a model of the Japanese Army's artillery fort, and we took it down in just 15 minutes during a drill yesterday." Li He nodded and said, "North Korea is mountainous with a winding coastline, which is where the Marines' advantage lies. However, we need to change our weapons, otherwise we might suffer when we get to the battlefield." Deng Shichang said angrily, "I mentioned it to the Ordnance Bureau a long time ago, but they said that the new Mauser rifles are given priority to the army, and we only have these." Li He pondered for a moment and said, "I'll have someone try to find a way to buy 50 emergency supplies from the foreign firms in Tianjin. The money will come from the dock rental fees." At the end of April, the lease for the Weihai dock was finally finalized. 3 merchant shipping companies signed a contract that would bring the Navy nearly 1,000 taels of silver per month, enough to cover part of the cost of materials for the new ships. Even more unexpectedly, news came back from the sailors stationed in Japan that food prices had skyrocketed, and workers at several shipyards were striking due to unpaid wages. Li He immediately informed Deng Ruchang of the news. He said, "This might be an opportunity. The Japanese are eager to expand abroad, and perhaps they also want to divert attention from domestic problems. We must speed up our preparations and not let them control our pace." Deng Ruchang nodded and pointed to the telegram on the table. "His Excellency the Grand Secretary has sent a telegram saying that the Russian minister is willing to mediate Korean affairs and that we should not act rashly for the time being." Li He sneered. "Mediate? The Russians would love for us and Japan to both suffer heavy losses so they can take advantage of Korea. If we actually believe that, we'll be courting death." A sharp glint flashed in Deng Ruchang's eyes. "You're right. Mediation is reliable, but vigilance cannot be relaxed. Order all ships to enter a state of alert starting in May." Li He immediately replied, "Yes." In May, the Yellow Sea's winds and waves gradually subsided, but Weihaiwei became increasingly tense. When the German rapid-fire guns ordered by Li Honglong arrived at Daga port, Li He was on the Pingyuan, supervising the sailors' maintenance and improvement of the 260mm main guns. These guns could now fire a stable 1 round per minute, still slower than the Japanese rapid-fire guns, but twice the original rate of fire. "Sir, the Ordnance Department personnel are here. They say the rapid-fire guns have arrived and we need to go collect them." Zhou Fuqing ran up to the deck clutching the allocation list. Li He took it and glanced at it, 4 150mm rapid-fire guns, each equipped with 2,000 rounds of ammunition, to be distributed as one each to the Pingyuan, Ziyuan, Jingyuan, and Jingyuan guns. Li He frowned slightly. 4 guns? Wasn't it said that 12 were ordered? Zhou Fuqing lowered his voice. The rest were divided between the Nanyang Fleet and the Guangdong Fleet, supposedly to balance coastal defense. Li He suppressed his anger. Having something was better than nothing for now. "Let's go to the dock to pick up the cannons." This batch of Krupp rapid-fire cannons was lightweight and had ingenious breech blocks, making them almost half the weight of the old cannons. After examining it carefully, Master Wang said, "This thing is good. It's half the weight of our old cannons, and it's easy to load. I estimate it can fire 4 or 5 rounds a minute." Li He asked, "Can it be installed in the secondary gun position of the Pingyuan?" "It can be installed, but the gun mount needs to be modified to allow the gun barrel to rotate more flexibly. Give me 3 days, and I guarantee it will be done." The 2 existing 150mm secondary guns on the Pingyuan had a slow rate of fire and poor accuracy, so they needed to be replaced. For the next 2 weeks, Weihaiwei was practically a shipyard. The Pingyuan had its old gun mounts cut and new bases welded on. The Ziyuan was installed under the personal supervision of Deng Shichang, while Sa Jinbing led his students to study ballistics. Taking advantage of the gun replacement, Deng Ruchang ordered a comprehensive overhaul. The Dingyuan and Jinyuan had their boiler tubes replaced, the Jiyuan had its hull cracks repaired, and the Liuyuan had its damaged propeller replaced. The harbor was filled with coal smoke and the smell of paint. Li He understood that even the best rapid-fire cannons needed qualified gunners. He selected 10 of the most agile sailors from the Marine Corps and trained them in range finding, loading, aiming, and firing until they could perform the entire procedure proficiently. Standing beside the gun emplacement, Li He said, "The advantage of rapid-fire guns lies in their rate of fire, not their range. In naval warfare, we need to get close and use rapid-fire guns to suppress the enemy's deck fire." In mid-May, the Pingyuan rapid-fire guns were installed. Li He personally directed the test firing. The first shot hit the target ship 2 kilometers away, followed by 3 more shots. Within a minute, 4 shells covered the water around the target ship. The sailors cheered around the rapid-fire cannon, and even the gunnery officer smiled. Deng Shichang came specially in a small boat, laughing and patting Li He on the shoulder. "Good lad, now you've got guts. I've also tested the rapid-fire guns on my Ziyuan, and the results were good. Once all the ships are repaired, let's go to the Yellow Sea for a major maneuver and show the Japanese that the Beiyang Fleet is not to be trifled with." Li He immediately said, "Commander Deng is right. We can take this opportunity to practice the new tactics we've been working on." Ding Ruchang was satisfied with the power of the rapid-fire guns and immediately scheduled a joint fleet exercise for the end of May. The exercise included escorting the fleet, encounter battles, coordinated artillery fire, and the Marine Corps would also participate in amphibious landing support. The morale of the officers and soldiers on all ships soared, and even the veterans who were originally dissatisfied with the gun replacement and repair began to train hard. But intelligence from Incheon shattered the peace. The Japanese army had dispatched 3 more transport ships, unloading large quantities of ammunition and food into Korea, and pro-Japanese factions had posted notices in Seoul demanding the expulsion of the Qing army. Li He handed the intelligence to Ding Ruchang. "It seems the Japanese can't wait any longer. They may very well want to make their move while we are conducting exercises, catching us off guard." After a moment's thought, Ding Ruchang ordered, "The exercise will proceed as scheduled, but vigilance must be heightened. Have the Jiyuan and Gwangi ships depart 3 days in advance to patrol the west coast of Korea. If any unusual movements by the Japanese are detected, immediately fire a signal flare." "Yes, sir," Li He replied, but he had a premonition that this exercise might not be just a drill. At the end of May, 12 main warships of the Beiyang Fleet formed a column and sailed out of Weihaiwei. The military flag fluttered in the wind, the cannons gleamed coldly, and the rapid-fire guns were like newly sharpened blades of the fleet. Li He stood on the bridge of the Pingyuan, gazing at the orderly ranks of ships, his heart surging with pride. The road ahead remained treacherous, and the enemy remained powerful, but the Beiyang Fleet was prepared to face the storm. On the distant horizon, a ship's silhouette gradually appeared, and the lookout shouted, "Unidentified vessel spotted, approaching our ship!" Li He gripped his binoculars tightly, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Through the binoculars, 3 Japanese ships appeared on the horizon, a cruiser in the center and gunboats on either side approaching in a triangular formation. The lookout shouted, "It's the Japanese fleet!" Zhou Fuqing tightened his grip on his sword. "Captain, do they dare to intrude into our training area?" Li He recognized that the enemy's ships were most likely the newly added Manhwa-class cruisers at Incheon Harbor, and immediately ordered, "All units be on high alert. Point your guns at the target, but do not load live ammunition. Let the Japanese see the might of our Beiyang Fleet." Master Wang stood guard beside the rapid-fire cannon and said coldly, "The Japanese devils have come at just the right time. Let them see the power of the new cannon." The flagship, Dingyuan, raised its flag signal, maintain column formation, keep speed unchanged, and all ships' main guns should be aimed at the port side at a 45-degree angle. The Ziyuan responded immediately, and Deng Shichang shouted, "I obey your command." The 12 main warships quickly tightened their formation. The Dingyuan and Jingyuan raised their giant cannons, and the Pingyuan and Ziyuan fired their rapid-fire guns at the Ziyuan, pressing the steel formation towards the sea. The Japanese ships slowed down and dispersed. The lookout reported again, "The Japanese ships are hoisting signal flags. They're asking if we're from the Beiyang Fleet." Li He ordered the signalman to reply, "The Beiyang Fleet is conducting exercises here." Unauthorized personnel are not permitted. Please leave immediately and do not interfere with official business. The Japanese warships returned their flags, claiming the right to navigate in international waters, and even questioned whether the Beiyang Fleet was engaging in military expansion. Zhou Fuqing angrily retorted. Bullshit! They've amassed so many troops in Incheon, and they have the nerve to accuse us of expansion? Ding Ruchang raised his flag, signaling only one thing. Accelerate close in. The Beiyang Fleet immediately sped up, cutting through the waves. The Japanese ships hesitated and circled. Li He noticed that the enemy was spying on the Pingyuan quick-firing guns, so he said to Zhou Fuqing, "Have the gunners do the loading maneuvers slowly, so they can see clearly." The gunners demonstrated opening the breech, loading the shell, closing the breech, and adjusting the angle as ordered. Their movements were precise and fluid, and their loading speed far surpassed that of the old-fashioned cannons. Li He said to Master Wang, "See that? This is what we're showing them. Let them know that we're not just tough on ships, but our cannons are faster." The Japanese ships finally turned around, and the lookout shouted, "The Japanese ships have turned around. They're heading southeast." Li He, still keeping a close eye on the enemy's ships, signaled to the Ziyuan. "Commander Deng, shall we go and see them off?" Deng Shichang immediately responded, "That's exactly what I was thinking." The Pingyuan and Ziyuan broke away from the column and cut diagonally behind the Japanese ships. Li He then raised a signal flag. "Take care, don't bother seeing us off. Next time you try to break in, we won't be so polite." The Japanese warships suddenly accelerated, shrinking into a black dot on the horizon in the blink of an eye. Ding Ruchang immediately ordered, "Restore the drill formation." Master Wang tapped the gun barrel and said, "See? The Japanese are bullies who prey on the weak. If you stand up for yourself, they'll back down." Deng Shichang boarded the Pingyuan and laughed. "That was a brilliant move. I think the Japanese soldiers on that ship were almost unable to stand. Let's go, continue the drills. Let them see from afar just how formidable our Beiyang Fleet really is." Ding Ruchang ordered a live-fire exercise on the target ship to practice coordinated artillery fire. The Pingyuan's rapid-fire guns fired first, with 3 shells hitting the target in succession. Then the Ziyuan fired in rapid succession, and the Dingyuan and Jinyuan's cannons roared, turning the target ship into fragments amid smoke and water. Ding Ruchang raised the signal flag again to continue the exercise, and the Beiyang Fleet regrouped and sailed into the depths of the Yellow Sea. The target ship debris slowly sank, while the flags of the Beiyang Fleet still fluttered in the sunlight. While the aftershocks of the rapid-fire cannon test firing still lingered in Weihaiwei, Ding Ruchang received a telegram from the Zonli Yamen, Foreign Ministry, on his desk. The Japanese Ministry of Foreign Affairs invited the Beiyang Fleet to visit Japan in late June, stating that it was to cultivate good neighborliness and jointly safeguard the maritime borders, and ordered him to make preparations to ensure the Navy's prestige was displayed. Ding Ruchang gripped the telegram tightly and looked at Li He, the captain of the Pingyuan, who had just finished maintaining the ship's guns. "Good neighborliness and friendly relations? What do you think?" Li He looked at the Jinyuan, which was being resupplied in the harbor, and said, "The Japanese have run into a snag in the Yellow Sea. Their olive branch may not be sincere. Last year, their Naniwa visited China and stared at our ships for 3 days and 3 nights at Daegu port. This time, they probably want to do the same." Ding Ruchang walked to the nautical chart and pointed to Nagasaki port. "They buy British ships and build shipyards, but they call for joint defense of the sea borders. They just want to find out how many rapid-fire cannons we've replaced, how well we're practicing our new tactics, and even how much pressure the boilers are under." Zhou Fu then brought along Komura Jitaro, a third-class secretary from the Japanese Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He was dressed in a sharp suit, and his tie had a silver cherry blossom button. Komura Jitaro bowed and said, "Greetings, Admiral Ding. I am Komura Jitaro, Third Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I have come to present the itinerary for your visit to Japan on the orders of Minister Matsu Munimitsu." Li He noticed that his gaze swept over the artillery manual, and his fingers unconsciously brushed against the seam of his trousers, making him appear both like a clerk and exuding the tension of a soldier. Ding Ruchang opened the itinerary. Your country has made very thoughtful arrangements. Nagasaki, Kobe, and Yokohama are all going? Komura Jotaro smiled and said, That's right. His Majesty the Emperor of our country has long admired the Beiyang Fleet and specifically instructed that it be treated with the highest national honors. I hope your army can arrange for officers and soldiers to go ashore for a visit, so that our people can also witness the splendor of the Celestial Empire's navy. Ding Ruchang closed the booklet. Going ashore for a visit is certainly possible, but our army has military discipline. Those who go ashore must wear uniforms and must not leave the team without permission. As for your country's wish to visit my ship, the main gun compartment and ammunition depot are off-limits areas, please understand. Komura Jotaro's smile stiffened slightly, but he still said, Admiral is joking, we will naturally abide by the rules. I've just heard that your Navy has recently acquired German-made rapid-fire guns, and the officers of our Navy Ministry are eager to see them. I wonder if it would be possible to arrange a drill? He immediately understood that the Japanese didn't just want to see the cannons, but also wanted to find out the rate of fire and accuracy of the rapid-fire guns. Ding Ruchang picked up his teacup. It's just a drill. The sea is unpredictable. We'll see when the time comes. After seeing Komura Jotaro off, Zhou Fu said, Sir, these Japanese are clearly here to spy. Should we really go? Ding Ruchang threw the schedule on the table. Why not go? If they want to come, we'll let them see. But what they want to see and how they want to see it is up to us. Li He, it's time to put that CI of yours to good use. CI was a secret intelligence group of the Beiyang Fleet. Its members were fluent in Japanese and Western naval affairs, and they usually operated under different identities. Li He clasped his hands and said, Please give your orders, sir. Ding Ruchang circled the Nagasaki shipyard and the Kure naval base in red pen. You'll blend in with the landing troops and focus on the size of the docks, the launching of new ships, and the coal piles in the port. That will tell you the ship's range. Remember, talk less, take lots of notes and draw lots, and summarize them for me tonight. Li He stood at attention. Yes, sir. He saw Ding Ruchang dismiss several talkative veterans and replace them with composed officers, knowing that this mission was now a war without smoke. 3 days later, colorful flags filled the harbor of Weihaiwei, and then Pingyuan and Jinyuan led 8 main warships in a horizontal formation, with the yellow dragon flag flying high above the masts. Standing on the bridge of the Pingyuan warship, Ding Ruchang said to Deng Shichang, Tell the brothers that when we get to Japan, our words and actions represent the imperial court. We can drink, but we can't get drunk. We can speak, but we can't let things slip. Anyone who breaks the rules, I, Ding Ruchang, will be the first to not forgive them. The signalman on the Pingyuan waved his flag to signal. CI enters the sea. Ding Ruchang nodded. Return flag, sail with the wind, use flag signals for communication, roll call 3 times a day. The ship's horn sounded, and the 8 ships departed the port in turn. Li He stood at the stern of the Pingyuan and took out the copper measuring ruler that Master Wang had secretly slipped to him. Master Wang said, Sir, this thing can measure the caliber of cannon barrels. If the Japanese let you see their cannons, you'll... Li He gripped the measuring tape tightly, watching Weihaiwei recede into the distance. The shrapnel scar on his forehead reminded him that the sea was never a playground. In the distance, seagulls followed the fleet across the sea as the Beiyang Fleet sailed towards its eastern neighbor. Meanwhile, the undercurrents beneath the guise of friendship approached with the waves. The yellow sea surged, and the deck of the Pingyuan warship tilted intermittently. The hem of Li Hexin's newly changed white formal suit swept across the salt-covered steel plates. The sounding hammer indicated a water depth of 240 toa, approximately 1,440 feet. The fleet had entered the continental shelf near Japan. Captain, Ding Yuan has signaled, the signalman shouted. Have all ships check their funnel markings and prepare to receive pilotage from the Japanese pilots. Li He looked at the red and yellow signal flags hanging on the mainmast of the Pingyuan. In the days before radio, flag signals were the language of the fleet. He ordered, Report back to Pingyuan, and have the gunnery first officer cover the gun covers of the rapid-fire guns to prevent the Japanese from getting close to the new guns. The bearded Shandong gunnery first mate immediately directed the sailors to cover the 150mm rapid-fire guns with dark blue covers, leaving only the gun mount exposed. He chuckled softly. This way they'll at most think it's a new gun mount. When it's time for a real drill, we'll give them a real shock. The fleet sailed into the breakwater outside Nagasaki harbor. Several flagship ships were moored inside the harbor, including a cruiser with a high bow, the very same, Naniwa, that had been encountered in the Yellow Sea. The dock was crowded with people, and colorful flags fluttered in the wind. Zhou Fuqing fiddled with his polished dagger and leaned closer, saying, "A big shot has arrived. Look in the middle of the dock, isn't there a man in a tuxedo waving?" Li He adjusted his binoculars and saw a short, stout middle-aged man on the reviewing stand, his chest covered in medals, repeatedly saluting the fleet. He said, "It's Japanese Foreign Minister Matsumunetsu. It seems the Japanese have really put on a show this time." The pilot boat pulled up to the Pingyuan, and a Japanese pilot in a dark blue uniform boarded the ship, bowed, and said in broken English, "Welcome to Nagasaki, sir. Please take me to the bridge. The speed is 5 knots, and the channel is deep enough. Don't worry about running aground." Li He responded in English, "Thank you for the guidance, pilot, this way please." He noticed the pilot kept peering into the middle of the deck. The gun covers concealed the gun barrels, but couldn't hide the robust outline of the new gun carriages. The pilot hesitated, and Li He gave Zhou Fuqing a wink. Zhou Fuqing immediately led 2 sailors to stand beside the gun carriages, pretending to check the ropes, which conveniently blocked the pilot's view. The fleet slowly entered the harbor, and the crowd on the dock cheered continuously. Li He, however, could hear curiosity, awe, and deliberately suppressed hisses mixed in with the cheers. Several young people in school uniforms held up drawing boards and quickly sketched the name, Pingyuan, on the hull. Li He whispered into the megaphone, "CI team, take note, target number 1, the height of the gantry crane at Nagasaki shipyard. Target number 2, the caliber of the main gun at the rear of the Naniwa. Target number 3, the number of stacks of coal at the dockside storage yard. At 8 p.m., all locations will report back." A brief response came through the megaphone. Li He looked towards the deck, where Chen Jingyun, disguised as an interpreter, Wan Shun, posing as an ordnance officer, and Lao He, who had mingled with the cooks, were all in position. Lao He, who had worked as a chef in Yokohama and was fluent in Japanese, was pushing a vegetable cart and observing the dock railway. The fleet anchored at the designated anchorage, facing the Japanese fleet across the harbor. Ding Ruchang's order to land was relayed to all ships by flag signal. "Officers in dress uniforms, soldiers in service uniforms, land in batches for sightseeing. Each batch shall not exceed 50 people, led by an officer, and must return to the ship before sunset." Li He changed into a formal jacket embroidered with gold thread, and Zhou Fu tied his bow tie for him, then said with a smile, "Commander, do you think the Japanese will invite us to drink sake? I heard their geishas are very good at persuading people to drink, so don't get drunk and let something slip." Li He patted him on the shoulder, his gaze sweeping over the student who was still sketching. "Sake is fine to drink, but your tongue needs to be tied. We're here as guests, but more importantly, to see just how many tough guys these neighbors have hidden away." The first batch of officers and soldiers stepped onto the gangplank, with Li He at the forefront, shaking hands with Japanese Navy Minister Kabayama Tsukanori, who had come to greet them. Kabayama Tsukanori had short, thick hands, but a strong grip, and said with a smile, "Commander Li is young and promising, and the Pingyuan is an elite warship built by your country. I admire you very much." Li He smiled and shook hands in return. "Your country's Naniwa is also excellent. I saw it from afar in the Yellow Sea yesterday. The ship was neat and well trained." He secretly noted the Swiss military watch on the other man's wrist, which was usually worn only by high-ranking officers. Kabayama Tsukanori's eyes lit up, and he was about to speak when Matsumunetsu stopped him with a look. Li He sneered inwardly and followed the crowd toward the city, his eyes always fixed on the direction of the shipyard, where black smoke billowed from the chimneys and the faint sounds of dense forging could be heard. The streets of Nagasaki were even more crowded than those of Weihaiwei. Rainwater washed the cobblestones clean, reflecting the lattice windows of the townhouses. Li He followed the tour group across the bridge, where fishermen were casting nets from their awning boats. Two women in kimonos remarked, "These Qing dynasty sailors look so robust, half a head taller than our soldiers. What good is being robust? I heard their boats are antiques from 10 years ago." Zhou Fuqing lowered his voice and said, "Did you hear that? Those little devils are peeking through a crack in the door." Li He didn't reply, his gaze fixed on the gray-clad man in front of the shoe repair stall on the street corner. The man held an awl, but his eyes kept glancing at the ordnance officer, Wang Shun. Wang Shun, disguised as a member of CI, noticed something amiss, bent down to tie his shoelaces, and stuffed a piece of anchor paper into his shoe. The anchor was the code for CI, indicating the discovery of suspicious individuals stalking them. Li He caught up with Ding Ruchang discreetly and whispered in English, "Sir, we've got tails, at least 3. Ding Ruchang nodded, then smiled at the Japanese officer accompanying him. "Your country's streets are so clean, even cleaner than Oxford Street in London. I wonder how far the Nagasaki shipyard is from here? When we soldiers see a shipyard, it's like seeing an old friend." The accompanying officer, Togo Haihakairo, bowed and said, "If the Admiral is interested, I will make arrangements immediately. However, it happens to be the weekend, and the shipyard workers are off, so we can only tour from the outside. It's good that you can see from the outside." Ding Ruchang smiled kindly, but the fingers holding his folding fan tightened slightly. Li He recognized Togo Haihakairo. He had studied at the Greenwich Naval College. The group turned toward the shipyard, with Li He deliberately lagging behind, walking alongside Chen Jingyan, who was disguised as an interpreter. Chen Jingyan said in English, "Just now, the coal storage yard at the dock was stacked in a trapezoidal shape, each layer about 5 feet high, with 12 layers in total, at least 3,000 tons, enough for 3 cruisers to run for a month." Li He used the tip of his boot to push aside the pebbles. "Write it down. Next, look at the dock. Pay attention to the lifting capacity of the gantry cranes. The thickness of the cables can also tell you something." The shipyard's iron gate was tightly closed, with 2 guards standing watch, rifles at their sides. Togo Haihakairo showed his pass, and the guards scrutinized the Beiyang soldiers for a long time before slowly opening the gate. Li He immediately looked at the dry dock on the left. Although there were no ships inside, the bottom was covered with thick steel plates, and the rails extended along the edges, clearly indicating that it could accommodate ships of 8,000 tons. Togo Haihakairo introduced, "This dry dock was built the year before last and can repair our largest cruiser, the Matsushima." In a corner of the dock, a batch of steel pipes, about 12 inches in diameter, with spiral patterns on the pipe walls, were piled up. Li He asked, feigning curiosity, "Are these cannon barrel blanks?" Togo Haihakairo's eyes flickered slightly. "They're just ordinary boiler pipes." "You've mistaken me, sir." Chen Jingyan quickly wrote down 12 12-inch cannon barrels, and drew an anchor mark for confirmation. Li He turned to the right at the gantry crane, whose nameplate read 50-ton capacity. He smiled at Ding Ruchang and said, "It's a bit inferior to our Lushuan shipyard. Ours can lift 60 tons. Ding Ruchang didn't reply, but simply tapped Li He's hand lightly with his folding fan, signaling him to stop. When they left the factory, the people watching them had changed to 2 young men in Western-style dresses pretending to drink coffee in a cafe. Li He recalled Lao He's report from that morning. The Nagasaki Shinya Association, ostensibly promoting Sino-Japanese cultural exchange, was actually a Japanese naval intelligence station, and these people were spies. Returning to the ship in the evening, intelligence reports came in from the various ships. CIs. Lao He's news was the most crucial. A porter at the market said that 3 coal-carrying ships had quietly entered Kure harbor last night. The 3 ships had a very deep draft, and their decks were covered with tarpaulins, making them look like they were carrying heavy weapons. Ding Ruchang circled Kure Port on the nautical chart. Kure Port is the core base of the Japanese Navy. It seems they are secretly reinforcing their forces. He looked at Li He. "Tomorrow, you take 2 people and, under the guise of visiting Kobe Port, confirm the number of coal carriers." "Yes." Li He checked the intelligence summary and found that Chen Jingyan had added a line next to the gun barrel record. "The wall thickness is about 3 inches, which meets the British 12-inch gun standard. The Japanese were indeed secretly manufacturing large-caliber naval guns. As night deepened, only a few mast lights remained on the deck of the Pingyuan. Li He talked with Master Wang next to the rapid-fire gun. Master Wang adjusted the breech block under the light and said in a low voice, "Sir, the steel pipe I saw at the shipyard today, I'm sure it's a cannon barrel. I studied cannon barrel forging in Germany, and those spiral patterns are preformed rifling grooves, there's no mistake." Li He touched the cold cannon barrel under the gun cover. "We're going to Kobe tomorrow, you'll come with me, disguise yourself as my attendant. Your eyes are sharper than anyone else's." Master Wang revealed his teeth, stained yellow from coal smoke. "Don't worry, Captain. Just let me see the breech block, and I'll know how fast this cannon can fire." A sea breeze carried the smoky atmosphere of Nagasaki harbor, and in the distance, the searchlights of Japanese warships swept across the sea in circles. Li He gazed at the dark harbor. Tomorrow's trip to Kobe required him to thoroughly investigate the coal carriers in Kure harbor. Before the morning mist had dissipated at Kobe harbor, the small boat of the Pingyuan warship had already docked. Li He, dressed in civilian clothes and wearing a straw hat, led Master Wang and Qin Jingyun ashore separately. Master Wang disguised himself as a follower, carrying a wooden box to conceal surveying instruments and paper and pens. Qin Jingyun posed as a silk merchant, preparing to make contact with Japanese trading companies. Li He whispered, "Remember the rules, split up and meet at Jifilu on Zhonghua Street at noon. Master Wang will keep an eye on the shipyard, Chen Jingyun will check the coal ships, and I'll go to the port authority to check the shipping records." The three then split up. Li He entered the Kobe port office under the guise of Tianjin Foreign Firm, claiming he wanted to check the recent arrivals of Chinese merchant ships and find fellow countrymen to contact. The bespectacled clerk flipped through the ledgers and shook his head, saying, "Recently, only 3 Qing dynasty merchant ships have arrived at the port, all carrying tea and silk." He lowered his voice again. "However, it's strange that 5 Japanese coal ships, flying civilian flags, are unloading cargo at a military dock." Li He feigned surprise. "A military dock? I thought Kobe only had civilian ports." The clerk pushed up his glasses. "It used to be, but a new dock was built last year. It's supposed to be for customs, but it's actually under the Navy's jurisdiction. Look over there, that's the area surrounded by barbed wire." Li He looked over and indeed saw the Navy patrolling, with 3 gray coal ships having just unloaded their cargo. As he passed the barbed wire, he specifically counted the cranes at the Qing Army dock, 5 in total, much thicker than those at the civilian dock, clearly used for transporting heavy military supplies. At noon, Li Hugang sat down at Jifilu restaurant, and Chen Jingyun rushed over with wontons. "We've found the coal ships, 5 in total. The ship names are all things like Kasuga Maru and Asahi Maru, and the registered company is Osaka Shosun Kaisha, but I checked, and this company doesn't exist at all." Li picked up a steamed bun and said, "A shell company. Where's Master Wang?" Before he finished speaking, Master Wang had already lifted the curtain and entered, handing over a sketch. Master Wang lowered his voice and said, "There's been a big discovery at the shipyard. They have a secret slipway hidden behind the mountain. I went around to take a look and saw a cruiser that was almost finished. The bow was designed with a ram, just like the British Yoshino." The ship in the sketch was slender, with main guns on the foredeck and twin funnels, which were the characteristics of the Yoshino-class cruisers. Li He frowned and said, "The Japanese are indeed copying the Yoshino. This ship is 2 knots faster than our Ziyuan. If they actually build it." Master Wang continued, "There's more than one. I heard from the workers that there's another keel in the slipway. I guess it's a ship of the same class." Qin Jingyun suddenly pointed out the window. "Look, isn't that Togo Haihakairo? Why is he following behind us?" Li He looked up and saw Togo Haihakairo standing on the street corner, pretending to look at the signboard, but his eyes were always fixed on the door of Jifilu. Li He immediately said, "We've been targeted. Don't panic. We'll return to port as planned and send the message back by telegram tonight using code words." Back on the Pingyuan, Ding Ruchan listened to the report, paused for a moment, and said, "It seems the Japanese are expanding their military faster than we thought. The Yoshino's rapid-fire guns can fire 6 rounds per minute, while our new guns can only fire 5. If they add 2 more ships of the same class, Li He suggested. Sir, why don't we hold a drill in Yokohama tomorrow? We can use the rapid-fire guns to practice on target and let them see our true strength. Ding Ruchang's eyes lit up. Good idea! But we can't be the ones to suggest it. The Japanese have to come and invite us. He ordered the signalman to inform the Pingyuan. The Pingyuan's rapid-fire guns have been calibrated. We request that a test firing be conducted tomorrow off the coast of Yokohama to test its stability. Soon after, the Japanese Navy Ministry indeed sent someone. We have heard that your new cannons are incredibly powerful, and our emperor is very interested. Could you demonstrate them outside Yokohama harbor tomorrow? Ding Ruchang feigned reluctance. It's just a routine calibration. I'm afraid of making a fool of myself. The messenger bowed deeply. Please, Your Excellency, grant my request. As night fell, Li He stood on the deck, watching Master Wang lead the gunners in adjusting the rapid-fire cannon. The gun cover had been removed, and the cannon barrel gleamed coldly. Li He said to the gunners, Tomorrow is target practice. Don't go too fast, 4 shots per minute is enough, but every shot must hit the target. Let the Japanese know that we not only have fast cannons, but also incredibly accurate ones. The gunners responded in unison, and the contest outside Yokohama harbor was about to begin. The sea outside Yokohama harbor was as calm as blue silk, and 8 ships of the Beiyang Fleet formed a semicircle, surrounding the target ship in the center. Japanese warships such as the Naniwa and Takachiho were anchored 2 nautical miles away, their decks crowded with officers and reporters watching the battle. Ding Ruchang's admiral's flag was hoisted high atop the mast of the Pingyuan, under which the signal, each ship to test fire in turn, was displayed. Li He stood beside the Pingyuan gun emplacement, watching Master Wang finish measuring the muzzle, and laughed. Captain, everything's adjusted. I guarantee it'll be even more accurate than the last test firing. Japanese Navy Minister Kabayama Tsukunori boarded the Pingyuan in a small boat, followed by his staff who were taking notes. He smiled and said, Commander Li, I heard this cannon is Krupp's latest model? German stuff is indeed quite good. Li calmly replied. Your country's cannons are also very good. For example, the 240mm main guns of the Naniwa are incredibly powerful. He deliberately misspoke the caliber to test Kabayama Tsukunori's reaction. The Naniwa's main guns were actually 260mm. Kabayama Tsukunori's smile froze slightly, then he laughed loudly. Commander Li has excellent eyesight. He clearly hadn't noticed the mistake, or was deliberately pretending not to know. Both sides' probing was hidden in polite conversation. At this moment, the signal rose from the Pingyuan. Pingyuan fires first! Li He immediately ordered. Target ship at 2,000 meters, 3 test shots. The gunners quickly loaded and aimed, and the gunnery officer shouted, Fire! The 150mm rapid-fire gun recoiled, and the shell flew straight at the target ship. The first shell hit the mast of the target ship squarely, shattering the red cloth used as a target. On the Naniwa, 2 nautical miles away, the spectators paled instantly, and Ding Ruchang's approving voice came from the Pingyuan. Good! The second shot landed on the port side of the target ship, splashing water almost across half the deck. The third shot hit the hull directly. A large hole was blasted in the wooden planks, and after 3 shots, the target ship began to list. The Japanese observer, holding his binoculars, was visibly shaken. Kabayama Tsukunori's voice tightened. What's the rate of fire? Li He calmly replied. 4 shots per minute. The actual rate of fire could reach 5 rounds, but Ding Ruchang had instructed them to hold back and not reveal their full strength. The staff quickly took notes, one of them drawing the cannon barrel in his notebook, writing 4 rounds per minute next to it with a question mark. Li He could tell that the other side still had doubts, clearly trying to estimate just how many trump cards the Beiyang Fleet was hiding. Following this, the Ziyuan warship conducted a test firing, personally directed by Deng Shichang. All 4 shells landed around the target ship. Although none hit directly, the impact points were extremely close together, and the rate of fire of the British-made rapid-fire guns was slightly faster than that of the Pingyuan. The expressions of the Japanese spectators grew increasingly solemn. After the test firing, Kabayama Sukanori grasped Ding Ruchung's hand. His tone was no longer relaxed. The gunnery of the Beiyang Fleet is truly renowned. But I wonder how good your fleet's coordination is? Kabayama Sukanori continued. Our navy would like to conduct a joint exercise with your fleet. What do you think, Admiral? A joint exercise can test communication efficiency, formation change speed, and even determine the speed limits of each ship. This is the real test. Ding Ruchung smiled frankly and said, That's exactly what I want. Let's set it for the day after tomorrow. The subjects will be determined by your country, and will play along to the end. Li He secretly praised Ding Ruchung for his clever use of the exercise to investigate the true strength of the Japanese fleet. He gave Qin Jingyun a wink, and Qin Jingyun immediately understood, turning to the signalman and whispering instructions. Upon returning to his ship, Ding Ruchung immediately summoned the captains of all the ships to plan the joint exercises for the day after tomorrow, using the nautical chart as a guide. Ding Ruchung said in a deep voice, The joint exercises are ostensibly a contest of formations, but in reality, they are a contest of reaction speed. Pointing to the nautical chart, he continued, The Japanese will definitely make sudden changes to their formations to test our flag signal response speed. Signalmen on all ships must be on high alert. Whatever signal I give the Pingyuan, you must respond within 3 minutes. Anyone who is slow will face court-martial. The captains of each ship were solemn. The exercise hadn't even started, but the competition had already begun. Deng Shuchang patted his chest and said, Don't worry, sir. The signalmen on the Ziyuan are all top students from the Naval Academy. They can recognize flag signals with their eyes closed. Li He then added, I suggest that during the exercise, the Pingyuan and Ziyuan deliberately slow down by half a beat to see the Japanese ship's reaction. If they take the opportunity to seize positions, it means their exercise contains tactical intentions. Ding Ruchung nodded and said, Let's do it that way. Also, the CI team will continue its operations tomorrow, focusing on checking the Japanese fleet's fuel reserves. Ding Ruchung gave his final instruction. Drills consume the most coal. Let's see if they dare to fill the coal bins. Even before the joint drills began the day after tomorrow, both sides were already engaged in a more covert contest over flag signals, battle positions, and coal bins. At dawn, a thin mist hung over Yokohama harbor, and the Beiyang Fleet's fleet appeared and disappeared on the sea. Standing on the bridge of the Pingyuan, Li He saw the anemometer pointing to a level 3 easterly wind and ordered the signalman. Tell the Pingyuan that visibility is 5 nautical miles, suitable for formation sailing. Just as the signal flag was raised, a ship's horn sounded from the Japanese direction. The Naniwa, Takachiho, and 4 other ships formed a single column and slowly sailed out of the anchorage. Togo Haiha Cairo's Naniwa hoisted a signal flag. Please have your fleet form up first. Ding Ruchung's order quickly spread to all ships. Let them see what the formation of the Celestial Empire's navy is like. The Dingyuan and Jinyuan took the lead, followed closely by the Pingyuan Ziyuan and other ships, quickly forming a neat line formation. The distance between each ship was maintained at 300 meters, with an error of no more than 5 meters. Chen Jingyun, holding up his binoculars, exclaimed in admiration, How orderly! The Japanese fleet's column formation, however, was rather loose. The Takachiho lagged nearly 100 meters behind the Naniwa, their speeds clearly not coordinated. The exercise signal cannon fired, and the Japanese fleet suddenly switched to a double column formation, increasing their speed to 12 knots. Deng Shuchang's voice came from the Ziyuan. They want to race. The Ziyuan can go 15 knots. Are we afraid of them? Ding Ruchung did not pursue the Japanese ships until they were 2 nautical miles away, at which point he ordered, Change to column formation, speed 13 knots, maintain distance. He was not concerned with short-term speed, but rather with the fleet's endurance and formation stability. Within 2 hours, both sides successively changed formations to single column, double line, echelon, and goose formation. Each formation change tested the signalmen and helmsmen. When the Japanese fleet formed a diamond formation of 3 ships per group, Li He kept an eye on the Naniwa and Takachiho. The Naniwa's signal flags were a beat faster than usual, but the Takachiho's response was half a minute slower. Li He said to Qin Jingyun, Make a note of this. The Naniwa and Takachiho's flag signal responses are out of sync, which means their coordination training is not yet adequate. During a rest stop, Japanese Navy Minister Kabayama Tsukunori boarded the Pingyuan and said with a smile, "Your fleet's formation is truly impressive, I admire it. But why do you always maintain a medium speed? Are you afraid of boiler problems?" These words hit the sore spot of the Beiyang Fleet. The Pingyuan and Jinyuan had aging boilers, and their maximum speed was only 14 knots, 1 knot slower than the Naniwa. Ding Ruchang remained unmoved. "The key to drills lies in precision, not speed. Although your fleet is fast, you've nearly collided several times. Isn't that a case of more harm than good?" Kabayama Tsukunori's expression changed slightly, but he didn't reply. Li He, however, noticed that the Japanese staff were recording that the right wing of the Beiyang Fleet was 0.5 knots slower when turning. That was the result of the Beiyang Fleet deliberately slowing down. The Japanese were clearly analyzing the situation carefully. The afternoon exercise escalated into a simulated encounter battle. The Japanese fleet suddenly emerged from the thick fog, forming an attack formation, attempting to penetrate the Beiyang Fleet's line of fire. Ding Ruchang was prepared and ordered, "Change to a scissor formation." The Pingyuan and Jinyuan were in the center, while the Pingyuan and Ziyuan flanked them from the left and right, quickly forming a pincer attack. Through his binoculars, Togo Haihakairo exclaimed, "What a formation!" But the Hiryu turned 5 degrees more than planned, precisely blocking the Naniwa's infiltration route. This was Li He's deliberate move to test the enemy's adaptability. The Naniwa suddenly swerved hard to left, nearly colliding with the Takachiho behind it. The Japanese sailors hastily adjusted their rudders, forgetting even to hoist the signal flags. Li He said to Zhou Fuqing, "Their emergency response is poor. In a real naval battle, this would throw them into disarray." After the exercise, the two fleets sailed side by side, exchanging salutes. Ding Ruchang observed the worn cuffs and boots of the Japanese sailors and whispered, "See? Their cuffs are all worn out, and their boots are old too. It seems that the Japanese Navy's budget is not as abundant as they say." Li He recalled Lao He's news that Japan was issuing naval bonds to build new ships, which caused widespread public discontent. He then said, "You're right, sir. They're just putting on a show." Back at anchor, the CI team delivered the latest intelligence. Qin Jingyun overheard officers at the Japanese Naval Club complaining that the coal used for drills was of inferior quality, with low combustion efficiency and a clear shortage of high-quality coal. Master Wang infiltrated the shipyard and discovered that the boilers of the Yoshino-class cruisers were still being tested, with thick black smoke billowing from the chimneys, indicating that the technology was not yet mature. Ding Ruchang slammed his fist on the table and said, "Good! This is all important intelligence. It seems that the Japanese military expansion is just for show. Our rapid-fire guns and training are enough to deal with them." Li He, however, remained vigilant. He said, "Sir, although their Yoshino ships are not yet completed, their speed advantage is obvious. If a battle really breaks out, our line formation may not be able to stop them." Ding Ruchang was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. "You're right. Once we get back, we'll immediately compile this intelligence report and submit it to Li Zhongtang, requesting a few more fast cruisers. We can't rely solely on rapid-fire guns. We also need ships that can catch up with the enemy." Tokyo Bay was the last stop on the visit, and Ding Ruchang only took a few officers with him, while the majority of officers and soldiers remained in Yokohama harbor to rest and reorganize. Li He then approved Qin Jingyun, Master Wang, and Lao He to enter the city under the guise of purchasing supplies for espionage. At dawn, Chen Jingyun, dressed in Western clothes and carrying an empty suitcase, disguised himself as a merchant purchasing Western clocks and headed straight for the shipyard. Just past the intersection, 2 men in kimonos followed him from a distance, always keeping a distance of 20 paces. Qin Jingyun turned into a clock shop. The shop owner was a Chinese spy he had planted. He whispered in Cantonese, "The two behind me are from the Asia Development Society. Shake them off for me." The shopkeeper took out a package and said, "The pocket watch you requested, sir, is ready. Come with me to the back room to get it." The two turned into another street through the back door. Chen Jingyun changed into a coarse cloth short jacket and mingled with the workers outside the shipyard. On the dock, boxes of wooden crates marked Krupp, Germany were being unloaded. Chen Jingyun lifted a corner of a crate. Inside were not cannon barrels, but slender steel pipes, clearly parts for a rapid-fire cannon breech. He asked the workers in Japanese, "New goods have arrived again?" The workers wiped their sweat and replied, "Yes, I heard they're going to install rapid-fire guns on the Yoshino warship, faster than those in your Qing dynasty." Chen Jingyun pressed, "How fast?" The workers proudly replied, "I heard they can fire 7 rounds per minute." Chen Jingyun remained calm and wrote, 7 rounds per minute, on his trouser leg. Master Wang then went to the blacksmith shop, where the owner was a German who had worked at the Krupp factory. He greeted him in German and offered him a cigar. "Boss, I heard you repaired cannons for the Japanese Navy?" The German replied, "Yes, those Japanese cannons were terrible. The rifling was badly worn, and they wouldn't be accurate after firing a few rounds. Last week, I repaired the main gun of the Naniwa, and the barrel was full of cracks. If it fired a few more rounds, it would probably explode." Master Wang pretended not to believe it. "Impossible, isn't the Japanese Navy supposed to be very powerful?" The German coldly replied, "Powerful my foot! Their gunners can't even do range finding, they just guess." He pushed his cart full of vegetables, using the pretext of delivering vegetables to observe the layout of the naval camp. In a secluded spot, he discovered a warehouse with a sign that read, "Grain Reserve," and the sentries at the gate had bayonets that looked menacing. He deliberately asked, "What's in here?" The sentry warily shouted, "None of your business, get lost!" But he noticed the metallic sheen in the door crack and the brass shell casings scattered on the floor, and noted the location of the secret ammunition depot. At noon, the three gathered at Jifilu to exchange intelligence. Chen Jingyun said, 7 rounds per minute, and Master Wang immediately said, "Impossible. The latest Krupp rapid-fire cannon has a maximum of 6 rounds. The Japanese are definitely exaggerating." Chen Jingyun said, "But it's true that they're buying breech block parts, which means they're improving their gunnery. We have to be careful." He pointed out the location. "There's probably a lot of ammunition hidden here. If war breaks out, we'll have to blow this up first." Li He was inspecting the boilers on the Pingyuan ship. After seeing the intelligence, he said, "The Japanese are trying to scare us, but they're not entirely bragging. Their guns might really be faster than ours, but their lifespan will definitely be shorter." He ordered the signalman, "Send a message to Admiral Ding, suggesting we hold a get-together tonight, invite Japanese officers to the ship for drinks, and let's also probe their intentions." That evening, a banquet was set up on the deck of the Pingyuan, and Chinese and Japanese officers raised their glasses in toasts. Li He walked up to Togo Haihakairo and said in English, "Colonel Togo, I heard that your country's Yoshino is almost finished? That's truly something to celebrate." With a hint of drunkenness, Togo Haihakairo said, "That's right, the Yoshino has a speed of 18 knots, your ships can't catch up." Li He immediately followed up, "But what about artillery? I heard your army's rapid-fire cannons are very powerful?" Togo Haihakairo immediately sobered up and laughed. "That's all just hearsay, they can't compare to the precision of your army's artillery." After saying that, he turned around to offer a toast, and Li He had already seen through his reaction. He said to Deng Shichang, "It seems we need to practice close combat more when we get back. As long as we can get close, their speed advantage will be useless." Deng Shichang nodded and said, "That's right. The Ziyuan's ram and torpedoes are no joke. If we really collide, no matter what kind of Yoshino it is, it will fall apart." As night deepened and the drinking ended, the Japanese officer departed in a small boat. Li He stood on the deck, gazing at the night sky. While outwardly friendly, the two had secretly used the banquet and spies to ascertain each other's hidden intentions. With the departure date drawing near, the atmosphere in Yokohama harbor grew increasingly tense. The Beiyang Fleet replenished their coal and water supplies and cleaned their cannons. Japanese officials delivered fruits and vegetables daily, and port patrols suddenly doubled. Zhou Fuqing looked at the Japanese guards pacing back and forth on the dock and joked, "Are they afraid we'll steal something, or are they afraid we won't leave?" Li He checked the nautical chart without looking up and said, "Both are possible. The Japanese are meticulous in their work. They always make sure nothing has been taken by us." The sketches of the dock dimensions and gun barrel parameters collected by the CI team had long been sealed in tin cans and welded into the gaps in the keel of the Pingyuan warship. At 10 a.m., Ding Ruchang gave the order by flag signal. "We will set sail at Chinshi tomorrow. All ships, prepare yourselves and line up in the order of Dingyuan, Jinyuan, Pingyuan and Ziyuan. Maintain a speed of 10 knots and return along the original route." As Li Hemming's signalman replied, Shen Jingyun rushed over, clutching a crumpled newspaper. "Captain, look at this!" The Asahi Shimbun's front page claimed that the Qing Dynasty Navy's visit to Japan had ended successfully, but it was accompanied by a clear close-up of the Pingyuan warship's rapid-fire guns. Li He stared at the photo, his brow furrowed. "How was this photo taken? Our gun covers have always been on, unless someone deliberately lifted them." Shen Jingyun lowered his voice. "Yesterday afternoon, a Japanese photographer boarded the ship under the pretext of recording a friendly moment. The gunnery officer happened to be out for lunch, so there was no one guarding it. With the details of the rapid-fire gun leaked, the Japanese could deduce the caliber, rifling, and even the rate of fire." Li He said in a deep voice. "Summon the artillery chief." The gunnery first mate's face flushed red. "Sir, I thought it was just a photo. I didn't think much of it." Li He pointed at the photo and shouted. "Didn't think much of it? This angle, this clarity, it's obvious you came prepared. Do you know how much trouble this will cause?" The gunnery first mate was speechless. Li He immediately ordered, "Take him to the military court and handle him according to military regulations." "Yes, sir." Upon receiving the news, Ding Ruchang immediately ordered all ships to search for the leak. They subsequently discovered a roll of microfilm near the ammunition depot of the Jinyuan. Ding Ruchang angrily exclaimed, "It seems the Japanese aren't just taking ordinary photos, they want to figure out the layout of our ammunition depots." Li He remembered that Lao He had reported someone loitering near the coal pile, and immediately said, "Sir, increase security tonight. Anyone boarding the ship must show their token. Add double guards to the coal bunker and ammunition depot." Ding Ruchang immediately ordered, "Level 1 alert tonight. No one is allowed to leave the ship without permission. If any suspicious persons are found, kill them without mercy." As night fell, Li He stood beside the mast of the Pingyuan warship, observing the dock. Sure enough, he saw several men in black hiding in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to board the ship. He ordered the sentry, "Signal for Dingyuan and have them send a patrol boat over." The patrol boat quickly approached, its searchlights sweeping across the water. The men in black hastily retreated into the warehouse. At dawn, Zhou Fuqing burst into the cabin with the intercepted carrier pigeon. It was released by the dock workers. "The note says that the Qing ship will set sail tomorrow, the coal hold is full, report to Wu Port immediately." Li He laughed after reading the note. "Perfect, let them report it. The coal hold is filled with low-quality coal, the high-quality coal is hidden at the bottom of the cargo hold, enough to get back to Weihaiwei." As dawn broke, the fleet weighed anchor and departed port. The Naniwa followed, sounding its horn and maintaining a distance of 2 nautical miles, acting as both escort and surveillance. The signalman shouted, "Sir, the Naniwa has signaled. It wishes us a safe journey." Li He sneered. "Reply, thank you, no need for a long escort. Have Zhou Fuqing lift the cover of the rapid-fire cannons and let them see." The gun covers fell off, revealing the 150mm rapid-fire guns gleaming coldly in the morning light. The Naniwa paused briefly, then changed course and gradually disappeared into the distance. As the Weihaiwei lighthouse lit up, cheers erupted on the Pingyuan. Sailors clung to the railings, gazing at the approaching shore, their fatigue from the long voyage instantly dissipating. Standing on the bridge, Li He saw the sounding hammer indicate the water depth had dropped to 100 meters, and knew the fleet had finally entered the Beiyang Fleet's own harbor. "Captain, Admiral Ding has given the signal. Order all ships to go directly into dry dock for maintenance, and the crew to rest for 3 days before a debriefing meeting." Li He nodded and instructed Zhou Fuqing, "Take the tin cans out of the keel carefully, don't break them." The tin can contained intelligence gathered in Japan by the CI team, including shipyard sketches, gunnery parameters, and fleet fuel reserve data. Among them was a structural diagram of the Yoshino warships secretly drawn by Chen Jingyun. This information would determine the Beiyang Fleet's next course of action. The fleet slowly sailed into Weihaiwei harbor, where the dock was already crowded with welcoming people. Li Hongzhang's representative, Zhou Fu, along with officials, waited on the shore. As soon as Ding Ruchang disembarked, Zhou Fu stepped forward and said, "Admiral Ding, you've had a long journey. His Excellency specifically instructed you to report back on your visit to Japan as soon as you return. I've written everything down in my notebook," Ding Ruchang said, grasping his hand with a serious tone. "The Japanese have big ambitions, we need to prepare quickly." After Li He stepped onto the dock, Master Wang pulled him aside. The old craftsman took out a cloth bag containing paint scraps scraped off Japanese warships. "Sir, I've tested it. This is British anti-corrosion paint, better than what we use. One coat lasts for 3 years. I'll try to mix it myself. Maybe we can use it on our ships too." "Well done, Master Wang! You even studied the paint. You're a real treasure." Li He accepted it with a smile, but his gaze remained fixed on the warships in the harbor. The 3-day rest period passed quickly, and a debriefing meeting was held at the Beiyang Fleet headquarters. The table was piled high with intelligence and records brought back from Japan. Ding Ruchang sat in the main seat and said in a deep voice, "During this visit to Japan, we found out the details of the Japanese Navy. They have 3 Naniwa-class cruisers. 2 Yoshino-class fast ships are under construction. The rapid-fire guns are said to have a rate of fire of 7 rounds per minute, but the barrel life is short. The shipyards in Kure and Nagasaki can build ships of 8,000 tons, but they lack high-quality coal reserves. Their fleet coordination is average, and there is a delay in signal response." He looked at Li He. "The intelligence provided by the CI team is crucial, especially the speed of the Yoshino ships and the location of their ammunition depots. These are very helpful for us to formulate tactics. Li He, what do you think we should do next?" Li He stood up and replied, "I have 3 suggestions. First, accelerate the replacement of rapid-fire guns and install the 8 new ones we just bought on ships like the Jingyuan and Liuyuan as soon as possible. And improve the breech blocks to achieve a stable rate of fire of 5 rounds per minute. Second, strengthen close combat training and take advantage of the sturdiness of our ships. After getting close, attack with the main guns and ramming. Third, send the CI team to Japan again to find out the completion time and specific performance of the new Japanese ship." Deng Shichang then added, "We also need to ask the court for funds to buy 2 more fast cruisers, otherwise if we really encounter the Yoshino, we will not be able to catch up or outrun it, which will put us in a very passive position." Ding Ruchang noted down the suggestions one by one. "I will immediately send a telegram to Li Zhongtong, explaining these situations clearly. Your ships must also hurry up with repairs, especially the boilers of the Dingyuan and Jinyuan. They must be repaired by next month to ensure they can run at 14 knots." After the meeting ended, Li He had just stepped out of the yamen when he saw Chen Jingyun waiting outside with an encrypted letter. "Captain, this is from Japan. The recipient is the owner of Jifula Restaurant. It's for us." Li He opened the letter. The coded message read, "Secret order from the Japanese Navy Ministry. The Hashidate will be launched in October, equipped with 1 320mm cannon. The remaining armament consists of 11 120mm rapid-fire guns. It has a displacement of 4,300 tons and a speed of 16.5 knots. This is the second ship in the Japanese Navy's 3 Views ship series. Perfect timing." Li He tucked the letter into his pocket. "Looks like the Japanese haven't been idle either. Our time is running out." Back on the Pingyuan, sailors were applying new paint to the rapid-fire guns, while Master Wang and the craftsmen were adjusting the newly improved breech blocks. Li He gripped his sword at his waist. The seawater on the scabbard was still wet. He looked at the busy crew and ordered the repairs and training to continue immediately. The summer heat in Beijing had not yet dissipated. Li Honglang stood outside the Hall of Mental Cultivation, clutching an urgent telegram from Weihaiwei. The details of the Beiyang Fleet's visit to Japan kept replaying in his mind, and the ambitions of the Japanese Navy made him uneasy. A young eunuch announced, Minister Li, His Majesty summons you. Li Honglang straightened his court robes, suppressed his emotions, and strode into the hall of mental cultivation. Holding the telegram, Emperor Guangxu's expression was solemn. Minister Li, the Beiyang Fleet has returned from its visit to Japan. Please tell me the details of what happened. Li Honglang bowed and said, Your Majesty, this trip was ostensibly a friendly exchange, but in reality, undercurrents were surging. The Japanese Navy is ambitious, and its shipbuilding plans and military expansion have already threatened the maritime borders of our Great Qin. He continued his report. The bridge-shaped warship is about to be launched, equipped with one 320mm cannon and 11 120mm rapid-fire guns, specifically built to capture Dingjin. If deployed to the Korean waters, it will be extremely disadvantageous to our dynasty. Emperor Guangxu frowned and asked, In that case, does the Beiyang Fleet have any good strategies? Li Hongzhang immediately presented a plan. First, we must upgrade the rapid-fire guns to enhance the firepower of existing ships. Second, we must strengthen close combat training to leverage the advantage of our ships' robust hulls. Furthermore, we request the court to allocate funds to acquire fast cruisers, replace the engines of the Pingyuan, replace the boilers of the Jinyuan and Dingyuan, and upgrade the Chaoyong and Yangwei to enhance the fleet's strength. Prince Gongyisan spoke up. Your Majesty, I believe Li Hongzhang's words are absolutely correct. Japan harbors wolfish ambitions and we must be wary of them. Our dynasty must strengthen its naval forces. He then changed the subject. However, the court's finances are currently strained, and allocating funds may be somewhat difficult. Emperor Guangxu then looked at his ministers. My esteemed ministers, do you have any opinions? Minister of Revenue Wing Tonghe stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, in recent years, the Yellow River has been flooded, and a lot of funds have been allocated for disaster relief. There are also repair projects in various places, and the national treasury is already insufficient. If a large sum of money is allocated to the Beiyang Fleet, I am afraid I will not be able to raise it, Li Honglang said urgently. Minister Wing, the safety of the coast is a matter of great importance to the country. The Japanese Navy is already aggressively pressing forward. If the Navy doesn't accelerate its expansion, the consequences will be unimaginable once war breaks out, Wang Tonghe said. The court needs money in all areas. We can't neglect the livelihood of other people for the sake of the Navy. In my opinion, the naval matter can be dealt with slowly, Li Honglang said, his face flushed. Slow down? It will be too late to slow down once the Japanese warships are at our doorstep. The debate raged within the hall, with officials either bowing their heads in silence or whispering amongst themselves. Emperor Guangxu was well aware of the importance of the coastal defenses, but also knew of the nation's dire straits, making a decision difficult. Grand Counselor Sun Yuan then spoke up. Your Majesty, the court may raise funds from wealthy merchants and borrow from foreign banks. This will solve the funding problem for the Navy's construction and also alleviate the pressure on the national treasury. Emperor Guangxu nodded and said, This plan is feasible, but we must be cautious when borrowing from foreign banks. We must not allow foreigners to take advantage of our dynasty. Li Hongzhang immediately said, Your Majesty is wise. I will certainly handle the loan matters properly to ensure that our dynasty's interests are not harmed. I implore Your Majesty to issue an edict as soon as possible to approve the naval expansion plan. Time is of the essence and cannot be delayed for even a moment. After pondering for a long time, Emperor Guangxu finally made up his mind. Very well, I grant your request. Minister Li, this matter is entrusted to you in full charge. You must improve the strength of the Navy as soon as possible to ensure the peace of our Great Qin's maritime borders. Li Honglang knelt to express his gratitude, but he knew this was only the first step. With the court's opinions divided and the financial crisis unresolved, the expansion of the Navy was destined to be difficult. Stepping out of the hall of mental cultivation, he gazed at the red walls and yellow tiles, knowing that this naval contest against Japan was not merely a clash of military strength, but also a power struggle among various factions within the court. Upon returning to his residence, Li Hongzhang immediately began preparations to borrow money from foreign banks. Any mishap in this matter would not only hinder the expansion of the Navy, but could also plunge the Qing dynasty into a deeper crisis. As autumn leaves turned yellow in Tokyo, The atmosphere within the Meiji Emperor's imperial palace was somber. Japanese cabinet ministers gathered to secretly discuss the drastically changed situation in East Asia following the Beiyang Fleet's visit to Japan. Foreign Minister Matsumunetsu stood before the map, pointing to the Chinese waters, his expression grim. This visit by the Beiyang Fleet to Japan, ostensibly a friendly exchange, is in reality an intelligence war. Their intelligence agencies have been gathering information throughout our country. Although we have been aware of it, they have still managed to obtain a considerable amount of crucial intelligence. Navy Minister Kabayama Sukanori frowned and said, "They not only figured out our shipbuilding plans, but also know the performance of ships like the Yoshino. Now they have begun to upgrade the rapid-fire guns and plan to add more fast cruisers, which is extremely detrimental to our maritime expansion plans." Prime Minister Ito Hirobumi leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. "The strength of the Beiyang Fleet should not be underestimated. We cannot be complacent. However, they also have internal problems. The imperial court is facing financial difficulties, and opinions from various parties are divided. This is precisely our opportunity." A sinister glint flashed in Matsumunetsu's eyes. "The Prime Minister is absolutely right. On the one hand, we must accelerate the launching and training of the bridge-dwelling ship to enhance our naval strength. On the other hand, we must intensify our efforts in diplomacy and intelligence to disrupt their deployments." Japan then launched a series of actions, outwardly continuing to curry favor with the Qing dynasty by sending envoys to the capital, claiming a willingness to strengthen friendly cooperation and jointly safeguard peace in East Asia. Secretly, however, they stirred up trouble on the Korean peninsula, inciting pro-Japanese forces within Korea in an attempt to transform Korea from a tributary state of the Qing dynasty into a Japanese vassal state. Japanese intelligence agencies also intensified their infiltration of the Qing dynasty, with spies spread throughout coastal cities, and some even infiltrating the Beiyang Fleet. These individuals disguised themselves as merchants and laborers, gathering intelligence on ship maintenance, officer and soldier training, and other matters, attempting to ascertain the true strength and weaknesses of the Beiyang Fleet. Japan manipulated the media to promote the strength of its navy, fabricating news in newspapers and exaggerating the power of the three views warships. They claimed that the Japanese navy had the ability to defeat the Beiyang Fleet, while spreading rumors that the Beiyang Fleet was severely corrupt, its ships were old and vulnerable. Militarily, Japan deployed its main warships, such as the Naniwa and Takachiho, to waters near Korea and frequently conducted targeted exercises. Their intentions were clear: to demonstrate military strength to the Qing dynasty and to test the Beiyang Fleet's reaction and bottom line in the face of provocation. Inside the Yokosuka shipyard, workers were working day and night to make final preparations for the launch of the Hashidate warship, a vessel embodying the ambitions of the Japanese Navy. Japan hoped that the Hashidate would become a sharp blade to tear through the Beiyang Fleet's defenses, while secretly developing new rapid-fire guns and more effective naval warfare tactics. The Japanese understood that to prevail in naval battles, they needed to continuously strengthen their power and exploit every crack within the Beiyang Fleet. An invisible net was tightening around the Qing dynasty, and the Beiyang Fleet, unaware of this, was gradually being surrounded by a carefully laid trap by Japan. The movement of warships in the Korean waters, the friendly envoys in Beijing, and the spies lurking in various locations all contributed to bringing the crisis ever closer to the Beiyang Fleet. A chilly sea breeze swept through Weihaiwei, and the atmosphere inside the Beiyang Fleet headquarters was heavy. Generals Ding Ruchang, Li He, and Deng Shichang gathered to discuss strategies for dealing with the Japanese threat. Ding Ruchang stared at the intelligence report, his brow furrowed. Japan's actions are becoming increasingly frequent, their provocations on the Korean peninsula are escalating, and the Yoshino is about to be launched. We must respond as soon as possible. Li He stood up and pointed to the nautical chart. Sir, the funds for ship renovation allocated to us by the court have not yet been approved, and we do not have extra funds to renovate the old ships. He continued, once the Japanese Yoshino is launched, its speed advantage will put us at a significant disadvantage in naval battles. Deng Shichang nodded and said, yes, we must speed things up. In addition, although the imperial court has made progress in allocating funds for shipbuilding, borrowing money from foreign banks is fraught with difficulties. Deng Shichang added in a deep voice. Not only are the interest rates high, but they also come with many harsh conditions. It won't be easy to raise enough money quickly. A young officer hesitated for a moment, then stood up and said, Sir, I have an idea. Since the Japanese Yoshino is fast, we can't fight them head-on. He pointed towards the Yellow Sea and said, We can take advantage of the Yellow Sea's terrain and employ ambush tactics to wait for the enemy ships to tire themselves out, avoiding their speed advantage. Ding Ruchang nodded slightly. This plan is feasible. But we cannot rely solely on tactics. Strength is fundamental. Ding Ruchang's gaze swept over the crowd. We must complete the ship modifications and weapon replacements as soon as possible, otherwise even the best tactics will be difficult to withstand in a real naval battle. Li He then volunteered. Sir, I suggest strengthening cooperation with the Nanyang Fleet. Although the Nanyang Fleet is not as strong as ours, their ships also have a certain combat capability. Li He said, If we can unite and fight Japan together, our chances of winning will be greater, and we can also share the pressure faced by the Beiyang Fleet. After thinking for a moment, Ding Ruchang said, I will communicate with the commanders of the Nanyang Fleet about this matter. In addition, we must strengthen intelligence work. He ordered in a deep voice. Japanese spies are active around us frequently. We must find a way to root them out. At the same time, we must strengthen reconnaissance of the Japanese Navy and keep track of their every move. After the meeting, the generals returned to their posts, and the naval headquarters immediately began intensive preparations. The boiler replacement project on the Pingyuan and Jinyuan continued day and night. Workers took turns working overtime to quickly increase the speed of the two main battleships. The engine replacement of the Pingyuan was also proceeding smoothly, with Master One leading the craftsmen in repeated adjustments. They had to ensure the new engine's stable performance and prevent any malfunctions at critical moments. Whether the Beiyang Fleet could seize the initiative depended entirely on the timely completion of these modifications. On the training grounds, the intensity of sailors' training increased significantly. They repeatedly practiced naval warfare tactics, simulating various scenarios they might encounter in a confrontation with the Japanese Navy. Quick-fire gunners constantly practiced loading, aiming, and firing, striving to improve their rate of fire and accuracy. Close combat training also became a focus, with sailors engaging in hand-to-hand combat to prepare for naval battle. Meanwhile, the CI team traveled to Japan again. They were tasked with ascertaining the completion date, specifications, and latest deployment of Japan's new batch of warships. Disguised, the group infiltrated various parts of Japan, carefully gathering intelligence. The Beiyang Fleet faced both external threats and the challenges of funding, modernization, and intelligence gathering. Ding Ruchang and all the officers and soldiers were well aware that they bore the heavy responsibility of defending the sea frontier. No matter how many difficulties lay ahead, they had to withstand the impending storm. The summer nights in Weihaiwei were unbearably hot and humid. Just as Li He finished checking the night shift of the Pingyuan, Zhou Fuqing rushed into the accommodation with a letter from Nagasaki. Captain, an urgent message from the intelligence team, just transferred from Yantai. Old Qin and his men sent back from Nagasaki that the Japanese Shermo's gunpowder has been officially distributed to the combined fleet. Li He opened a secret letter, which stated that the Yokosuka arsenal was producing 300 kilograms of Shermo's gunpowder daily, specifically for 150 mm rapid-fire artillery shells. This type of gunpowder produces flames that scatter upon detonation, igniting wood and proving difficult to extinguish even by seawater. During a test explosion in Hiroshima Bay, the target ship was reduced to ashes within half an hour. Although the Beiyang Fleet ships were armored, their decks, cabins, and masts were mostly made of hardwood. The Japanese rapid-fire guns already had an advantage, and with the addition of this type of gunpowder, the threat increased dramatically. Zhou Fuqing added, Old Qin and his men sneaked into the Yokosuka dock and saw the Yoshino ship carrying new shells with their own eyes. The shells all had the character Xia marked on them. I heard that this shell can not only blast through steel plates, but also spray fire along the cracks, making it 10 times more terrifying than a solid shot. Li looked towards the Pingyuan warship in the harbor. The Beiyang guns were still mainly made of black powder. The gap in rapid-fire guns that had just been closed was widened again by the technological gap in gunpowder. We must find a way to improve our gunpowder. It's not enough to just have rapid-fire cannons. The shells must be able to tear through the enemy's armor and burn through their compartments. Zhou Fuqing frowned and said, "But our gunpowder workshop has always been overseen by Master Wang and the others, hasn't it? They've tried more than a dozen formulas, but either the power wasn't enough or it was too unstable. That's why I'm seeking advice from an expert." Li He picked up his pen and wrote down the words. Nitroglycerin. I thought of someone, Nobel from Sweden. Nobel? That foreigner who invented dynamite? His dynamite can blast mountains and mines, but does it have anything to do with our artillery, shells, and gunpowder? It's very relevant. He's an expert in explosives purification and stabilization techniques. His improved gelatinous explosives are far more powerful than black powder, yet safer than Shermo's powder. If we can invite him to come and work with the craftsmen to develop new gunpowder for the Beiyang army, we might be able to create a new type of gunpowder. Zhou Fuqing still had concerns. Would a European celebrity be willing to come to this small coastal town? And would the imperial court be willing to spend money to invite him? We can find a way to get the money, and we have to try to get them to come. This matter must be reported to General Ding immediately. The next morning, Li He rushed to the governor's office with a secret letter and a report, presenting Ding Ruchang with the news that the Japanese army had equipped Shermos with gunpowder. After reading the secret letter, Ding Ruchang's face darkened. I heard last year that Japan was working on new gunpowder, but I didn't expect it to become so successful so quickly. Black powder is indeed our Achilles heel. I dare to suggest that the Swedish chemist Nobel come to China to cooperate with the artisans in the naval gunpowder workshop to improve the gunpowder for cannonballs. Li He presented a memorial stating, "This person possesses both theoretical and practical knowledge, and is particularly skilled at stabilizing high explosives. If we learn from his experience, we might just be able to surpass him." Ding Ruchang frowned. Inviting foreigners to oversee gunpowder improvement faces considerable resistance from the court. Would someone like Nobel be willing to condescend to come to Weihai? No matter how great the resistance, we must fight. If a naval battle breaks out, our shells will only emit black smoke, while the enemy's shells can set the deck on fire and detonate ammunition. How can we fight such a battle? Master Wang and his team have done their best. What they lack is new theoretical guidance. We can offer them a large sum of money, and let Nobel know that this is to help China resist foreign aggression. Ding Ruchang remained silent for a long time, recalling the criticisms leveled against Weihaiwei when he hired him years ago. Finally, he picked up his red brush and wrote, "Approved," on the document. For the sake of the fleet, let alone hiring one foreigner, we should try hiring 10. I will immediately petition the court to have the Zonli Yamen, Foreign Ministry, search for Nobel again. You prepare the cooperation agreement, and also tell Master Wang and the others to get ready as soon as possible. Li He straightened his back and replied, "Yes." As they left the Yamen, the sailors of the Pingyuan were doing drills at the dock, and Master Wang was also leading the craftsmen carrying cannonball molds toward the gunpowder workshop. The sea breeze carried the smell of gunpowder. Li He understood that asking someone to improve gunpowder might not be successful, but the contest between the Beiyang army and Japan over gunpowder had already begun. Chapter 26: Inviting Distant Guests. The imperial court's reply came slowly and heavily, like snow in winter. It took a month for news to reach the Zonli Yamen, Foreign Ministry, from the capital after Ding Ruchang's memorial was submitted. Although it did not directly reject the memorial, the reply was filled with words such as, "Needs to be cautious, prevent disturbances," and "reduce wasteful spending." It only said that the minister to Britain, Gong Zhaoyuan, has been ordered to find out Nobel's whereabouts, and other matters are pending discussion. To be discussed? Li He held the reply, his brows furrowed. By the time they reach a decision, the Japanese shells will probably be hitting Weihaiwei. Ding Ruchang sat in his armchair, his fingers tracing the rim of his teacup, the tea inside long since cold. "Things in the court can't be rushed," he said wearily. "The Ministry of Revenue is already tight on naval funding, and now we're going to hire a foreigner. The tuition alone will be a huge sum, and those censors will inevitably accuse us of being a foreign worshipper. Just then, the gatekeeper came to report that Master Wang had brought several old craftsmen from the gunpowder workshop to see him. Li He's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly invited them in. Master Wang and the others had just come from the workshop, still smelling of saltpeter and sulfur. The foreman, an old craftsman surnamed Zhao, had been transferred from the Jiangnan arsenal and had spent his entire life making gunpowder. His hands were covered with cracks blackened by gunpowder. He placed a cloth bag on the table, opened it, and inside were several medicinal cakes of varying shades. "General Commander Li," Master Zhao said in a hoarse voice, "this is a new formula we've been testing. We added some potassium nitrate, so it's a bit more powerful, but it's too strong. It exploded yesterday when we were pressing the powder cakes, injuring 2 of my apprentices." He pointed to the darkest part of the powder. "This stuff can't compare to the Shermo's gunpowder that the intelligence reports mentioned. Theirs ignites as soon as it sees a flame, but ours might explode even without a flame." Master Wang sighed. "It's not that we're clumsy, it's just that we've never seen the intricacies of that new gunpowder. We heard that Shimagawa gunpowder contains picric acid, but we have no idea how to purify it or how to mix it with other ingredients. Master Zhao said that you need to understand chemistry, it's not just about experience." Li He picked up a piece of explosive. It was heavy and had a rough surface. He suddenly remembered the Nobel Prize-winning sample he had seen in Shanghai. It was also a high explosive, but it could be made into a stable charge that wouldn't explode even when hit with a hammer. This was the difference in technology, separated by a thin veil, yet feeling as if separated by countless mountains and rivers. "Master Zhao, Master Wang," Li He said solemnly, "don't worry, although the imperial court hasn't given any official confirmation, we still have to invite the people. Even if the Zhongli Yamen, foreign ministry, is slow, we have to find a way ourselves." He turned to Ding Ruchang and said, "General, why don't we send a private letter to Mr. Nobel in the name of the Navy, explaining our predicament and asking him to come and see us no matter what? As for the expenses, we can use some of the funds from the ship repair to cover them first." Ding Ruchang pondered for a moment and nodded. "Very well. Waiting is not a solution. You write this letter yourself, explain the difficulties of the Beiyang Fleet and make our sincerity clear. Say that the Chinese Navy does not seek hegemony, but only self-preservation. If they are willing to help, it will be to help millions of people guard the sea frontier." Li He's letter was exceptionally earnest. He didn't mention the court's debates, only saying that a group of dedicated craftsmen in Weihaiwei were researching gunpowder to defend the sea frontier, but were struggling to find a way to acquire it. He also mentioned that the Japanese army's new gunpowder already posed a threat to Chinese ships, and if they couldn't catch up, countless soldiers would perish in flames once war broke out. Finally, he attached the records of Master Zhao and others' failed experiments, his words filled with urgency and sincerity. After writing the letter, he entrusted it to the British consul in Yantai for delivery. But a month passed, and it seemed to have vanished without a trace. As December approached, snow fell in Weihaiwei, and a thin layer of ice formed in the harbor, but there was still no news from Nobel. Zhou Fuqing was so anxious that blisters appeared on his lips. Could it be that the foreigner looks down on us? Or does he think we can't afford to pay? Li He wasn't too discouraged. He knew that Nobel was not only an inventor, but also a peace-loving person. It was said that he established the Nobel Prize in his later years, hoping to use his wealth to promote human progress. Such a person would probably not be indifferent to the plea to protect the sea frontier. The turning point came on the 8th day of the 12th lunar month. The British consul sent a thick letter with a Stockholm, Sweden postmark on the envelope. Li He practically fought to tear it open. Inside were several pages of a reply written in English, signed, Alfred Nobel, at the end. He quickly opened the envelope. The letter said that Nobel had received his letter, expressed deep sympathy for the plight of the Beiyang Fleet, and was also impressed by the perseverance of Chinese craftsmen. He admitted that he had rarely been involved in military explosives research in recent years, but understood the necessity of seeking peace through defense. If China truly needs it, I can depart next spring, the letter stated. No need for a large sum of money, just a fully equipped laboratory so I can experiment with your country's craftsmen. In addition, I hope to see your ships and gunpowder workshops in person to understand the actual needs, rather than just theoretical discussions. What excited Lee the most was the last sentence. I've heard that your country's craftsmen are good at using local materials to improve their techniques, which is exactly what interests me. Perhaps we can find better answers by learning from each other's experiences. It's done! Li He handed the letter to Ding Ruchang, his voice trembling slightly. He agreed and is coming. Ding Ruchang put on his glasses and read the translation word by word, his previously furrowed brows gradually relaxing. He picked up a vermilion pen and circled the end of the letter. Good. Reply immediately and tell him that we will build the laboratory right away, and the ships are always available for inspection. As long as he can come, everything is negotiable. When the news reached the gunpowder workshop, Master Zhao and Master Wang, who were refining saltpeter, dropped what they were doing and ran to the yard to congratulate each other. Master Zhao wiped his face and cleaned his hands, which were still covered in saltpeter powder, on his apron. What did I tell you? Truly capable people don't care about money, they care about whether they can do something worthwhile. Master Wang had already started planning. The laboratory should be built somewhere far away from the gunpowder depot to avoid any accidents. As for the equipment, although our existing lathes and grinding machines are old, they can still be repaired and used. If we really don't have enough, we'll go to the foreign firm in Yantai to buy some. In Weihaiwei in the 12th lunar month, the cold wind swept across the harbor like a knife, but a sense of warmth permeated the entire navy. Craftsmen braved the snow to level the ground next to the gunpowder workshop, preparing to build a new laboratory. Li He had people compile the formulas and experimental records accumulated by Master Zhao and his team into a book. He meticulously copied several copies with a brush, intending to give them to Nobel for reference when he arrived. Ding Ruchang then submitted another memorial to the court, reporting that Nobel had agreed to come to China. This time, he attached a translation of the reply, and the tone was stronger than before. The opportunity must not be missed. If we delay any longer, it may ruin important matters. On New Year's Eve, red lanterns were hung in the Weihaiwei camp. Li He inspected the deck of the Pingyuan, where sailors were decorating the gun emplacements with pine branches as a New Year's gift. In the distance, towards the gunpowder workshop, the newly built laboratory was taking shape. The wooden frame, set against the white snow, resembled an arrow poised to be released. He recalled Nobel's words in his letter. Find answers in each other's experiences. Perhaps this was the key to their surpassing of Japanese gunpowder. It wasn't just about copying Western technology, but about combining the wisdom of Chinese craftsmen with Western chemical theories. The sea breeze blew in, carrying snowflakes, and Li He wrapped his coat tighter around himself. He knew that Nobel's visit to China was only the first step. Countless challenges lay ahead: language barriers, material shortages, technical secrecy, and even potential interference from the imperial court. But at least they had taken this step. On the distant sea, thin ice was slowly melting under the sunlight, revealing the deep blue water beneath, like a canvas brewing life. Li He gazed at that sea, as if he could already see spring, the flickering alcohol lamps in the laboratory, the craftsmen discussing medicine pots with blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners, and the new gunpowder exploding on the firing range, its power enough to deter any invading enemy. He took out his pocket watch, on the inside of which was a small note with a sentence from Nobel's reply, which he had his tutor translate into Chinese. True power comes from understanding and cooperation. Li He gripped his pocket watch tightly, and gently exhaled towards the sea amidst the wind and snow. When spring comes, everything will be different. Chapter 27: The Debate on Sugar and Fire. Spring in Weihaiwei is always accompanied by the dampness of sea fog. In the newly built laboratory, a layer of fine water droplets condensed on the glassware. Li He held a lab report in his hand, his fingertips almost piercing the pages. This was the 7th time the formula for Shermo's gunpowder had been reproduced, and the result was exactly the same as the previous 6. After the powder was left to stand in a 35 degrees Celsius incubator for 3 hours, it emitted a faint crackling sound, and the picric acid crystals on the surface flaked off like startled insects. Mr. Nobel, look at these data. Li He pushed the report in front of the blond old man. Shermo's gunpowder is too sensitive. We are storing and transporting it in porcelain jars made in Yantai. Even a slight bump could cause an accident. The Japanese must have discovered this as well, otherwise they wouldn't have painted all the shells red as a warning. Nobel picked up a small pinch of pale yellow powder, sniffed it lightly, and frowned deeply. He had been in China for nearly 2 months, immersing himself in the laboratory with 3 Swedish assistants, working day and night with Chinese craftsmen led by Master Zhao and Master Wang to dissect the components of Shermo's gunpowder. On the iron stand in front of him were more than a dozen labeled glass bottles, picric acid, potassium nitrate, sulfur. Each raw material had undergone repeated purification, but the intractable problem of instability remained unsolved. The problem lies in the crystallization method of picric acid. Nobel tapped the glass bottle with his fingertip in broken Chinese. The Japanese use a low-temperature crystallization method, but the crystals are too brittle, like a pile of dry tinder, which will ignite at the slightest spark. We tried recrystallizing with ethanol, which is more stable, but the potency is reduced by 30%. Master Zhao was squatting beside the charcoal stove, stirring a pot of melted, paste-like gunpowder with a copper ladle. Hearing this, he straightened up and said, "Foreigner, according to the old method, wouldn't it be better to add a softener to the gunpowder? Just like when we make black powder, we add hemp stalk ash, which can make the gunpowder milder." Nobel shook his head. "I've tried rosin and beeswax, but neither worked. Either you clog the barrel or slow down the combustion." He picked up a live Japanese bullet and poured out the remaining dregs from the cartridge case. "Look," he said. "They even added aluminum powder to enhance the combustion, which made it even more dangerous." Silence fell over the laboratory, broken only by the whooshing of the bellows and the soft clatter of the balance weights. Li He walked to the window, gazing at the saltpeter drying outside, and suddenly recalled what he had seen in the kitchen the night before. When the cook, Old Chen, was boiling syrup, he had accidentally spilled a few drops onto the charcoal stove. The flames shot up half a foot high, but instead of exploding like firewood, they burned steadily. "Wait!" Li He turned around abruptly, his eyes shining brightly. "Master Zhao, when we were boiling saltpeter, did we use beet sugar as a binder?" Master Zhao was stunned for a moment. "Sugar? That stuff is sweet, can it be mixed with gunpowder?" Master Wang laughed along. "Is the commander starving and confused? Gunpowder is for exploding people, not for making sugar figurines." Nobel didn't laugh. He put down the bullet, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. "Commander Li is talking about sucrose? Its molecular structure has hydroxyl groups, perhaps it can." He suddenly stopped, strode to the reagent rack, took down a bottle of white crystals. "The analytical grade sucrose I brought, do you think we can give it a try?" Li He nodded. "Last night I saw that when syrup was exposed to fire, it burned steadily and intensely. It can both bind the powdered medicine and perhaps buffer the sensitivity of bitter acids. It's like mixing some moist straw into dry firewood. The fire burns brightly but is less likely to explode." This analogy made Master Zhao think. "It's a bit like when we make fireworks, we add honey to the gunpowder so that it burns brightly and steadily." Nobel had already begun weighing. "Take 50 grams of picric acid, 30 grams of potassium nitrate, and 20 grams of sucrose, mix them, and moisten them with ethanol." His Swedish assistant immediately set up a mortar and pestle, while Master Wang added some charcoal to the copper pot, preparing to melt the ingredients. Li He's heart was in his throat. He knew how risky this proposal was. After all, sugar is an organic compound, and mixing it with high explosives could easily cause an explosion. Master Zhao noticed his tension and handed him a damp cloth. "Don't worry, sir. It's the old way of decocting medicine. First, stir-fry it over low heat. If anything seems off, just cover it with the damp cloth to extinguish it." The medicinal ingredients gradually melted in the copper pot, emitting a peculiar aroma that was both bitter and sour, yet also carried a faint, almost imperceptible sweetness. Master Wang stirred it continuously with a long-handled spoon, and the paste changed from pale yellow to dark brown, resembling a piece of viscous amber. "The temperature cannot exceed 80 degrees Celsius." Nobel stared at the thermometer, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Sucrose will decompose into glucose and fructose at high temperatures, at which point it will become ineffective." Master Zhao agreed and added a few pieces of wet coal to the charcoal stove to reduce the fire. Everyone in the laboratory held their breath. Even the sound of the wind outside the window seemed to have stopped. Half an hour later, the paste finally cooled and solidified. Master Wang used a knife to cut it into thumb-sized pills and carefully placed them into the incubator. Next, wait 6 hours. Nobel wiped his sweat and said to Li He, "If we can pass the 50 degrees Celsius heat resistance test this time, we will be halfway to success." Those 6 hours felt like an eternity. Li He stood guard beside the incubator, listening to the occasional faint sounds coming from inside, feeling as if it were about to explode at any moment. The lunch Shou Fuqing had brought was placed aside, long since cold, but he hadn't touched it. Master Zhao and Master Wang squatted in the corner, smoking their pipes, lighting them again and again, until they went out. Finally, the timer rang. Nobel took a deep breath, put on thick gloves, and slowly opened the incubator door. Everyone crowded around. The pills lay quietly in the porcelain dish, neither cracked nor deformed, only slightly sticky on the surface. "It's done!" Master Wang shouted first, his voice trembling. Nobel picked up the powder cartridge, placed it on the anvil, and gently tapped it with a small hammer. The cartridge broke in two with a snap, the fracture surface clean and without any powder flying. He then took a match and lit one corner of the cartridge. The flame steadily licked the cartridge like an orange-red snake, burning nearly 30% slower than the Shermo's powder, yet maintaining a stable flame. "The combustion rate is controllable, and the stability is significantly improved." Nobel's blue eyes gleamed with excitement. He turned to Li He and solemnly extended his hand. "Commander Li, your sweet-smelling gunpowder is a brilliant idea!" Li He gripped his hand tightly, feeling his palms were drenched in sweat. A barely suppressed cheer erupted in the lab. Master Zhao even banged his pipe against the sole of his shoe with a loud thud. "Add sugar! Our Chinese old-fashioned method really works!" The setting sun shone through the window, casting a golden glow on the sugar crystals in the glass jar. Li He gazed at the jar of sugar and suddenly realized that this ordinary ingredient contained the wisdom inherent in the Chinese people, not brute force, but the gentlest way to create the most resilient power. Tomorrow, they will test the impact resistance and moisture resistance of the gunpowder, and also explore the optimal sugar ratio. Outside the window, on the sea, the Beiyang Fleet's ships are conducting routine patrols, their cannons gleaming coldly in the twilight. Li He clenched his fist, his mind focused on only one thought: this new gunpowder must be installed on the ships as soon as possible. After all, the real test never takes place in the laboratory. Chapter 28: 8,000 Trials and Tribulations. The summers in Weihaiwei were unbearably hot and humid. The corrugated iron roof of the laboratory was scorching hot, like an overturned iron pot. But even hotter than the weather was the enthusiasm of the craftsmen. Ever since the sugar formula began to show results, Master Wang and his men emptied the sugar jars in the kitchen and even scoured up all the imported sugar cubes from the Yantai Trading Company, piling them up in a corner of the laboratory like a small white tower. "The 37th impact test, begin!" Master Zhao's voice was hoarse as he placed the powder on the anvil, lifted the 8-pound hammer, and the veins on his arm throbbed. Nobel stood outside the safety line, holding a stopwatch, while his Swedish assistant held a notebook, ready to record the data. Li He stood to the side, looking at the label on the ammunition pistol. 25% sucrose content. This was the optimal ratio they had figured out, ensuring stability without excessively weakening its power. But theory is just theory. In actual combat, shells must withstand the impact of loading and the vibration of firing, and any flaw could be fatal. Thump! The hammer fell heavily, smashing onto the anvil next to the medicine pillar, making the glassware on the table vibrate. The medicine pillar rolled twice amidst the violent shaking, but remained intact. "Impact strength is up to standard," Master Wang shouted, then replaced the cartridge with another one. "Again! This time, with more force!" The hammer fell with increasing force, until the 7th time, when the explosive cartridge finally cracked from the violent vibrations, but it still did not explode. Nobel put down his stopwatch and wrote in his notebook, "Impact resistance is 30% better than Shermo's powder, meeting military standards." Li He breathed a sigh of relief. His military shirt was soaked through. For the past month, they had been testing like madmen, soaking the gunpowder cartridges in seawater for 3 days and 3 nights to see if they got damp, putting them in a gun barrel simulator to withstand hundreds of kilograms of chamber pressure, even having sailors on horseback drag the wooden boxes containing the gunpowder cartridges 10 miles along the bumpy seawall. They had to simulate every imaginable real-world combat scenario. Master Zhao, it's time to test the power. Li He wiped his sweat and pointed to the firing range outside the laboratory. There stood 5 iron armor plates of different thicknesses, the thickest of which was 3 inches thick and was a replica of the armor thickness of the Japanese warship, Yoshino. Master Wang agreed and carefully loaded the propellant into the empty cartridge case. Nobel, meanwhile, was adjusting the pressure gauge. Today we'll fire it with a 150 mm rapid-fire cannon and see the armor-piercing effect. After everyone moved to the firing range bunker, Li He personally pulled the firing rope. With a deafening roar, the shell whistled through the air and struck the armored target squarely. As the smoke cleared, everyone rushed over. The 3-inch thick armor had been torn open with a hole the size of a bull, its edges curled up as if gnawed by a giant beast. More importantly, there were no flying fragments around the point of impact, indicating that the explosive energy was concentrated and not wasted. It's 5% less armor-piercing than Shermo's powder, but its stability is far superior. Nobel measured the bullet hole with calipers, his tone full of admiration. In actual combat, this 5% difference can be completely made up for with accurate shooting. Master Zhao squatted in front of the bullet hole, picking at the iron filings on the edge with his fingers, and suddenly laughed. Look at these blast marks, how neat they are! The Shiray's gunpowder exploded like a flower, the force scattered. Our sweet gunpowder, however, concentrates the force in one direction. Just then, Zhou Fuqing came running up, panting, holding a telegram in his hand. Sir, an urgent telegram from the Tianjin Machinery Bureau. They say that when they try to produce according to our formula, the sucrose crystallization keeps having problems, and the syringes are always sticky. Li He took the telegram, his brow furrowing again. Small batch production in the lab was fine, but large-scale production would expose the flaws. The sucrose produced in Tianjin wasn't pure enough, and impurities would affect crystallization. We need to get them to purify the sucrose. Nobel leaned over to look at the telegram. Use activated carbon to adsorb impurities, and then crystallize it using vacuum evaporation. It's troublesome, but it can guarantee the purity. Master Zhao shook his head. Where in Tianjin can we find vacuum equipment? I have a method. The old folks used to make rock sugar by suspending it in sugar water with hemp thread and letting the crystals grow slowly. We can try using cotton thread to guide the crystallization. Although it's slower, it can remove impurities. Li He's eyes lit up. Let's do it both ways. Let the Tianjin Machinery Bureau use Master Zhao's traditional method first, and at the same time, let the Prime Minister's office buy vacuum evaporation equipment from Britain. He turned to Zhou Fuqing and said, You send a telegram back immediately, asking them to send an experienced master to Weihaiwei to learn. We'll teach him step by step. In the days that followed, the laboratory became a place for craftsmen from both the north and south to exchange ideas. Master Zhang from Tianjin, along with his 3 apprentices, followed Master Zhao every day to boil sugar and crystallize it, their hands covered in blisters. Master Wang, on the other hand, worked with Nobel's assistant to draw up standardized production blueprints, meticulously writing key data such as 25% sucrose ratio and 75 degrees Celsius boiling temperature on red paper with a brush, which covered the entire workshop. Li He wasn't idle either. He boarded the Pingyuan with samples of the new gunpowder and had the gunners conduct live-fire drills. When the rapid-fire cannons fired at a rate of 4 rounds per minute, and the shells blasted neat holes in the target ship, the sailors erupted in deafening cheers. Deng Shichang specially came over in a small boat to watch, and touching the scorching hot cannon barrel, he exclaimed, With this thing, next time we encounter Japanese warships, we'll stand even taller. In mid-July, the first batch of newly produced gunpowder finally arrived in Weihaiwei. Li He personally opened the box for inspection. The gunpowder was jet black and shiny. When scratched with a fingernail, it was hard and not sticky. Master Zhao picked up one, weighed it in his hand, and suddenly threw it to the ground. The gunpowder broke in two, but it didn't explode. It's done! He held up the broken gunpowder pellet as if it were a treasure. Our Chinese people have made a new type of gunpowder, and it's done! Watching this scene, Nobel suddenly said to Li He, "We should give it a name. We can't keep calling it sweet gunpowder, can we?" Looking at the bullet marks left on the firing range, and then at the busy Chinese and foreign craftsmen in the laboratory, Li He slowly said, "Let's call it Hua Nobel gunpowder. Hua comes first, and Nobel comes second, remembering that it represents the wisdom of the Chinese people combined with overseas knowledge." A flicker of emotion crossed Nobel's eyes. He extended his hand and said, "No, it's Novartis gunpowder. It's about equal cooperation, without distinction of rank." Two hands clasped tightly in the sunlight, the warmth of their palms even more intense than the summer sun. In the distance, on the sea, the ships of the Beiyang Fleet were conducting live-fire exercises, the booming of cannon seeming to sing the first hymn to the birth of this new gunpowder. Chapter 29 First Signs of Talent. In September, when the lingering heat of late summer raged, a peculiar sweet fragrance filled the harbor of Weihaiwei. This was the smell of mass production of Novartis gunpowder. The sugarcane purification workshop of the Tianjin Machinery Bureau operated day and night, and the steam, carrying the aroma of sugarcane, mingled with the sea fog, becoming a new signature scent in the naval camp. Li He stood in the ammunition compartment of the Pingyuan, watching the sailors neatly stack the new shells. The shell casings were no longer the glaring red of the Japanese, but painted a calm indigo blue, with a small "no" meaning yes painted in white at the stern. Master Wang, along with the craftsman, was measuring the gap between the shell casing and the gun barrel with calipers, muttering, "Even a tiny bit off won't do. This gunpowder is temperamental, but it still needs to be handled properly. Commander Ding has ordered all ship commanders to attend a meeting at the Admiral's office." Zhou Fuqing squeezed in, holding a sun hat. "I heard there's important intelligence." Li He's heart stirred, and he followed him ashore. Just as they reached the entrance of the Admiral's office, they saw Deng Shichang, Sa Jinbing, and others already there, their expressions grave. Entering the signing room, they saw Ding Ruchang frowning at a nautical chart, several telegrams on the table, the top one stamped with the seal of secretly issued by the Grand Council. "Gentlemen," Ding Ruchang raised his head, his voice low. "The Japanese combined fleet is conducting autumn maneuvers in Nagasaki. Intelligence reports that their Naniwa and Takachiho ships have been fitted with new main guns and have also been given a lot of red shells." Sa Jinbing interjected. "My Naval Academy students who studied in Japan have sent back news that the Japanese army is currently studying the T-shaped battle tactic, intending to use the advantage of rapid-fire guns to penetrate and divide our fleet." Looking at the Japanese fleet's position marked on the nautical chart, Li He suddenly said, "They changed their guns, and we changed ours too. They adopted new tactics, and we practiced new manuals. Now, all we lack is gunpowder." He paused, emphasizing his words. "I propose that during next month's Yellow Sea Patrol, all ships be equipped with Novartis gunpowder, so the Japanese can see for themselves." Deng Shichang immediately chimed in. "I think it's a good idea. If we keep hiding things, they'll just think we're afraid. We can have Jiyuan and Guanyi cooperate to conduct a live-fire exercise, and choose a location west of Jeju Island, which is a route the Japanese army often takes." Ding Ruchang pondered for a moment, then tapped his finger on the nautical chart. "Okay, but there are 3 rules. First, the exercise area must be in international waters and must not be near the North Korean coast. Second, if we encounter Japanese ships, we will only demonstrate and not fire. Third, we must not let them know the details of Novartis's gunpowder." When the meeting adjourned, Li He was kept behind by Ding Ruchang. The old admiral took out a brocade box from his drawer, opened it, and inside was a gleaming gold medal. This was a gold medal of imperial gift, specially bestowed by Emperor Guangxi to commend him for his meritorious proposal to improve gunpowder. "You deserve this brand," Ding Ruchang said, handing the medal to Li He. "But remember, medals are for the past, while maritime power is for the future. No matter how good Novartis gunpowder is, it still needs people to use it." Li He accepted the medal, feeling its weight. He suddenly remembered the bottle of sugar in the laboratory, ordinary and unremarkable, yet transformed into a powerful tool for protecting the sea frontier through the wisdom of the people. In early October, the main fleet of the Beiyang Fleet set sail for a patrol in the Yellow Sea. The Dingyuan and Jinyuan were in the center, with the Pingyuan and Ziyuan on either side, the formation more compact than before, and the gun barrels gleaming. Li He stood on the bridge of the Pingyuan, watching the sailors load the Novartis gunpowder shells into the breach. Their movements were skillful and steady. They had practiced every day for the past month, and could feel the loading position with their eyes closed. On the afternoon of the third day of the patrol, the lookout suddenly shouted, "Japanese ships spotted! 3 of them, heading towards our ship!" Li He raised his binoculars and, sure enough, saw 3 black dots on the distant sea, the rising sun flag on the mast particularly glaring. He immediately ordered, "All gun positions, prepare! Load, but do not fire!" Signal flags were raised atop the mast of the Pingyuan, and the entire fleet swiftly changed formation, from a column to a line, forming an iron wall that blocked the path of the Japanese ships. The main guns of the Dingyuan slowly rotated, their muzzles pointing directly at the leading Japanese ship, the Naniwa, which had been fitted with new main guns. The Japanese ship hesitated noticeably, slowing down and stopping 2 nautical miles away. Li He saw someone on the deck of the Naniwa looking in their direction with binoculars, pointing and gesturing. He suddenly said to the gunnery officer, "Show them what you've got. Use Novartis powder to fire a blank round, let them hear the sound." The artillery sergeant was taken aback. "Blank shell?" "Yes, let's use empty shell casings filled with gunpowder, and let them hear the detonation velocity of the gunpowder." Li He smiled. Boom! The rapid-fire guns of the Pingyuan emitted a deep and powerful roar, quite different from the crisp explosion of black powder. It was more like a muffled thunder rolling across the sea. After the smoke cleared, Li He clearly saw that the sailors who had been standing on the deck of the Naniwa had all suddenly crouched down. Immediately afterwards, the Ziyuan and Jingyuan also fired their cannons, all with the same dull thud. The cannon fire from the 12 ships merged into one, echoing across the sea like an invisible giant hand, pressing down on the Japanese ships and preventing them from moving. Not long after, the Japanese ship hoisted a signal flag. "This ship is merely on patrol and has no intention of offending you." Then it turned around and retreated to the southeast, at a much faster speed than when it came. A burst of laughter erupted on the deck. Master Wang sidled up to Li He and said smugly, "Did you hear that? The sound of our gunpowder is far more frightening than theirs." As Li He watched the Japanese warships disappear into the distance, he suddenly felt that there was something more important than power hidden in the muffled sound of the cannons: confidence, inner strength, and the composure of an ancient nation facing challenges without being arrogant or self-deprecating. As the sun set, the fleet continued its patrol. Li He took out the imperial gold medal and placed it on the deck, letting the sea breeze caress it. The gold medal gleamed in the twilight, but not as dazzling as the cold light of the cannon muzzles, nor as bright as the smiles on the sailors' faces. Novartis gunpowder is not the end. There is still a long way to go, to build their own rapid-fire cannons, to practice more flexible tactics, and to ensure that more Chinese craftsmen master chemical knowledge. But at least for now, they have proven that as long as they are willing to learn and innovate, there is no obstacle they cannot overcome. On the distant sea, the echoes of cannon fire gradually faded, but a faint, sweet fragrance seemed to linger on the sea breeze, accompanying the Beiyang Fleet's ships as they sailed deeper into the ocean. Meanwhile, unseen, new challenges were brewing, but Li He knew they were ready to use wisdom as the catalyst and courage as the ignition point to ignite a new flame on China's maritime borders. Chapter 30: A single imperial edict decides the fate of the nation. The autumn air in Weihaiwei carried the salty tang of the sea, and the ginkgo leaves in the admiral's office were scattered all over the ground, like a layer of broken gold. Ding Ruchang held the reply to the memorial sent by express courier from the capital in his hand, his fingertips repeatedly stroking the word "approved," until the corner of the paper was frayed. "The general administration's opinion is that another cruiser can be built, but it must be the same type as the previous one, and the tonnage and speed cannot be changed." Ding Ruchang handed the approval to Li He, his voice tinged with helplessness. They say it's for standardization and ease of training, but in my opinion, they're just afraid we'll waste money. Li He accepted the approval and glanced at the words. 3,000 tons, 20 knots speed. Feeling a sense of relief. Being able to build one more ship was already an unexpected bonus. Last year, he and Ding Ruchang spent 3 whole months in Tianjin negotiating with officials from the Ministry of Revenue for the budget for this first cruiser. Same type it is. Li He pointed to the paper with his fingertip. The blueprints have just been finished, but the materials haven't been put into production yet. Let's find a foreign designer to make some changes, optimize the gun positions of the rapid-fire cannons, and make the layout of the engine room more reasonable. If we build 2 ships together, we can save some money on materials. Which foreign designer are you planning to hire? Ding Ruchang asked. The engineers from Armstrong, a British company, had been in charge of the drafting before. Although the drawings were standardized, they always left some loopholes in the crucial parts. I would like to invite Mr. Schultz from the German Vulcan shipyard. Li He had already planned this. He came to Weihai last year to inspect the Pingyuan, so he is very clear about our needs. Moreover, he is most familiar with Krupp's rapid-fire guns, which would make the gun system of the new ship more suitable. Just then, Zhou Fuqing lifted the curtain and came in, carrying a large wooden box in his arms. General, Captain, this is a model sent by the Jiangnan Arsenal. Upon opening it, he saw a cruiser model made at a 1/50 scale. The teak hull was painted black, the brass gun barrels gleamed, and even the mooring bollards on the deck were carved with lifelike detail. Li He picked up the model and examined the lines of the hull under the sunlight. The vortex design at the stern can be modified to increase the speed by another half knot. He suddenly laughed. If Schultz saw this model, he might say that our craftsmen understand the sea conditions of the Yellow Sea better than British designers. Ding Ruchang laughed and pointed to the model's chimney. Tell the Jiangnan Bureau to raise the chimney by 2 feet. The sea breeze in Weihai is strong, and if the smoke can't escape, it will choke the boiler operators. He then changed the subject. There's another matter. The General Administration has approved the funds for the renovation of the old ships. The Chaoyong Yangwei will have its armor replaced, the Pingyuan will have its steam engines replaced, and the boilers of the Dingyuan and Jinyuan will also have to be replaced with German-made ones. Li He's eyes lit up. If the Pingyuan's engine were replaced with a triple expansion steam engine, its speed could be increased from 14 knots to 17 knots, catching up with the Japanese high. We also need to add rapid-fire cannons, Ding Ruchang added. The General Administration approved 20 for 120 mm rapid-fire cannons. 4 will be added to the Jiyuan, Jingyuan, and Laiyuan cannons, and the rest will be given to the Dingyuan and Jingyuan cannons. The news spread like wildfire across the ships. The sailors on the Pingyuan surrounded Master Wang, inquiring about the engine replacement. Master Wang patted his chest and guaranteed, "Once the new engine arrives, I'll take you all to dismantle the old one. I guarantee it'll be installed in half a month." The old boiler operators on the Dingyuan were even more eager, rushing to the dock every day, hoping the German boiler would arrive soon. That old boiler burns like it's panting when it's running. It should have been replaced long ago. 3 days later, Li He, carrying a cruiser model and a letter of intent for revisions, boarded a small steamship bound for Yantai. Schultz, who was overseeing the unloading of a batch of Krupp cannons at Yantai port, immediately pulled him into the trading company's conference room upon hearing that the blueprints needed to be modified. Commander Li wants to turn these 2 ships into Yellow Sea hunters? Schultz looked at the modified gun positions marked by Li, his blue eyes gleaming with excitement. Moving the aft main gun to the broadside and adding 2 rapid-fire guns, is this for close combat? The Japanese have many rapid-fire cannons, so we have to compete with them in terms of rate of fire. Li He pointed to the ammunition compartment of the model. This part needs to be reinforced. Use your Vulcan carbide steel plates, which can protect against shell fragments. Schultz picked up a pencil and sketched on the drawing. An insulation layer can be added to the engine room. The Yellow Sea is hot in summer, and it can protect the steam engine. But to maintain a speed of 20 knots, the coal bunker needs to be expanded by 20 cubic meters, which can carry 15 tons more coal and increase the range by 300 nautical miles. The two discussed the blueprints until late into the night, burning candle after candle in the trading house. Finally, Schultz slammed his fist on the table. 2 months! Give me 2 months, and I guarantee you'll have new blueprints. But your shipyard will need to add manpower. Building 2 ships simultaneously will require at least 3,000 workers. Manpower is not a problem. Li He was prepared. I have already asked Commander Ding to recruit 2,000 laborers from Dengzhou and Laizhou. They are all skilled blacksmiths and carpenters. I will also transfer some old craftsmen from Jian and Bureau to train them. That will be enough. On the way back to Weihai, Li He stood at the stern, gazing at the coastline in the twilight. The imperial decree felt like a tight rein, restricting the 3,000-ton ship and its speed of 20 knots. But he knew that the real skill lay in the details. The angle of the gun emplacements, the layout of the compartments, the thickness of the armor, every optimization contributed to combat effectiveness. As the ship entered Weihaiwei, it encountered the Chaoyong, entering the dock. This 10-year-old ship had its deck iron plates rusted like fish scales, and sailors were using crowbars to dismantle the rotten wooden beams. Li He suddenly felt that these old ships were like the reefs of the Yellow Sea, unremarkable in appearance, yet able to withstand the wind and waves. He gripped the blueprints tightly, his mind already preoccupied with another matter. Ding Ruchang had only mentioned the renovation of the old ship, but hadn't mentioned the naval factory. This was his true source of confidence. He needed to find an opportunity to have a proper talk with the old admiral. Chapter 31: Revitalizing an Old Ship. Early winter arrived unexpectedly in Weihaiwei. A cold wave froze the harbor with a thin layer of ice. When the cruisers, Chaoyong and Yangwei, were towed into the dry dock, the ice shards on the railings were frozen like knives. Li He stepped onto the deck of the Chaoyong, using a gangplank. The wooden planks under his feet creaked, and the rotten parts revealed the seawater below. Captain Li, look, this deck is completely rotten. Captain Huang Jianxuan of Chaoyong kicked the wooden planks, and debris fell down. It was repaired once in Lushuan last year, using inferior wood, and it's already like this in less than a year. Li He squatted down, his fingers digging into the cracks in the wooden planks, which were so damp they could be squeezed for water. This time we'll use Pontianak wood from Southeast Asia, and then coat it with 3 layers of tung oil. It'll last for 5 years. He pointed to the cabin. The armor also needs to be replaced. The original wrought iron armor is too brittle. We'll replace it with Harvey steel, increasing the thickness to 4 inches, so it can withstand the Japanese Army's 150mm cannons. In a makeshift shed next to the dock, Master Zhao and his craftsmen were forging steel armor. The red-hot steel billets were turned into thin plates under the steam hammer, then hardened with cold water, the splashing water droplets instantly freezing in the cold wind. This Harvey steel is really tough. Master Zhao wiped the sweat from his face. 3 times harder than our old domestic steel. You need a German drill to make a hole in it. Not far away, scaffolding had also been erected on the Pingyuan. Master Wang was directing the dismantling of the engine. The old steam engine looked like a rusty behemoth, and it took more than a dozen sailors shouting in unison to hoist the crankshaft out. This old thing burns coal like it drinks water, and it needs to be refueled every 10 nautical miles. Master Wang patted the newly arrived German steam engine. This triple expansion engine is different. The piston can push back and forth 3 times. Not only does it save coal, but it's also much more powerful. Li He looked at the gleaming steam engine. The Krupp 1890 lettering on the nameplate still smelled of fresh paint. He had ordered it from Germany by Schultz on an expedited basis, and it had arrived a month earlier than originally planned. Pay attention to the pipe routing during installation, he instructed Master Wang. The steam pipes need to be insulated. Don't let them burn anyone. The replacement of the boilers on the Pingyuan and Jinyuan was an even bigger project. The boiler rooms of these 2 ironclad warships were like steamers, with 12 old-fashioned round boilers that had been burning for 10 years. The scale on the boiler walls was so thick that several pounds could be scraped off. Ding Ruchang personally supervised the work, watching the craftsmen painstakingly chisel away the scale with steel chisels, his brow never easing. General, look at this scale. Li He pointed to a piece of hardened material that had been chiseled off. It's almost completely clogging the furnace. No wonder the ship can't pick up speed. The new boiler is a German-made water tube boiler, half the size of the old one, but with a 30% higher thermal efficiency. Ding Ruchang touched the pipe wall of the new boiler. The cold steel felt solid. We need to make sure all the stokers learn how to operate the new boiler. Starting next month, they'll have 2 extra hours of practice every day. He suddenly lowered his voice. Where do you plan to build that military factory you mentioned last time? Li He was overjoyed, knowing that the old admiral had relented. Build one in Lushuan and one in Weihai. Lushuan is close to the coal mines, which is suitable for steelmaking. Weihai has a port, which is convenient for transporting machinery. Both will be built on the back hills of the naval port, surrounded by walls, and will be known to the outside world as an ordnance repair depot. Where will the money come from? This was Ding Ruchang's biggest concern. The funds allocated by the imperial court for renovation were just enough to replace the boilers. If they wanted to build a factory, they would have to find another way. I asked around at the Jiangnan arsenal, and their nails and wires are selling very well in Shanghai. Li He pulled out his pre-calculated figures. Our military factories can also produce these. We can make some clocks and canned goods and sell them to merchants. We can slowly break even. Ding Ruchang pondered for a moment. We have to keep this from the general headquarters, otherwise they'll say we're not doing our job properly. Have someone survey the terrain first, and then bring me the drawings. In late November, the first new boiler at Pingyuan was finally installed. On the day of the trial run, Ding Ruchang and Li He were both in the boiler room. As the stoker pulled the damper, the new boiler started up with a boom, and the black smoke billowing from the chimney was thick and straight, much more orderly than the previous scattered smoke column. The speedometer shows 15 knots, the chief engineer shouted excitedly. The Dingyuan's original maximum speed was only 14 knots, and that was with a tailwind. Ding Ruchang walked to the side of the ship, looked at the waves splashing up at the stern, and suddenly laughed. Now, Jinyuan should be worried. Li He gazed at the shipyard under construction in the distance. The deck of the Chaoyong had already been paved with new ironwood, and the steam engine of the Pingyuan was almost finished being installed. He knew that the rebirth of these old ships was only the beginning. Only when the naval factories were built, radio research made progress, and the 2 new cruisers were launched could the Beiyang Fleet truly be transformed. A cold wind blew, carrying snowflakes, and Li He wrapped his coat tighter around himself. In the distance, on the sea, the Ziyuan warship was conducting rapid-fire test firings. The muffled sound of the cannons seemed to be a somber drumbeat for the approaching winter. Chapter 32 New Ship Blueprint Finalized. In December, the leaden sky over Weihaiwei seemed frozen, and heavy snow had been falling since dawn, blanketing the entire naval port in white. The scaffolding that had just been erected beside the dock, originally made of dark brown cedar poles, was now covered with half a foot of snow. From a distance, it looked like rows of giants wrapped in cotton, standing silently on the frozen shore. The sea was shrouded in mist, and the waves crashed against the breakwater. The splashing water landed on the ice and instantly froze into a thin layer of ice, which crunched underfoot. Schultz wrapped his thick woolen overcoat tighter, the mink fur at the collar stiff with snow. Behind him were 2 German assistants, one carrying a tool bag and the other holding a brown paper package of blueprints. The 3 of them trudged through the snow and water toward the temporary office on the east side of the dock. Snow water seeped into his boots, chilling him to the bone, but Schultz paid no attention to the 2 rolls of parchment drawings he carried in his arms, which were the most precious things at that moment. The edges of the parchment were still stained with fresh ink and emitted a faint smell of pine smoke. They were the cruiser design drawings that he and his assistants had worked through 3 sleepless nights and revised 7 times before finalizing. With a creak, the wooden office door was pushed open, and a wave of warm air mixed with coal smoke and ink rushed in. Li He was sitting at his desk checking the steel inventory. When he saw them come in, he immediately got up to greet them, still clutching half a pencil in his hand. Mr. Schultz, we've been waiting for you. With this snow, I thought you would be late. Schultz rubbed his hands, which were red from the cold, and spread the drawings from his pocket onto the table. The parchment rustled as it unfolded. The blue pencil lines stood out sharply against the beige paper. The side view of the cruiser was vividly depicted, a sharp bow, a towering mainmast, and gun emplacements arranged neatly on the sides. Even the railings on the deck were drawn with meticulous detail. "Commanderly, take a look at these twin jewels of the Yellow Sea," he said, pointing to the center of the drawing, his tone full of pride. "I've added everything you requested last time. Originally, there were only 4 150mm main guns on the sides. Now, I've added a 120mm rapid-fire gun on each side, bringing the rate of fire to 5 rounds per minute, more than enough to deal with torpedo boats. The coal bunker has also been enlarged from 220 tons to 300 tons. The range is extended by 500 nautical miles, enough to sail from Weihaiwei to Ryukyu and back. Also, the engine compartment's insulation layer has been replaced with new asbestos material. Even if the boiler is heated to its highest temperature, the cabin can withstand 60 degrees Celsius, so the craftsman won't have to suffer during maintenance anymore." Li He bent down to examine the blueprints closely, his eyes almost touching them. The blueprints were densely covered with annotations, dimensions written in both German and Chinese, down to the degree of the gun mount's rotation angle, the height of the ammunition compartment entrance, the length of the anchor chain, and even the dimensions of the bridge windows, all clearly marked. His fingers slowly slid across the blueprint, then suddenly stopped at the stern. "Mr. Schultz, look at the waterline at the stern. Could it be adjusted to be a little shallower?" He pointed to the blue horizontal line with his fingertip. "You know the waterway in Weihaiwei. The shallows at the eastern entrance are only about 30 feet deep at high tide. If the draft is too deep, it's easy to run aground if we encounter low tide." Schultz glanced in the direction he was pointing, immediately picked up a pencil from the table, and drew a new horizontal line at the waterline. "No problem, just reduce it by 10 centimeters. I've calculated the buoyancy. The ship's reserve buoyancy is sufficient. Even fully loaded with ammunition and coal, it won't affect stability." As he spoke, he marked the modification instructions on the edge of the drawing, then suddenly pointed to the ammunition compartment, his eyes lighting up. "Right, I added an emergency water inlet here. You know, the ammunition compartments of cruisers are most vulnerable to fire from being hit by bullets. If it explodes, the entire ship is finished. I installed 3 water inlet valves on the bulkhead. In case of an emergency, the sailors don't need to run to the bottom. They can open them on deck and fill the ammunition compartment with water in 3 minutes, doubling the fire extinguishing speed." Upon hearing this, Li He couldn't help but nod. "This modification is good. During the Battle of Manhwa, the Fubo had to be scuttled because the ammunition compartment caught fire and couldn't be controlled. With this water inlet, the risk will be greatly reduced." The two of them worked on the details bit by bit, such as whether the elevation angle of the main gun could be increased by 5 degrees to increase the range, whether the torpedo tubes could be moved half a meter to the side to avoid being burned by the main gun's flames, and whether a rain cover should be added to the coal bunker opening on the deck to prevent seawater from seeping in. The snow outside the window was falling heavier and heavier, and the sun moved from the east to the west. The light shining through the window changed from golden to orange-red until the office gradually darkened, and the two of them finally stopped writing. Schultz's fingers were red and frozen as he rolled up the blueprints, and he almost lost the strength to hold the pencil. He stuffed the blueprints into a leather tube and said to Li He, "The parts drawings will be ready next month, with the dimensions of every bolt and every steel plate clearly marked. But I have to ask, can the lathes at the Jiangnan Manufacturing Bureau process these parts? Especially the main gun barrel, which requires a high-precision boring machine. The old equipment probably won't be able to handle it." "Don't worry, I've already had Director Wei of the Jiangnan Bureau buy new boring machines and hydraulic presses for forging steel from England." Li He handed him a cup of hot tea, the steam rising from the enamel cup, making both of their faces feel warm. "The telegram said they'll arrive in Shanghai in the first month of the lunar calendar, then be transported to the Jiangnan Bureau for installation and testing, so they can start construction in time. I plan to start laying the keels for these 2 ships on the 15th of the first month, and try to launch them together within 3 years so they can patrol the Yellow Sea as soon as possible." Schultz took the teacup, blew on it to cool it, and shook his head with a smile. 3 years? Commanderly, you're being too conservative. With me here and the new equipment, 2.5 years will be enough. But there's a condition: you have to guarantee the steel supply. The hull needs to be made of Siemens acid converter steel. This steel is tough, corrosion resistant, and stronger than the Martin steel you used before. I've already ordered from Berlin, and it will be shipped next month. I'll need you to arrange for someone to pick it up in Shanghai. We can't afford to delay the construction schedule. Li He nodded in agreement. Don't worry about the steel. I've already spoken to the Shanghai Customs. They'll give it priority once it arrives and transport it directly to the Jiangnan Bureau. When the news reached the Jiangnan Manufacturing Bureau, it was already the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, the day before the Lunar New Year. But the Bureau was far from quiet during the holiday. General Manager Weihaiwei personally led a team to clean the workshops, moving all the old lathes and planers, some of which had been in use for decades, to a corner. Some of the machines still bore the rust from the early years of the Guangxu Emperor's reign. The craftsmen were reluctant to throw them away, but Weihaiwei waved his hand and said, "These old buddies should rest. The new ships need new equipment, and not a single detail can be missing. We can't let the old equipment hold us back." He ordered the workshop floor to be leveled again, the cobwebs on the walls to be swept clean, and even the windows to be wiped sparkling clean, all to make room for the new boring machines that would arrive in the first month of the lunar calendar. That afternoon, Weihaiwei convened a mobilization meeting with all the craftsmen. Standing on a high platform in the workshop, clutching a miniature map of the twin jewels of the Yellow Sea, his voice boomed so loudly it shook the dust off the beams. "Masters, our Jiangnan shipyard was established in the 4th year of the Tongji reign, 1865. We've built gunboats and torpedo boats, but we've never built cruisers this big. These 2 ships are not only ships of the Beiyang Fleet, but also the face of our Jiangnan shipyard. The Imperial Court has allocated 3 million taels of silver. The whole country is watching us. If anyone makes a mistake, whether it's using inferior materials or poor workmanship, I, Weihaiwei, will be the first to strip them of their official rank and send them packing their bags and home." The craftsmen below the stage were filled with excitement. An old blacksmith with gray hair stood up and said, "General Manager Wei, rest assured. The work we do will never bring shame to the Jiangnan Bureau. I've been forging steel with these hands for 30 years, and I guarantee that every steel plate will be hammered into perfect shape." Meanwhile, at the Manhwa shipyard, Li He also had a shed built next to the dock. The shed was constructed of fir wood and tarpaulin, and inside were 2 charcoal braziers burning bright red charcoal, creating a warm and cozy atmosphere. A dozen long tables were set up in the shed, covered with white paper and blueprints for the craftsmen to draw and prepare materials. Zhou Fuqing was a veteran foreman at the shipyard bureau, having worked for Li He for over a decade. This time, he was entrusted with the important task of recruiting laborers and craftsmen. He selected 50 literate laborers from the more than 200 laborers he had recruited and had them learn to read blueprints from the students of the Fuzhou Naval Academy. Inside the work shed, a laborer named Wang Erju was staring blankly at a parts drawing, pencil in hand. He was originally a tenant farmer from the countryside, but he came to the shipyard to find work because of a poor harvest. He had only ever recognized the words on land deeds, and had never seen the circles and dots on a drawing before. The paper showed a cross-sectional view of the ship's ribs, with a series of numbers marked next to the curved lines. He stared at it for a long time but couldn't understand what it meant. His pencil moved crookedly across the paper, turning the curved lines into broken lines. "Erju, what are you drawing?" a laborer next to him joked. "If this were built according to your drawing, the ship would probably break in 2. Wang Erju blushed and scratched his head. "These things on the blueprints are much harder to decipher than the land deeds in our village. Look at these curved lines, they're supposed to be ribs, but to me they look more like plowshares." Just then, Li He walked in and overheard their conversation. He picked up Wang Erju's paper, pointed to the lines on it, and said, "Erju, look, this isn't a plowshare, it's a cross-sectional diagram of the keel. Look at this curvature. It has to be forged according to this bend. If it's even a fraction off, the ship's load-bearing capacity will be different, and it will wobble easily when it's moving." He took a ruler out of his pocket and measured on a piece of paper. "Look, this mark of 3 feet 2 inches is the radius of curvature of the ribs. You have to use a compass to draw it according to this dimension, you can't just rely on your sense of feeling." Wang Erju nodded repeatedly, keeping Li He's words in mind. Li He suddenly remembered something and turned to Zhou Fuqing, saying, Fuqing, go to the general store in the city and buy some abacuses. Have each of them carry one. They'll need them to calculate dimensions and materials. We can't let them rely solely on their brains to remember things. It would be troublesome if they made a mistake. The day before Lunar New Year's Eve, Ding Ruchang arrived at the workshop in Weihaiwei with New Year's goods. He was dressed in a dark blue official robe and carried several food boxes containing cured meat, sausages, and New Year's cakes. When the craftsmen in the workshop saw him, they all stood up and bowed. Ding Ruchang waved his hand and said, No need for formalities, everyone. The new year is coming soon, so I came to see you all. He walked to the wall and looked at the numerous diagrams of parts pasted on it, from the main gun carriage to the anchor chain components, each one clearly labeled, even the smallest bolt was drawn. He then walked to a craftsman and looked at the steel chisel in the man's hand. The chisel was freshly forged, gleaming with a silvery sheen. He picked it up and weighed it in his hand, then said in a deep voice, This steel is of good quality, better than the steel used when building the Pingyuan last year. It seems that Siemens steel truly lives up to its reputation. The craftsman smiled upon hearing this. Ding Ruchang suddenly pulled Li He to a corner of the workshop and lowered his voice. When spring comes, send some Marines to help. They are young and strong, and can learn some blacksmithing and carpentry skills. If the boilers on the ship break down or the deck cracks, they can repair them themselves without waiting for the shipyard to come. Li He's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands. The general is right. I was just thinking of expanding the Marine Corps. We currently have a strength of 5,000 men, so it's perfect to have them take turns coming to the shipyard for training. Firstly, they can help meet the construction schedule, and secondly, they can learn a skill. Once they're on board the ships, they'll be both sailors and craftsmen, a win-win situation. Ding Ruchang nodded, picked up a freshly cut steel plate, ran his fingers along the edge to make sure there were no burrs, and then said, How's the survey of the steel plant in Lushuan going? We can't keep relying on imported steel. If the foreigners cut off supplies in the future, our shipbuilding will be like water without a source. Don't worry, General. I've already sent people from the Mining Bureau to survey the area and they've chosen a site at the foot of Laodishan Mountain. Li He leaned closer and lowered his voice. It's close to the coal mine, so the steel mill will have easy access to coal. Plus, the location is well hidden, so even if enemy ships attack, they won't easily find us. The Mining Bureau estimates that Laodishan Mountain has a considerable amount of iron ore reserves, enough to smelt for 10 years. If it's mined properly, it could last for 15 years without any problem. Ding Ruchang didn't say anything more, but walked to the door of the workers' shed and looked out at the rain. On the distant sea, several gunboats of the Beiyang Fleet were patrolling, their dragon flags fluttering in the wind and snow. He suddenly recalled that more than a decade ago, when he first joined the Beiyang Fleet, the ships in the fleet were either bought from Britain or Germany, and even a single screw had to be imported. Now they were finally able to design cruisers themselves, manufacture their own parts, and even build steel mills. Good, Ding Ruchang murmured, a glimmer of light in his eyes. Once these two ships are launched and the steel mill is built, our Beiyang Fleet will truly be able to defend the Yellow Sea. The rain was still falling, and the charcoal braziers in the shed were burning brightly. The laughter of the craftsmen, the scratching of pencils on paper, and the crackling of the charcoal fire mingled together like a lively song. Outside the window, the rain fell into the dock and onto the keel foundation that was about to be built, as if laying the most festive groundwork for this upcoming new life. Chapter 33 Initial Construction of the Military Factory. Weihaiwei was still immersed in the festive atmosphere of the Lunar New Year, and the red lanterns on the barracks had not yet been taken down, but the sound of pigs digging soil could already be heard in the valley of Laodishan. Li He, with 20 Marines, was selecting a site for a secret military factory, trudging through knee-deep snow. This place is backed by mountains and has a river in front. It's very well hidden. Li He stomped his foot on the ground. The frozen soil was as hard as stone. If we build the factory in a cave and plant trees outside, no one will find it. Marine Corps Commander Zhang Baozai, who was leading the team, was turning a compass around in his hand. Commander, this river freezes in winter and floods in summer. We need to build an irrigation canal to divert the water elsewhere, Otherwise, what will happen if the machinery is flooded? That's right. Li He nodded. If we send the engineering corps to repair it, we can just say it's to prevent flash floods, and no one will suspect anything. As they were talking, the sound of horses' hooves came from afar. It was Ding Ruchung's men, bringing 30 new rifles and a batch of explosives. The commander said they'll be useful for clearing the mountains, the messenger said, pointing to the explosives box. This is new yellow explosive manufactured by the Jiangnan Bureau, 10 times more powerful than black powder. Li He touched the explosive box. The cool metal still carried the dampness of southern China. Tell the soldiers to be careful, this thing is delicate. He suddenly remembered something. Go tell Master Wang to bring a few old craftsmen to see if a boiler can be set up in this cave. Meanwhile, construction began on a steel plant in Lushuan. The supervisor was Song Yuren, a mining engineer who had returned from studying in England. He led a group of miners to blast open the first mine shaft in the Laodishan, or vein. This iron ore has an iron content of 50%, even better than the Tangshan ore. Song Yuren excitedly wrote to Li He, holding an ore sample. I've had a small blast furnace built, and we'll be able to produce the first batch of iron next month. The military factories in Weihaiwei were even more secretive. The craftsmen rested during the day and worked at night, carving caves by moonlight. Master Wang led his men to measure the dimensions of the cave. This cave is big enough to accommodate 3 lathes and 2 milling machines. He pointed to the cave ceiling. We need to support it with wooden beams to prevent it from collapsing. Li He watched as the soldiers used explosives to clear the mountain. A flash of light appeared in the snowy night, followed by a muffled thunderous sound. Detonate slowly, don't disturb the villages outside the mountain, he instructed Zhang Baozai. Have the kitchen make more meat buns to nourish the brothers. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, fireworks lit up the shipyard in Weihai. The steam engine of the Pingyuan had successfully completed its trial run, the smokestack spewing a straight and steady column of smoke, and the speedometer steadily pointing to 17 knots. The sailors cheered on the deck, tossing Master Wang up and catching him. Standing on the shore, watching the Pingyuan circle in the harbor, Li He suddenly felt that the roar of the new machine was more beautiful than fireworks. He thought of the military factory in Laodishan, the blast furnace in Lushuan, and the 2 cruisers that were slowly taking shape on the blueprints, and his heart felt like it was burning. Zhang Baozai leaned over and said, Sir, all 5,000 Marines have been recruited and are training in Yantai. Should we transfer some to the factory to help? Transfer about 200, Li He said. Let them learn blacksmithing and carpentry. They'll be great helpers on the ship in the future. As night deepened, fireworks burst across the sea, turning the deck of the Pingyuan a fiery red. Li He knew this was just the beginning. Only when the machines in the naval factories were running, the blast furnaces and the steel mills were burning, and the 2 new cruisers were launched, could the Beiyang Fleet truly stand tall. Chapter 34 Testing the Waters with Civilian Products. The snow in Weihaiwei had just melted when the roar of machines echoed from the caves of the military factory. 3 lathes, bought from England, were fixed on stone platforms, and Master Wang, with 2 apprentices, was trying to machine a clock gear. Iron filings fell in a soft rustling sound, shimmering like broken silver in the kerosene lamplight. This thing is much more delicate than making a breech block. Master Wang squinted at the tooth pitch of the gear. If it's even a fraction off, it will jam. He held a pocket watch he had bought from a foreign firm in Yantai, which had been disassembled into pieces. I have to make it like this first, to see how it looks. As Li He entered the cave, he bumped into Master Zhao adjusting a stamping machine. He stuffed a thin sheet of iron into the machine, stepped on the pedal, and with a click, the sheet of iron turned into a round can bottom. Look, boss, this thing can make 500 a day, Master Zhao said proudly, holding up the can bottom. Have the kitchen fill it with meat, and it'll keep for 6 months without spoiling. Good idea. Li He picked up the bottom of the can. Let's make canned beef, first for the mess halls on each ship, and if it works well, we can sell it to trading companies. He pointed to a pile of copper pipes in the corner. Are those for making bicycle frames? Yes, it was welded to look like the foreign company's design. Master Wang wiped the oil off his hands. The only problem is that the chain is always messed up and keeps falling off. Li He squatted down and looked at the rough chain. We need to use a milling machine to mill the teeth, we can't use a hand file. Have Song Yuan send some good steel from Lushuan, this iron is too soft. When the news reached Yantai, the shop owners were all intrigued. Mr. Zhang, the owner of Fushun Trading Company, made a special trip to Weihai to see the civilian goods from Beiyang. When he tasted the new batch of canned meat, his eyes widened. Managerly, how much is one can? I'll order 1,000. 3 for $1 silver. Li He quoted the price. Beef, guaranteed to be real meat. After doing the math, Mr. Zhang realized it was half the price of what he'd gotten from Shanghai, and immediately agreed. Deal! I'll send someone to pick it up tomorrow. After seeing Mr. Zhang off, Li He said to Master Wang. Make some more toys, like toy trains and tin guns, and sell them to shops in the city. Kids will definitely love them. Master Wang was stumped. That thing needs to be drawn with patterns, but none of us know how to draw them. Let the students from the Naval Academy draw it, Li He said with a smile. They've studied Western painting, they'll be fine. By the end of the month, the first batch of canned goods and clocks was completed. The cans were stamped with the words, Made in Beiyang, the lettering crooked but conveying a sense of quality. The clocks had brass cases and weren't very accurate, but they were half the price of imported goods. As soon as Mr. Zhang's cart carrying the goods left Weihaiwei, it was surrounded by merchants who had heard the news. They snapped up boxes and cartons in no time. Li He presented the $50 silver he had earned from selling canned goods to Ding Ruchang. General, look, this is the first income from the military factory. He placed the silver dollars on the table, where they clinked together. Ding Ruchang picked up a silver dollar, weighed it in his hand, and said, Not bad, much more satisfying than asking the court for money. He suddenly laughed. I heard you even have your students draw toys. Yes, the kids love it, and it makes money, Li said. Once we've made enough, we can buy new machines and hire some craftsmen, and gradually expand the scale. Ding Ruchang nodded and pushed the silver dollar back. Take this money and invest it back in the military factory. Just like you said, let it grow slowly, it will eventually grow big. Sunlight streamed in through the window, dappling the silver dollars with tiny sparkles. Li He knew that these $50 silver were just the beginning. Once bicycles and toys were produced, the military factory would be self-sufficient, and could even subsidize military expenses. At that point, even if the imperial court restricted funding again, they would have the financial backing. Chapter 35 The First Sound of Radio. Springtime in Weihaiwei is shrouded in sea mist. In a classroom at the Naval Academy, a dozen students surround a strange machine, their eyes glued to it. This is a wireless transmitter that Li He had bought from England. Its copper antenna hangs from the roof like a long, thin braid. Have you memorized the Morse code? Li He held up a piece of paper with dots and dashes drawn on it. A dot is a dot, a dash is a dot, dit is A, and dit is B. The students followed along, their voices filled with curiosity. One of them, Yen Fu, learned the fastest and could already pronounce a few letters intermittently. Boss, can this thing really transmit words all the way to Lushuan? He asked, pointing at the transmitter with disbelief. Of course we can. Li He patted the machine. Once it's debugged, I'll have one installed in Lushuan too, then we can talk across the sea. Just then, Schultz pushed open the door and came in, holding a coil in his hand. Commander Li, I added an induction coil to this machine, which will allow the signal to travel further. He connected the coil to the transmitter. Want to try it? Li He instructed Yen Fu to send the telegram, Weihai, at 7:45 a.m. The telegraph machine beeped, and the antenna swayed gently in the wind. About 5 hours later, a fast ship from Lushuan delivered a message. Weihai received at 7:45 a.m., signal clear. Cheers erupted in the classroom. Yen Fu's face flushed with excitement. I really received it. This thing is faster than a carrier pigeon. When the news reached Ding Ruchang's ears, he immediately ordered one to be installed on the Pingyuan warship as well. On the day of the sea trial, the Pingyuan sailed 50 miles out of Weihai Bay, and the transmitted code was still clear. In the future, when the fleet is dispersed for patrols, we can rely on this to communicate. Ding Ruchang looked at the telegram paper, and the wrinkles on his face smoothed out. Li He wasn't satisfied. He had the students disassemble the telegraph machine and examine its components. Can our military factories make these coils and capacitors? The students studied it for a long time, and then shook their heads. The coil is okay, but the capacitor needs to be made of mica, which we don't have. Go to the foreign firm in Yantai to buy them, Li He said. Buy a batch first, then use some for our own research and have the craftsmen copy them. One day we'll be able to make them ourselves. In late March of the 18th year of the Guangxu Emperor's reign, 1892, wireless telegraphy was officially put into use in the Beiyang Fleet. The warship, Jiyuan, was patrolling the west coast of Korea and transmitted a message via radio. 3 Japanese transport ships have been spotted and are heading towards Incheon. This was a full day faster than the original carrier pigeons. Holding the telegram, Li He felt much more at ease. He knew that this small telegraph machine would make the fleet's eyes sharper and its ears more sensitive. From now on, no matter what the Japanese army did, they would know immediately. Just as he was feeling pleased, Li He suddenly remembered something and immediately went to see Ding Rucheng. General, now that the fleet has radios, shouldn't we also find a way to distribute a batch to the intelligence organization? The current radios are too bulky, which might be too much for intelligence personnel. Ding Rucheng hesitated, then looked up and instructed Li He. Here's what we'll do, you allocate some funds to research a dedicated intelligence radio station. Before that, we'll send some ships disguised as fishing boats to provide intelligence personnel with a dedicated radio channel. However, general intelligence will still be transmitted through the existing channels. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. As the sun set, the lights still shone in the classrooms of the Naval Academy. Students gathered around the telegraph machine, practicing sending messages again and again. The drip 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 sound echoed in the twilight, like a cheerful song celebrating this newfound skill. Chapter 36 Marine Corps Expansion. The training grounds in Weihaiwei were exceptionally muddy after the spring rains, but this did not dampen the enthusiasm and discipline of the 5,000 Marines. They stood in neat square formations, like an impregnable fortress, on this wet land. These soldiers wore brand new uniforms, their colors vibrant and solemn, as if dyed with blood. Despite being washed, the uniforms retained their crisp texture, displaying the soldiers' dignity and resilience. Standing at the front of the formation, Zhang Baozai, dressed in a crisp officer's uniform, looked dashing and imposing. He gripped a command sword tightly in his hand, the blade gleaming coldly, as if proclaiming its sharpness and authority. Zhang Baozai's voice, like a booming bell, resounded throughout the training ground. Forward march! These 4 words carried the force of an unyielding military command. Following his command, the soldiers raised their feet in unison and marched out in neat and powerful steps. The soldiers marched through the rain, their steps perfectly synchronized. Most of these soldiers were farmers recruited from Shandong and Hebei. Their faces still bore the marks of youth, but their eyes held a fierce determination. Li He stood on the reviewing stand, watching them march in formation and practice bayonet drills, feeling quite satisfied. Commander, look! Zhang Baozai pointed to the center of the field, where 2 burly soldiers were having a contest. Their movements were as swift as lightning, each move brimming with power and speed, dazzling the eye. Moreover, these moves, though seemingly simple, were full of hidden tricks, each strike aimed directly at the opponent's vitals, and the slightest carelessness could result in serious injury. Unable to hide his pride, Chung Putsai explained to the officer. This is a new fighting technique we've been learning, taught by a martial arts master we specially invited from the Shaolin Temple. These close-quarters combat skills are incredibly useful. Li He nodded. That's right. We need to practice some amphibious warfare skills, like climbing ladders and blowing up bunkers. They might come in handy in the future. He pointed to the shooting range in the distance. We also need to practice marksmanship. At least 50 bullets a day, so that everyone can become a sharpshooter. In late April, the Marine Corps held its first live-fire exercise since its expansion. It was a significant moment, and the soldiers were filled with anticipation and nervousness. The exercise area was located on a wide beach, where waves crashed against the shore, creating a rhythmic sound. Soldiers stood in neat rows on the shore, dressed in military uniforms, holding weapons, and with serious expressions. At the commander's order, the soldiers quickly boarded the small boats and headed towards the beach. The boats sped across the turbulent sea, splashing up sprays of water. As the small boat approached the beach, the soldiers jumped off without hesitation and rushed toward the bunker. The soldiers skillfully handled the explosives, placing them in key positions within the bunker. A deafening explosion followed. The explosives shattered the bunker, sending dust billowing into the air. Immediately afterwards, the soldiers quickly erected ladders and climbed up like a group of agile monkeys. Their movements were swift and coordinated, demonstrating superb combat skills and teamwork. Li He stood at a distance, quietly observing everything. Watching the soldiers skillfully handle explosives and erect ladders, a sense of satisfaction welled up within him. These soldiers, after a long period of training, possessed excellent combat qualities and professional skills, and he had complete confidence in them. Ding Ruchang also came to watch the exercise. Seeing the bravery of the Marines, he laughed and said, "With this force, we won't be afraid of the Japanese army when we land in Korea." As the sun set, the Marines returned to their camp singing military songs, their voices echoing across the sea. Li He knew that these 5,000 soldiers would be the strongest backbone of the Beiyang Fleet. Once they were well trained, they would be of great use in both amphibious landings and the defense of naval ports. Chapter 37. The new ship begins laying the keel. In the shipyard at Weihaiwei, a bustling scene of activity unfolded. Sweat beaded on the faces of the craftsmen, glistening in the sunlight. Two massive steam cranes, like imposing steel behemoths, stood firmly in the center of the dock. Their thick, powerful booms stretched out, seemingly demonstrating the power of industry to the world. At this moment, they were working together to lift two giant steel billets, each tens of meters long. These billets, jet black and gleaming, shimmered with a bluish-black sheen under the sunlight, resembling sleeping dragons and exuding an awe-inspiring presence. The deafening roar of the cranes mingled with the neat and powerful chants of the craftsmen, echoing throughout the dock and creating a stirring hymn of labor. Working closely together, the craftsmen painstakingly moved a steel billet weighing several tons to the top of the dock. This billet was no ordinary piece. 50 meters long, it was the first batch of high-quality steel meticulously produced by the Lushuan steel plant, embodying the hard work and expectations of countless people. "Set it steady! Slow down!" Li He stood below the slipway, completely focused, his hand gripping the level tightly, his eyes never leaving the angle of the keel, and shouted commands. "Lower it another half an inch to the left, yes, just like that." Schultz, holding the blueprints, directed the work from the side, his eyes revealing professionalism and meticulousness. "This keel is the backbone of the ship's hull. It must be perfectly level, otherwise the ship will tilt." As he spoke, he carefully watched the craftsmen fasten the keel with bolts, nodding in satisfaction and praising. "Not bad, even more efficient than the workers in British shipyards." Ding Ruchang also arrived at the scene. Looking at the massive keel, he was filled with emotion. "Last year it was just a blueprint, and now it's a real thing." His words contained both a sigh for the fleeting time and satisfaction with the current achievement. Then, he turned to Li He and said, "Start construction on the other one as soon as possible, and strive to launch it at the same time." Time was of the essence, and the importance of the two cruisers to the Beiyang Fleet was self-evident. "Preparations are already underway," Li He quickly replied. "All the materials are ready, and we can lay the keel next month." After the keel was laid, the craftsmen immediately began installing the ribs. These curved steel bars, resembling the ribs of a bird, were precisely riveted to the keel. As the riveting work progressed, the outline of the ship gradually became clear, and a steel behemoth, about to be born, was about to display its majesty. Wang Erju and several Marines also came to help. They worked tirelessly, holding the steel bars firmly to allow the craftsmen to weld smoothly. Sweat streamed down their faces, soaking their clothes, but they did not complain in the slightest. "This work is much harder than farming," Wang Erju said, panting, but a proud smile spread across his face. "But thinking that we built this boat with our own hands, it's all worth it." Looking at his dark face, Li He chuckled and teased. "Once the ship is built, I'll let you go up and be a sailor, how about that?" Li He's eyes were full of encouragement and anticipation. Wang Erju's eyes lit up immediately, and he said excitedly, "Really? That's great! This unexpected surprise filled him with hope for the future and inspired his enthusiasm. Time flies, and by the end of May, half of the first cruiser's ribs had been installed. From a distance, it looked like a giant iron frame, exuding an industrial aura under the sunlight. Li He stood to the side, his gaze resolute, imagining the magnificent scene of its launch, smokestacks billowing black smoke, cannons gleaming with a cold, menacing light, proudly sailing through the surging waves of the Yellow Sea, displaying unparalleled majesty and power. Schultz, holding the schedule, walked over to Li and said, "At this pace, the deck can be installed by the end of the year, and it can be launched for sea trials next summer." Schultz's tone was full of satisfaction with the project's progress and anticipation for the future. Li He nodded and said, "Okay. I'll have some more steel plates sent from Lushuan so we can seal the hull as soon as possible." Li He knew that speeding up the project was crucial to enhancing the strength of the Beiyang Fleet, and he had been working tirelessly towards this goal. As the sun set, its blood-red rays bathed the slipway in a golden glow, draping the hard, cold steel frame in a magnificent veil, imbuing it with life and warmth. Li He stood there quietly, gazing at this spectacular sight, a surge of indescribable pride welling up within him. The construction of these two cruisers carried the hopes of countless people. It not only represented a further enhancement of the Beiyang Fleet's strength but also meant that they would possess a more solid foundation and greater combat power in the face of increasingly arrogant Japanese provocations. His gaze pierced through time and space, and Li He seemed to see the future. He envisioned these two cruisers sailing the vast ocean, their imposing hulls and formidable firepower striking fear into the hearts of their enemies. And he, as a witness to and participant in this great project, would contribute his own strength to the nation's coastal defense, leaving his own mark on history. In the afterglow of the setting sun, Li He's figure appeared exceptionally resolute, his eyes revealing confidence and determination for the future, as if he could already see the future glory of the Beiyang Fleet. Chapter 38 Old Ship Gets a New Look. The summer heat in Weihaiwei is unbearable, but even in such sweltering weather, a group of diligent craftsmen are busy laying new armor on the deck of the Chaoyong warship. These Harvey steel plates, which are 4 inches thick, are firmly fixed to the hull by the workers with sturdy bolts, making a thump-thump sound when tapped, like striking a bronze bell. Huang Jianshuan led his hard-working sailors in applying anti-rust paint to the new armor of the Chaoyong warship. This paint was mixed by the military factory itself, and it's a bright red. It looks much better than the original black paint, and it's more durable. Seeing Li He coming over, Huang Jianshuan quickly put down what he was doing and came over to introduce it to Li He. Li He boarded the Super Brave, tapped the armor with his finger, and said in a deep, solid voice, "Not bad. If we install the rapid-fire cannons, this old ship will be reborn." Not far away, the Yangwei ship was also undergoing intensive modifications. Captain Lin Luzhong directed the sailors to install the new gun mounts. These gun mounts can rotate 360 degrees, which is much more flexible than the original ones. "Tell the kitchen to make some mung bean soup for the brothers," Li He said, turning to Huang Jianshuan. "Remember to add plenty of sugar and chill it with well water." "All right." Huang Jianshuan immediately ordered the guards beside him to run to the kitchen, while he continued to accompany Li He on the tour. The engines of the Pingyuan have been installed and are undergoing final adjustments. Master Wang, along with the craftsman, is adding lubricating oil to the steam engine and checking the pipe connections, to ensure there are no problems during the sea trials. On the day of its sea trial, the Pingyuan, like a long-dormant beast, slowly sailed out of the dock. With a deep blast of its horn, it embarked on its new life. The black smoke billowing from the Pingyuan's smokestack resembled a giant black dragon soaring into the sky, straight and thick, as if proclaiming its power and majesty to the world. The black smoke spread across the sky, forming a huge black cloud, adding a solemn and dignified atmosphere to the entire sea trial. The speedometer needle seemed to be under a spell, climbing steadily. At first, it moved somewhat cautiously, but as time went on, the needle's speed increased, eventually coming to a steady stop at 17 knots. This speed was quite astonishing for a coastal defense ironclad like the Pingyuan. The sailors on deck were ecstatic. They cheered, jumped, and tossed their hats high into the air. The hats danced in the air like a flock of joyful birds, celebrating this historic moment with the Pingyuan. Pride and joy radiated from the sailors' faces. They felt incredibly honored to have participated in this sea trial. Standing on the bridge, Li He felt the sea breeze and was filled with satisfaction. He knew that the rebirth of the Pingyuan was just a microcosm of the transformation of older ships. Once the Chaoyong, Yangwei, Dingyuan, and Jinyuan were all refitted, the Beiyang Fleet's combat effectiveness would be greatly enhanced. By the end of June, all the new boilers on the Dingyuan were installed. During the trial run, all 12 water-tube boilers started simultaneously, and the ship reached a speed of 15 knots, a full knot faster than before. Standing on the deck of the Pingyuan, Ding Ruchang looked at the waves splashing up at the stern and laughed. Now, the Jinyuan will have to work harder. Li He gazed at the Jinyuan, which was undergoing renovations in the distance, his heart filled with anticipation. He knew that once all the old ships were renovated, and with the addition of 2 new cruisers, the Beiyang Fleet would truly become the guardian of the Yellow Sea. Chapter 39 Generating Revenue from Consumer Goods. In the military factory in Weihaiwei, the machines hummed day and night. Master Zhao and his craftsmen were rushing to produce a batch of bicycles. The frames of these bicycles were welded from steel pipes produced in Lushuan, and although the chains were not yet very responsive, they already looked somewhat like imported goods. Boss Zhang is here again. Upon hearing this, the people in the cave gathered around, their faces showing excitement. He wants 500 bicycles this time, Zhou Fuqing said breathlessly, holding up the order book in his hand and announcing excitedly. 500 vehicles? Someone exclaimed. That's a huge order. Boss Zhang said this stuff is selling like hotcakes in Yantai, even the foreign companies can't get it for the price of ours. Zhou Fuqing laughed smugly. He also said that if the quality of this batch is good, there will be even more orders in the future. Upon hearing this, everyone was overjoyed and began to discuss it animatedly. That's really great news. Our bicycles are definitely of good quality. Mr. Zhang will surely be satisfied. We must do a good job this time, and try to make Mr. Zhang a long-term customer. Li He test rode the newly made bicycle and tested the brakes. We need to improve the chain again, so it doesn't keep falling off, he said to Master Zhao. Make some more children's toys, such as tin trains and toy guns. Have the students from the Naval Academy draw some designs and print them on them. They'll definitely sell well. The canned food business was booming. The cooks in the kitchen came up with new ideas, making canned fish and canned fruit in addition to beef. Every time Mr. Zhang came to pick up goods, he would order several hundred extra. Manager Li, your canned food is even better than the ones from Jiangnan, he said, tasting the newly made canned fish and praising it highly. As the military factory's revenue increased, Li He reinvested some of the profits into production and used the rest to purchase new machinery. The number of lathes in the cave increased from 3 to 5, and a grinding machine was added to make the parts smoother. At this rate, we'll break even by the end of the year, Li He said to Ding Ruchang, holding the ledger. Next year we can start making money to subsidize military expenses. Ding Ruchang nodded. Okay. But don't forget that our main business is military products, and civilian products are just a side business. We can't put the cart before the horse. Don't worry, General, Li He said. The production of military products has not been delayed at all, and the parts for the rapid-fire cannons are being made according to plan. By the end of July, the clocks produced by the military factory had begun to hit the market. Although they weren't very accurate yet, their novel designs and low prices made them very popular with ordinary people. Shop owners in Yantai came to place orders, and long queues formed outside the military factory. Li He stood quietly outside the cave, his gaze fixed on the horse-drawn carts loaded with goods, weaving back and forth along the narrow mountain road. The creaking of the wheels and the clatter of the horses' hooves intertwined to create a unique symphony that echoed through the valley. A wave of emotion welled up in Li He's heart. He knew that the success of this military factory meant more than just solving the funding problem. More importantly, it had trained an excellent team of craftsmen and accumulated valuable technical experience. These craftsmen worked day and night under harsh conditions, constantly exploring and innovating, which enabled the military factory to operate smoothly and produce high-quality weapons. Their efforts and sweat are embodied in every finished product. These technological experiences are invaluable. They will lay a solid foundation for the manufacture of more advanced weapons in the future, and give Li He enough confidence to face unknown challenges. Thinking of this, a gratified smile appeared on Li He's face. He believed that as long as they continued to maintain this fighting spirit and constantly improve their technical level, the military factory would surely create even greater glories. Chapter 40 Good News transmitted by radio. In the Naval Academy in Weihaiwei, the beeping of wireless telegraph machines rose and fell. Yen Fu and his classmates were already proficient in sending and receiving telegrams, and could even operate them on the rocking warships. While patrolling the Yellow Sea, the Beiyang Fleet's warship, Pingyuan, sent back an important message via radio. Japanese fleet has been spotted conducting exercises west of Jeju Island, consisting of 10 ships, including the Yoshino and Naniwa. Li He took the telegram and immediately went to find Ding Ruchang. The Japanese army is conducting exercises on Jeju Island, which is probably aimed at us. Ding Ruchang looked at the nautical chart, his brows furrowed. Send Ziyuan and Jingyuan to scout and find out their strengths and weaknesses. Okay, I'll call them over right away, Li He said. Maintain contact via radio and report back regularly, Ding Ruchang instructed. 2 days later, the Ziyuan warship sent back a message. The Japanese fleet is practicing formation tactics, and ships such as the Yoshino and Naniwa have very strong firepower. It also sent a small boat to deliver a hand-drawn diagram of the Japanese fleet formation. Ding Ruchang stared at the formation diagram and pondered. They are practicing column tactics to deal with us, he said to Li He. We also need to change our tactics so that they can't figure out our strengths and weaknesses. I have already instructed each ship to study the new formation, Li He said. The current tentative plan is to use the Dingyuan and Jingyuan as the core, with other ships maneuvering around them, which can both concentrate firepower and provide mutual cover. Okay, Ding Ruchang pondered. Here's what we'll do. You can pass on the word and organize a discussion among the ship captains at the end of the month to practice the new formation. We'll proceed according to your plan. At the end of August, another message came via radio. A Japanese transport ship was secretly unloading cargo in Incheon port, the ship carrying ammunition and food. It seems they are preparing for war, Ding Ruchang said, his face grave as he looked at the telegram. We also need to speed up our preparations, Li said. We need to build new ships quickly, expedite the modernization of old ships, and keep up with the training of the Marine Corps. Ding Ruchang nodded. You're right. Tell all ships to be on high alert and ready to respond to any provocations from the Japanese army. The beeping of the wireless telegraph machine continued, as if reminding everyone who came here that the shadow of war was gradually approaching. But Li He knew that with these advanced communication tools, they could detect the enemy's movements earlier and make more thorough preparations for the upcoming battle. On August 25, 1892, the 18th year of the Guangxu Emperor's reign, Ding Ruchang convened a meeting with the captains of the Beiyang Fleet to discuss and study new tactics. Everyone has arrived. He turned around, his gaze sweeping across the hall. The 12 pairwood chairs were packed full, each person's celadone teacup still steaming. Li He's, Pingyuan, Deng Shichang's, Ziyuan, Lu Buchan's, Pingyuan, Lin Yongxing's, Jingyuan. These names and their ironclad warships were the last line of defense for the Qing dynasty's maritime borders. Ding Ruchang's fingers tapped lightly on the table, where an enlarged chart of the Yellow Sea lay spread out, the routes marked in vermilion like unhealed wounds. You've all learned about the new tactics, now let's discuss your thoughts. General, I believe. Over the next hour, Li He and the other captains engaged in a heated discussion about the new battle plan and decided to gather the entire Beiyang Fleet to practice it. Chapter 41 Practical Exercises. Autumn in Weihaiwei was so pleasant, and the Beiyang Fleet was conducting its exercises as planned. However, at Li He's suggestion, the exercises were expanded to include the Marine Corps. The Beiyang Fleet and the Marine Corps would conduct a simulated amphibious operation together. The first scenario is a fleet battle, simulating the Beiyang Fleet encountering the main force of the enemy's combined fleet, while escorting Marines on a landing mission. Upon encountering and spotting the enemy's ships, the Beiyang Fleet quickly acted according to plan, the ships Pingyuan, Chaoyong, and Weihaiwei covered the retreat of the Marine Corps to prevent enemy ships from launching a surprise attack, while the other ships quickly deployed to meet the enemy with Pingyuan and Jinyuan as the center. The Pingyuan and Jinyuan took the lead, while the other ships charged toward the enemy fleet in pairs, and the torpedo boats approached the enemy fleet under the cover of the other ships. Just as the two sides were engaged in fierce fighting, the three ships, Pingyuan, Chaoyong, and Weihaiwei, which had completed their mission of covering the troop transport ships, inserted themselves into the enemy's main force from the flank, causing chaos in the enemy fleet. The torpedo boats took advantage of the situation to launch an attack and force the enemy fleet to retreat. Ding Ruchong then ordered a halt to the pursuit and a tally of battle losses. The main fleet remained in place, dispatching reconnaissance boats to guard against enemy naval attacks. Li He led the three ships, Pingyuan, Chaoyong, and Weihaiwei, to form a gunnery formation to cover the landing of the Marines. With the support of the Beiyang Fleet's artillery formation, including the Pingyuan, Chaoyong, and Weihaiwei, after refit, the Marines began their beach landing. Zhang Baozai directed his soldiers in a simulated landing on an island occupied by the Japanese army. The soldiers boarded small boats, braved gunfire, blank rounds, rushed to the beachhead, used explosives to blast open the barbed wire, and then stormed into the bunker, with clean and efficient movements. Ding Ruchong stood on the reviewing stand, watching the soldiers' performance with great satisfaction. "Not bad, they've improved since last month," he said to Zhang Baozai. "Practice night combat again. The Japanese often launch surprise attacks, so we need to be careful." "They're already training," Chung Putsai said. "We just had a night raid exercise last week, and the soldiers did a good job." "Okay, notify the kitchen to prepare extra food tonight." After the exercise, the soldiers went to help out at the military factory. Wang Erju had become a skilled blacksmith and could forge some simple parts himself. "Commander Li, when can we board the ship?" he asked, wiping his sweat. "I'll give you a chance once the new ship is built," Li He said with a smile. "But you have to train hard now, otherwise it won't be of any use once you're on the ship." Wang Erju nodded vigorously. "Don't worry, Inspector Li, we'll definitely train hard." In late September, with the autumn winds blowing and the chill in the air growing stronger, the Beiyang Fleet's Marine Corps embarked on a grueling cross-regional training exercise. The route started from Weihai, headed west, reached Yantai, and then returned to Weihai, covering a total distance of 300 li, approximately 150 kilometers. The soldiers carried 30 kilograms of equipment on their backs and walked 60 li, approximately 30 kilometers, every day. This would be a huge challenge for anyone, but they did not flinch in the slightest. At dawn, as the first rays of sunlight touched the earth, the soldiers were already fully equipped and ready to depart. With resolute steps, they embarked on this long journey. Along the way, they traversed dense forests, rugged mountain paths, and boundless plains. Despite the arduous journey, the soldiers maintained high morale. They encouraged and supported each other, overcoming one difficulty after another. However, the long march took a toll on their feet, and many developed blisters. The blisters made every step feel like walking on knives, but they gritted their teeth, endured the excruciating pain, and continued forward. Not one complained, and not one fell behind. As night fell, the soldiers finally arrived at their destination, Yantai. After a brief rest, they immediately began their journey home. The return journey was equally arduous, but the soldiers' resolve was even stronger. They knew that only by persevering to the end could they complete this training exercise. After several days of arduous travel, the soldiers finally returned to Weihai. Although their faces were etched with exhaustion, their eyes revealed an indescribable pride. Li He followed the entire way, deeply moved by the sight of the soldiers supporting and encouraging each other. He knew that this unit had developed cohesion and fighting spirit, and could overcome any difficulties they encountered. As the sun set, the Marines returned to their camps singing military songs, their voices ringing out with confidence. Li He knew that these 5,000 Marines of the Beiyang Fleet would be the most reliable shield for the Beiyang Fleet. Chapter 42. The new ship gradually takes shape. In the dock at Maui, a cruiser stood silently, its hull already capped, resembling a sleeping steel behemoth. From a distance, Its massive body looked like a giant iron fish, gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Inside the dock, craftsmen bustled about, busily installing the cruiser's deck. Thick steel plates were lifted by steam cranes, slowly moved above the hull, and then precisely placed in their designated positions. These steel plates, meticulously processed, had a smooth, mirror-like surface that gleamed with the unique luster of metal. Once the steel plates were in place, the craftsmen sprang into action. Armed with various tools, they skillfully threaded bolts through the holes in the plates, and then tightened them with wrenches. Each bolt was tightened to the perfect tightness to ensure a secure and reliable connection between the deck and the hull. The craftsmen worked together seamlessly, their movements skillful and swift, without the slightest hesitation or delay. The entire dock was filled with the sounds of clashing metal and the roar of steam cranes, weaving together a vibrant symphony of labor. "This deck is made of Siemens steel, which is twice as hard as ordinary steel." Schultz proudly pointed to the steel plate and introduced it to Li He. "Even if it is hit directly by a shell, it will be very difficult to penetrate." Upon hearing this, a hint of appreciation flashed in Li He's eyes. He stepped forward and gently tapped the deck with his finger, producing a dull sound. "Yes, it's really good." Li He nodded in satisfaction, then looked around and continued. "Once the rapid-fire cannons are installed, we'll basically be done." In the dock, the keel of another cruiser had been laid, and workers were busy installing the ribs. Although the progress was slightly slower than the first cruiser, about a month later, the overall project was still proceeding smoothly according to the plan. Meanwhile, a new batch of steel plates arrived at the steel mill in Lushuan. The quality of this batch of steel plates was significantly better than the previous batch, which greatly pleased those responsible for building the cruisers. Even more surprisingly, Song Yuren had also arrived on the ship transporting the steel plates. He was extremely excited, and as soon as he disembarked, he eagerly found Li He and exclaimed, "Our blast furnace has been improved again. Now it can produce a full 50 tons of steel every day, which is more than enough for 2 cruisers." "Well done." Li He patted him on the shoulder. "Keep up the good work and try to improve the quality of the steel even further." By the end of October in the 18th year of the Guangxu Emperor's reign, the smokestacks of the first cruiser had been installed. These 2 10-meter-high smokestacks pierced the sky like 2 sharp swords. The craftsmen painted the smokestacks and even painted the flag of the Beiyang Fleet on them. Li He stood on the bridge, his gaze fixed on the scene before him. A strong sense of anticipation surged within him. He imagined the magnificent scene of the new warship setting sail, its massive hull cleaving through the waves, white spray splashing on both sides of the ship, its flag fluttering in the sea breeze. Sunlight would shine on the deck, making the entire ship appear exceptionally majestic and imposing. He couldn't help but think of the people who worked tirelessly day and night to build these warships, meticulously crafting every detail so that they could perform at their best at sea. With the addition of new warships, the Beiyang Fleet will be even stronger and better able to defend the nation's maritime borders. All of this fills him with confidence in the future of the Beiyang Fleet. Chapter 43: New defenses added to the naval port. Inside the naval port of Weihaiwei, a bustling scene unfolded. Workers were diligently constructing new gun emplacements, skillfully operating various tools to pour concrete into molds, then meticulously polishing and reinforcing them. The armor of these emplacements was extremely thick, sufficient to withstand heavy artillery fire from the Japanese army. The gun emplacement was equipped with a 210mm rapid-fire cannon independently developed and manufactured by the military factory. This type of artillery has a long range and powerful firepower, capable of inflicting heavy damage on the enemy. Ding Ruchang stood on the gun emplacement, gazing at the distant sea, a confident smile on his face. "Once these forts are completed, Weihaiwei will become invincible," Ding Ruchang said confidently. Li He nodded in agreement, pointing to the mine factory not far away and saying, "If we lay some more mines outside the port, the safety level here will be even higher." His words revealed his anticipation for the new type of mine. The new type of mine being manufactured there is much more powerful than the old ones. If any enemy ship were to enter, it would certainly suffer heavy damage. The naval port in Lushuan was also a scene of bustling activity, with workers moving about busily as various construction projects were underway. New docks, warehouses, and ammunition depots were springing up like mushrooms after rain on this land, and workers were working day and night, racing against time, all to complete these facilities as soon as possible. Standing on high ground, overlooking the entire naval port, Li He was filled with emotion. He said to Ding Ruchang beside him, "Lushuan and Weihai are like the two fists of the Yellow Sea, tightly guarding the throat of the Bohai Sea. As long as these two naval ports can be defended, the Japanese army will find it difficult to invade the Bohai Sea, and our coastline can be effectively protected." Ding Ruchang nodded in deep agreement, his gaze also falling on the facilities under construction, a resolute glint in his eyes. "That's right, these two naval ports are our defense line, and we must build them into an impregnable fortress." Time flies, and it was already the end of November. The new fort in Weihaiwei was finally completed. On this day, the sun shone brightly, a gentle sea breeze blew, and the entire fort was enveloped in an atmosphere of tension and excitement. The moment of test firing finally arrived, and all eyes were focused on the massive 210mm rapid-fire cannon. Its muzzle pointed directly at the sea, as if proclaiming its power to the enemy. With a command, the cannon roared to life, and the shell streaked across the sky like a meteor, flying straight towards the distant sea. With a deafening roar, the shell struck its target precisely, sending up a massive column of water. Reaching tens of meters high, the column resembled a white dragon soaring into the sky, its power overwhelming. Water splashed everywhere, creating a mist that, under the sunlight, shimmered like a vibrant rainbow. Standing on the gun emplacement, Ding Ruchang witnessed this magnificent scene and felt a surge of pride. He nodded in satisfaction and said to the generals around him, "With this thing, if the Japanese dare to invade, they'll never return." His words revealed his confidence in the new gun emplacement, and his contempt for the enemy. Looking at the distant sea, Li He felt reassured. He knew that with these new fortifications, Weihaiwei would be safer, and the Beiyang Fleet could sail out to sea with greater confidence. Chapter 44 Discussion on Standardization. The snow in Weihaiwei came earlier than usual. A thin layer of snow accumulated on the blue bricks and gray tiles of the governor's office, and icicles hung from the eaves like a crystal curtain. Ding Ruchang stood at the window of the signing room, looking at the half-frozen sea in the harbor, holding a thick document in his hand. It was the standardized regulations of the Beiyang Fleet that he had written after 3 sleepless nights, and the ink was still wet with the chill of the night. "Is everyone here?" He turned around and saw Li He, Deng Shichang, and Sajinbing already standing in the room, their military boots still covered in snowflakes. The fire in the charcoal brazier was burning brightly, making the expressions on the 3 men's faces appear particularly solemn. Ding Ruchang placed the charter on the table. "I have invited you all here today to decide on a major matter. Our fleet consists of ships built by factories in Britain, France, and Germany, cannons from the past 30 years, and even cannonballs of 7 or 8 different types. If war comes, I'm afraid we'll be thrown into disarray." He pointed to the words, standardization, on the charter. "I think we should proceed in 3 steps starting this month: standardized weaponry, standardized signals, and standardized procedures." Li He first picked up the regulations, his gaze falling on the page on unification of weapons. It stated, "Naval guns will not be forcibly standardized in caliber for the time being. Priority will be given to modifying the breech blocks of guns that are compatible with Novartis gunpowder shells, especially those unsuitable for use. The replacement will be handled uniformly by the Weihai Machinery Bureau, temporarily based on the 150mm rapid-fire cannon. Stockpiled black powder shells are limited to use in live-fire exercises within 3 months, and must not be kept as reserves. This method is reliable." Li He nodded. "During the test firing of Pingyuan last month, the old breech block jammed 3 times, but after replacing it with a new one, there haven't been any problems since. As for the black powder shells, they can be used to train the gunner's aiming accuracy, killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Deng Shichang stared at the section on unified rules and regulations, his brows furrowing slightly. "General, the military law department wants to strictly investigate retreat in the face of battle and hoarding of weapons, and those 2 are easy to handle. But is it too hasty to require soldiers to be able to use flag signals and do arithmetic for promotion? Among the rank-and-file sailors, there are many old brothers who can't read a single word. Ding Ruchang added a piece of coal to the charcoal brazier. It's precisely because it's urgent that we have to do it. Sa Bangdai, you tell us what to do. Sa Jinbing, who had been stroking the wireless telegraph machine blueprints in his sleeve, bowed slightly upon hearing this and said, Commander Deng may not know this, but last month, the Pingyuan and Ziyuan were conducting a coordinated artillery exercise. Because of a mistranslation of a single word in the flag signal, the gun positions of the two ships were misaligned by 300 meters. Now that we have radio, it's even more important for soldiers to understand the basic rules of Morse code. We can't expect foreign instructors to follow us forever. He took out a blue booklet from his sleeve. This is my handbook for comparing flag signals and radio signals. It marks commonly used commands with secret codes. Memorizing 30 will be enough for daily communication. Li He suddenly remembered something. General, the regulations say that we should train reserves. Should we also involve coastal fishermen and merchant sailors in the training? They are familiar with the sea routes, and in wartime, they can serve as guides and transport supplies. Ding Ruchang's eyes lit up. That's exactly what I'm thinking. I've already had the Military Law Department draft regulations for civilian ships to assist in the war. The court will reduce the tax by 30% for any civilian ships that participate in the training. If they perform meritorious service in wartime, the sailors will also receive military medals. He looked at Deng Shichang. Shichang, the Marines you lead are the bravest. I'll entrust the basic training of the reserves to you. Deng Shichang straightened his back. Please rest assured, General. I will go and select instructors right away, starting with the fishing villages around Weihaiwei. Just then, Zhou Fu, the adjutant of the Military Law Department, lifted the curtain and came in, holding a stack of files. Sir, the investigation is almost complete. There are a total of 37,000 rounds of black powder shells in the inventory of each ship, of which 2,000 rounds are defective due to dampness. Also, the breech blocks of 3 old ships cannot be modified to be compatible with Novartis gunpowder and must be completely replaced. Ding Ruchang took the file and drew a heavy cross on the page about scrapped shells. Take all the damp ones to the firing range and detonate them to be live targets for the exercises. As for the 3 old ships, first replace the old breech blocks of the Pingyuan that have been phased out, and then replace them with new ones in the spring. We must first ensure that Novartis gunpowder can be fired. That's the bottom line. By the time the meeting ended, the snow had stopped. Li He carried the standardized procedures to the dock and saw Master Wang and the craftsmen putting insulation on the gun barrels of the Pingyuan. Captain, these new procedures are great! Master Wang rubbed his frozen red hands. We won't have to prepare different powders for different guns anymore. It saves a lot of trouble. Li He smiled and nodded, then suddenly saw Sa Jinbing squatting in the snow, gesturing to several signal men about the radio buttons. The analog beep beep tap sound, mixed with the soft thud of snowflakes falling, was exceptionally clear in the quiet harbor. Not far away, Deng Shichang had already led the Marine Corps officers toward the fishing village, their military boots crunching rhythmically on the snow. He looked up towards the direction of the governor's office, where Ding Ruchang's figure was still visible by the window. His figure wasn't particularly tall in the wind and snow, but it stood firmly like a lighthouse in a harbor. Li He suddenly realized that this standardization was not about turning the fleet into a rigid machine, but about making every gear mesh more tightly, whether it was the caliber of the ship's guns or the direction of people's hearts. On the ice of the dock, someone wrote a large tong, meaning same, on a twig, which became clearer as the sailors passed by. Li He knew that from this snowy day onward, every cannon, every flag, and every man in the Beiyang Fleet would begin to exert their strength in the same direction. Chapter 44 The Sound of Order. In December, the cold wind in Weihaiwei whipped up snowflakes, making the ice in the harbor howl. But even more lively than the wind was the sound of hammers and chisels on the decks of the ships. Following standardized procedures, the modification of the gun positions on 30 ships was in full swing. Master Wang led 300 craftsmen, like doctors taking the pulse of patients, taking the pulse of the breech blocks one by one. The breech block of the Yangwei is an old German model, and 3 gears need to be replaced to fit Novartis gunpowder. Master Wang's notebook was filled with dense symbols. The Chaoyong is even more troublesome. The breech is rusted. It needs to be bored first, and then the breech block needs to be replaced. It will take at least 5 days. Li He stood beside the gun emplacements of the Pingyuan, watching the craftsman insert the newly cast bronze breech block into the gun barrel. This breech block was specially designed according to the burning rate of Novartis gunpowder, and its locking speed was 20% faster than the old model. "Try it," he called to the gunners. The gunner lifted an indigo-blue Novartis gunpowder shell and steadily pushed it into the breech. With a click, the breech block locked shut perfectly without the slightest hesitation. "It's done!" The craftsman erupted in cheers, and even Master Wang wiped his sweat. "At least we didn't embarrass the captain." Meanwhile, Deng Shichang was on the beach west of Weihaiwei, demonstrating to 200 reserve soldiers who were originally fishermen. Dressed in Marine Corps short uniforms and brandishing a short sword, he said, "Hold your gun steady, draw it quickly. Remember, you're not fishing, you're defending your country." Most of the fishermen wore patched cotton-padded coats, and carried old rifles that had been phased out a few years ago, but their eyes revealed a fierce determination. One young fisherman named Xuanzhu had an astonishingly accurate shot, hitting the bullseye with all 3 bullets. Deng Shichang patted him on the shoulder and laughed. "Good lad, I'll transfer you to Ziyuan as a gunner this spring." In the classroom of the Naval Academy, Sa Jinping was drawing a diagram of radio waves on the blackboard with chalk. Sitting below were not only young students, but also a dozen or so old signal men with graying temples. "This is D41 and Ta40. When combined, they form a code." Sa Jinping pointed to the code table on the blackboard. "It's like how we use flag signals. Different combinations have different meanings, except that the flags are replaced with radio waves." Veteran signalman Zhao Dehai rubbed his eyes, finding the dots and lines harder to recognize than flag signals. Sa Jinping noticed his difficulty, and handed him a slip of paper. "Brother Zhao, look at this. If we number forward as 101 and retreat as 010, isn't it much easier to remember?" Zhao Dehai took the slip of paper and repeatedly muttered, 101-010, his brow gradually relaxing. In the military court, Zhou Fu was presiding over a case of private hoarding of military equipment. An old gunner on the warship, Jiyuan, had secretly hidden 20 black powder shells, saying that he was keeping them for use when fighting the Japanese pirates. Zhou Fu slammed the standardized regulations on the table. "The regulations clearly state that black powder shells must be used in exercises. If you hide them and don't use them, and they get damp and explode, are you trying to kill our brothers?" The old gunner, his neck stiff, said, "I'm worried the new gunpowder might not be reliable." Before he could finish, Zhou Fu interrupted him. "Pingyuan has been test-fired 30 times, and every single time it was unreliable. Military law is not child's play. You're being punished by being sent to the firing range to clean up the waste ammunition. You can come back when you've figured it out." When the news reached the ships, the sailors dared not be careless anymore. In just half a month, more than 30,000 black powder shells were transported to the firing range and piled up like a small mountain. Ding Ruchang personally ordered, "From today onwards, only Novartis gunpowder is allowed to be used in live-fire exercises. Anyone who uses black powder will be arrested directly by the Military Law Department." On the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, the Beiyang Fleet put on a grand display, with 12 main warships arrayed in the Yellow Sea, conducting a saturation bombardment exercise using black powder shells. Deng Shichang stood on the bridge of the Ziyuan, watching the target ship being blasted to pieces by the dense shells, and said to Li He beside him, "These old shells, they've died a worthy death." Li He, however, was looking at the distant radio antenna. "Look at the signal sent by Diyuan. The rapid firing command via wireless telegraph is a full minute faster than the flag signal." Sa Jinping, who happened to be nearby, added, 17 ships are already proficient in sending and receiving coded messages via radio. If a few more are added in the spring, the entire fleet will be networked." As evening drills ended, the aroma of New Year's Eve dinner wafted through the harbor. Li He passed by the fishing village and saw Deng Shichang making dumplings with the reserve soldiers. Xuanzhu, holding up a crookedly wrapped dumpling, laughed and said, "Commander Deng, once we finish training, can we go up to Ziyuan to see the new cannons?" Deng Shichan put a piece of braised pork into his bowl. You can not only look at it, but you can also fight. When spring comes, you will be able to set sail with the fleet. Back at his lodgings, Li He found a standardized progress chart on his desk, sent by Ding Ruchang. It was marked in red pen. Breaking or modification completed 70%, Novartis gunpowder production capacity 300 rounds per day, radio penetration rate 50%, reserve training 1,200 people. Each item was followed by an upward arrow. The snow started falling again outside the window, settling on the deck of the Pingyuan warship, unable to conceal the cold gleam of the new gun barrels. Li He suddenly remembered a saying that Ding Ruchang often used. Building a strong army is not something that can be accomplished overnight. It is like snow falling silently, yet accumulating into an iceberg. He touched the flag signal radio reference manual in his pocket. The pages were already curled up from being turned so many times. This December, the snow and wind in Weihaiwei concealed a greater sense of confidence than in previous years. The clanging of hammers, the synchronized slogans, and the ticking of radio waves were gradually weaving a net, a standardized net, to firmly protect this sea in the approaching spring. Chapter 46 Busy Year-End Review. In the 12th month of the 18th year of the Guangxu Emperor's reign, Weihaiwei was already soaked by the biting north wind. The leaden sky hung low over the sea, and the cold wind, carrying swirling snowflakes, swept across the naval port, causing the dragon flags on the barracks to flutter wildly. Although the white breath exhaled instantly dissipated in the wind, the steam cranes on the dock were still roaring as they hoisted steel. The craftsmen in the shipyard rubbed their frostbitten hands, and the clanging sound of chisels striking steel plates rose and fell. The entire naval port was like a giant beast gathering strength, maintaining a boiling vitality in the bitter cold. Li He wrapped his dark blue cotton robe tighter around himself, and walked towards the dock on the stone path covered with a thin layer of ice. Behind him followed two staff members carrying account books. The sound of their boots crushing the ice was interspersed with the shouts of the Naval Academy in the distance. Turning a corner, the silhouette of the Pingyuan suddenly came into view. This cruiser, which had once distinguished itself in the Fujian Navy, had now shed its old appearance. The newly replaced funnels emitted wisps of white smoke, and the newly added rapid-fire guns on the deck gleamed coldly. Several sailors were wiping the gun barrels with cotton yarn. Seeing Li He approach, they shouted in unison, "Greetings, sir!" Their voices were filled with undisguised pride. "Report the data from last month's sea trial again." Li He leaned on the railing, gazing at the newly installed armor belt at the waterline. The foreman in charge of the modifications quickly stepped forward to report. "Sir, after replacing the boiler with the new composite boiler, the main engine speed increased by 30%. The measured speed was exactly 17 knots, nearly 4 knots faster than before. The newly added Harvey steel armor on the sides is 6 inches thick, making it impenetrable to ordinary shells. These two 5-inch rapid-fire guns were made from newly refined steel billets from the Lushuan iron and steel plant. Their rate of fire is twice as fast as before, and their accuracy in hitting the target ship during test firings was also very high." Following the craftsman's pointing finger, in the dry dock not far away, the cruisers, Chaoyong and Yangwei, were encased in scaffolding. Sunlight occasionally peeked through the gaps in the clouds, illuminating their newly replaced bridges, where craftsmen could be seen hoisting curved armor plates into place. "The modifications to these two ships are almost complete." Li He's gaze fell on the hull, where the rusted keel had been completely replaced, and the newly laid teak decks exuded a faint woody fragrance in the cold wind. The battalion officer in charge of the work came over and said, "In another half-month, the armor and artillery will be fully installed, and they can be put into service for drills in the spring. When they are paired with the Pingyuan, our Beiyang Fleet will have 3 more sharp swords." As we reached the easternmost dock of the shipyard, 2 colossal structures suddenly appeared in the fog. The Dingyuan was nearing completion of its refit, and workers were climbing the gangway into the cabins to relay steam pipes and cables. The Jinyuan stretched out like the skeleton of a giant beast, and craftsmen stood on suspended scaffolding boards, riveting steel plates together to form the deck. The chief engineer strode over with blueprints in hand, pointing to the steel piled up beside the dock and saying, "Sir, look, this is nickel-chromium alloy steel that just arrived yesterday from the Lushuan iron and steel plant. After replacing it with this steel, the hulls of the Pingyuan and Jingyuan will be at least 10% lighter than before. Just then, a sailor rushed over and handed him a telegram. Li He unfolded it and read it, a slight smile appearing on his lips. The telegram, from the Lushuan iron and steel plant, reported good news. Today's daily steel production exceeded 50 tons, and the smokeless gunpowder tested passed the test and will be available for mass production next month. He recalled that at the beginning of the year, the steel plant's blast furnace often ran out of fuel due to unstable furnace temperature. Now, it can not only produce steel stably, but also smelt special steel for making cannons. He couldn't help but sigh. At this time last year, who would have thought that our own furnaces could smelt such good steel? His aide chimed in. It's not just the steel plant. The military factories in Weihaiwei are also doing well now. Last month, besides manufacturing artillery shells, we also rushed to produce 2,000 new rifles. The money from selling them to the Beiyang Fleet was just enough to buy 2 new machine tools. As Li He turned to walk back, he heard the urgent sound of telegraph keys coming from the direction of the Naval Academy. He stopped and looked over, and saw a red signal flag slowly rising on the flagpole atop the Academy building, a signal for a fleet communications exercise. The instructor in charge of radio approached him and said, "The students can now send messages with their eyes closed. Even through thick fog, messages can be transmitted between the fleet's ships and the naval port in half an hour." The other day, the Liuyuan ship was training at Changshantu, and the weather report it sent back was a whole day faster than the postal stations. Pointing to the machine in the telegraph room, he said, "This thing is truly amazing. Once the wires are connected, news from thousands of miles away arrives in the blink of an eye. We no longer need to rely on flag signals and light signals to guess what's going on." As I passed the Marine Corps barracks, the sound of synchronized footsteps shook the ground. 5,000 soldiers were drilling in formation, dressed in uniform dark blue winter uniforms, their arms gripping their new rifles, drawing straight lines in the air. The commander shouted commands, and the soldiers sometimes changed formation into a dense assault formation, and sometimes spread out into a defensive array, their movements as swift and coordinated as a single unit. Li He knew that these soldiers not only trained in guns and cannons, but also learned how to repair boilers and lay railway tracks from craftsmen. Last month, when the military factory was rushing to meet a deadline, it was thanks to their help in moving raw materials overnight that the project was completed on time. They are both fierce tigers capable of fighting and skilled craftsmen who can work hard, he thought to himself, and his steps became much lighter. As evening fell, Li He entered Ding Ruchang's study with an inventory list. The naval admiral, his temples already streaked with gray, was marking tomorrow's training route on the nautical chart. Seeing Li He enter, he put down his vermilion pen and took the thick ledger, carefully examining it. The candlelight flickered on his face, highlighting the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, but it couldn't conceal the brightness in his gaze. When he saw the sea trial data of the Pingyuan, he paused on the page with his finger. When he read the progress of the new ship construction sent by the shipyard, the corners of his mouth quietly turned up. He didn't speak until he turned to the Marine Corps training report. "We did a good job this year." His voice carried a hint of relief, but quickly turned serious. "But don't forget, the Yoshino, which Japan launched last year at Armstrong Shipyard in England, already has a speed of 22 knots. Their factories are also working day and night to keep up with demand. Every bit of progress we make will benefit them." Pointing to Weihaiwei on the nautical chart, he said, "This is the gateway to the Bohai Sea. The ships, cannons, and soldiers we possess are the foundation of the nation's coastal defense. We cannot afford to be complacent in the slightest." "Yes, Commander." Li He straightened his back. "Next spring, let Pingyuan lead the new ship to conduct drills. Add 2 more blast furnaces in Lushuan, and strive to increase the daily steel production to 80 tons. The new factory building of the military plant can be completed in January. At that time, we can not only make shells, but also try to assemble torpedoes." On New Year's Eve, the camp at Weihaiwei suddenly changed its appearance. Craftsmen hung red lanterns at the camp gate, and soldiers' families brought their children to deliver cooked dumplings to the sentry posts. Students from the Naval Academy sent New Year's greetings via radio, with a few witty remarks interspersed in the message, which brought laughter to the telegraph room. When Li He boarded the deck of the Pingyuan, fireworks were already blooming in the night sky, their red, orange, yellow and green flames reflecting on the sea, making the ships in the dock look like silhouettes. He recalled the beginning of the year when, to meet deadlines, the craftsmen ate frozen cornbread in the wind and snow. He remembered the boiler explosion in the summer, when several sailors jumped into the scorching engine room to repair it. He remembered the gunnery officer in the autumn, whose ears were oozing pus from the test firing of the new cannon, yet he still insisted on recording data. These images flashed by in the light and shadow of the fireworks. Finally, the image settled on the two silent giants in the dock. Though they stood motionless, one could almost hear the power accumulating within their steel skeletons, awaiting the day they would cleave through the waves. The New Year's bells rang in the distance, and Li He took a deep breath facing the sea. The cold wind carried the salty taste of the sea, but also the warmth of the fire. He knew that the sweat of the past year had not been in vain. Those footprints, soaked in frost and snow, were paving a path to strength on the sea frontier. In the new year, the sound of cannons might still ring out, but this time, the guns in their hands and the confidence in their hearts were no longer what they had been before. Chapter 47 New Year, New Look. In the first month of the lunar calendar in Weihaiwei, the sea ice begins to melt, and the broken ice, pushed by the tide, crashes against the dock, making a crisp, clanging sound, like the drumbeats of the new year. Newly written spring festival couplets are pasted on the red lacquered gate of the Admiral's office. The 4 golden characters, "May the sea frontier be forever secure," gleam in the sunlight, but they cannot conceal the tense sounds of discussion inside. Ding Ruchang slammed a telegram on the table, the pages trembling slightly from the force of his blow. A telegram from the General Administration says that the Japanese minister was causing a disturbance at the Zone Lijiamen, claiming that our live-fire exercises during the first month of the lunar year are undermining peace in East Asia. Tell me, what kind of logic is this? Deng Shichang had just arrived from the Marine Corps camp, his boots still covered in frozen soil from the training ground. Why bother with them? Last year when they were training in Nagasaki, their cannons were practically pointed at our merchant ships. Why didn't they talk about peace then? He pushed a monthly report on reserve training over. But our fishermen's reserves have grown by another 300 this month. They're all familiar with the Yellow Sea shipping lanes. In wartime, they'll be living nautical charts. Li Hijing was checking the list of gun modifications for each ship when he heard this and looked up, saying, "General, in my opinion, this telegram reminds us that we should not only conduct the exercises, but also make them more impressive. Let the Japanese see that our standardization isn't just talk." He pointed to the red circles on the list. "The main gun modifications for the Dingyuan and Jinyuan are finished. Today is a good day to test the armor-piercing effect of Novartis gunpowder. The radio that Sabang brought should also be put to the test in live-fire exercises." Sajin kept stroking the codebook in his hand, and then suddenly said, "I just had the students in the academy compile a special code for the Spring Festival, encoding all the words related to New Year greetings and festivals. In case we encounter Japanese ships spying during the exercise, it will come in handy." Looking at the young and determined faces before him, Ding Ruchang felt much of his frustration dissipate. He picked up a vermilion brush and made a heavy stroke on the exercise regulations. "It's settled then. At 3:45 a.m., the entire fleet will weigh anchor and head to the Chengshangjiu firing range. Remember, use both flag signals and radio, conduct live-fire exercises with Novartis gunpowder, and have reserve civilian ships provide escort. Let the Japanese see what the Beiyang Fleet's New Year's spirit is like." In the early morning harbor, the yellow dragon flag rose in succession from the masts of each ship, like a flowing red cloud. On the deck of the Pingyuan, Master Wang led the craftsmen in a final inspection. He carefully wiped the breech of the 150mm rapid-fire gun with cotton yarn, and then looked at the gap of the breech block in the sunlight. "Don't worry, Captain, this gun works better than our pots at home now. It's guaranteed not to jam." Li He smiled and nodded, then turned and climbed onto the bridge. Zhou Fuqing was fiddling with the radio transmitter when he heard a beep 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 sound in his headset. "Captain, Ziyuan has sent a signal saying that Captain Deng wants us to have a competition later to see whose cannons are more accurate. Tell him that while his accuracy may be inferior, his rate of fire will always be superior." Li He picked up his binoculars and looked at the Pingyuan at the front of the formation. On the flagship's mainmast, in addition to the general's flag, there was a bright yellow signal flag. This was Xia Jinping's newly designed radio communication sign, which was particularly eye-catching in the morning light. As the fleet set sail, fishermen from Weihaiwei were heading out to sea in their fishing boats. The reserve fishermen recognized the mast of the Pingyuan and rowed over. Xuanzhu, holding up a freshly caught mackerel, shouted, "Commanderly, after you finish your drills, we'll treat the brothers to some fish." Li He felt a warm glow inside after the signalman replied with a "thank you" flag signal. These days, the reserve fishermen not only practiced shooting with the Marines, but also helped the Navy draw more than a dozen maps of the distribution of reefs in the Yellow Sea. The maps were marked with cinnabar with the words, "The water here is 3 zhang deep, and small boats can hide here," which were much more detailed than the old maps in the government office. The Chengshanjiao firing range was already set up. 5 abandoned old ships were anchored on the sea, the largest of which was painted in a striking red and marked with the 4 white characters. "Simulated enemy ship." Ding Ruchang's orders were transmitted to all ships via radio. First round, test fire armor-piercing shells with the main guns. Second round, rapid-fire guns fire in unison. Third round, reserve civilian ships simulate ammunition resupply. The main guns of the Pingyuan roared first, and a Novartis armor-piercing shell whistled out, hitting the red-painted target ship right at the waterline. As the smoke cleared, a large hole was torn in the side of the target ship, and seawater rushed in. Li He held up his binoculars and clearly saw that the directional explosive power of the Novartis gunpowder, which had not exploded at the edge of the bullet hole, was even better than expected. "Our turn!" Zhou Fuqing shouted excitedly. Li He ordered, "Rapid-fire cannons, prepare, 3 rounds in rapid succession." 3 rapid cannon shots rang out in quick succession, and 3 indigo-blue shells, as if guided by eyes, struck the target ship's deck one after another. This time, there was no earth-shattering explosion, but the target ship's mast seemed to be snapped by an invisible hand, slowly plunging into the shockwave of Novartis gunpowder, specifically designed to target the ship's whole structure. As cheers erupted on the deck, Xia Jinping's radio signal came through. "Pingyuan has the highest rate of fire, and Ziyuan has the highest accuracy. Both are ranked first." Li He looked up and saw Deng Shichang waving in their direction from the mast of the Ziyuan. The signalman gave the signal, accepting the honor, and the flag fluttered in the wind. The most exciting part was the third round of drills. 10 fishing boats flying the yellow dragon flag approached the firing range, and reserve fishermen skillfully hoisted ammunition boxes, actually empty wooden boxes, onto the Pingyuan warship. Xuanzhu stood at the bow, directing the hoisting with hand signals taught by the Marine Corps, his movements almost indistinguishable from those of the Navy's sailors. Ding Ruchang, who was on that Pingyuan warship, saw this scene and said to his staff officer, "See that? This is what it means to have the people's hearts at your service." Halfway through the exercise, the lookout suddenly reported, "3 unidentified ships have been spotted to the southeast, flying the flags of neutral countries, and they have been following us." Li He raised his binoculars and saw that the shape of the ship's smokestacks was very familiar. They were clearly the style of Japanese merchant ships, only with different flags. "Send a secret telegram," Li He sneered. "Just say that guests have arrived and we need to add another dish." Xia Jinping immediately struck the telegraph key, and the beep 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 of the radio waves traveled across the sea. Moments later, the guns of all the ships suddenly turned towards the reef area on the other side of the target ship, and a new round of salvo began. This time, the shells landed with exceptionally high density, shattering the reefs and sending waves splashing dozens of feet high. This was to tell those neutral ships that the Beiyang Fleet's accuracy was not just for show. Before long, the 3 ships turned around and retreated far away. As evening exercises concluded, the setting sun bathed the fleet in a golden glow. Li He stood on the bridge, watching the sailors neatly stack Novartis gunpowder shells back into the ammunition compartments, watching the signalmen meticulously verify flag signals and radio records, and watching the reserve fishermen humming fishing songs as they returned to port. Suddenly, he realized that the word standardization was more than just a cold, impersonal set of rules. It is the smooth rifling in the gun barrel, the precise Morse code in the radio, the hoisting hand signals learned by fishermen, and the manuals posted by the military law department in each ship's compartment, the tenacity that unites all forces into one. When they returned to Weihaiwei, the red lanterns at the dock were already lit. Ding Ruchang stood on the dock, patting the shoulders of each ship's captain. Today's exercise is more meaningful than paying New Year's respects to the imperial court. He looked at the darkening sea. Remember, a new year means a new look, not just wearing new clothes and putting up spring festival couplets, but that our cannons are more accurate, our ships are more stable, and our brothers are more united. A sea breeze blew by, carrying the damp scent of melting ice. He looked up at the starry sky. The Big Dipper stood out exceptionally clearly against the celestial backdrop, as if measured precisely with a ruler. He suddenly recalled a saying that Sajinbing often used. Stars in the sky have their orbits, and ships at sea have their paths. Everything must follow rules to go far. Chapter 48 Undercurrents. In February, the frozen ground of Weihaiwei began to thaw, and tender yellow grass sprouted from the cracks in the docks, but this could not conceal the increasingly tense atmosphere in the air. A secret report from Incheon, like eyes thrown into boiling oil, caused an uproar in the council hall of the governor's office. The Japanese have added 2 torpedo boats to Wonsan port and transferred Yoshino and Naniwa to Busan. Ding Ruchang's fingers slammed heavily on the Korean peninsula on the nautical chart. Their marines conducted a landing exercise in Kamulpo, using the same tactics we practiced last year. Are they learning from us, or are they showing off to us? Deng Shichang clenched his fists so tightly they cracked. Who cares if it's learning or a demonstration? Our Marine Corps just got 2 more rapid-fire cannons in the first month of the lunar year. Let them taste their power. He opened the reserve mobilization plan. I have already made the reserves in the coastal fishing villages ready. If something happens, we can assemble 2,000 people within 3 days to cooperate with the ships to guard the sea entrance. He stared at a sentence in the secret report. The Japanese ammunition depot has been frequently entering and leaving recently, with a large number of red-tipped shells being transported in. He looked up and said, These must be Shermo's powder shells. They know these things are unstable, yet they're still sending them to the front lines, which means... That means they're in a hurry. Sajinbing took over the conversation, with radio interception records spread out in front of him. In the past 2 weeks, the radio signals from the Japanese fleet have been 3 times denser than usual. Although we've intercepted mostly fragments, the words regrouping and resupplying have appeared extremely frequently. Ding Ruchang was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, Are the Novartis gunpowder reserves on each ship sufficient? Enough for 3 medium-sized naval battles. He flipped through the ammunition ledger. The Weihai Machinery Bureau's production capacity has increased, and it can produce 500 rounds a day. It's just that the sugar refining still has to be transported from Tianjin, which is a bit of a bottleneck. We can't do things that will hinder our development. Ding Ruchang stood up. Li He, you go to Tianjin personally and make sure they build the sugarcane refining workshop. Tell the director of the Machinery Bureau that they should just ask for money and materials. Even if it means tearing down the threshold of the government office, the workshop must be built. He then turned to Sajinbing. Your radio team, keep a close eye on the movements of the Japanese fleet, especially the Yoshino and Naniwa. Encrypt the codebook again, and have the students at the academy create several backup codes to prevent them from deciphering it. Finally, he looked at Deng Shichang and said, The Marine Corps' rapid-fire guns need to be towed by horse-drawn carriages so they can move with the ships and reserve forces. We need to teach them the basics of using Novartis gunpowder so that our own people don't end up hurting each other. During Li He's trip to Tianjin, the standardization reforms in Weihaiwei continued unabated. Master Wang led the craftsmen to replace the breech blocks of the Liuyuan and Pingyuan. The old cannons on these 2 ships were made in Britain, and the parts were different from those on other ships. Just grinding the matching copper washers alone used 3 whole boxes of copper. Master Wang, these British cannons are such a hassle. It would be easier to just replace them with German cannons, complained the young craftsman, Xiao Zhang, wiping his sweat. Master Wang tapped him with his hammer. Save trouble? Can war be saved trouble? Although this cannon is old, the barrel is still thick. If we replace the breech block, we can use Novartis gunpowder, which will make it even stronger than a new cannon. After we win the battle, we'll ask the military for permission to build new cannons ourselves. Xia Jinping's radio team moved into a newly built signal tower, with 3 tall antennas erected on the roof, like 3 vigilant ears. The young telegraph operators took turns on duty, their headsets filled with various radio wave noises. Occasionally, they would catch a signal from the Japanese fleet, which they would immediately transcribe and send to Xia Jinping for deciphering. "Hey, this signal is weird. 1100 is repeated 6 times. A student ran over holding a newspaper. Xia Jinping studied the codebook for a moment, then his expression suddenly changed. "This is a code for running out of fuel. They're calling for help from the mainland, which means the fleet has been out of port for some time." Meanwhile, things were even more bustling on Deng Shicheng's side. On the Marine Corps' parade ground, newly arrived rapid-fire cannons were disassembled into parts, and then reassembled by the soldiers, with the fastest group completing the task in just 45 minutes. The reserve fishermen, carrying rifles, practiced prone shooting on the beach. Xuanzhi lay prone on the cold sand, aiming at a distant buoy, muttering, "3 points in a line, steady mind, steady hand." Zhou Fu, from the military law department, was busy. He led his men to inspect the ammunition compartments of each ship. In a corner of the Weihaiwei, they found a box of unturned black powder shells. The captain explained that he had forgotten them. Without a word, Zhou Fu fined him 3 months' salary according to regulations. The entire crew was made to watch as the box of shells was destroyed. When the fuse was lit, the dull thud of the explosion struck everyone like a heavy hammer blow. 5 days later, Li He returned from Tianjin with good news. The sugar refining workshop has been upgraded using Master Zhao's traditional method. Cotton thread is used to guide crystallization. Although the purity is not as good as the Western method, it is sufficient. The Machinery Bureau also said that they will send us a batch of newly cast cannon barrels next month, which are even stronger than the German ones. He had just sat down and taken a sip of tea when Xia Jinping burst in, holding up a deciphered telegram. "We've intercepted a secret telegram from the Japanese army to the Incheon consulate, saying there's something big going on in early March." Ding Ruchang immediately gathered everyone, and the red circles on the nautical chart became increasingly dense. Li He suddenly pointed to Asan Bay on the west coast of North Korea. "The water here is shallow, suitable for torpedo boat ambushes. We need to send ships to guard it in advance." Deng Shicheng said, "I led the Marines to deploy in the fishing villages near Asan. Most of the fishermen there are from Shandong and can be trusted." Xia Jinping added, "Let Jiyu and Guanyi go and scout ahead first. Keep the radio silent, and only use flag signals to communicate, so as not to be monitored by the Japanese army." The lights in the council chamber stayed on until late at night. The sea breeze outside the window carried a chill, but it couldn't dispel the warmth inside. Ding Ruchang looked at the standardization progress chart on the wall, where the red arrow had extended upwards again. 90% of the artillery modification was completed, Novartis had 20,000 rounds of gunpowder in reserve, radio coverage reached 80%, and 3,000 reserve personnel had been trained. These figures were the foundation of their confidence in confronting the undercurrents. As Li He walked out of the yamen, the sky was already beginning to lighten. The antenna of the signal tower was faintly visible in the morning mist. On the deck of the Pingyuan, sailors were wiping the cannon barrels, their movements perfectly synchronized, like a flock of sea eagles sharpening their claws. He suddenly remembered a saying that Master Wang often used. "A good knife needs to be sharpened when not in use, so that it can be drawn and draw blood when needed." Chapter 49. A new blade awaits sharpening. The March sea breeze, carrying the dampness of Jiangnan, blew all the way from the Yellow Sea to Weihaiwei, turning the willow branches by the dock a tender green. In the council hall of the Admiral's office, Ding Ruchang held a telegram from Fujian in his hand, his fingertips repeatedly stroking the words, "Maui shipyard." A rare smile on his face. "Gentlemen, I have good news." He waved the telegram. "The 2 new ships at Maui, ships A and B, have been launched and fitted out. The results of the main engine sea trials are in. The standard displacement is 3,000 tons, and the speed is 23 knots, which is half a knot faster than the Yoshino." A low murmur of astonishment rippled through the council chamber. Li He leaned forward and took a copy of the telegram from Ding Ruchang. He remembered the parameters on it clearly. Equipped with 6 150mm rapid-fire guns and 8 47mm rapid-fire guns, all compatible with Novartis gunpowder. The hull is made of Harvey steel, and the deck armor is 4 inches thick. The more he read, the more excited he became. These specifications are definitely those of a main battle cruiser. Even better than our Ziyuan. Deng Shichang slapped his thigh. 23 knots! That speed can catch up with any Japanese ship. In the future, if we encounter a fast ship like the Yoshino, we can also race it to see who is faster. Sa Jinbing stared at the main engine model column in the telegram. Is it the triple expansion steam engine that Maui copied? I heard last year that the boiler pressure was unstable, and it's been resolved in just 6 months. Not only was the problem solved, but we also hired British engineers to help with adjustments. Ding Ruchang explained. The telegram said that during the sea trials, the ship sailed at full speed for 4 consecutive hours without emitting black smoke from the chimney or leaking from the boiler tubes. Our own shipyard can finally build decent fast ships. He paused, then changed the subject. However, the ships are almost finished, but the names haven't been decided yet. I've invited you all here today to discuss what names we should give these 2 new ships. These words immediately stirred up a lively atmosphere in the council hall. Li He, recalling the standardization reforms that Weihaiwei had undergone in the past 2 years, suggested, "Why not call it Weihaiwei? It would not only highlight Weihaiwei's roots but also convey the meaning of defending the territory." Deng Shichang shook his head. Too cautious. In my opinion, it needs to have a bit of a sharp edge, something like suppressing the Japanese pirates and driving out the barbarians, so that the little devils will be terrified at the mere mention of it. Sa Jinbing pushed up his glasses and said softly, "The Maritime Kingdom's record says learn the superior techniques of the barbarians to control the barbarians. How about we call it learn from the barbarians to control the barbarians? It shows our magnanimity and also reveals our ambition." After a long, noisy discussion, Ding Ruchang still didn't nod. He walked to the map of coastal defense hanging on the wall and traced a line from Weihaiwei to Maui in Fujian. "We're building new ships not to spite others, nor to show off anything. It's to safeguard the vast maritime border stretching from the Bohai Sea to the South China Sea." He turned around, his gaze intense. "I think we should name it Weihai and Jinyang. Weihai guards the northern seas, and Jinyang guards the southern seas. Only by complementing each other can we achieve overall success." Upon hearing these 2 names, everyone fell silent. Li He pondered the weight of Wei, meaning power/prestige, and Jin, meaning awe/tremor, suddenly realizing that these names possessed more power than any overtly aggressive ones. Signifies defending the land, and signifies securing the borders. This was the true duty of the Beiyang Fleet. Deng Shichang nodded in agreement, saying, "The general is right. These names are both imposing and composed. Excellent." After deciding on the ship's name, Ding Ruchang shifted the conversation to torpedo boats. Having main battleships alone is not enough. He pointed to Jiaozhou Bay and Lushuan Port on the nautical chart. These places have shallow waters and many bays, making it difficult for large ships to maneuver. We need to rely on torpedo boats. I plan to have the Beiyang shipyard and the Maui shipyard each build a batch, 12 Huaijin-class destroyers, focusing on range, and 12 Feiyu-class destroyers, focusing on speed, with a minimum speed of 28 knots. Li He's heart skipped a beat. Does the general want to use torpedo boats in conjunction with capital ships? Exactly. Ding Ruchang walked to the sand table and used his fingers to show the fleet formation. The large ships will form a frontal barrage, while the torpedo boats will attack from the flanks to catch them off guard. The Japanese added a lot of torpedo boats last year, and we can't fall behind. He looked at Sa Jinbing and said, "The torpedo boats also need to be equipped with radios. They need to be small, have strong anti-jamming capabilities, and be able to communicate with the main ships in real time." Sa Jinbing immediately replied, "The students at the academy are already testing small radios. They are using magneto-transmitters, which are only half the size of the originals. The only downside is that the power is a bit low, but since torpedo boats are close to the capital ships, it's sufficient." Just then, Zhou Fu from the military law department rushed in, directing his men to carry in an object wrapped in oilcloth. His face was filled with barely suppressed excitement. "Sir, good news from the Ordnance Bureau! The new torpedo is complete!" Everyone's attention was drawn to the oilcloth package. Zhou Fu carefully opened it, revealing a silver-white torpedo about 10 feet long, with a streamlined head and delicate spiral patterns engraved on its tail fins. "This is Longxiang No. 1, a thermal torpedo we made ourselves." Zhou Fu pointed to the torpedo's head. "It's loaded with Novartis gunpowder, and its power is 30% greater than the imported Whitehead torpedo. It has a range of 2 nautical miles, a speed of 27 knots, and most importantly, it's very stable. Unlike the Japanese torpedoes, it won't miss the target so often." Master Wang squeezed in at some point, leaned over to the torpedo, and tapped the outer shell with his hand. "Is this sheet metal made by our Kaiping Mining Bureau? It's thick enough. The tail fin bearing is a new ball bearing from the Tianjin Machinery Bureau, right? It's so smooth when it spins." An engineer from the Ordnance Bureau added, "The most crucial component is the engine. It uses our own improved kerosene engine, which starts quickly and is fuel efficient. We conducted 3 test shots, and every shot hit the target with an error of no more than 5 zhang." Ding Ruchang picked up the torpedo's sight and tested it against the sea outside the window. The lens was clear, and the markings were precise. He put down the sight and suddenly burst into laughter. "Good! Good! With new ships, torpedo boats, and now new torpedoes, our standardization efforts finally have teeth." Deng Shichang rubbed his hands together, eager to see what would happen. "Once the Weihaiwei is commissioned, equipped with these torpedo boats, and the Marine Corps' rapid-fire cannons are brought up, let's see who dares to run wild on our seas." Li He gazed at the silvery white torpedo and suddenly recalled the dire situation 3 years ago when he first arrived at the Pingyuan, when they couldn't even muster enough rapid-fire guns. Now, not only did they have Novartis gunpowder and standardized artillery, but they could even manufacture such advanced weapons as torpedoes themselves. He turned to look out the window. On the sea in Weihaiwei, the Pingyuan, Ziyuan, and other ships were conducting routine drills. The booming of cannons mingled with the muffled sounds of torpedo tests in the distance, like an increasingly majestic battle song. Ding Ruchang handed the telegram announcing the naming of the new ship to Zhou Fu. "Send it to Maui immediately and have them engrave the ship's name on the bow. Urge them to speed up the process and strive to have the ship commissioned before autumn." He then said to Sa Zhenbing, "You take the lead in coordinating with the Maui and Beiyang shipyards on the blueprints for the torpedo boats. Make sure the specifications are consistent and that the parts are interchangeable. Don't forget our standardization procedures." The atmosphere in the council chamber grew increasingly heated. Even the fire in the charcoal brazier seemed to burn brighter. Li He watched Ding Ruchang sketching out the fleet blueprint on the sand table, and Deng Shichang calculating the torpedo boat attack routes on paper. Watching Sa Zhenbing mark new frequencies on the radio blueprints, he suddenly felt that the 2 new ships still being outfitted in Maui, the more than 20 torpedo boats waiting to be built, and the silver-glowing Longxiang No. 1 in front of him had all come to life and were gradually gathering power into the waves of the Yellow Sea. The March sunlight streamed through the window lattice, shining on the torpedoes of the Longxiang No. 1, and reflecting a dazzling light. In this light were the sparks of steel from the Maui shipyard, the blueprints from the Ordnance Bureau, the sweat of the craftsmen, and even more so, the determination of the entire Beiyang Fleet to defend the sea frontier. Li He knew that even the sharpest blades needed polishing. But as long as this drive remained, one day these new ships, new boats, and new torpedoes would stand like sharp knives, firmly protecting the sea. Chapter 50 Springtide Surges. In April in Weihaiwei, the sea fog gradually dissipates, revealing a clear blue sky. The ice in the harbor has completely melted, and the warm tide laps against the dock, washing the rocks clean and pristine. In the courtyard of the governor's office, the old locust trees sprouted new green leaves, and the delicate leaves rustled in the wind, as if echoing the clanging sounds coming from the distant shipyard. Ding Ruchang stood by the window, holding the telegram Li He had sent from Maui. The telegram said that the outfitting of the Weihai and Xinjiang was nearing completion, and the bronze nameplates on the bows had been hung, gleaming in the sunlight. Only the gun mounts of the 6 150mm rapid-fire guns still needed minor adjustments to ensure perfect compatibility with Novartis gunpowder shells. It was expected that they could set sail north by the end of May. That kid Li he has brought the standardized rules to Maui, Ding Rucheng said with a smile to Sa Jinbing beside him. In his telegram, he said that he insisted that the craftsmen in Maui modify 3 gun carriage parts so that they could be used with the breech blocks in Weihaiwei. Sa Jinbing was checking the blueprints for the torpedo boat when he heard this and looked up. What the commander said is right. The key to standardization is the commonality of parts. In the past few days, I have communicated repeatedly with the general managers of Beiyang and Maui shipyards. Finally, we have finalized the specifications of the main engine and torpedo tubes for the torpedo boats. Whether it is the Kuijin class built by Beiyang or the Feiyu class built by Maui, the parts can be interchanged, and even the maintenance tools are the same. He pointed to a mark on the blueprint. Look here, the torpedo tube caliber is uniformly 450mm, which is just right to fit our Longxiang one. Maui wanted to make 430mm tubes before, saying they would be lighter. I did the math with them and showed them that unifying the caliber would save 30% on ammunition transportation costs, and that's when they finally agreed. Just then, Deng Shichang strode in, his military boots still covered in mud and sand from the beach. Sir, the torpedo boat unit's scaffolding is up. He placed a roster on the table. I've selected 80 skilled sailors from various ships. They're all veterans who have fired live ammunition. I've built a torpedo firing range on the west side of Lugong Island, and we're practicing there these days. The Longxiang No. 1's hit rate has already stabilized at over 70%. Ding Rucheng took the roster and saw that each person's name was marked with special skills such as proficient in night navigation and familiar with reef areas. He nodded and said, Good selection. Torpedo boats rely on night raids and close combat. These skills are indispensable. He suddenly remembered something. By the way, how is the progress of equipping the torpedo boats with radios on Sa Bang's side? Sa Jinbing immediately replied. The small radio has been successfully tested. It's 5 pounds lighter than the original, powered by dry cell batteries, and can transmit and receive signals within 10 nautical miles without any problems. I tested it with the Pingyuan yesterday, and the beeping was crystal clear. He took out a palm-sized transmitter from his bag. The casing was brass with fine engravings. This is a sample. We're preparing to have the Beiyang arsenal mass-produce it. Deng Shichang took the transmitter and examined it closely. Is this little thing really going to work? The torpedo boat is rocking violently in the waves, so we can't let it break down. Don't worry, I've tested it. Sa Jinbing demonstrated with a smile. Look at these buttons, they use spring bases, so they can be pressed accurately even when the machine is bumpy. As they were talking, Zhou Fu arrived with the Ordnance Bureau personnel, followed by 2 soldiers carrying wooden crates. Sir, the mass production prototype of Longxiang No. 1 is ready. Zhou Fu opened the crate, inside which were 10 miniature torpedo models neatly stacked. These are made to combat specifications, with the same propellant charge and range as the prototype. The Ordnance Bureau said that as long as the materials are supplied, they can produce 20 torpedoes per month. Ding Rucheng picked up a model. It felt heavy in his hand. A small dragon character was engraved on the model's tail fin, a mark specially added by the craftsman. Good, he said, putting the model back in the box. Tell the Ordnance Bureau to prioritize the supply of materials. Even if it means halting the disposal of black powder, ensure mass production of torpedoes. As everyone was discussing matters, a lookout suddenly reported. A transport ship from the south has arrived, carrying blueprints for a new ship from the Maui shipyard. Li He included a letter with the blueprints, detailing the sea trials of the Weihaiwei and Jinyang. When both ships were sailing at full speed, the hulls were as stable as a rock, with less turbulence than the Yoshino, and the gunners could aim more steadily on the deck. The most ingenious thing was the compartment design, with the ammunition compartments right next to the gun positions, and the loading speed was even half a second faster than the Ziyuan. At the end of the letter, he also drew a small smiley face, saying that the craftsmen in Maui praised the Beiyang standardized procedures as more useful than the foreigners' instruction manuals. After reading the letter, Deng Shichang slapped his thigh and laughed. Once these 2 ships arrive, we'll have 4 fast ships. We'll form a lightning column and see who dares to rampage through the Yellow Sea. Sa Zhenbing, however, was studying the radio installation locations on the blueprints. Here, antenna bases need to be added, and they need to be more robust than those on Pingyuan, since the speed is high and the wind resistance is great. Ding Ruchang spread the blueprints on the large table and marked them with a red pen. After Weihai is commissioned, it will be assigned to the main fleet of Weihaiwei, Jinyang, and temporarily stationed in Lushuan, cooperating with Jingyuan and Liuyuan there. Half of the torpedo boats will go to Lushuan, forming a north-south coordination. He looked up at everyone. In 2 months the new ships will arrive. We need to clear the dock in advance, prepare supplies, and make sure they can be incorporated into training as soon as they arrive. Outside the council chamber, the sun shone brightly. The shadow of the old locust tree swayed gently in the breeze. Li He wrote in his letter that spring came earlier in Maui than in Weihaiwei. The peach blossoms around the shipyard were in full bloom, and the craftsmen were covered in petals as they painted the decks, as if they were wearing flowery clothes. Looking at the new greenery outside the window, Ding Ruchang suddenly realized that spring was not just about flowers and plants. The spring of the Beiyang Fleet was also growing little by little in the blueprints of the new ships, in the models of the torpedoes, and in the anticipation on everyone's faces. While Zhou Fu was tidying up the wooden crates, he accidentally knocked over a torpedo model. The model rolled a few times on the ground, revealing small characters engraved underneath. Made by the Ordnance Bureau in April of the 19th year of Guangxu. Deng Shichang picked it up and wiped it with his sleeve. These characters need to be engraved deeper, so that future generations will know how these things were made after we win a battle. Sa Zhenbing was sending a telegram to Moe. The message read, "Please reserve a radio base according to the drawings, with the same specifications as Pingyuan." The ticking radio waves passed through the window frame and flew south, like an invisible thread tightly connecting Weihaiwei and Maui. In April, the spring tide was surging in Weihaiwei. This tide not only rose in the harbor but also in the hearts of every member of the Beiyang Fleet. The new ships under construction, the torpedoes being mass-produced, and the sailors' training all surged in one direction like the tide, the direction of guarding the sea frontier, the direction of becoming increasingly resolute. Chapter 51 Sudden Rain and Visitors. May in Weihaiwei is usually mostly sunny, but this year it unusually rained for half a month straight. Large raindrops pounded on the deck of the Pingyuan, splashing up a dense spray of water, as if trying to drench the entire harbor. Li He stood on the bridge, gazing at the blurred Weihaiwei through the rain, clutching a newly arrived telegram in his hand, its pages wrinkled from the dampness. "Captain, is it really going to be delayed until February next year at Maui?" Zhou Fuqing's voice was filled with disbelief and frustration. The telegram clearly stated that cracks were found in the boiler tubes of the Weihai and Jinyang ships during the pressure test, and they needed to be returned to the factory for replacement. The British supplier said that the earliest delivery will be in January of the following year, thus delaying the commissioning of the new ships by a full 8 months. Li He sighed heavily. The boiler tubes were specially imported from England as seamless steel pipes, which he had thought would save some trouble, but unexpectedly, something still went wrong. He recalled Ding Ruchang's expression when he received the telegram. The old admiral slammed his teacup on the table, spilling tea all over it, but he didn't utter a single curse. He just stared at the nautical chart for a long time before finally saying, "A mistake is a mistake, but it's better than the boiler exploding during wartime." Just then, the lookout shouted in the rain, "Someone from the Admiral's office has arrived! They say it's important!" Li He glanced down at his soaked military boots and quickly stepped off the bridge. Under the awning on the dock, Ding Ruchang's personal guards were waiting. Upon seeing him, they handed him a note. "The Admiral requests your immediate presence, saying that foreign guests have arrived." Li He unfolded the postcard, which contained several names written in English, with Chinese annotations next to them. Representatives from Armstrong, UK, Krupp, Germany, and Schneider Electric, France. He paused. "What are they here for? What else could it be?" The soldier wiped the rain off his face. "I heard that when our Novartis gunpowder was used in a drill at Chengshengjiu, some observers from neutral countries saw it. They went back and blew on it, and these arms dealers came running after smelling it. As expected, a group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners were seated in the governor's office reception room. Ding Ruchang sat in the main seat, with Deng Shichang and Sa Zhenbing on either side, but the atmosphere was somewhat somber. Sir Thomas, the British representative, was examining a Novartis gunpowder cartridge case closely with a magnifying glass. General Ding, your army's new gunpowder is incredibly powerful. Armstrong is willing to pay a high price for the formula, or we could cooperate to build a factory and split the profits 50-50ths. The German representative followed up. Krupp has more experience in artillery manufacturing. If we use Novartis gunpowder with our new rapid-fire cannon, its power can be increased by another 30%. We can provide 10 cannons for testing free of charge, just to share the gunpowder technology. The French representative seemed more eager, bringing samples of Shermo's gunpowder. Your gunpowder is indeed more stable than Shermo's, but our combustion technology is more mature. How about exchanging technologies? Ding Ruchang picked up his teacup and slowly sipped his tea. I appreciate your kindness, but Novartis gunpowder was jointly developed by the Beiyang Fleet, our craftsmen, and Mr. Nobel. It concerns the vital matter of coastal defense, and the technology will not be transferred. Li He added at the opportune moment. However, we can sell finished shells. As long as the price is fair and the specifications meet our military standards, supplying 5,000 rounds per month is not a problem. He had already discussed with Ding Ruchang that the gunpowder formula must not be given away, but selling shells could both generate money and allow them to gauge the reactions of various countries. Sir Thomas raised an eyebrow. Sell only artillery shells? General Ding, don't you want your country's army to also use this kind of good gunpowder? We can help your country build an army gunpowder factory. Deng Shichang snorted. The Ministry of War will take care of the army's affairs. We'll just focus on the navies. His words were both a rejection and a reminder that the Beiyang Fleet should not act on behalf of the court, lest it get back at them. Sa Zhenbing then produced several data reports. These are comparative tests of Novartis gunpowder with gunpowder from various countries. The stability, power, and shelf life are all clearly marked. If you are sincerely interested in purchasing, we can supply according to these standards. He pushed the reports over, which were filled with densely packed numbers, all of which were the results of tests conducted over the past 6 months. The foreigners passed around the reports, their expressions varying. The German representative stroked his chin. A shelf life of 12 months? That's longer than our brown powder. The French representative stared thoughtfully at the line about. Not exploding when wet. Realizing that the biggest drawback of Shimaguri powder was its susceptibility to moisture. Seeing that the time was right, Ding Ruchang stood up and said, even if a deal falls through, we can still be on good terms. If you want to order artillery shells, you can contact the Weihaiwei Machinery Bureau to produce them according to our standards. As for technical cooperation, he changed the subject. Perhaps there will be room for discussion when our country's maritime borders are more secure in the future. After seeing the foreigners off, Deng Shichang finally breathed a sigh of relief. These guys kept talking about cooperation, but in reality they just wanted to steal our gunpowder formula. The more anxious they are, the more it demonstrates the value of Novartis gunpowder, Li He said. We can take this opportunity to have the Machinery Bureau expand production capacity, and use the money from selling shells to subsidize the construction of new ships. Ding Ruchang, however, was not so optimistic. The new ship is delayed by 8 months. The Japanese may still be making moves. We need to work harder on radio monitoring, especially in the Nagasaki and Incheon areas. He then looked at Deng Shichang. The Marine Corps' rapid-fire gun training cannot stop. Even before the new ship arrives, the weapons we have need to be even more robust. The rain was still falling outside the window, pattering against the eaves. Li He looked at the locust tree branches bent by the rain in the yard and suddenly remembered what Master Wang had said last month when he was inspecting the breech block. The old craftsman touched the newly replaced domestic copper parts and said, no matter how good the things given by foreigners are, they are not as reliable as the ones we have ourselves. Looking back now, these words seem like a prophecy. Relying on imported boiler tubes inevitably leads to being held hostage, while Novartis gunpowder can stand tall and negotiate with foreigners precisely because it controls everything from the formula to the process. Ding Ruchang seemed to see through his thoughts and patted him on the shoulder. The arrival of the new ship 8 months late may not be all bad. These 8 months are a good opportunity for us to increase the production capacity of Novartis gunpowder, train the torpedo boats, and expand the reserve force. When Weihaiwei arrives, we can immediately form combat capability. Isn't that better? Li He nodded in agreement, but he knew in his heart that this 8-month gap would be a considerable test for the Beiyang Fleet. What if the Japanese took advantage of the situation? Would the foreigners inform the Japanese after they returned home? Under the awning, Sajinbing was directing the telegraph operator to send a message to Manhwa, instructing them to thoroughly investigate the quality of the boiler tubes and also to inquire about the progress of domestically produced replacement steel pipes. Deng Shichang, meanwhile, braved the rain to rush back to the Marine Corps camp, saying he wanted to take advantage of the rainy weather to practice night raids. To let the Japanese devils know that even without new ships, our Marine Corps is not to be trifled with. As dusk deepened, the rain finally subsided. On his way back to the Pingyuan, Li He saw that the lanterns at the Weihai Machinery Bureau were still lit. Master Wang and his craftsmen were rushing to produce Novartis gunpowder shells. The sounds of hammers and grinding powder coming from the workshop through the rain had a surprisingly reassuring quality. He recalled Sir Thomas's parting words. The Chinese Navy seems to have suddenly changed. Li He touched the standardized regulations in his pocket. The pages were damp, but the handwriting was still clear. Yes, things are different now. Even if the new ships are late, even if the foreigners have a brilliant plan, this fleet has learned what to defend, what to fight for, and what to build themselves. This is more important than any new ship. In the night, rain and mist gradually rose over Weihaiwei. The muzzle of the Pingyuan ship gleamed coldly under the lights, as if silently waiting for spring 8 months later, or guarding this moment, preparing for every single second. Chapter 52: A Blessing in Disguise. In June, the rain finally stopped, and the sun scorched the sea, making the air feel salty and hot. In the council chamber of the Admiral's office, Ding Ruchang stared intently at a telegram, but the dejection of the previous month was gone from his face. It was sent by the Manhwa shipyard, saying that although the boiler tubes of the Weihai and Xinjiang ships needed to be reworked, the craftsmen took this opportunity to make 17 improvements to the hull, and even the British engineers praised it as the first-class cruiser in East Asia. Commander, take a look at this list of improvements. Li He pushed over a copy of the translated telegram. They replaced the original two 120mm secondary guns with 47mm rapid-fire guns, saying it would make them more agile in close combat. They also reinforced the armor of the ammunition compartments to protect against torpedo fragments. The best part is that they converted the cargo hold at the stern into a torpedo room, which can carry 4 more Ryujo 1 torpedoes. Deng Shichang leaned over to look, becoming more and more excited as he looked. Good lads. They've really mastered our standard procedures. Knowing that Novartis gunpowder shells are lightweight, they added more rapid-fire cannons. Knowing that our Longsheng No. 1 is powerful, they specially added a torpedo compartment. Sajinbing, however, was more concerned with the technical details. They said they redesigned the rotating gears of the gun mount, which must have drawn on our Pingyuan modification experience. Also, the radio antenna has been moved to the top of the mainmast, which is in accordance with our suggestion last time. He added with a smile. It seems that Commander Li has given them quite a few lessons in Manhwa. Li He recalled the argument he had overseen at the construction site in Manhwa last month. The shipyard's general manager insisted on keeping the cargo holds according to the British blueprints. He argued with the combat records of the Pingyuan ship. When naval battles reach their climax, every additional torpedo increases the chances of victory. Do we need so many cargo holds filled with porcelain and tea? In the end, it was Ding Ruchang's telegram that made the final decision. Everything should be based on actual combat needs. Just then, an engineer from the Ordnance Bureau rushed in, sweating profusely, holding a torpedo model in his hand. Sir! The compatibility problem of the Longxiang 1 has been solved. The launch tubes we made can be perfectly installed in the new torpedo compartment of Weihaiwei. He placed the model on the table and pointed to the tail fin, saying, I specially added a buffer spring, which matches the new ship's hydraulic system perfectly, so it won't damage the hull during launch. Ding Ruchang picked up the model and weighed it in his hand. How does this torpedo's range and speed compare to the Whitehead torpedoes that were originally planned to be imported? The range is half a nautical mile less, but the speed is 1 knot faster. Most importantly, the engineer emphasized, the fuse is more reliable. We use Novartis explosives as the detonator, which is so sensitive that it explodes as soon as it grazes the hull, unlike imported torpedoes, which sometimes misfire. Deng Shichang slammed his fist on the table and laughed. Good! That's the way to do it! Rather than using unreliable foreign stuff, it's better to use something we make ourselves. What's the big deal about an 8-month delay? When these 2 ships arrive, they'll be carrying our rapid-fire guns, Novartis gunpowder, and domestically made torpedoes. We'll make sure the Japanese devils are in for a surprise. When the news reached the Weihai Machinery Bureau, Master Wang and his craftsmen became even more enthusiastic. They were originally only responsible for replacing the breech blocks of the old ships, but now that they heard the new ships would be equipped with more rapid-fire guns, they simply worked through the night to make 20 spare gun mounts, all made to the dimensions of the new ships. The captain said the new ship has 6 guns. We need to prepare a few more sets so that we can replace them immediately if any are damaged. Master Wang said to his apprentices while applying anti-rust paint to the gun mount. This paint is also newly made, mixed with tung oil and fish oil, which is more resistant to seawater than foreign paint. The Marine Corps camp also became lively. Deng Shichang had a wooden model built to the dimensions of the new ship's torpedo compartment, so the sailors could practice loading the Ryucho 1. Xuanzhu was now a reserve squad leader. Holding the replica torpedo model, his movements were more practiced than those of a veteran naval officer. Commander Deng said that when the new ships are commissioned, our Marines can also go and use these torpedoes to attack the Japanese transport ships. Sa Jinbing, along with his telegraph operator, repeatedly tested radio communications with the Weihai and Jinyang. They erected a new signal tower on Lugong Island and increased the radio power by 30%. The new ships are fast and can travel far, so the radio must keep up. He also specially compiled a set of torpedo attack-specific codes, making words like launch, turn, and evade more concise, so that even a second can save lives in wartime. In early July, even more exciting news came from Weihaiwei. During sea trials, the craftsmen discovered that the improved hull had excellent stability, and the hit rate of the 150mm rapid-fire gun was 20% higher than before in Sea State 5. This is because we lowered the ship's center of gravity by 3 inches. He explained in a letter to Ding Ruchang. The British engineer initially disagreed, saying it would affect the speed, but after the sea trials, the speed did not decrease, and the stability actually increased. Now he praises the wisdom of the Chinese craftsmen to everyone he meets. Ding Ruchang made several copies of the letter and distributed them to the captains of each ship. Look, he said at the officers' meeting. This is a case of a blessing in disguise. If it weren't for the boiler tube problem, we wouldn't have had time to make these improvements. How can we equip the new ships with domestically produced torpedoes? He pointed to the fleet training outside the window. Warfare relies not only on weapons, but also on intellect. Knowing where things are lacking, and fixing them, knowing what works, and building that's the true path to a strong military. Outside the council chamber, the sun shone brightly. Sailors on the Pingyuan were wiping down the gun barrels, the newly replaced domestically made breech blocks gleaming in the sunlight. In the distance, at the firing range, the Longxiang 1 was conducting a test firing. A torpedo, leaving a white trail, accurately hit the target ship, sending up a towering column of water. Looking at the column of water, he suddenly felt that the 8-month delay was like a training period that the Beiyang Fleet had gained. The need to replace the boiler tubes of the new ship forced the development of domestically produced steel pipes. The unreliability of foreign torpedoes, on the contrary, gave the Longxiang 1 a chance to prove itself. Even those inconspicuous gun mounts, antennas, and compartment layouts became more in line with actual combat needs during this forced wait. Ding Ruchang seemed to have read his mind and handed him a cup of cold tea. Once the new ships are commissioned, you can take Pingyuan and train with them. I've already decided to have Weihai Jinyang and Ziyuan Jingyuan form a rapid assault group to break through the enemy lines with speed, and then finish the battle with torpedoes and rapid-fire cannons. Li He took the teacup, and the coolness of the tea dispelled the summer heat. He knew that 8 months later, in the spring, when the Weihai and Jinyang, adorned with numerous improvements and domestically produced torpedoes, sailed into Weihaiwei, the Beiyang Fleet would take another solid step towards standardization. And those past troubles would ultimately become blessings for safeguarding the sea frontier. The sound of cannons from the firing range rang out again, mingling with the distant roar of the waves, like a song growing ever more powerful. June in Weihaiwei was sweltering, yet also brimming with a heavy weight of hope. Chapter 53: Sharpening the Sword and Waiting for the Right Time. In July, Weihaiwei was scorching hot under the blazing sun. The seawater in the harbor was warmed by the heat, resembling a large piece of melted jade. The Beiyang Fleet's drills, however, were more frequent than usual. The main guns of the Pingyuan and Jinyuan roared, shaking the sea. The rapid-fire cannons of the Ziyuan and Jingyuan fired incessantly, like a machine gun. Even the newly formed torpedo boat squadron darted in and out of the shallows near Lugong Island, the white waves behind the boats drawing swift arcs. Inside the admiral's office, Ding Ruchang was staring intently at a newly drawn fleet formation diagram. The positions of the ships, Weihai and Jinyang, were circled in red, following behind the Pingyuan and Ziyuan, respectively, forming 2 small assault groups. Li He stood beside him, looking at the Longxiang No. 1 Torpedo 8, marked on the diagram, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his face. Torpedo capacity double that of the initial design. Sir, do you have a plan in mind for the captain of the new ship? Li He asked. According to the Beiyang Navy's regulations, for a 3,000-ton cruiser, the captain must be at least a vice admiral and have extensive naval combat experience. Ding Ruchang pointed to the Weihai ship on the map. I plan to have you as the captain of the Weihai. You are familiar with Novartis gunpowder and participated in the improvement of the new ship, so you are the most suitable. He then pointed to the Jinyang ship. Chichang has a fiery temper, which matches the Jinyang's fast speed. Let him lead it. These words were exactly what Li He wanted to hear. He had long wanted to personally test the 23-knot speed, and even more so, to see just how much power the new ship, fully equipped with Longxiang No. 1, could unleash. Please rest assured, General, I will definitely train Weihai to be a force to be reckoned with. Just then, Deng Shichang strode in, holding a document on torpedo coordination tactics. General, take a look at this. I've been thinking about this with Sa Bang for a few days. The new ships are fast, and the torpedo boats are agile. Why not have them cooperate in combat? The new ships will draw enemy fire, and the torpedo boats will launch a surprise attack from the flanks. I guarantee that the Japanese will be caught completely off guard. Sa Zhenming followed in, holding a radio frequency table. We have assigned dedicated channels to the new ships and torpedo boats, using the newly encrypted Dragon code. Even if the Japanese intercept it, they won't be able to decipher it within 3 days. He pointed to the numbers on the table. Weihai uses 1,500 kHz, Jinyang uses 1,600 kHz, and the torpedo boat fleet uses 1,700 kHz, so they won't interfere with each other. Ding Ruchang smiled as he watched the two of them working together. Good. We'll do it your way. Starting this month, we'll have a joint exercise once a week, using the old ships as target ships. We'll let the Pingyuan and Ziyuan simulate the tactics of the new ships first, so that when the Weihai Jinyang arrives, they can get started immediately. When the news reached the ships, the sailors were even more motivated. On the Pingyuan, Li He was leading the gunners and practicing the tactic of rapid-fire guns covering torpedo attacks. First, they used Novartis gunpowder shells at a rate of 4 rounds per minute to suppress the target ship, and then signaled the torpedo boats to rush out from the smoke. Zhou Fuqing, his voice hoarse from shouting as he manipulated the simulated torpedo launcher, yelled, 45 degrees to port, 1,500 meters away, launch! Master Wang, along with the craftsmen, reinforced the gun mounts of the Pingyuan once again. "Sir," he said, "the gun mounts on this new ship are more sophisticated than ours. I had a set of tools made to match the design. When we replace the breech blocks on the Weihai, I guarantee it will be faster than the craftsmen in Manhwa." He wiped his sweat and laughed. "The copper parts we make are almost as hard as those from the British, they're just a little less polished, but that doesn't affect their use." Deng Shichang trained even harder on the Ziyuan. He had a torpedo launch line drawn on the deck and had the sailors carry a replica of the Longxiang No. 1 model every day to practice loading in simulated rough sea conditions. The fastest group took only 1 minute and 15 seconds from unpacking to launching. "When Xinjiang arrives, I'll make it the fastest torpedo ship in the entire fleet." Deng Shichang patted the model, his tone full of pride. Xia Jinping's radio team wasn't idle either. They set up a temporary radio station between Lugong Island and Yantai, simulating communications between the new ship and the coastal defense every day. Young telegraph operator Xiao Zhang's fingers flew across the telegraph keys, his forehead covered in sweat. "Boss, Weihai is calling the coastal defense, saying they've spotted a suspicious vessel and requesting support. What should we reply?" Xia Jinping stared at the receiver light. "Continue monitoring, maintain silence. The torpedo boat squadron has set off, using the third set of Dragon Code." The military law department was busy drafting a disciplinary manual for the new ships. Shou Fu wrote the new rules such as, "No unauthorized dismantling of radios," and "Open flames are strictly prohibited in the torpedo compartments," in large characters on wooden boards, and placed them at the hatches of each ship. "The equipment on the new ship is precious, so the rules must be even stricter." He told the military judge of the Pingyuan that, when the Weihai Xinjiang is commissioned, the entire military will have to take a law exam in the first month, and those who fail will not be allowed to board the ship. In late July, the Manhwa shipyard delivered the latest data on the new ship. The speed test reached 23.5 knots, exceeding the design standard. The Longxiang No. 1 torpedo was test-fired in Sea State 5 with an 80% hit rate. The Novartis gunpowder rapid-fire cannon fired 100 rounds in a row, and the barrel temperature remained controllable. Each number was like a shot in the arm, making the soldiers of Weihaiwei even more expectant. Ding Ruchang copied these figures onto the bulletin board, attracting a crowd of sailors. A new recruit, recently transferred from the Marine Corps to the torpedo boat squadron, pointed to the number 23.5 knots, and asked a veteran, "Can this outrun the Yoshino?" The veteran patted him on the shoulder, smiling proudly. "Not only can we outrun it, we can even circle around it and fight it. When Weihai Xinjiang arrives, along with our Longxiang No. 1, we'll make sure Yoshino knows what real power is." After the evening drills concluded, Li He stood on the bridge of the Pingyuan, gazing at Weihaiwei under the setting sun. In the distance, on the firing range, the last Novartis shell exploded, the spray shimmering golden in the twilight. He could almost see it. 6 months later, in spring, the Weihai and Xinjiang would sail into the harbor bathed in the morning glow, the dragon patterns on their bows gleaming in the sunlight, the rapid-fire cannons and torpedo tubes on their decks exuding a sharp, poised-to-fire aura. Ding Ruchang had also climbed onto the bridge at some point, holding a newly cast bronze anchor model with the words, Weihai, engraved on it. "This is a sample specially sent by the craftsmen from Manhwa," the old admiral said, handing the model to Li He. "They said that when the new ships are commissioned, the heaviest anchor should be reserved for the Beiyang Fleet." Li He took the model. It felt heavy in his hand. The edges of the bronze anchor were polished smooth, yet it still exuded a powerful, unyielding strength. He knew that these 8 months of waiting had not been a waste of time, but rather a meticulous process of forging an even sharper sword. The day the sword was unsheathed, it would surely cleave through the storms of the Yellow Sea, protecting this vast maritime frontier. As night deepened, the lights in the harbor lit up one by one, like stars scattered on the sea. On the deck of the Pingyuan, sailors were still wiping the gun barrels, their movements as gentle as if they were caring for their own children. In the distance, the torpedo boat squadron had also finished their drills, their lights swaying gently in the waves, like a swarm of fireflies guarding the harbor. July in Weihaiwei was unforgettably hot, yet full of hope. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of the two news ships, waiting for the moment when the sword, honed and sharpened again, would finally be drawn. Chapter 54 New Formation and General Selection. The late summer heat in Weihaiwei remained stubborn. The charcoal braziers in the Admiral's office council hall had long been removed, and the windows were all open, yet they still couldn't block out the midday heat. The 12 captains of the Beiyang Fleet's main warships gathered here, their military boots making a neat sound on the blue brick floor, and the swords at their waists swaying slightly with each step. The atmosphere was more solemn than usual. Today, they were to decide on the captains of two news ships and the successor to the Ziyuan warship. Ding Ruchang sat in the main seat, his fingers tapping lightly on two files. The covers of the files were labeled Weihai and Jinyan, respectively, and next to them was a thick register of Beiyang Fleet officers' resumes. He cleared his throat and glanced at everyone. The Weihai and Jinyang ships will arrive in the spring. I have invited you all here today to finalize the transfer orders. These two ships are the newest and most promising ships in our Beiyang Fleet. The captains must not only understand the performance of the new ships, but also be able to lead the brothers in tough battles. He picked up the first file. I intend for Li He to serve as the captain of the Weihai warship. The council chamber was quiet. No one was surprised. Li He's performance on the Pingyuan warship over the past few years had been remarkable. From improving the rapid-fire gun to developing Novartis gunpowder, and participating in the improvement of the new ship, he had excelled in everything. Li He rose and clasped his hands in thanks. This humble general thanks the commander for his trust. I will certainly live up to your expectations and make Weihai a sharp blade for the Beiyang Fleet. Ding Ruchang nodded, then picked up the second file. The Jinyang warship is fast and has powerful firepower, so it needs a brave and decisive commander. Deng Shichang, are you willing to take on this task? Deng Shichang stood up abruptly, his voice booming like a bell. This humble general is willing to go. I will make sure that Jinyang's cannons are forever aimed at the Japanese pirates who dare to invade our territory. His temperament was inherently fierce, and coupled with the formidable name of Jinyang, it was a perfect match. Next, it was time for the successor to the Pingyuan. Ding Ruchang looked at Sa Zhenbing, who had been silently taking notes. Sa Zhenbing, you are proficient in new weapons and well-versed in radio. Only you can unleash the full power of the Novartis gunpowder cannons and radios on the Pingyuan. I appoint you as the captain of the Pingyuan. Sa Zhenbing adjusted his glasses and stood up steadily. This subordinate obeys orders. I will defend Pingyuan well and let it continue to be the vanguard of the Beiyang Fleet. Although he was not good with words, he always demonstrated solid skills, which convinced everyone. With the 3 new appointments finalized, Ding Ruchang changed the subject. Deng Shichang has been transferred to Jinyang, and the Ziyuan cannot be without a leader. This ship is the main force of our Beiyang Fleet, and the captain must understand rapid-fire guns, be good at using new tactics, and more importantly, be able to unite people's hearts. Today, we will not have a one-man show. Each of you should recommend someone, and we will discuss it together. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lu Buchan, the captain of the Dingyuan, said, I recommend Qin Jinkui, the assistant captain of the Ziyuan. He has been with Captain Deng for many years and is familiar with the gunnery and formations of the Ziyuan. Last year during the Yellow Sea exercises, he commanded the Jinyuan to cooperate with the Ziyuan in shelling, and the hit rate was even higher than that of the target. Lin Yongxing, the captain of the Jinyuan, also nodded. Captain Qin is indeed a good man. During the torpedo exercise last month, he led a small boat to the side and rear of the target ship and hit the vital point with a single Longxiang No. 1 torpedo. He is meticulous and bold, and he is worthy of the Ziyuan. Li He recalled Qin Jinkui's appearance, in his early 30s, always engrossed in studying an artillery manual. Last year, during the Novartis gunpowder test firing, he was the first young officer to propose close-range cluster firing. I also recommend Qin Jinkui. Li He added. He not only understands artillery, but also learned radio from Sa Bang. He can quickly grasp new tactics, and the rapid-fire cannons and radios of the Ziyuan can be used even better in his hands. Everyone chimed in, their voices all pointing to Qin Jinkui. Deng Shichang even slammed his fist on the table. This kid is one I trained. He's steady yet ruthless. I have complete confidence in entrusting Ziyuan to him. Ding Ruchang looked at Chen Jinkui's name on the resume, which stated, entered the Beiyang Fleet in the 14th year of the Guangxu Emperor's reign, participated in 27 training exercises of varying sizes, and was undefeated. A smile appeared on his lips. Since everyone agrees, then Chen Jinkui will be appointed as the captain of the Ziyuan. He paused, then emphasized. Effective immediately, Chen Jinkui will be transferred to the Ziyuan. All ships must fully cooperate to help him familiarize himself with the ship's condition as soon as possible. With the appointments finalized, the atmosphere in the council chamber relaxed considerably. Sa Jinbing suddenly said, General, after the new ships are commissioned, the radio frequencies need to be reassigned. I have drafted a plan, please take a look. He distributed the drawings, on which the markings Weihaiwei 1500 kHz, Jinyang 1600 kHz, Pingyuan 1400 kHz, and Ziyuan 1700 kHz were clearly marked. Looking at Jinyang's frequency, Deng Shichang suddenly laughed. Brother Sa, can you adjust Jinyang's frequency a bit higher? It needs to be faster than anyone else, and its signal needs to be at the forefront too. Everyone laughed, and the heat in the council hall seemed to dissipate somewhat. Li He looked out the window, and on the sea of Weihaiwei, the Pingyuan and Ziyuan were sailing side by side, with the faint sound of cannons coming from the water, as if they were greeting their new partners who were about to arrive. He suddenly realized that today's appointments were not just about changing a few people, but also about a blood transfusion of the Beiyang Fleet. Young generals were taking over, new ships were being commissioned, and even tactics and weapons were being innovated. When this force was combined, it became an unstoppable force. As the meeting adjourned, Ding Ruchang stopped Li He, Deng Shichang, and Sa Jinbing. After the new ship arrives, don't rush to practice large-scale operations. Thoroughly understand the coordinated tactics of the Longxiang No. 1 torpedo. I have a feeling that the Yellow Sea will not be peaceful after spring. The three responded in unison and turned to leave, just as Chen Jinkui hurried over. The newly appointed commander of the Ziyuan was carrying a manual on rapid-fire artillery. Upon seeing them, he blushed and bowed, saying, Commander Li, Commander Deng, Commander Sa, please guide me in the future. Deng Shichang patted him on the shoulder. Work hard. The cannons of the Ziyuan can't be allowed to lag even a little bit in your hands. Looking into Chen Jinkui's eyes, Li He suddenly recalled how he had been when he first arrived at Pingyuan a few years ago. He felt the same way then, both nervous and excited, brimming with boundless energy. He knew that this energy was the foundation of the Beiyang Fleet. The August sun slanted into the council chamber, casting long shadows of the three men. In the distance, the sound of cannons continued to echo from the sea, mingling with the clanging of iron by the dockworkers, like an increasingly majestic overture. Li He knew that next spring, when the chimneys of Weihai and Jinyang appeared on the horizon, this overture would transform into a true battle song. Chapter 55 The Initial Formation of the Fleet. In September of the 19th year of the Guangxu Emperor's reign, the autumn air was crisp and clear. A cool sea breeze swept across the harbor, causing the yellow dragon flags on the masts of the ships to flutter loudly. On the parade ground of the Admiral's office, a newly drawn fleet formation diagram was laid out on a huge wooden board. Li He, Deng Shichang, Sa Jinbing, and others were gathered around the diagram, marking the training areas of each ship with red pens. After Weihai is put into service, it will be stationed on the east side of Weihaiwei, forming a triangular defense with Dingyuan and Jinyuan, Jinyang and Lushuan, and cooperating with Jingyuan and Laiyuan to guard the gateway to the Bohai Sea. Ding Ruchang held a long pole and drew two arcs on the map. In this way, the north and south can coordinate, and no matter where the Japanese army comes from in the Yellow Sea, we can quickly assemble. Sa Jinbing was modifying the radio frequency table with a pencil when he heard this. He looked up and said, General, I have adjusted the communication channels according to the new organization. Weihai and Dingyuan will use encrypted channel A, Jinyang and Jinyuan will use channel B, and the torpedo boat team will use channel C separately. In case of emergency, we can switch to the shared channel to ensure smooth command. Deng Shichang stared at the position of Ziyuan with a slight frown. That kid Qin Jinkui raised the firing rate of Ziyuan's rapid-fire gun to 5 rounds per minute during yesterday's drill, which is faster than when I was here. It's just that he was half a beat slower when the formation turned. He needs to practice more. Li He added with a smile. I've seen the new gun mount on the Ziyuan. Qin Jinkui had an anti-slip mat added, making it more stable for the gunners when loading. This kid is meticulous. Given time, the Ziyuan will definitely be able to maintain its reputation as a fast Beiyang warship. Just then, Zhou Fuqing rushed over, holding a telegram in his hand. Captain, a telegram from Weihaiwei says that the boiler tubes of Weihaiwei have been replaced and are undergoing trial runs. This time, they ran at full speed for 6 consecutive hours without any problems with the boiler. All eyes immediately turned to the telegram. Ding Ruchang took the telegram, read it word by word, and a rare smile appeared on his face. Good! The British engineers didn't lie this time. The telegram says the steel pipes can withstand 200 pounds of pressure, far exceeding the design standards. Tell them to hurry up with the outfitting and try to complete all the tests before the 12th lunar month. As the news spread, the ships intensified their drills. The first thing Sa Jinping did after taking command of the Pingyuan was to upgrade its radio equipment. He ordered the original magneto transmitter to be replaced with a more advanced spark transmitter, doubling the signal coverage. From now on, the Pingyuan will be the fleet's signal tower, allowing both new and old ships to communicate at any time, Sa Jinping said, adjusting the equipment. A clear click sound came through his headset, a greeting signal from the Ziyuan. Li He was busy familiarizing himself with the blueprints of the Weihai ship. He spread the compartment layout diagram sent by Weihaiwei on the table and simulated the coordination between the gun positions and the torpedo compartment over and over again. When the rapid-fire guns are suppressing the enemy, it is best to delay the torpedo launch by 10 seconds, wait for the smoke to dissipate before aiming, and the hit rate can be increased by 30%. Zhou Fuqing took notes, his pen scratching across the paper. These insights would serve as the operational guidelines for the Weihai warship. Although Deng Shichang's Jinyang had not yet arrived in port, he had already built a wooden command platform according to the blueprints, and practiced turning and shelling commands on it every day. The Marines also benefited from this, carrying a model of Longxiang No. 1 every day, crawling in and out of the simulated torpedo compartment, and practicing the skill of blindfolded loading. When Jinyang arrives, we'll show those little devils what it means for a torpedo to arrive as soon as the ship's guns fire. Deng Shichang patted the model, his tone full of anticipation. Qin Jinkui was not idle on the Ziyuan. He continued Deng Shichang's rule of training on deck. And every day before dawn he would lead the sailors to wipe the gun barrels, practice aiming under the scorching sun at noon, and even eat his meals next to the gun position. Some veterans grumbled that the new commander is too strict. But Qin Jinkui pointed to the Novartis gunpowder shells and said, strictness is the only way to save lives. These shells are powerful, and the slightest mistake in handling could cause them to explode. I'm strict so that all the brothers can live to see the victory. After he said this, no one complained anymore, and they trained even harder. In mid-September, the Beiyang Fleet conducted a special exercise, with the battleships Pingyuan and Ziyuan simulating the tactics of the Weihai and Jinyang in a rapid assault drill in the Yellow Sea. Sa Jinping commanded the Pingyuan to bombard the target ship with its rapid-fire guns, while Qin Jinkui led the Ziyuan to circle around to the flank and launch simulated torpedoes. The two ships coordinated perfectly, and the target ship was sunk within half an hour. After watching the entire process through binoculars aboard the Pingyuan, Ding Ruchang said to his staff officer, "Did you see that? With the new general taking over, the tactics have become more flexible. Li He's steadiness, Shichang's courage, Jinping's meticulousness, and Jinkui's sharpness complement each other perfectly." He paused, then added, "When the new ships arrive, this combined strength will be the foundation of the Beiyang Fleet." After the drill, Li He and Qin Jinkui met on the Pingyuan. Qin Jinkui handed over a coordinated artillery manual, which was filled with detailed notes on the cooperation between the Weihai and Ziyuan. "Commander Li, this is what I've come up with. In the future, the Weihai will be the main attacker, and the Ziyuan will provide cover. Let's try to see if we can achieve a 1+1+2 effect. Li He took the manual and saw that even details such as, when the wind speed exceeds level 3, the muzzle needs to be lowered by half a degree, were marked. He nodded and said, Good lad, you've thought of more details than I have. Let's do it your way and try it next time we practice. As the sun set, the surface of the Yellow Sea shimmered. The Pingyuan and Ziyuan sailed side by side, their gun barrels gleaming in the afterglow. Li He stood on the bridge, watching the torpedo boat squadron returning in the distance, and suddenly felt that the Beiyang Fleet's fleet was like the waves of the Yellow Sea, old waves pushing new waves connecting with old waves, seemingly scattered, but in reality, already connected as one. Ding Ruchang's words echoed in his ears again. The soul of the fleet lies not in how new the ships are, but in how complete the crew is. Li He knew that from Li He to Qinjinkui, from Pingyuan to Jinyang, this relay-like inheritance was the most solid foundation of the Beiyang Fleet. The September evening breeze carried a chill, but it couldn't dispel the heat on the deck. Sailors were still wiping down the gun barrels, craftsmen were inspecting equipment, and telegraph operators were sending and receiving signals. Everyone was preparing for the new ship's commissioning in the spring, accumulating strength to safeguard the sea frontier. Li He gripped his binoculars tightly. Through the lens, the lights of Weihaiwei gradually lit up, like a string of pearls guarding the sea frontier. He knew that once the Weihai and Jinyang entered this harbor, the Beiyang Fleet's fleet would shine even more brightly. Chapter 56 Winter Training to Hone Skills. The sea breeze carried a biting chill, causing the harbor waters to ripple with a grayish-blue hue. But the heat inside the naval camp was even stronger than the autumn sun. Ding Ruchang ordered that, before the new ships arrived, the entire fleet should begin winter training, focusing on coordination and emergency response. He wanted every ship and every sailor to know their place and role within the new fleet. Every day before dawn, neat shouts rang out from the drill ground of the admiral's office. Deng Shichang, wearing a short jacket, was leading the reserve crew of the Jinyang warship in physical training, doing high knees and weighted runs. After laps, everyone's military shirts were soaked with sweat, and a thin layer of white frost formed in the cold wind. Jinyang is fast, and when it comes to boarding, it's all about stamina. Deng Shichang shouted the slogan, running alongside himself. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead onto his chin, freezing into small ice crystals. On the nearby dock, Sa Jinping was directing the sailors on the Pingyuan warship to hoist the radio equipment. The newly replaced spark-type transmitter was 30 pounds heavier than the old one, requiring 4 men to lift it onto the deck. Slow down, watch out for the antenna. Sa Jinping ran alongside the equipment, his glasses slipping down to the tip of his nose without bothering to adjust them. This thing is our ears. If it's damaged, we'll be deaf. Li He then laid out the blueprints of the Weihai ship in the cabin of the Pingyuan, and was working on a sand table simulation with Qinjinkui. On the sand table, small flags were densely packed, representing the positions of the 4 ships: Weihai, Jinyang, Pingyuan, and Ziyuan. Assuming the Japanese Yoshino launches a surprise attack from the port side, Jinyang will rush up first to entangle it, Weihai will use rapid-fire guns to destroy its secondary guns, and Ziyuan will cover the torpedo boats to flank it from behind. Li He moved the flag representing Weihai, and Qinjinkui immediately followed suit by adjusting the position of Ziyuan. The two worked together like old partners who had been together for many years. Wouldn't that be too risky? Jinyang would be at a disadvantage facing Yoshino alone. Qinjinkui frowned, pointing to the Yoshino, whose rapid-fire guns were 2 more than Jinyang's. Li He pointed to a small flag on the edge of the sand table. Look, this is our torpedo boat fleet. As long as Jinyang can hold them off for 3 minutes, the Ryujo No. 1 will be there. Novartis armor-piercing shells can penetrate the Yoshino's main armor, but torpedoes can blow up its underwater compartments, making it immobile. Just then, Zhou Fuqing ran in from outside, holding a tin box in his hand. Sir, the Ordnance Bureau has sent a new fuse. They say it's for the Longxiang No. 1, and the sensitivity has been improved. It can even explode if it grazes the side of an enemy ship. Sa Jinping came over upon hearing the sound, picked up the fuse and examined it. This spring is cleverly designed, it's 3 times more durable than the original. Perfect timing. The torpedo boat team is having a drill this afternoon. Let them try it out. In the afternoon, the Yellow Sea was rougher than in the morning. The 12 fast whale-class torpedo boats of the squadron weaved through the waves like a school of agile silverfish. Xuanzhu, now the captain, was piloting the number 1 boat toward the target ship. 800 meters away, 30 degrees! He roared the order. The sailors deftly pulled the launch levers, and with a whoosh, the simulated torpedo shot out, trailing white waves, and accurately struck the side of the target ship. Good lad! Deng Shichang, who had a clear view from the reviewing stand, slapped the railing and laughed. His aim is even better than that of a veteran naval officer. Ding Ruchang nodded and said to the staff officer beside him, The reserves are doing a good job. When the new ships arrive, let them serve as auxiliary soldiers, carrying shells and keeping watch. They'll be good helpers. On the target ship side, the cannons of the Pingyuan and Ziyuan also roared. Sa Zhenming directed the rapid-fire guns of the Pingyuan to bombard the deck of the target ship at a rate of 4 rounds per minute, while Qin Jinkui ordered the main guns of the Ziyuan to aim at the waterline. This was simulating the coordinated tactics of the Weihaiwei and Ziyuan, one suppressing and the other attacking. In the smoke, the mast of the target ship slowly fell, like a giant tree being cut down. As evening drills ended, the sailors from each ship gathered at the dock, drawing the outlines of their new ships on the ground with sea sand. A young sailor pointed to his drawing of the Weihaiwei ship and proudly said, The dragon pattern on my bow is even more imposing than the one on the Manhwa ship. Someone nearby immediately chimed in. When the new ships arrive in the spring, we'll paint the dragon pattern gold so the Japanese devils can see it from afar. When Li He passed by, he couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. He squatted down and drew a small torpedo boat next to the Weihaiwei ship. Having big ships alone is not enough, we also need this little guy to help. Just like when we fight, we can't rely on the captain alone, we have to work together with all the brothers. The sailors all nodded and began to chatter amongst themselves. I want to go to Weihaiwei to be a gunner, and use Novartis gunpowder to shoot down the Japanese smokestacks. I want to go to a torpedo boat. I heard the Ryujo No. 1 can blast through the bottom of the Yoshino. As night deepened, lights began to illuminate the camps of Weihaiwei. The lights in the admiral's office remained on, and Ding Ruchang was looking at the winter training plan, circling and read the subjects of coordinated artillery fire, torpedo attacks, and radio communications. These were the key areas to be practiced next month. Next to it was a newly arrived intelligence report stating that the Japanese army had added 2 more transport ships in Incheon, and the shells being unloaded had more red markings than before. It seems they're also waiting for spring. Ding Ruchang put down his pen and gazed at the dark sea outside the window. The sea breeze carried the sound of the waves, as if urging something on. He knew that this winter training was not only about honing skills, but also about tempering willpower so that next spring, whether new ships were commissioned or war broke out, the Beiyang Fleet would be ready to handle it. Inside the barracks, the blueprints for the Weihaiwei warship were still spread out on Li He's desk. He had drawn a circle with a pencil around the location of the torpedo room, and next to it, he wrote, Bolt Binding Squad. He planned to transfer the reserve squad leader, who came from a fisherman background, to the torpedo room of the Weihaiwei as an auxiliary soldier. This kid had sharp eyes and quick hands. He was a good prospect. The chill deepened, but a fire burned in everyone's heart. This fire was the anticipation of the new ships, the desire for victory, and the determination to defend the sea frontier. When this winter training ended, and when the Weihaiwei and Xinjiang broke through the spring ice and sailed into the harbor, the sword of the Beiyang Fleet would truly be sharpened. Chapter 57 The Edict for the Grand Review. The north wind in Weihaiwei carried fragments of sea ice, stinging like knives against the face. In the signing room of the admiral's office, Ding Ruchang unfolded the bright yellow imperial edict stamped with the vermilion seal of the Grand Council, his fingertips turning slightly white from the pressure. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled patterns on the lines. Next May, the Imperial Court will hold a Grand Naval Review, and the Beiyang, Nanyang, and Guangdong navies are to conduct drills in the Yellow Sea. But it couldn't dispel the somber atmosphere in the room. The court wants to see how well the Navy has performed in recent years. Ding Ruchang placed the imperial edict on the table and glanced at Li He, Deng Shichang, Sa Jinbing and others who had gathered around. The Grand Review is not child's play. It is to show the court, to the foreigners, and to those who are watching our coastal areas. Li He spoke first. General, the key to the Grand Review is the new ships. The Weihaiwei will not arrive in port until January. To achieve combat capability before May, it will take at least 3 months of joint training. I suggest that as soon as the new ships arrive, they be incorporated into the Rapid Assault Group, living, eating, and training with the Pingyuan and Ziyuan ships, so that they can become familiar with each other's signals and tactics. He pulled out a new ship joint training charter from his pocket. This is what I drafted. There will be 2 coordinated artillery strikes every day, morning and evening, and 1 torpedo attack drill every week. We will use both radio and flag signals to ensure that even if we switch to a different communication method in wartime, the brothers will not be caught off guard. Deng Shichang slammed his fist on the table. Practice alone is not enough. We have to show the court the real deal. Live fire exercises with Novartis gunpowder and torpedo test firings on the Longxiang No. 1 should all be arranged. It would be best to let our brothers in Southeast Asia and Guangdong see how much better our new Beiyang Fleet is than those old relics in their docks. Sa Jinbing, however, thought more deeply. Consuls from most countries will be present during the parade, so the radio signals must be encrypted. I plan to create a special code for the parade, replacing words like exercise and salute with euphemistic expressions to prevent them from being intercepted by Japanese listening ships. He pointed to the nautical chart on the wall. Moreover, the area for the Grand Review must be cleared in advance, and the Jiyu and Guanyi, temporarily borrowed, should be sent to patrol the perimeter. No suspicious ships are allowed to approach. Chen Jinkui, who had just arrived from the Ziyuan warship, added upon hearing this. I think the formation of the Grand Review should also be carefully considered. We can't just put up a nice-looking wedge formation. We need to add a section on encounter battle formations, changing from columns to lines, and then assigning torpedo boats to let the court know that we are not only good at drills, but also good at fighting. Ding Ruchang listened to the crowd's words, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. He knew that this Grand Review was both an honor and a test. If it went well, the Navy's funding and equipment would be more readily available. If it went poorly, there would only be more criticism in the court. More importantly, the Japanese would definitely use the review to probe their strengths and weaknesses. So he couldn't afford to be careless in the slightest. What you've said makes sense, Ding Ruchang said slowly. First, the joint training of the new ships should be conducted according to Li He's plan. Sa Jinbing, you should take the lead and unify the radio frequencies and flag signals again to ensure a seamless transition between the new and old ships. Second, live fire exercises should be conducted, but they must be done with caution. He looked at Deng Shichang. Novartis armor-piercing rounds can be used to hit target ships, but the Longxiang No. 1 torpedo actually sank a target ship with a training round. It would be time-consuming and laborious to salvage it, which would only make things worse. Third, Qin Jinkui's suggestion of changing the formation for an encounter battle is excellent, and should be included in the Grand Review. Let the Marine Corps also conduct a landing support exercise, so that the court can see that we are capable of naval warfare and defending the shore. Finally, he looked at Zhou Fu, who had remained silent. The military law department must prepare the military discipline for the Grand Review in advance. Anyone who makes a mistake in front of foreigners or the imperial court, no matter who it is, will be subject to military law. Zhou Fu immediately replied, I will take care of it right away. Especially the sailors on the new ship. They are bound to be nervous when they first board the ship, so we must teach them in advance that the gun barrels cannot be pointed randomly, and that the flag signals cannot be wrong in the slightest. Outside the council hall, the wind and snow were intensifying. Master Wang and his craftsmen were wrapping cotton covers around the barrels of the Pingyuan cannon. Hearing the discussions coming from inside, he smiled and said to his apprentice, Did you hear that? There will be a Grand Review next May. Our new cannons and new gunpowder will finally be able to show their faces to the imperial court. The apprentice asked curiously, Master, are the navies of Nanyang and Guangdong really as bad as they say? Master Wang spat out. Whether it's good or bad, you'll only know after comparing them. But our Beiyang weapons are all forged in real combat, not just for show. Look at these Novartis gunpowder shells, how neat the rifling is. That's what we hammered out, hammer by hammer. The discussion continued in the council chamber. Li He suddenly remembered something. General, the Guangjia, Guani, and Guangbing ships will likely be present during the Grand Review. According to regulations, they haven't been formally incorporated into the Beiyang Fleet yet. Should we inform them in advance and let them familiarize themselves with our signals? Ding Ruchang nodded. Send a signalman to Guangzhou and deliver a copy of our flag signal manual. Tell them that once they're here, they're all family, so don't let them down during the parade. The snow outside the window fell heavier and heavier, covering the Weihaiwei camp in white. But inside the council hall, the heat grew stronger, the crackling fire and the charcoal brazier reflecting the energetic faces of the people. Li He gazed at the imperial edict on the table. Suddenly, I realized that this edict was not only for the imperial court, but also for the Beiyang Fleet itself, to see if the standardization, new ships, and new drugs of the past few years could really be united and upheld the dignity of the sea frontier. Ding Ruchang finally made the decision. From today onwards, the training intensity of all ships will be doubled. After the new ships arrive in port, the entire fleet will cancel their annual leave and begin training in the first month of the lunar calendar. In the Yellow Sea this May, we will show everyone that the Beiyang Fleet's ships are tough, its cannons are accurate, and the brothers are united. The crowd responded in unison. Yes. The sound struck the wall and bounced back, carrying a heavy weight. In the wind and snow, the cannons of Weihaiwei still pointed into the distance, like a pack of fierce beasts poised to pounce, waiting to bare their fangs under the Yellow Sea sun next May. Chapter 58 Night Talks on the Minjiang River. On a winter's day in Manhwa, Fuzhou, a light drizzle fell on the Minjiang River, shrouding the shipyard of the Fuzhou Naval Dockyard in a misty haze. Ding Ruchang and Li He, dressed in plain clothes, boarded the official ship of Pingyuan, the minister of the Fuzhou Naval Dockyard, under the cover of darkness. Inside the cabin, flickering candlelight illuminated the three men's solemn faces. The teacups on the table had long since gone cold, but no one bothered to drink them. The general's late-night visit must be more than just to see the night view of the Minjiang River, right? Pingyuan stroked his beard, his gaze falling on Ding Ruchang's briefcase. He was a veteran of the shipyard, having been in charge of shipbuilding since the time of Shenbaozhen, and had long heard about the plight of the Beiyang Fleet. Ding Ruchang didn't beat around the bush. He took out a nautical chart from his bag and spread it on the table. Lord Pei, please take a look. The Japanese army has reinforced its troops in Incheon and Busan by more than 10,000. The Yoshino and Naniwa of the combined fleet are patrolling the Yellow Sea almost every night. The court is going to hold a grand review in May, but the glint of swords behind this is probably brighter than the banners of the review. Li He added, the Fuzhou Naval Academy is our foundation. Our powerful and prestigious fleets all originated from here. But now the Fuzhou Naval Academy only has a few old ships left. If something really happens, we'll probably be too busy to even take care of ourselves. The Beiyang Fleet wants the help of the Fuzhou Naval Academy. After the Grand Review, all the Fuzhou Naval Academy's ships will temporarily be under the unified command of the Beiyang Fleet. Once the storm has passed, we will help the Fuzhou Naval Academy rebuild its navy. New ships, new cannons, new gunpowder. Whatever the Beiyang Fleet has, the Fuzhou Naval Academy has too. Pingyuan's finger traced across the nautical chart, where the anchorage of the Fuzhou Naval Base was marked. Does Commander Ding mean to join forces? He sighed. It's not that I'm unwilling, it's just that the Fuzhou Naval Base's ships are too old. The Weihaiwei is still a 10-year-old model, its cannon barrels are almost worn down, I'm afraid it won't be of much help. Old ships can still be useful, Ding Ruchang said earnestly. Weihaiwei and Lushuan need patrol ships. The brothers from the shipyard are familiar with the coastal waters and can guard the ports. We can first replace the Weihaiwei with Novartis gunpowder shells, and then replace the breech blocks of the Beiyang Fleet with those that have been phased out for you to deal with torpedo boats and transport ships. That will be enough. He paused for a moment, then made a more concrete promise. As long as the Fuzhou Naval Academy is willing to send troops, the Beiyang Fleet will allocate 30,000 taels of silver from its budget every year to provide the Academy with equipment and train skilled craftsmen. Within 3 years, I guarantee that the Academy will be able to build a new ship that is even more powerful than the Weihai. Pingyuan's eyes lit up. The shipyard had been strapped for cash in recent years, its workshops nearly collapsing. Ding Ruchang's promise was undoubtedly a godsend. He looked at Li He. Captain Li participated in the construction of the Weihai warship. Does that count? Li He nodded. The junior can draw up a written agreement. The craftsmen at the shipyard are skilled, but they lack new methods. We can send Master Wang and others to pass on their skills. The formula for Novartis gunpowder, the modification of the gun carriage for rapid-fire cannons, as long as the shipyard needs it, Beiyang will not hold back. The rain outside the cabin gradually stopped, and the sound of the Minjiang River became clearer. Pingyuan looked out the window at the lights of the shipyard, where the Far East first-class warships were once built, but now it was gradually declining. He suddenly slammed his hand on the table. Fine. I'll grant Commander Ding's request. All 5 ships of the Fuzhou Naval Academy will be under the command of the Beiyang Fleet after the Grand Review. But I have one condition. The Fuzhou Naval Academy must be given a copy of the blueprints for the new ships. We want to build our own Weiyuan. Ding Ruchang stood up, clasped his hands in a fist salute, and said, It's a deal. As Li He left the official ship, he gazed at the slipway in the shipyard area, where an unfinished cruiser lay. Lord Pei is a wise man, he murmured. Ding Ruchang nodded. The Fuzhou Naval Academy and the Beiyang Fleet are essentially one family. He understands the principle of mutual dependence. Next, it's time to go to Nanjing. In the night on the Min River, the candlelight on the official boats still shone. Pingyuan was facing the document of commitment, writing in vermilion ink. The Naval Academy and the Navy are willing to obey the orders of the Beiyang Fleet. The force with which the pen fell seemed to carve an indelible mark on the paper. In the distant dock, the craftsmen seemed to have heard the news, hammering away at their iron tools. The sounds were particularly loud in the quiet night, like a prelude to an impending alliance. Chapter 59 Military Discussion in Jinling. Winter in Nanjing is often foggy, shrouding the viceroy of Liangjiang's office in a hazy mist. Ding Ruchang and Li He sat in the reception room, gazing at the cedar trees outside the window, patiently awaiting an audience with Lu Kunyi, the minister of the southern seas. The clock on the table ticked away, each chime seeming to urge something on. The Nanyang ships Nanshan and Nanrui are German-made cruisers, even larger than the Ziyuan, Li He said in a low voice. The only problem is that their guns are too old, still the Krupp models from 10 years ago. They need to be replaced with rapid-fire guns. Ding Ruchang nodded. Lu Kunyi values practical benefits the most, so our promises need to be more concrete. Hasn't he always wanted to add new ships to the South China Sea? This is the breakthrough point. As they were talking, Lu Kunyi walked in, dressed in civilian clothes, carrying a copy of the Beiyang Army's standardized regulations. General Ding's regulations are well written, he said, standardizing weapons and signals. It's a pity the Nanyang Army is poor and can't afford it. He sat down and got straight to the point. It's not impossible for you to borrow Nanyang's ships, but Nanyang's coastal defenses also need to be maintained. I've heard that the Beiyang Army is building cannons very quickly at the Weihai arsenal. Could you? However many rapid-fire cannons does Nanyang need, Beiyang will provide them. Ding Ruchang immediately replied. 150 mm and 120 mm cannons, as long as Nanyang needs them, we will deliver them within 3 months. Moreover, we can help Nanyang build gunpowder workshops, and we will teach your craftsmen all of Novartis gunpowder technology. Lu Kunyi narrowed his eyes. That's all? There are new ships. Li He took out the blueprints for the Weihai ship. Nanyang will provide the funding, Beiyang will provide the technology, and we will jointly build 2 Nanyang versions of the Weihai ship. It will have a speed of 22 knots and 2 more secondary guns than the Beiyang version. The shipyard has already agreed to help build the hull, and the Weihai Machinery Bureau will be responsible for the guns. We guarantee that it will be launched within 3 years. The terms were too generous, and Lu Kunyi hesitated. After the Grand Review, they will temporarily be under the command of the Beiyang Fleet. What do you mean by that? Shouldn't the ships of the Nanyang Fleet still be under the command of the Nanyang Fleet? Naturally, it's under the control of the Nanyang people, Ding Ruchang explained. They just follow unified command during battles, such as when to patrol and when to assemble. After the battle, the ships return to Nanyang, and the people return to Nanyang too. The Beiyang will never interfere with your personnel matters. He pointed to the nautical chart. You see, if the Japanese army attacks from the Yellow Sea, the Beiyang is in the north and the Nanyang is in the south, so they can attack from both sides. But if they fight separately, they might be defeated one by one. Lu Kuni fell silent. He was well aware of the importance of cooperation, but the Nanyang Fleet was his life's work, and he feared that once handed over, it would be irretrievable. Li He saw his concerns and added, Lord Lu, we can sign a pledge. After the war, if a Nanyang ship is missing a single cannon or a single nail, the Beiyang Fleet will compensate tenfold. Moreover, for the newly built ships, the Nanyang Fleet will have priority in choosing the ship names and sailors. The fog outside the window gradually dissipated, and sunlight shone through the clouds onto the cedar trees, so bright it was almost dazzling. Lu Kuni suddenly laughed. Since General Ding has said so, it would seem petty of me to refuse again. The 3 ships of Nanyang, Nanshan, Nanrei Kaiji and Nanyang, were to be placed under the command of the Beiyang Fleet after the Grand Review. But I also have a new ship that meets the requirements for construction. It must be named Nanyang Yangzi, and its bow must be engraved with the dragon patterns of the 2 rivers. Ding Ruchang stood up and said with a smile, No problem. Please ask Lord Lu to personally cut the ribbon for the new ship. As Li He left the governor's office, he looked at the pleasure boats on the Qinhuai River and suddenly felt much more relaxed. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Lu Kuni is an old fox, he knows when to back down. Ding Ruchang looked at the Jiangnan arsenal in the distance. The ships in the South China Sea are good ships, but they lack training. I'll have Qin Jinkui bring the Ziyuan to train with them a few times to familiarize them with signals and tactics. Black smoke billowed from the chimneys of the Jiangnan arsenal, where craftsmen were already rushing to produce parts for rapid-fire cannons. Although Lu Kuni hadn't said it outright, he had already secretly ordered them to cooperate with the Beiyang Fleet. Li He looked at the plumes of smoke and suddenly felt that they were like bonds, tightly connecting the Beiyang and Nanyang Fleet together. As dusk settled over Nanjing, the lights of the Viceroy of Lianjiang's office came on. Lu Kuni was writing orders for the captains of the various ships in the Nanyang Fleet, instructing them to familiarize themselves with the flag signals and radio frequencies of the Beiyang Fleet in advance. The handwriting on the paper was strong and vigorous, as if he were writing a weighty promise. On the distant Yangtze River, the Nanshan ship is weighing anchor, preparing to go to Weihaiwei to participate in the Grand Review. The sailors on board are unaware that they are about to become part of the Beiyang Fleet, fighting side by side with their former opponents in the waves of the Yellow Sea. Chapter 60: The Secret Pact on the Pro River. The first month of the lunar calendar in Guangzhou was warm and sunny, and the fragrance of kapuk flowers wafted over the Pro River. Ding Ruchang and Li He stood on the dock of the Guangdong Naval Commander's office, watching the 3 warships, Guangjia Guanyi and Guangbing, drill on the river. The booming of cannon startled a flock of egrets. Admiral Li Jun certainly knows how to train troops. Li He looked at the orderly sailors on the ship. Although these 3 ships were built in Fujian, they are better maintained than those in the South Seas. Ding Ruchang nodded. Li Jun is a military officer by training and knows practical combat. It's just that the cannons of the Guangdong Navy are not good. They are still old-fashioned muzzle-loading cannons that fire black powder shells. They can't compare with the Japanese Army's rapid-fire cannons. As they were talking, a young admiral in a naval uniform strode over, his shoulder insignia bearing the rank of admiral. He was none other than Li Jun, the admiral of the Guangdong Navy. General Ding, your presence is an honor to the Guangdong Navy, he said, bowing with clasped hands. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's. I've heard that the Beiyang Fleet wants to borrow some ships from Guangdong? The 3 men entered the Yaman's study, and Li Jun went straight to the point. Guangdong's elite artillery, including the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd detachments, is a treasure trove of resources, and I can't just lend them out casually. But the Japanese army is also causing trouble in the Taiwan Strait. Guangdong wants to train a modern army, but it lacks artillery and instructors. If the Beiyang army could help with this, I will help you reorganize the army, Ding Ruchang said immediately. Send 10 instructors from the Beiyang Marine Corps to teach the soldiers in Guangdong how to use rapid-fire cannons and how to train in formation. The Weihaiwei arsenal will send 20 47mm rapid-fire cannons to Guangdong, equipped with Novartis gunpowder shells, which will be enough to defend the port. Li Jun's eyes lit up. That's all? And the Navy too. Li He took out the blueprints for torpedo boats. The Guangdong Navy is short of torpedo boats. The Beiyang Fleet will have the Manhwa shipyard build 4 Flying Fish-class boats for you, with a speed of 28 knots, equipped with Longxiang No. 1 torpedoes. We will send Sa Zhenbing's men to teach you how to use radio, ensuring real-time communication with the Beiyang Fleet. Li Jun pondered for a moment. After the Grand Review, the troops will temporarily be under the command of the Beiyang Army, which is fine. But I have one request. I must personally lead the troops in Guangdong, and the Beiyang Army cannot interfere. Moreover, after the war, the Beiyang Army must help Guangdong build a naval academy, and I want to train and command them myself. No problem. Ding Ruchang readily agreed. Beiyang will send you a copy of the regulations and textbooks for the Naval Academy. We can also send the Pingyuan warship to Guangdong so that your sailors can go aboard for practical training and get familiar with the rapid-fire guns and Novartis gunpowder. Li Jun suddenly laughed. General Ding is indeed straightforward. To be honest, I've wanted to replace the cannons with rapid-fire ones for a long time, but the court wouldn't provide the funds. Since the Beiyang Fleet is willing to help with this, I, Li Jun, am not someone who doesn't understand the bigger picture. After the Grand Review, the Guangjia, Guanyi, and Guangbing ships will all be under the command of the Beiyang Fleet. If we lose, I'll offer my head to you. At noon on the banks of the Pro River, Li Jun hosted a banquet for Ding Ruchang and Li He. During the meal, the captain of the Guangjia warship came over to offer a toast. Upon hearing that they were going to conduct joint training exercises with the Beiyang Fleet, he excitedly said, I've been wanting to see the power of Novartis gunpowder for a long time. I heard that one shot can penetrate the armor of a Yoshino? Li He smiled and raised his glass. When we practice together, I'll let you try firing a few shots. As they left Guangzhou, the kapok flowers on the Pro River were in full bloom. Li He looked at the mast of the Guanyi ship and suddenly felt that these 3 ships were like 3 fierce tigers. Once equipped with rapid-fire guns and new tactics, they would surely be able to make a name for themselves in the Yellow Sea. Ding Ruchang, however, gazed at the distant human fortress and said, Li Jun is a talented general, but the army in Guangdong is too weak. The instructors sent there must be trained well, not only in artillery techniques but also in military discipline. In the future, the army will be very important for defending the port. As dusk settled over Guangzhou, sailors of the Guangdong Navy were replacing the gun mounts on the Guangbing warship, preparing to receive the rapid-fire guns sent by the Beiyang Fleet. Li Jun stood on the dock, watching the craftsmen at work, a Novartis gunpowder manual given to him by Ding Ruchang in his hand, a smile playing on his lips. He knew that from this day forward, the Guangdong Navy was no longer an isolated fleet in Lingnan, but rather the left and right arms of the Beiyang Fleet, jointly guarding this sea frontier in the coming storm. Chapter 61 Hanyang Consensus. The chimneys of the Hanyang ironworks billowed black smoke, turning the winter sky a hazy gray. Ding Ruchang and Li He stood in front of the blast furnace, watching the molten iron flow from the furnace mouth like a rushing fire dragon. Zhang Jidong, dressed in civilian clothes, introduced from the side. This is the largest ironworks in Asia, but unfortunately the steel it produces is too brittle to make cannon barrels or ship plates. I can help the ironworks produce good steel, Ding Ruchang said bluntly. The Beiyang Fleet has British engineers who are familiar with the Martin steelmaking process and can be sent to provide guidance. We can also buy new rolling mills from Germany to ensure that the steel produced can be used to make Harvey armor and rapid-fire gun barrels. Zhang Jidong's eyes lit up. What are the conditions? After the Grand Review, the ships of Nanyang and Guangdong will be temporarily placed under the command of Beiyang. We hope that Lord Zhang can support this matter in court, Li He added. The steel produced by the ironworks will be given priority to the Beiyang, Nanyang, and Guangdong navies for building new ships, and the price will be calculated based on cost. In the future, as the Navy becomes stronger, the ironworks will only receive more orders, not fewer. Zhang Jidong pondered for a moment. I know your difficulties. The Japanese army is stirring up trouble in Korea, and the Navy will not be able to stop them if they are not united. But the ironworks needs more than just technology. It also needs funds to buy rolling mills and hire engineers, all of which cost money. The Beiyang government can allocate 100,000 taels from its coastal defense budget to help the ironworks replace its equipment first. Ding Ruchang promised. Once the steel is ready, it can be used on the new ships. When the court sees the results, it will naturally allocate more funds. We can also help the ironworks build an artillery factory and use our own steel to make rapid-fire cannons, so we won't have to depend on foreigners anymore. Standing beside the blast furnace, the heat hit him in the face. Zhang Jidong looked at the red-hot molten iron and suddenly said, Fine. I agree. In the court, I will strongly support the naval alliance. But the first batch of good steel produced by the ironworks must be used to build the gun barrels for the Beiyang Fleet's Weihaiwei warship. I want to see with my own eyes whether the steel we produce can penetrate the Japanese armor. Ding Ruchang stood up, clasped his hands in a fist salute, and said, It's a deal. As Li He left the ironworks, he gazed at Turtle Mountain in the distance, and suddenly felt that the Hanyang Ironworks was like a sleeping giant. Once awakened, it would surely provide the Navy with a continuous source of power. With good steel, we can make our own cannon barrels and ship plates, and we won't have to depend on foreigners anymore. Ding Ruchang nodded. That's the key. For the Navy to be strong, it needs more than just ships and cannons, it also needs its own steel and factories. Zhang Jidong is a man of action. With his support, the naval merger is a sure thing. In the twilight of Hanyang, the blast furnaces at the ironworks still roared. Zhang Jidong stood in his office, looking at the Martin steelmaking process blueprints sent by the Beiyang army, a slight smile playing on his lips. He had a telegram sent to the Grand Council, emphasizing the importance of combining naval forces. His words were earnest and to the point. In the distance, on the Yangtze River, a coal ship was docking, preparing to deliver fuel to the ironworks. The sailors on board were unaware that they were carrying not only coal, but also the hope for the rise of the Navy. From Fuzhou to Nanjing, from Guangzhou to Hanyang, Ding Ruchang and Li He's footprints covered the southeastern coast. With sincerity and commitment, they gradually united the scattered naval forces. At the end of the first month of the lunar calendar, the banners of the Beiyang Fleet seemed to already be flying over the entire coastline of China, awaiting the Grand Review in May, awaiting the impending storm. And behind that storm lay the determination of an ancient nation, using its steel, gunpowder, and courage to defend its maritime borders. Chapter 62 Lantern Festival as a substitute for the New Year. On the Lantern Festival in Weihaiwei, there were no lanterns as bright as those in Jiangnan. Only the red lanterns in the military camp swayed in the cold wind, reflecting off the snow-covered barracks, their red glow somewhat desolate. Ding Ruchang stood under the corridor of the Admiral's office, looking at the colorful lanterns hanging on the ships, Pingyuan and Ziyuan, in the harbor. These were lanterns made by the sailors by wrapping kerosene lanterns in red cloth, adding a touch of warmth to the festival. General, it's time to eat. Li He walked over carrying 2 steaming bowls filled with plump, white glutinous rice balls with sesame filling, emitting a sweet aroma. Old Chen from the kitchen said he knew you and the brothers didn't have a proper New Year's celebration, so he made extra for you. Ding Ruchang took the bowl, watched the glutinous rice balls tumbling in the hot water, and suddenly laughed. Yes, from Fuzhou to Guangzhou, and then to Hanyang, this year has been like a war, and we haven't even had a meal of dumplings. He scooped up a glutinous rice ball, blew on it, and said, Let's treat today as New Year's Eve. After we finish this bowl of glutinous rice balls, we'll say goodbye to the old year and welcome the new. Li He's heart stirred. From setting off to contact various naval forces last December to rushing back to Weihai in January, they truly hadn't had a proper New Year's celebration. On New Year's Eve, the two of them ate a bowl of plain noodles by the blast furnace at the Hanyang Ironworks, bathed in the glow of molten iron. Hearing Ding Ruchang say this now, they truly felt that the Lantern Festival had the flavor of the New Year. The general is right. Li He also scooped up a glutinous rice ball. Replies have arrived from Nanyang and Guangdong, saying that they will definitely return as agreed after the grand review. As for the shipyard, Lord Pei has already sent craftsmen to Weihai to learn how to manufacture Novartis gunpowder. This bowl of glutinous rice balls can also be considered a celebration that we have gathered all the troops together. The wind under the eaves carried snowflakes, but it didn't feel cold on my face. Ding Ruchang gazed at the lights in the harbor and suddenly said, "Tell me, isn't our generation just here to tackle the toughest challenges?" Before Li He could answer, he laughed self-deprecatingly. From buying ships and training cannons to standardizing procedures, inviting Nobel laureates, and building new warships, every step has been fraught with difficulties. But once we've truly overcome these challenges, future generations might be able to smoothly defend the seas. Li He recalled Master Wang and the others brewing medicine in the gunpowder workshop, Sa Jinping's bloodshot eyes from working late into the night in front of the radio, and Deng Shichang leading the Marines in training in the snow. Suddenly he felt that the sweetness of the glutinous rice balls contained a kind of resilience. "General, what we've overcome isn't just hard bones, but also our spirit. We used to think that foreigners were powerful, that the Japanese were powerful, but now we know that we can also build good cannons, good medicine, and good ships. This spirit is more precious than anything else." Just then, Deng Shichang, Sa Jinping, Chen Jinkui, and others arrived, each carrying a bowl of glutinous rice balls. "I heard the general is going to celebrate the Lantern Festival as the New Year?" Deng Shichang laughed heartily. "Then we'll have to add some wine. I had the kitchen prepare 2 jars of Yantai liquor. That's not against the rules, is it?" Ding Ruchang smiled and nodded. "I'll make an exception today and drink a little less to warm myself up." The group sat around the charcoal brazier under the eaves, drinking wine and eating glutinous rice balls, truly embodying the spirit of staying up all night on New Year's Eve. Sa Jinping took a sip of wine and pulled a telegram from his pocket. "Just received it. Weihai Xinjiang has crossed the Taiwan Strait and should arrive at port by the end of January." Chen Jinkui immediately said, "I've had the brothers at Ziyuan clear the dock, and we're just waiting for the new ship to arrive so we can have some joint training." Deng Shichang slapped his thigh and said, "Once the new ships arrive, we'll hold a full fleet exercise and invite our brothers from Nanyang and Guangdong to train together and show them how powerful Beiyang's new tactics are." As night deepened, the colorful lights in the harbor remained lit, like stars scattered on the sea. Looking at the young faces before him, Ding Ruchang suddenly felt that this Lantern Festival was more fulfilling than any other New Year. He raised his bowl. "Come, drink this bowl of glutinous rice balls. Let's drink together for the new ship's commissioning, for the combined forces of the Navy, and for defending this sea." The crowd responded in unison, the clinking of bowls echoing crisply and powerfully in the night air. Li He, gazing at the white hair at Ding Ruchang's temples, suddenly understood why the old admiral had chosen to celebrate the Lantern Festival as the New Year, not just for a good meal, but to give his brothers something to look forward to and to rally their spirits before the great battle. This feeling was the taste of home. This spirit was the determination to defend their land. The red lanterns under the eaves swayed gently in the wind, reflecting the smiles on everyone's faces and the determination in their eyes. On the Lantern Festival night in Weihaiwei, there were no fireworks, no music, but there was a scene more moving than any celebration. A group of people who were determined to guard the sea frontier made the most solemn promise in the cold wind, over a bowl of glutinous rice balls. Li He knew that this Lantern Festival would be like a hardened glutinous rice ball, deeply embedded in everyone's memory. When they looked back in the future, they would surely remember how, in the first month of the 20th year of the Guangxu Emperor's reign, in the cold wind of Weihaiwei, they celebrated the New Year with a bowl of glutinous rice balls, and how they carried that sweet warmth to face the impending turbulent waves. Chapter 63: The Hidden Chess Piece in the Taiwan Strait. The fishing lights of Xiamen Port flickered in the twilight. Li He stood on the deck of the Pingyuan ship, gazing in the direction of the Taiwan Strait in the distance, lost in thought. According to Ding Ruchang's secret orders, his trip south was ostensibly to escort the rapid-fire cannons of the Nanyang fleet, but in reality, he was to plant 3 secret agents in Taiwan to establish intelligence stations, contact local gentry, and stockpile Novartis gunpowder. "Sir, the Taipei prefect's men are here," Zhou Fuqing whispered a reminder. On the dock, a middle-aged man in a long gown was holding a lantern. The character, Lin, on the lantern was faintly visible. It was Lin Chaodong, a former subordinate of Ding Ruchang, who was now organizing local militias in Taiwan and was the most reliable informant of the Beiyang government in Taiwan. The private conversation in the cabin went on until late at night. Lin Chaodong spread out a map of Taiwan and traced the 3 ports of Keelung, Tam Sui, and Anping with his finger. In the past 2 years, the Japanese army has often sent merchant ships to Taiwan, ostensibly to do business, but in reality to survey the ports. Among the coal miners in Keelung, there are quite a few Japanese who can speak Taiwanese. Li He circled 3 places on the map. Build a lookout post on Guanin Mountain next to Keelung Harbor. Use binoculars and signal flags to send a telegram to Xiamen when Japanese warships are spotted. We have people in the British Trading Company in Tam Sui. Let them find out the details of the Japanese trading companies in Taiwan under the guise of doing business. Most importantly, you should arrange for someone to partition off a secret room in the warehouse at Anping Harbor. The 50 boxes of Novartis gunpowder I brought are hidden there. You will keep the key yourself. Upon hearing this, Lin Chaodong nodded in agreement without hesitation, and then suddenly lowered his voice and said, Although Governor Lu Mingchuan has stepped down, the Dong army he trained still exists, and these soldiers are all brave and capable of fighting tough battles. If the Beiyang government needs them, I can gather 3,000 Dong army soldiers to defend the forts at Tako Harbor, Kaohsiung. Upon hearing this, Li He's eyes lit up. He excitedly said, This is exactly what I need. Tell the brothers that the Beiyang army will never forget Taiwan. Once war breaks out, the Weihaiwei and Xinjiang will arrive to support us immediately, and Novartis gunpowder will be in ample supply. With that, he pulled out a codebook from his pocket and continued, This is the new communication code. We'll use the tunes of Taiwanese folk songs as cover. Only you, me, and Ding Ju men can decipher it. 3 days later, the Pingyuan slowly sailed away from the port. Li He stood on the deck, gazing at Lin Chaodong's figure on the shore, knowing in his heart that the first move had been successfully made. Meanwhile, on Guanin Mountain in Keelung, a sentry disguised as a woodcutter had begun to quietly guard the trading company in Tam Sui, and a list of Japanese military companies had appeared in the interlayer of the ledger. And deep in the warehouse of Anping Port, boxes of Novartis gunpowder were quietly waiting for the day they would be used. On the return voyage, Li He sent a secret telegram to Ding Ruchang. The defense of the Taiwan Strait is complete, Lin's troops are ready, the gunpowder is stored properly, and the intelligence station can be operational by early March. When the telegram was sent, he suddenly remembered Lin Chaodong's words. The mountains of Taiwan are tough, and the people are brave. As long as the Beiyang government is willing to reach out, no one can take the island away from China's seas. In February of the 20th year of the Guangxu Emperor's reign, the Taiwan Strait was calmer than Weihaiwei, but turbulent undercurrents lurked beneath. Li He knew that this hidden move, planted at this moment, might one day become the key to deciding the course of the battle. Chapter 64 The Korean Chess Game. The snow in Incheon harbor was colder than in Weihaiwei. Deng Shichang wrapped his military overcoat tighter, as he watched the sailors of the Ziyuan ship load binoculars and codebooks, disguised as cargo, onto the ox carts of Korean merchants. According to Ding Ruchang's plan, he wanted to plant 2 seeds in Korea. One was to develop informants among the fishermen in Asan Bay, and the other was to find out the Japanese army's deployment in Seoul and Incheon. Commander Deng, Manager Jean is here, the translator whispered. A middle-aged man dressed in Korean attire lifted the curtain and entered. He was the Beiyang army's comprador in Incheon, whose ancestors were from Shandong, and he had always been close to the Qing army. The Japanese Marines stationed in Incheon number 800. They just transferred 2 mountain guns from Busan yesterday, and they're mounted on the roof of the Port Authority building. Manager Jean handed over a sketch map, which was densely marked with the locations of the Japanese sentry posts. Deng Shichang stared at the Longshan warehouse, on the sketch. Is this really storing grain? Manager Jean shook his head. I had my clerk sneak in to check. They were cannonballs painted red, just like the Shermo's gunpowder mentioned in the intelligence reports. The Japanese also built a dock on the Han River, supposedly for transporting goods, but actually it can accommodate torpedo boats. Early the next morning, Deng Shichang, accompanied by Chen Jinkui, changed into the clothes of Korean civilians and followed a fishing boat into Asan Bay. The fishermen on the mudflats were mending their nets when old Jean Tu, the leader, saw them and immediately rowed his boat into the reeds. He was a fisherman whom Ding Ruchang had sponsored in his early years, and his son was now serving in the Beiyang Fleet. The Japanese army comes to inspect fishing boats every day, asking who has been to Weihaiwei. Old Jin's voice trembled. A few days ago, they even arrested 3 ship owners who were transporting seaweed to China, saying they were colluding with the enemy. Deng Shichang took out 10 taels of silver. Give some to your reliable brothers and help me keep an eye on the movements of the Japanese army in Asin Bay. Write down when their ships leave port and where they go. We'll hand them over at the Fushinho General Store in Incheon on the 2nd day of each month. He then took out a small signal tube. In case of emergency, fire 3 shots in the southeast direction, and Ziyuan's sentry boat will come to meet you. As they were leaving Asin Bay, Jin Jinkui suddenly pointed to the Japanese camp in the distance. Look, sir, their tents are set up in a square, with sentries at the 4 corners. This is a formation to guard against night attacks. Deng Shichang nodded. Make a note of it. If a real battle breaks out in the future, this will be the breakthrough point. On the return journey, a slight noise suddenly came from the radio transmitter on the Ziyuan warship. Deng Shichang immediately became alert. He quickly walked to the transmitter and saw a coded telegram sent by Sa Jinbing. The contents of the coded telegram made Deng Shichang's heart tighten. The Japanese combined fleet's Yoshino Naniwa has arrived in Busan, and seems to be making unusual moves. Deng Shichang gripped the coded telegram tightly, his brow furrowed. He stared at the coastline of the Korean peninsula, a strong sense of unease rising in his heart. He realized that this game was far more dangerous than he had imagined. The Japanese had already deployed their pieces densely across the area, and their actions were so covert and elusive that they were impossible to predict. Deng Shichang took a deep breath, composed himself, and then quickly telegraphed Ding Ruchang back. In the telegram, he gave a detailed report on the situation in Incheon and Asin. Incheon and Asin are in good condition. It has been confirmed that the Japanese army has deployed 800 soldiers and 2 cannons. Please send ships to assist in the defense in March. Also, 20 boxes of Novartis gunpowder have been secretly sent and hidden in the fisherman's cellar in Asin. Deng Shichang's reply was concise and clear. He knew that time was of the essence, and that action had to be taken as soon as possible to deal with a possible Japanese attack. In February, the Yellow Sea, where the ice had melted, shimmered with a deep blue. Deng Shichang stood on the bridge of the Ziyuan, watching the sailors polish their rapid-fire cannons, and suddenly realized that although the snow in Korea was cold, it could not freeze the determination of the Beiyang Fleet. This move had to be made steadily, and concealed deeply in order to deliver a fatal blow to the Japanese army when the storm came. Chapter 65 Chilu Undercover Agents. Just after the Lantern Festival in Jinan Prefecture, Old Wang, the gatekeeper of the governor's office, was sweeping the remaining snow in front of the steps when a young man in a cotton robe came over carrying a box of snacks. Uncle Wang, I am the new clerk, named Zhao Qing, from Weihai. He handed over a card with the seal of the Beiyang Fleet on it, which was a persona, specially arranged for him by Li He at the behest of Ding Ruchang. Zhao Qing was a distant cousin of Sa Jinbing. He studied at the Naval Academy from a young age and had excellent handwriting. What was even more remarkable was his quick wit. The key was that not many people knew him. Ding Ruchang chose him so that he could gain a foothold by the side of Li Bingheng, the governor of Shandong, and find out the governor's office's attitude towards the Beiyang army. For the first 3 days, Zhao Qing did only odd jobs such as copying official documents, but he got a clear understanding of the connections in the government office. Li Bingheng's most trusted advisor was surnamed Zhang, an old scholar who always said that the Navy is spending too much money. Commissioner Liu, who was in charge of the ordnance, was close to the people in the Nanyang Navy. There was also a minor official who was responsible for delivering secret letters and was addicted to gambling. On the night of the 7th day, Zhao Qing took the opportunity of delivering official documents to see a draft memorial on Zhang's desk. It read, "The Beiyang Fleet has expanded too rapidly in recent years, which may cause trouble. It is proposed that the court control its spending." His heart tightened, and while pouring tea, he silently memorized the key phrases. Half a month later, Zhao Qing took the opportunity of helping Commissioner Liu copy the arms list to casually mention. I heard that the rapid-fire cannons of the Nanyang Fleet were all bought from Germany, and they are 30% more expensive than those of our Beiyang Fleet. Commissioner Liu replied. That's right. Lord Li always says that the Beiyang compradors are lining their own pockets, but actually... He stopped before finishing his sentence, but this allowed Zhao Qing to figure out the root of the governor's office's prejudice against the Beiyang Fleet. In late February, the cold wind was still biting. Zhao Qing, dressed in plain clothes and with a solemn expression, boarded a small fishing boat in Weihaiwei. His trip home for a funeral was just a pretext. In reality, he was carrying out an important mission. Zhao Qing hurried into the cabin, where Li He had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Li He, Zhao Qing quickly bowed and then sat down opposite him. Zhao Qing took a deep breath and began to report what he had learned to Li He. His voice was low and urgent. Sir, I have received information that Li Bingheng not only wants to cut the Beiyang army's budget, but also plans to transfer the Shandong Coastal Defense Battalion to guard the Yellow River. Li He frowned deeply, his face turning extremely grim. Li Bingheng was the governor of Shandong at the time, and his actions would undoubtedly have a significant impact on the Beiyang Fleet. Li He paused for a moment, then slowly said, Li Bingheng's move is really unwise. The Beiyang Fleet is already short of funds, and now it is going to be cut. How can we maintain the normal operation of the fleet? And transferring the Coastal Defense Battalion will further weaken our coastal defense capabilities. If a foreign enemy attacks, the consequences will be unimaginable. Zhao Qing nodded in agreement and then said, Sir, I've also heard that Li Bingheng did this because he believes the defense of the Yellow River is more important. But he doesn't seem to realize that our enemies come not only from land, but also from the sea. Li He frowned even more deeply. He stood up and paced back and forth in the cabin, pondering a solution. Zhao Qing took out a map he had secretly drawn. He felt that since the Japanese army couldn't reach Shandong, it would be more practical to spend the money on river works. Zhang's advisor also said that after the naval review, he would impeach Ding for secretly forming an alliance with the Nanyang and Guangdong navies and building up his own power. Li He immediately reported the news to Ding Ruchang. The old admiral looked at the secret report and remained silent for a long time. It's good that we planted this spy. Tell Zhao Qing to keep things stable and not to rush to send intelligence. First, get yourself imprisoned. He paused. Send him some more silver and have him lend it to that gambling clerk. Sometimes a clerk is more useful than 10 advisors. On the last day of February, Zhao Qing returned to Jinan Prefecture. The crabapple trees in the governor's office had just sprouted tender buds. He stood on the steps, watching Li Bingheng's sedan chair leave. The inkstone in his hand was heavy. Inside it was a secret letter from him communicating with the Beiyang army. From the Taiwan Strait to Korea, from Shandong to the Yellow Sea, a month-long strategic plan unfolded like a spider web. Ding Ruchang stood on the gun emplacement of Weihaiwei, watching the shadows of the Weihai and Jinyang warships about to be commissioned. He knew that these hidden pieces might not be used for the time being, but as long as the battle required it, they would be like the fuse of Novartis gunpowder, bursting forth with sparks powerful enough to turn the tide at the most critical moment. Chapter 66 New Elite Army Formation. In March in Weihaiwei, the ice and snow have melted away, and the seawater in the harbor glistens with light. The docks are already crowded with sailors and craftsmen, and everyone's face is filled with anticipation. Today is the day that the ships, Weihai and Jinyang, will be officially commissioned. On the early morning horizon, 2 black plumes of smoke appeared first, followed by 2 brand new cruisers cutting through the waves. The dragon pattern on the bow of the Weihai gleamed in the sunlight, and its indigo hull resembled a sapphire polished by the sea. The Jinyang, on the other hand, appeared even more agile, and although it was not yet at full speed, it already exuded the swiftness of a leopard. Ding Ruchang stood at the highest point of the dock, watching the 2 ships slowly approach the shore, his eyes slightly moist. From the anxiety of reworking the boiler tubes to the debates over the improvement plan, and now to their commissioning, these 2 ships embody the hard work of so many people. Li he said softly. Go, raise the Beiyang Fleet's flag. Li He strode aboard the Weihai, warship and personally hoisted the general's flag embroidered with the character, Ding, onto the mainmast. The moment the red flag unfurled, a deafening cheer erupted from the dock, and the cannons of the Pingyuan Ziyuan and other warships fired in unison, their roar echoing across the Yellow Sea. Deng Shichang, standing on the deck of the Xinjiang warship, laughed loudly at Sa Zhenbing on the dock. "Captain Sa, dare you have a race to see whose ship is faster?" The commissioning ceremony was brief yet solemn. Ding Ruchang announced from the deck of the Weihai. "The Weihai and Xinjiang form a new elite fleet of the Beiyang Fleet. Li He will be the fleet commander, and Deng Shichang will be the deputy, reporting directly to me." Pointing to the nautical chart, he continued, "Your mission is to master high-speed assault tactics. In the future, on the battlefield, you must be like two sharp knives, tearing apart the enemy's formation." The ensuing training became the most eye-catching sight in Weihaiwei. Every morning, the Weihai and Xinjiang would be the first to set sail for formation sailing training. Li He stood on the bridge of the Weihai and commanded via radio, "Turn left 30 degrees, maintain a distance of 500 meters." Deng Shichang on the Xinjiang immediately responded, "Received." Turning. The two ships moved in perfect unison, their wakes drawing perfect arcs on the sea. The rapid-fire gun training was the highlight. Master Wang led the craftsmen to erect a moving target on the firing range, simulating the Japanese warship Yoshino. The Weihai warship's 6 150mm rapid-fire guns fired simultaneously, Novartis gunpowder shells exploding around the target, creating a continuous spray of water. Li He, holding binoculars, said to Deng Shichang, "Half a second faster. In real combat, half a second can decide life or death." Deng Shichang retorted, "If you're so capable, let's have a torpedo contest." He ordered the Xinjiang to launch a simulated torpedo, and the white trail accurately hit the stern of the target ship. "See that? The Ryujo 1, combined with the Xinjiang's speed, is the Yoshino's nemesis." Sa Zhenbing focused on training the two ships' radio coordination. He designed a double insurance system of coded flag signals. Emergency commands are first transmitted by radio, while corresponding flag signals are raised simultaneously to ensure the information is foolproof. In the last exercise, Weihai's radio had some static, and Xinjiang immediately confirmed it through flag signals, which was correct. Sa Zhenbing said at the training debriefing meeting, "Battlefield situations change rapidly, and communications must not falter." Halfway through the training, Ding Ruchang organized a combat exercise between the new elite fleet and the Pingyuan and Ziyuan destroyers. Li He commanded the two ships to utilize their high-speed advantage, circling around to the flanks and rear of the Pingyuan and Ziyuan, and hitting their ammunition magazines with simulated shells. Qin Jinkui, aboard the Ziyuan, laughed. "Commander Li, those two ships of yours are as slippery as eels." At the end of March, Ding Ruchang looked at the training data and nodded with satisfaction. The speed met the standard, the coordinated artillery hit rate was 85%, the torpedo launch accuracy was 80%, and the radio communication was flawless. "The new formation has passed the test." He paused, and his tone became serious. "But remember, the results on the training ground do not count. When you get to the battlefield, the ability to win battles is the real skill." As the sun set, the Weihai and Xinjiang anchored side by side in the harbor, their lights reflecting off the stars. Li He and Deng Shichang stood on the deck of the Weihai, watching the torpedo boat squadron training in the distance. They suddenly felt that these two new ships were like two young warriors, eager to prove themselves. Li He knew that the mission of the new elite squadron had only just begun. A greater test awaited them in the storms of the Yellow Sea. And what they had to do was grip their swords tightly, ready to draw them at any moment. Chapter 67 The Hearts of the People Return. A hidden dragon remains in the dark. In April, warm winds began to rise over the Yellow Sea. Masts stood tall in Weihaiwei harbor, with colorful flags fluttering in the wind. The ships included the Nanshan and Nanrui, from Nanyang the Guangjiaguani, and Guangdong, from Guangdong the Jianwei, and Chaowu from Fujian Shipbuilding, and various Beiyang warships. More than 30 ships gathered together, their sails like clouds and their cannons imposing, creating a magnificent scene. Standing on the bridge of the Pingyuan warship, Ding Ruchang looked at the foreign naval forces that were gradually docking and said to Li He beside him, "After waiting for so many years, we can finally see the four naval forces united together." On the dock, Nanyang Admiral Wu Ankang, Guangdong Admiral Li Juan, and Fujian Naval Minister Pei Yinsen were leading their ship captains over, exchanging greetings with clasped hands. Although there was some awkwardness, there was a strong sense of shared hatred for the enemy. At the first joint training meeting, disagreements quickly emerged. The signal flags of the Nanyang are different from those of the Beiyang. When turning left, we use a blue flag, while you use a yellow flag, which can be confusing, Wu Ankang said, pointing to the signal manual with a furrowed brow. Li Juan chimed in. The Guangdong Navy is used to reporting their bearings using the 3 o'clock direction, while the Beiyang Navy says northeast, which takes the brothers a while to process. Ding Ruchang was prepared and had Sa Jinping produce a standardized flag signal and radio communication manual. From today onwards we will use the Beiyang signal system. Sa, take the radio team and assign 2 instructors to each ship. The signalmen must master the basic commands within 3 days. He then looked at Li He. You will lead the Weihaiwei demonstration formation on a voyage so that the brothers of the foreign navy can become familiar with our formation. In the days that followed, Weihaiwei became a huge training ground. In the harbor at dawn, the Beiyang fleets, Pingyuan and Ziyuan, led the ships of the Nanyang Fleet and Guangdong Fleet in practicing changing from column to line formation. The Nanshan was turning a little too slowly and bumped into the side of the Ziyuan. Before the other ship could apologize, Chen Jinkui laughed and shouted, "Lord Wu, if you're slow again next time, I'll have the Ziyuan's rapid-fire guns wash your deck." Wu Ankang laughed and ordered the sailors to intensify their training. The next day, they caught up with the pace. The combined artillery training revealed their true capabilities. The Fujian shipbuilding bureaus, Jianwei, still used old-style muzzle-loading cannons firing black powder shells, with a range half that of the Beiyang Fleet's rapid-fire cannons. Master Wang and his craftsmen worked through the night to modify the guns, replacing the breech blocks and using Novartis gunpowder shells. During test firing, they even hit a target ship 3 nautical miles away. The old captain was moved to tears. After so many years, our shipbuilding bureau's ships can finally fire this far. Li Juan and his sailors from the Guangdong Navy spent every day aboard the Pingyuan warship. The captain of the Guangyi followed Sa Jinping to learn radio technology. His fingers blistered, but he still refused to stop. The gunners surrounded the Weihai warship's rapid-fire guns, asking about Novartis gunpowder loading techniques, filling a thick notebook with notes. "I used to think that the Beiyang Fleet's foreign flair was just for show," Li Juan frankly told Ding Ruchang. "But now I realize that all that flair was real skill." In mid-April, a coordinated fleet exercise shocked Weihaiwei. At Ding Ruchang's command, the Beiyang Fleet's new elite formation took the center, flanked by Nanyang and Guangdong ships, with the older vessels of the Fujian Naval Academy bringing up the rear. More than 30 ships formed a goose formation and deployed in the Yellow Sea. The main guns of the Pingyuan roared, and the Weihai and Jinyang rapid-fire guns opened fire simultaneously. Guangdong Navy torpedo boats surged from the flanks, and the target ship instantly disintegrated under the concentrated fire. The civilians watching on shore erupted in deafening cheers, and even the British consul exclaimed through his binoculars, "The Chinese Navy has such combat power!" After the drills, the captains of all the ships gathered on the Pingyuan for a meal. Wu Ankang raised his glass. "I used to think that the Nanyang Fleet was stronger than the Beiyang Fleet, but now I'm convinced. After the Grand Review, all the Nanyang Fleet's ships will be under Commander Ding's command." Li Juan also raised his glass. "The Guangdong Navy is willing to be the vanguard of the Beiyang Fleet, and be the first to charge into battle when fighting the Japanese." Ding Ruchang looked at the assembled generals, his eyes welling up with tears. "Gentlemen, we are all Chinese naval officers, guarding the same sea. This cup of wine is a toast to ourselves, to the unity of the people, and to the eternal security of our maritime borders." Chapter 68: The Eve of the Grand Reading. In May, Weihaiwei is a riot of color, with wild roses blooming on the hillsides surrounding the harbor, their fragrance carried by the sea breeze into the cabins of the ships. With only 3 days left until the Imperial Naval Review, the entire city of Weihaiwei operates like a clockwork mechanism, tense yet orderly. In Ding Ruchang's admiral's office, the finalized review procedures were laid out. At 7:45 a.m., the ships would line up in formation with the Beiyang Fleet in the center, the Nanyang Fleet to the left, the Guangdong Fleet to the right, and the Fuzhou Naval Academy at the rear. At 9 a.m., a 21-gun salute would be fired to welcome the Imperial envoy. This would be followed by a parade, live-fire drills, a torpedo assault demonstration, and finally, the captains of each ship would report to the envoy. Every step must be flawless, Ding Ruchang instructed his staff. Especially the live-fire drills. The power of Novartis gunpowder must be demonstrated, but absolutely no one should be injured in the procession. Li Hijing, along with the sailors of the Weihai and Jinyan, was giving the ships their final coat of paint. The indigo hull, adorned with golden dragon patterns, gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. "Make sure the gun barrels are polished so clean you can see your reflection," he shouted to the gunners. "Let the Imperial envoy and the foreigners see how spirited our Beiyang Fleet is." Deng Shichang, meanwhile, was conducting a surprise inspection on the Jinyan. Seeing that a gunner from the Guangdong Navy, who was there for a training session, hadn't properly fastened his safety rope, he immediately punished him by making him run 20 laps around the deck. "If you mess up during the Grand Review, you'll embarrass the entire Navy." Sai Zhending's radio team was the busiest. He and his apprentices checked each ship's radio station one by one to ensure uninterrupted communication during the military parade. "Nanchen's radio has some static. Replace the vacuum tube. Guangbing's codebook has 2 words wrong. Correct them immediately." Holding the frequency table, he was like a strict teacher. "Use plain language during the parade, but the channel must be correct. Anyone who dares to get a single number wrong will be facing the military court." On the Nanrui, aboard the Nanyang Fleet's warship, Wu Ankang was leading his officers in a drill of changing formation in case of attack. Upon hearing the command to change from a goose formation to an arrow formation, immediately accelerate to 15 knots. "Nanshan, follow me to the left, Kaiji, to the right. Remember to leave a path for the Beiyang Fleet's new elite formation to attack." He held up a formation diagram personally drawn by Ding Ruchang, gesturing repeatedly. "This is the face of our Nanyang Fleet. We absolutely cannot lose to the Beiyang." Meanwhile, veteran craftsmen from the Fujian Shipbuilding Bureau were wrapping red silk around the masts of the Jianwei and Chaowu warships. "Even though we're at the rear, we still need to have spirit," an old craftsman told the sailors. "Back then, Lord Shin built the Shipbuilding Bureau to make the Chinese Navy proud, and tomorrow, we'll have done it." The Imperial Envoy's fleet was already waiting in Yantai port, and consuls from various countries were arriving in Weihaiwei one after another. The British consul wrote in a letter home, "The scale of the Chinese Navy's assembly is unprecedented, and its new warships and unified formation demonstrate astonishing organizational capabilities." The Japanese consul, on the other hand, appeared particularly gloomy, wandering around the port with binoculars, trying to ascertain the strength and weaknesses of each ship. On the evening before the Grand Review, Ding Ruchang summoned all the captains for a final mobilization. "Tomorrow you represent not just the Beiyang and Nanyang fleets, nor just Guangdong and Fujian, but the entire Chinese Navy." He pointed to the fleet outside the window. "Let the court see that their money has not been wasted, let the foreigners see that China has a navy capable of defending its sea borders, and let those who covet our territory see that this sea is ours." The lights of each ship lit up one after another, like stars in the night sky over the Yellow Sea. On the deck of the Weihai, Li He and Deng Shichang clinked glasses, the wine in their glasses reflecting the cold glint of the distant cannons. "Tomorrow, let the Weihai Jinyang run 23 knots to show them." Deng Shichang's eyes gleamed. Li He smiled and nodded. "And let the Novartis gunpowder shells explode with the loudest sound." Chapter 69 Chinshur, 7 to 9 a.m., Banners Like a Sea, May 6th, 20th year of Guangxu's reign. The dawn at Weihaiwei was tinged with the freshness of sea mist. Just as day began to break, the harbor echoed with the sounds of bugles. More than 30 ships, like lurking beasts, slowly stretched their limbs in the morning light. Sailors, their feet wet with dew, climbed the masts and raised the yellow dragon flag, the general's flag, and the ship's ensign in turn. In an instant, flags of various colors unfurled in the sea breeze, red, yellow, and blue, like a flowing sea of flowers, painting half the sky with their hues. Ding Ruchang stood on the bridge of the Pingyuan warship, dressed in his brand-new admiral's uniform, the insignia on his chest gleaming in the morning sun. He looked down at the busy sailors, his fingers unconsciously stroking the sword at his waist. This sword had been with him for over 20 years, from the Yangtze River Navy to the Beiyang Fleet, its cold gleam never diminishing. "Is everything ready?" he asked the staff officer beside him. "Reporting to the commander, all ships have been lined up in the predetermined formation. The main force of the Beiyang Fleet is in the center, the Nanyang fleets Nanshin and Nanrei are on the left, the Guangdong Guangjia and 3 other ships are on the right, and the Fujian shipbuilding bureaus Jianwei and Chaowu are at the rear, with a spacing of 300 meters and an error of no more than 5 meters. The staff officer handed over the binoculars. "The Kangji, the Imperial Envoy, will arrive at the port precisely at 3:45 a.m. Li He was conducting a final check on the signalman's flag signals aboard the Weihaiwei warship. A young signalman transferred from the Guangdong Navy was so nervous that his palms were sweating, and his hand holding the flag trembled slightly. "Don't be afraid." Li He patted him on the shoulder. "Just follow what Sa Bang taught you, yellow flag at attention, blue flag diagonally to the left for forward, got it?" The young soldier nodded vigorously, took a deep breath, and repeated the flag signals, this time much more steadily. Deng Shichang conducted a pre-battle mobilization on the Xinjiang warship. Standing in the middle of the deck, he spoke in a loud, booming voice. "Brothers, today all of China's eyes are on us. The Xinjiang must run at the fastest speed and fire the most accurate shells, so that our brothers in Nanyang and Guangdong can see that the Beiyang's new warships are not to be trifled with." The sailors shouted in unison, their voices drowning out the sound of the waves. At precisely the hour of Chin, 7 to 9 a.m., the first cannon salute rang out in the harbor. Immediately afterwards, cannons from more than 30 ships roared in succession, the 21-gun salute resounding throughout the Yellow Sea. The sea fog gradually dissipated amidst the cannon fire, revealing the Kangji ship sailing towards the horizon in the distance, the yellow dragon flag of the Imperial Envoy standing out prominently on its mast. "Attention, all ships, prepare to salute!" Ding Ruchang's order was transmitted to all ships via radio. In an instant, the cannons of all the ships rose in unison, and the sailors stood on the deck, shoulder to shoulder, saluting in perfect unison, with not even the slightest difference in the sway of their clothes. Standing aboard the Guangjia warship, Li Jun looked at the scene before him and whispered to the captain beside him. "I always thought the Guangdong Navy was second to none, but today I realize that we still have a way to go in terms of spirit and energy." The sailors behind him looked at the orderly formation of the Beiyang warships with a hint of admiration in their eyes. At 3/4 past Chinshir, 7:45 a.m., the Kangji docked smoothly. Imperial Commissioner Li Honglong and Minister of Revenue Wang Tonghe, accompanied by Ding Ruchang, ascended the makeshift reviewing stand. Looking at the array of ships in the harbor, Wang Tonghe, though reluctant, could only feign admiration. "General Ding's military leadership is excellent. The Beiyang Fleet truly lives up to its reputation." "Indeed." Li Hongzhang's gaze swept over the Weihaiwei and Xinjiang, lingering for a moment on the brand-new hulls. "These 2 new ships look impressive." Ding Ruchang bowed and said, "It is entirely thanks to the support of the Imperial Court and the cooperation of the brothers of the Nanyang, Guangdong and Fujian navies that we have achieved this today." He turned to the sea and said, "Please inspect the parade, Your Excellency." With a command, the Pingyuan took the lead, its massive hull cleaving through the azure waves, its wake like silver. Immediately following, the Jinhua and Pingyuan and Ziyuan took their places, forming a column of Beiyang Fleet warships that resembled a long steel dragon, slowly gliding across the sea. Li He commanded the Weihaiwei and Xinjiang close behind, maintaining perfect spacing and a steady speed of 15 knots, the dragon patterns on their bows gleaming in the sunlight. Ships from Nanyang, Guangdong, and Fujian followed closely behind. Although they were slightly less orderly than those from Beiyang, they each had their own unique style. Sailors on the Nanshin performed rope skills, nimbly weaving between masts. The Guangi demonstrated rapid loading, with gunners moving so swiftly it was dazzling. Although the Jianwei was old, it fired a synchronized salute, the rhythm of the cannon fire perfectly precise. On the reviewing stand, Li Haongang nodded frequently, while foreign consuls took notes, their cameras focused on every detail of the fleet. The British consul wrote in his diary, "The progress of the Chinese Navy is astonishing. Its organization and equipment are no less than those of a second-rate European fleet." As the hour of Qin, 7 to 9 a.m., drew to a close, the parade was nearing its end. More than 30 ships formed a giant Chinese character, Gua meaning nation, on the sea, with the yellow dragon flag fluttering in the center of the formation. Ding Ruchang stood aboard the Pingyuan warship, gazing at this pattern composed of steel and will, and suddenly felt a surge of emotion in his eyes. This was perhaps the first time in the history of the Chinese Navy that so many ships had gathered together for the same goal. The sea breeze swept across the reviewing stand, carrying a salty, damp scent. Li Haongang rose, cupped his hands towards the sea, and exclaimed, "This is a powerful weapon for the nation, a blessing for our maritime borders." His voice was carried far by the wind, mingling with the cheers of the sailors, and echoing for a long time in the morning light of the Yellow Sea. Chapter 79 AM Naval guns shake the Yellow Sea. The sun was already scorching at 9 a.m., and the officials on the reviewing stand all raised their parasols, but their eyes remained fixed on the sea. With Ding Ruchang's order, the live fire exercise officially began, and the harbor of Weihaiwei instantly transformed into a massive training ground. First up was the main gun firing from the Beiyang Fleet's flagship. The 305mm guns of the Pingyuan slowly rotated, their muzzles aimed at the abandoned target ship 3 nautical miles away. The gunners, clad in heavy protective suits, loaded and aimed methodically. Li He, standing on the bridge of the Weihai, could clearly see through his binoculars the sailors at the Pingyuan's gun emplacements. They were the Beiyang Fleet's most elite gunners, having trained for 3 years under British and German instructors, their gunnery skills second to none in the Far East. "Fire!" With the gunner's command, the Pingyuan warship shuddered violently, and an armor-piercing shell whistled through the air, tracing an arc moments later. The target ship exploded violently, its mast snapping in two, and thick smoke billowed into the sky. Thunderous applause erupted from the reviewing stand, and Wang Tonghe excitedly stood up. "Well done! Well done!" Immediately afterwards, the Jinyuan, Pingyuan, and Ziyuan opened fire in turn, and the target ship gradually disintegrated under the intense barrage. Qin Jinkui directed the rapid-fire guns of the Ziyuan to fire at a rate of 5 rounds per minute. Novartis gunpowder shells exploded around the target ship, creating a white wall of water. "See that? That's our rapid-fire gun!" Qin Jinkui shouted to the Nanyang sailors beside him, who stared in disbelief and nodded repeatedly. When it was the turn of the new formation to appear, Li He specifically had the Weihai and Jinyang demonstrate coordinated artillery fire. The Weihai's 150mm rapid-fire guns first suppressed the target ship with a portside salvo, and Deng Shichang immediately commanded the Jinyang to flank from the right, launching simulated torpedoes from its torpedo tubes. The sounds of gunfire and torpedoes mingled together, and the target ship sank completely to the bottom of the sea under the land and sea attack. "This tactic is brilliant!" Wu Ankang exclaimed on the Nanshan warship. "The left and right sides coordinate, and the speed is combined. If the Japanese were to encounter this, they would be completely bewildered." He ordered someone to write down the Beiyang's artillery parameters. "Go back and adjust our guns accordingly, and train according to this standard." The Guangdong Navy's drills were even more spectacular. Li Jun ordered the Guangyi and Guangbing to conduct close-range rapid-fire exercises. The two ships circled the remaining target ship, shells raining down on it, quickly riddling the target ship with holes. "This is the Guangdong Navy's specialty!" Li Jun shouted to the reviewing stand, his tone full of pride. Wang Tonghe smiled and applauded. "The Guangdong Navy has its own ingenious tricks." The most impressive part was the demonstration of Novartis gunpowder's power. Master Wang personally directed the gunners of the Weihai warship to fire a high-explosive shell filled with Novartis gunpowder. The shell landed beside the target ship's wreckage, without a deafening roar, but it generated a massive shockwave, sending surrounding planks and iron filings flying into the air, forming a ring-shaped wall of air. "This gunpowder doesn't look strong, but it's incredibly powerful," exclaimed the old captain of the Fujian Shipbuilding Bureau. 10 times stronger than our black powder." The climax of the live-fire exercise was the simultaneous firing of the entire fleet. At Ding Ruchung's command, the cannons of over 30 ships opened fire at once, the roar of gunfire blending together as if a corner of the sky had collapsed. Water columns rose from the sea, smoke billowed, and even the sunlight was tinged with orange. The foreign consuls on the reviewing stand wore solemn expressions. The Japanese consul clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. He hadn't expected the Chinese Navy's firepower to be so formidable. 9:30 a.m., the live-fire exercise concluded. The smoke from the sea gradually dissipated, revealing a calm surface, as if the cannon fire had never occurred. But everyone knew that the deafening roar of the cannons had left a deep mark on the memory of the Yellow Sea. Ding Ruchang walked to the reviewing stand and reported to Li Honglang. "Your Excellency, the live-fire exercise is complete, with a hit rate of 85%, exceeding the predetermined standard. All the ship's guns and ammunition are in normal working order, with no malfunctions." Li Honglang nodded in satisfaction. "General Ding, I have witnessed the fighting power of the Beiyang Fleet with my own eyes today. The court will continue to support the development of the Navy. We will add as much Novartis gunpowder and rapid-fire cannons as needed." He looked at Wang Tonghe beside him with a playful expression. "Isn't that right, Lord Wang?" Wang Tonghe felt somewhat uncomfortable under Li Hongzhang's gaze, and could only smile and agree. "That is indeed the case." Then, he turned to the Ministry of Revenue official beside him and instructed. "Remember to pay the Navy's funds and military pay on time and in full. He emphasized the words, on time and in full. Ding Ruchang, watching from the side, could only keep his eyes down and his mind at ease. Chapter 71 Noon Torpedo Waves. At midday in Weihaiwei, the sun was so scorching it seemed to melt the sea. But the heat in the harbor couldn't compare to the upcoming torpedo drills, the highlight of the military parade and the Beiyang Fleet's proudest killer move. Ding Ruchang specifically instructed Sa Jinbing to point the telescope on the reviewing stand towards the Northwest Sea area. "Lord One, that's our torpedo testing range. I'll show you the power of the Longxiang No. 1 later." His tone was full of confidence. This was the result of the painstaking efforts of the Beiyang craftsmen, and today it could finally be shown to the imperial court. Li He commanded the Weihai and Jinyang to leave the main formation and wait at the edge of the firing range. Deng Shichang stood in the torpedo compartment of the Jinyang and personally inspected the fuse of the Longxiang No. 1. "This thing has to perform well and not let us down at crucial moments." The engineer from the Ordnance Bureau smiled and assured him. "Commander Deng, don't worry, the Longxiang No. 1 has been test-fired 50 times and has never had a problem." At noon, the torpedo drill officially began. First to appear was the Beiyang Torpedo Boat Squadron, 12. Kuaijin class and Feiyu class boats darted across the sea like arrows. The first boat, piloted by Xuanzhu, fired first, launching a torpedo 2 nautical miles from the target ship. Its white wake, like a silver thread, sliced through the water, accurately hitting the stern of the target vessel. "Hit!" cheers echoed from the sailors on board. Following closely behind, 4 torpedo boats from the Guangdong Navy also made their appearance. These were newly delivered Flying Fish class vessels from the Maui shipyard, personally trained by Sa Jinbing's apprentice. Although their coordination was slightly rusty, their torpedo hit rate reached 70%. Li Jun nodded repeatedly. "This Longxiang No. 1 is really good, much more accurate than the imported Whitehead torpedoes." When it was the turn of the new fleet to demonstrate its ship coordination, tactics, a small climax erupted on the sea. Li He commanded the Weihai ship to bombard the seawater around the target ship with rapid-fire guns, creating smoke as cover. Deng Shichang took the opportunity to launch 2 torpedo boats hidden behind the Jinyang. Under the cover of smoke, the torpedo boats silently approached the target ship, and 2 Longxiang No. 1 torpedoes hit the target ship one after the other, blowing it to pieces. "Brilliant!" Li Honglang on the reviewing stand couldn't help but exclaim. This tactic is ingenious. It can both attack and hide, Ding Ruchang explained. This is to deal with the Japanese Yoshino warship. It's fast, so we have to use this kind of encirclement method. The most thrilling part was the extreme range firing. Sa Zhending set the target ship 3 nautical miles away, which exceeded the designed range of the Longxiang No. 1. Deng Shichang volunteered. Let Jinyang try. He commanded the Jinyang to advance at full speed, and when it was 280 meters away from the target ship, it suddenly turned and launched a torpedo. Everyone held their breath, watching the torpedo drift further and further away on the sea. Just when everyone thought it was going to miss, the torpedo suddenly hit the middle of the target ship. After a loud explosion, the target ship broke in two. Thunderous applause erupted from the reviewing stand, and foreign consuls rose to their feet, nodding in the direction of the Jinyang warship. The British consul wrote in his notes, China's torpedo technology has reached world-class levels, and its ship-to-ship coordination tactics are particularly impressive. As noon approached, the torpedo drill concluded. 12 torpedo boats, forming at dragon formation, cruised the sea, saluting the reviewing stand. The formidable reputation of the Dragon Soaring No. 1 spread throughout every corner of Weihaiwei with this exercise. Standing on the deck of the Weihai ship, watching the torpedo boat squadron return, Li He suddenly felt that these small boats embodied the resilience of the Beiyang Fleet even more than the main warships. They were small in size, but agile and deadly, like a pack of sea wolves, guarding the sea frontier. Deng Shichang carried a model of the Longxiang No. 1 to the reviewing stand and introduced it to Li Hongang and Wen Tonghe. Sirs, you can see that the fuse of this torpedo is made by ourselves. Its sensitivity is so precise that it will explode if it just grazes the side of the ship. The engine is powered by kerosene, which is 30% more fuel efficient than the steam power used by foreigners. Wen Tonghe took the model and examined it carefully. Is this really something we made ourselves? After receiving an affirmative answer, he said, excitedly, Good! Good! With such a powerful weapon, what is there to fear from foreign aggression? I will go back and submit a memorial to the throne to increase the funding for the Ordnance Bureau and make sure they build more Longxiang No. 1 models. Chapter 72 1:1-3 p.m. Secret Signals of Banners. The sea breeze at noon carried a hint of coolness, dispelling the midday heat. The fourth part of the grand parade, the signal drill, began in a relatively quiet atmosphere, yet it concealed a tension no less intense than a live-fire exercise. Sa Zhending stood atop the signal tower of the Pingyuan warship, like a strict examiner, holding a signal flag, ready to issue commands. On the reviewing stand, Wen Tonghe was somewhat puzzled. It's just waving flags and sending messages. What's so special about that? Ding Ruchang explained with a smile. Sir, you don't understand. In naval battle, signals are orders. A single word out of place, a single flag out of order, can lead to disastrous consequences. The Battle of Weihaiwei back then was a loss precisely because of signal delays. As the exercise began, Sa Zhending signaled the first set of flags. Turn to starboard at 45 degrees, speed 12 knots. The instructions were simultaneously transmitted to all ships via radio. In an instant, the Beiyang Fleet's main warships responded first, the Pingyuan and Jinyuan, as if guided by invisible threads, turned simultaneously, precisely reducing their speed to 12 knots. Following closely behind, the ships from the Nanyang, Guangdong, and Fujian fleets also completed their turns, albeit a few seconds slower, but all movements were perfectly accurate. Not bad. Sa Zhending nodded and issued a second, more complex set of orders. 3 enemy ships spotted, located 5 nautical miles northeast. Weihai Jinyang, advance to scout. Nanchin and Nanrui, cover the left flank. Guangjia and the other 2 ships, guard the right flank. This was a deployment for a simulated encounter battle, testing the ship's adaptability. Upon seeing the signal flags aboard the Weihai, Li He immediately ordered via radio. Jinyang, follow me! The 2 ships accelerated forward, leaving 2 parallel tracks on the sea. Wu Ankang directed the Nanchin and Nanrui to move to the left, while Li Zhuan led the 3 ships, including the Guangjia, to move towards the right flank. In just 3 minutes, the entire fleet transformed from an inspection formation into a battle formation. Wang Tonghe exclaimed in admiration. I never imagined that this signal was so sophisticated. Just now it was a line, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a fan shape. It's amazing, Ding Wuchang added. This is just a conventional signal. We also have a secret code. Even if the enemy intercepts it, they won't be able to decipher it. The most challenging exercise was the hybrid communications drill. Sa Jinping deliberately made the Pingyuan ship's radio malfunction, relying solely on flag signals for command, while simultaneously damaging the Nanchen ship's signal flags, leaving them only able to communicate via radio. In this semi-blind state, the two ships still accurately completed the alternating cover command. That's real skill, Li Jun exclaimed. No war is ever smooth sailing. Even when the equipment is broken, you can still command. That's what you call reliable. He had someone borrow the Beiyang Army's signal manual. I have to make sure the brothers study it carefully when we get back. This thing is more useful than a knife. At noon, Sa Jinping issued the final set of commands. All ships, return to your positions. The review continues. Like a flock of geese summoned by a call, the 30-odd ships reformed into a neat formation. The entire signal drill proceeded flawlessly, earning the praise of even the most discerning British naval advisors. When Sa Jinping stepped down from the signal tower, his forehead was covered in sweat. Don't underestimate waving flags and sending messages. It's more tiring than firing artillery, he said to Li He with a smile. But the results are good. The brothers in the outer naval forces are improving very quickly. Li He nodded. This is all thanks to your flag signal radio comparison manual. It's simple and easy to understand. Even the old signal men in the Guangdong Navy can learn it. On the reviewing stand, Li Honglong said to Ding Wuchang, Wuchang, this signal drill may seem simple, but it is actually crucial to victory or defeat. I think the Naval Academy should add a signal course so that every captain and every sailor understands it. Ding Wuchang bowed and replied, Your Excellency is right. I will arrange it immediately. After the exercise, Li Jun specifically sought out Sa Jinping and asked for the radio circuit diagram. The Guangdong Navy also needs to install this thing. It's a bit expensive, but it's worth it. Sa Jinping smiled and gave him a copy. This is a simplified version, easy to use. If there are any questions, let the brothers come to Beiyang to learn. Chapter 73 Shinshi, 3 to 5 p.m., Land Warfare Coordination. At Shinshi, 3 to 5 p.m., a sea breeze began to rise in Weihaiwei, blowing dust from the shore onto the sea. The fifth segment of the Grand Review, a joint land warfare exercise, unfolded on the mudflats west of the harbor. This exercise was specifically designed to demonstrate the coordinated combat readiness of the Marine Corps and its ships. Deng Shichang, dressed in Marine Corps short uniform, stood on the deck of the Jinyang warship, gazing at the simulated enemy camp on the other side of the mudflats. There, a flag depicting a dragon eating an insect was displayed. This flag was specially commissioned by Li He before the exercise. Its effectiveness could be judged by the dark but silent expression of the Japanese representative. The other foreign envoys, meanwhile, were there watching the spectacle with amusement. Dummy cannons and tents were also set up. It was a firing range specifically constructed for the exercise. Remember, leave gaps when firing from your ships, don't hit your own people, he shouted over the radio to Li He on the Weihai ship, who replied with a flag signal of received. On the reviewing stand, Wen Tonghe asked with some doubt, The Navy is training in land warfare? Isn't that the Army's job? Ding Wuchang explained. Your Excellency is unaware that if we are to fight a landing operation in the future, we will have to rely on the Marines to seize the beachhead first. They are proficient in both naval and land warfare, and are the Navy's amphibious spearhead. At 3:45 p.m., the exercise began. The rapid-fire guns of the Weihai warship opened fire first, and the shells landed on the outer perimeter of the enemy camp, blasting up earthen walls and clearing a path for the Marines. Immediately afterwards, the Jinyang warship launched 6 landing craft, and Deng Shichang led 300 Marines, armed with rifles and short knives, charging towards the mudflats like tigers descending a mountain. The enemy, on the mudflats, played by the Beiyang Army, put up a stubborn resistance, with heavy gunfire. Deng Shichang crawled forward, raised his binoculars to observe through the hail of bullets, and then fired a signal flare. Heavy fire on the left flank, requesting shelling. The Weihaiwei ship immediately adjusted its guns, and several shells landed precisely on the left flank, silencing the enemy guns instantly. Charge! Deng Shichang shouted, leading the charge out of their cover. The Marines followed, their marksmanship precise and their movements agile, quickly breaking through the first line of defense. A soldier named Wang Ernia climbed the wooden fence of the enemy camp. By stepping on his comrade's shoulders, slashed the ropes with his knife, and the fence collapsed with a crash, allowing the main force to pour in. The foreign consuls on the reviewing stand watched intently. The French consul whispered, "The tactics of this Marine Corps are very similar to those of European naval commandos. I didn't expect China to have such a force." The Japanese consul's face darkened further. He knew that the Japanese Marines were still using outdated tactics, and were no match for them. The most exciting part was the Naval Gunnery Support Landing segment. He directed the gunners of the Weihaiwei warship to adjust their firing positions based on the Marines' signal flares. The shells always landed about 150 meters in front of the soldiers, suppressing the enemy, without harming their own men. "That accuracy is amazing!" Wang Tonghe exclaimed. "How did the gunners know where to fire?" Ding Ruchang pointed to the signal men on the mudflats. "The signal flares they hold, red means they need to be fired, green means they can advance. The gunners follow the signals and fire, and they can't go wrong." He paused. "This is a method that Li He and Deng Shichang came up with, and it is particularly effective in actual combat." By late afternoon, the Marines had captured the enemy camp, and raised the yellow dragon flag. Deng Shichang stood on the high ground of the enemy camp, and saluted the Weihaiwei and Jinyang warships, while the sailors on board cheered in unison. Li Jun was filled with patriotic fervor. "I'll train a Marine Corps for the Guangdong Navy too. We can't let the Beiyang Fleet have all the glory." After the drill, Deng Shichang led several soldiers who had distinguished themselves to the reviewing stand. Wang Ernia smilingly, still clutching the knife he had used to cut through the fence. Li Hongnong patted him on the shoulder. "Good lad, truly brave. The court will not forget warriors like you." He ordered someone to bring 10 taels of silver as a reward to the Marines. The late afternoon sun turned the mudflats golden, and the Marines marched back in formation, their faces glistening with sweat and mud, but unable to hide their proud smiles. Deng Shichang walked at the head of the column, his back ramrod straight. This was the army he had personally trained. Today, they had finally made their mark before the imperial court. Chapter 74 5 p.m. Gathering of Generals. At dusk in Weihaiwei, the setting sun painted the sea a golden red hue. The sixth segment of the Grand Review, the report of duty by the captains of each ship, was held in the conference room of the Pingyuan ship. More than 30 captains from the Beiyang Fleet, the Nanyang Fleet, Guangdong, and Fujian gathered together in a solemn yet enthusiastic atmosphere. Ding Ruchang sat to the side, with Imperial Commissioner Li Hongnong and Minister of Revenue Wang Tonghe in the main seats beside him. He cleared his throat. "I have gathered you all here today for 2 reasons. First, to report to His Excellency the situation of each ship, and second, to discuss the grand plan for the development of the Navy. Although the Beiyang, Nanyang, Guangdong, and Fujian fleets belong to different countries, they are all part of the Chinese Navy and should work together to defend the sea frontier." First to give their reports were the captains of the Beiyang Fleet. Qin Jinkui, representing the Ziyuan, reported on the modification of the rapid-fire guns and the use of Novartis gunpowder. The Ziyuan can now fire 5 shells per minute with an 80% hit rate, which is 30% higher than last year. The brothers are all eager to test it in actual combat. Sa Jinping then reported on the radio and signal systems. The entire fleet has achieved double insurance with flag signals and radio communication, and the secret codes are changed every month to ensure communication security. The brothers in Nanyang and Guangdong have made rapid progress and have basically mastered the signal system of Beiyang. When it was the turn of the Outer Sea Fleet, Wu Ankang was the first to stand up. The Nanyang Fleet was indeed a bit arrogant before, but after seeing the training and equipment of the Beiyang Fleet today, I am completely convinced. After the grand review, all the Nanyang ships will be at the command of Commander Ding, and will be given cannons and men as needed." His words won a round of applause. Li Jun continued. "The Guangdong Navy requests that the Beiyang Fleet send instructors to help us train our rapid-fire guns and marines. The 3 ships, Guangjia, Guangyi, and Guangbing, are willing to train with the Beiyang Fleet's new elite formation to familiarize themselves with coordinated tactics." He paused, his tone sincere. "I used to think that Guangdong was far from the Yellow Sea, but now I realize that the sea frontier is connected. If the Beiyang Fleet cannot defend its territory, Guangdong cannot expect to be safe either." The old captain of the Fujian Shipbuilding Bureau stood up shakily. "The ships of the Shipbuilding Bureau are a bit old, but the brothers' hearts are not. We request that the Beiyang Fleet provide some Novartis gunpowder and breech blocks to ensure that we can defend the Taiwan Strait, and never let the Japanese devils sneak in from the south." Listening to everyone's reports, Li Honglan showed a hint of satisfaction on his face. "You are all pillars of the nation. With you here, we have no worries about the seas. When I return, I will definitely report what I have seen and heard today to the court and request additional funding for the Navy, to unify the equipment and training of all naval forces, so that the Chinese Navy can truly become one family." Taking the opportunity, Ding Ruchang proposed. "Your Excellency, I have an idea. After the grand review, the Beiyang, Nanyang, Guangdong and Fujian navies should each send 10 young captains to Weihaiwei to set up a joint school to exchange tactics and techniques, so that they can cooperate well no matter which ship they are on in the future." The proposal was unanimously approved. Wu Ankang said with a smile. "I wholeheartedly agree. Let the young people of Nanyang learn about the rapid-fire cannons of Beiyang, and let the brothers of Beiyang see the coastal combat capabilities of Nanyang." Li Jun also chimed in. "The Guangdong Navy has many captains familiar with the South China Sea, who can tell everyone about the reefs and monsoons there." Wen Tonghe, standing beside him, looked ashen-faced. As the hour of 5 to 7 p.m. passed, the work report was nearing its end. Ding Ruchang took out a huge map of China's maritime territory and spread it on the conference table. "Gentlemen, please look. From the Bohai Sea to the South China Sea, this vast maritime territory is our common home. The Beiyang Army guards the Yellow Sea, the Nanyang Army guards the East China Sea, Guangdong guards the South China Sea, and Fujian guards the Taiwan Strait. Like 4 fists, if we clench them tightly, we can strike." The group gathered around the nautical chart, discussing it animatedly. Li He pointed to the west coast of the Korean peninsula. "If the Japanese army lands at Incheon, the main force of the Beiyang Fleet can move north to intercept them, while the Nanyang and Guangdong navies will cover the flanks, and the Fujian Shipbuilding Bureau will hold Taiwan and cut off the Japanese army's retreat." Deng Shichang added. "The Marines can cooperate with the army to land at Asan Bay and attack from both sides." Seeing this, Wen Tonghe's expression turned slightly serious. He gave his subordinates a look and hurriedly left. "Lord Ding, gentlemen, my master has to leave early due to busy affairs. He asked me to apologize to you all on his behalf." With that, he also took his leave. The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned cold. Li Honglang looked in the direction Wen Tonghe had left, his eyes deep, then turned back and said with a smile, "Never mind him, let's continue our discussion. We'll order extra food from the canteen later." "All right, I've heard so much about the Beiyang Fleet's mess hall. Today we're going to make sure you get a good meal out of them." Seeing this, Li Jun cheerfully smoothed things over. Chapter 75 7:09 p.m. A terrifying night training session. At dusk in Weihaiwei, night had fallen, and the ships in the harbor lit up like a string of giant pearls. The 7th part of the Grand Review, the nighttime coordinated exercise, unfolded on the quiet sea. This was the subject closest to actual combat, and the most demanding test of the sailors' skills. Ding Ruchang stood on the bridge of the Pingyuan warship, looking at the dark sea. "Night operations are most prone to chaos. Today we'll see if our brothers can maintain formation and accurately transmit signals in the dark." He ordered all lights except navigation lights to be turned off, and the harbor was instantly plunged into darkness. On the ship, Weihaiwei, He directed the sailors to cover the lights with sunshades, leaving only a narrow slit to illuminate the deck. "Remember, keep the radio silent, communicate only with light signals," he instructed the signalman. A 3-second long flash means it's safe. 3 flashes mean the target has been spotted. Don't get it wrong. At 3:45 p.m., the exercise began. Sa Jinping, aboard the Pingyuan warship, issued the first light signal. All ships maintain distance, speed 8 knots, proceed northeast. In an instant, the navigation lights of each ship flashed in sequence, like fireflies in the night, forming a flowing ribbon of light on the sea surface. Suddenly, the Guangbing ship's light signal malfunctioned. Instead of flashing 3 times to indicate target detected, it mistakenly sent a 3-second continuous light signal as a safety signal. The Jianwei ship following behind, unaware of the error, nearly collided with the Guangbing. Fortunately, Li He reacted quickly, instructing the Weihaiwei ship to signal emergency stop, thus averting a collision. What happened? Ding Ruchang questioned over the radio. The captain of the Guangbing quickly explained. The signalman was too nervous and his hand slipped. Ding Ruchang said sternly. In wartime, a slip of the hand is a matter of life and death. Practice again. In the second drill, all ships were extra cautious. When Sa Jinping issued the signal to simulate encounter with enemy ships, turn 30 degrees to left. The Beiyang Fleet's main fleet responded first, their light signals transmitting smoothly in the darkness. The Nanyang and Guangdong ships, though slightly slower, also completed their turns accurately. The most dangerous maneuver was the nighttime torpedo attack. Deng Shichang commanded the Jinyang to turn off its navigation lights, relying solely on starlight for navigation, and silently approach the target ship. At a distance of 1 nautical mile from the target, he ordered the torpedo tube indicators to be activated. The Longxiang No. 1, trailing a faint wake, launched itself and accurately hit the target. The explosion of the target illuminated half the night sky, revealing the Jinyang's swift retreat. On the reviewing stand, Li Hongnan watched with trepidation. In the pitch black, you can't even see the ships clearly. How can they fire so accurately? Ding Ruchang explained. It's thanks to their regular training. The sailors can find the gun positions and torpedo tubes with their eyes closed. They also know the direction of the stars and the waves. 7:30 p.m., the most unexpected scene in the exercise occurred when a patrol boat from the Fujian Shipbuilding Bureau mistakenly entered the firing range and happened to be in the firing line of the Weihaiwei warship. Li He immediately ordered a ceasefire and simultaneously signaled emergency avoidance. The patrol boat hurriedly turned around and narrowly escaped a collision. That was close. Wu Ankong patted his chest on the Nanshan ship. If it had been a real shell, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Li Jun also sighed. Night combat is really dangerous. One wrong step and the whole game is lost. After the exercise, Ding Ruchang summoned the captains of all ships and severely criticized the mistakes of the Guangbing ship and the patrol boat. Today is an exercise, and mistakes can be corrected. But in wartime, it would mean total annihilation. Starting tomorrow, all ships will have to practice nighttime subjects. Only when we achieve 0 mistakes will we be considered qualified. The cool sea breeze at dusk brushed against everyone's faces. Li He stood on the deck of the Weihaiwei warship, gazing at the gradually calming sea in the distance, deeply feeling that nighttime exercises were more meaningful than daytime ones. War does not only break out during the day, only in the darkest hour can the true strength of a fleet be revealed. Deng Shichang walked over, holding a lantern in his hand. That was indeed a close call, but it taught the brothers a lesson. He lit the lantern, and the warm yellow light shone on the 2 men's faces. We should conduct more nighttime drills like this in the future. The closer to actual combat the better. Chapter 76 5 a.m. Relay Voyage. On the 7th day of the 5th month of the 20th year of the Guangxu Emperor's reign, before dawn, urgent bugle calls resounded in Weihaiwei harbor. The 8th part of the Grand Review, the relay voyage exercise, began in the darkness before daybreak. This was a crucial subject for testing the fleet's endurance and coordinated replenishment capabilities, and it was also the part that best demonstrated the overall strength of the Navy. Ding Ruchang stood on the bridge of the Pingyuan warship, gazing at the dark sea. Relay sailing is a simulation of a long-distance raid. After the lead ship runs out of fuel, the rear ship takes over to ensure that there are always ships at the front line. This is a great test for our replenishment capabilities and speed control. He ordered the departure signal flag to be raised, and more than 30 ships sailed out of the harbor in succession, disappearing into the morning mist. Li He commanded the Weihai and Jinyang as the vanguard, advancing at a high speed of 18 knots. Black smoke billowed from the smokestacks of the two ships, leaving 2 black trails in the morning mist. Maintain this speed, slow down in 2 hours, and wait for the Ziyuan and Jingyuan to catch up, Li He shouted to Deng Shichang, who responded with a received signal from the Jinyang. At 3:45 a.m., dawn was breaking. The Weihai and Jinyang slowed down as planned, while the Ziyuan and Jingyuan accelerated to catch up, taking over the vanguard mission and continuing their advance at 18 knots. On the Ziyuan, Qin Jinkui directed the sailors to use a crane to hoist coal buckets from the Weihai, a simulated refueling exercise. Although it was only symbolic, their movements were fluid and practiced extensively. Not bad, your teamwork is getting better and better, Li He said to Zhou Fuqing beside him, watching the Ziyuan ship's departing figure. Zhou Fuqing smiled and said, Commander Qin has been training with us a lot these past few months, and he's already figured out Weihai's temperament. On board the Kangji, watching the vanguard ships take turns operating, Li Honglang couldn't help but exclaim, It's like running a relay race, one baton after another, never stopping. If we were really in a war, we could keep the enemy on the defensive and keep them breathless. Ding Ruchang added, This is just a relay race in coastal waters. In the future, when we have larger supply ships, we will be able to go to even more distant places. When it was the turn of the Nanyang fleet to take over, Wu Ankang commanded the ships, Nanshan and Nanrui, to advance steadily at a speed of 15 knots. Although they were slower than the newer ships of the Beiyang Fleet, they had a longer range and lower coal consumption. The Nanyang ships are suitable for long-distance raids, Wu Ankang said to Li He, who was in contact via radio. If we're going to the South China Sea, we'll still have to rely on us old oxen. The 3 ships of the Guangdong Navy, the Guangjia, demonstrated another capability. They could receive fresh water and food from the Jianwei, ship of the Fujian Shipbuilding Bureau while en route, which is crucial for long voyages. Li Jun proudly said, Patrols in the South China Sea often last for a month at a time. You can't do without this capability. Half past dawn, the crucial emergency relay drill began. Ding Ruchang simulated an attack on the vanguard ship, and ordered the Weihai and Jinyang to evacuate immediately. The Nanshan Nanrui and Guangjia formed a temporary formation to take over the combat mission. Although the 3 ships came from different navies, they formed a battle formation within 10 minutes, with perfect speed and spacing. As dawn approached, the relay voyage exercise concluded. More than 30 ships regrouped on the sea, maintaining their orderly formation despite the long journey. The sailors wore expressions of exhaustion, but no one complained. They knew that this seemingly tedious exercise could save lives and lead to victory in actual combat. Standing on the deck of the Weihai ship, Li He looked at the rising sun and suddenly felt that the fleet was like a long dragon, with each segment closely connected, advancing one after another, never stopping. He said to Deng Shichang beside him, In the future, we need to record the speed and range data of the Nanyang and Guangdong ships and make a relay manual so that it is clear at a glance when it is someone's turn. Deng Shichang smiled and nodded. Good idea! You can write it down, and I'll supplement the Marine Corps' relay deployment. The two smiled at each other, their figures appearing particularly resolute in the morning sun. Chapter 77 Chinshur, 7 to 9 a.m., United in Hatred. At dawn on the 7th day of the 5th lunar month, under a bright sun, the sound of bugles rang out once again in the harbor of Weihaiwei. The 9th part of the Grand Review, the oath-taking ceremony, was held on the deck of the warship Pingyuan. This was the penultimate part of the Grand Review, and also the moment most capable of uniting people's hearts. More than 30 captains and over 1,000 sailors gathered on the Pingyuan warship, their ranks neat and their expressions solemn. Wang Tonghe stood on the makeshift platform, looking at the dark, resolute faces before him, and his nose tingled with emotion. Ding Ruchang spoke first, his voice booming like a bell. Brothers, in the past 2 days of the Grand Review, everyone has seen the ships of Beiyang, Nanyang, Guangdong, and Fujian, able to line up together, fire cannons together, and charge together. Why? Because we are all Chinese guarding the same sea. His voice echoed on the sea, eliciting cheers. The Japanese army is stirring up trouble in Korea and spying on us in the Taiwan Strait. They want to occupy our land and seize our seas. Ding Ruchang's tone became impassioned. But they are mistaken. Today's Chinese Navy is no longer a disorganized mess. We have fast ships, good cannons, Novartis gunpowder, and more importantly, the fearless spirit of our brothers. The sailors shouted in unison. We will not rest until our blood is spilled. Their shouts drowned out the sound of the waves and could be clearly heard even from the distant reviewing stand. Li Hongnan watched this scene, his eyes slightly moist. He finally understood that the strength of the Navy lay not only in its ships and cannons, but also in its spirit of shared hatred for the enemy. Li He, speaking as the captain's representative, held up a Novartis gunpowder shell. Brothers, this is a shell we made ourselves, powerful enough to blast through the enemy's armor. It was made by Master Wang and his team after countless sleepless nights. It's the result of our craftsmen's hard work. He raised the shell high. The cannon in our hands is the ship we built ourselves, the sea we built ourselves to protect. It's ours. No one can take it away. Deng Shichang then shouted. Brothers of the Marines, let the Imperial envoy see our might. 300 Marines shouted in unison, raising their rifles, their bayonets gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Use me in the first battle, and I will surely win. Their oath was short and powerful, revealing a resolute courage. Wu Ankong, Li Jun, and other captains of the outer sea fleets also spoke, expressing their determination to fight together. The Nanyang fleet is willing to fight side by side with the Beiyang fleet. The Guangdong fleet will never retreat a step. Brothers of the Fujian Shipbuilding Bureau, let's fight the Japanese devils. Each vow echoed on the sea, like pebbles thrown into the water, creating ripples. At 3:45 a.m., the oath-taking ceremony reached its climax. Ding Ruchang led all officers and soldiers in a solemn oath facing the yellow dragon flag. As naval officers and soldiers, we shall take it upon ourselves to defend our homeland, unite as one, and fight against foreign aggression. As long as the ship is there, we will live. If the ship is lost, we will die. We will never betray our country, and we will never retreat. Never betray us, never retreat. Thousands swore in unison, their voices echoing across the yellow sea. Wang Tonghe stood up and bowed deeply to the soldiers. Brothers, His Majesty believes in you, the Empress Dowager believes in you, the court believes in you. I await your victory report in the capital. After the oath-taking ceremony, the sailors spontaneously sang a naval song. The banners of the sea are red with hot blood, the generals guarding the autumn are all gathered in the east. Yellow shirts, light-colored boots, and swords are ready, the young can become heroes. Inscription on the portrait of the lieutenant presented by Huang Zhuiding, Qing Dynasty, Huang Zunxian, a naval song of the Beiyang Fleet among the men on the ironclad warships. Although the singing was not very uniform, it conveyed a simple and firm strength, which carried further and further across the sea. Standing in the ranks, Li He listened to the sailors singing around him, his eyes welling up with tears. He recalled the days when he first arrived on the Pingyuan, when the navy was weak and bullied at every turn. Now they had their own new ships, new cannons, new gunpowder, and more importantly, the determination of the entire navy to work together. Deng Shichang patted him on the shoulder. Don't get excited, there will be plenty of opportunities to fight the Japanese in the future. He looked at the distant sea, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. After we win the battle, we'll drink victory wine on this Pingyuan warship. Chapter 78 9 a.m. The permanent security of the coastline. At 9 a.m., under a bright sun, colorful flags fluttered in the harbor of Weihaiwei. The final segment of the Grand Review, the return march, began amidst the world's attention. This was not only the conclusion of the Grand Review, but also a moment for the Chinese Navy to demonstrate its unity and strength to the world. Ding Ruchang stood on the flying bridge of the Pingyuan warship and ordered the return to port signal flag to be raised. In an instant, more than 30 ships set sail in succession, forming a huge, V-shaped formation, heading towards Weihaiwei harbor. The Pingyuan and Jinyuan, as flagships, were in the center, with the Weihai, and Xinjiang, and other new Beiyang warships on the left, and ships from Nanyang, Guangdong and Fujian on the right. The formation was neat and orderly, and the momentum was magnificent. On the reviewing stand, Li Hongang and Wang Tonghe stood up and waved to the fleet. The shore was crowded with people who had come to watch, waving small flags, cheering, and shouting, their voices deafening. An elderly man with white hair, leaning on a cane, bowed deeply towards the direction of the fleet. His son was a sailor on the Pingyuan. Commanding the Weihaiwei, Li He maintained a perfect distance from the Xinjiang, keeping a steady speed of 12 knots. The sailors on deck stood shoulder to shoulder, saluting, their faces beaming with pride. They knew they were not only being reviewed by the imperial court, but also proving to their people that the Chinese navy was capable of safeguarding the seas. On the warship Xinjiang, Deng Shichang directed his sailors to fire a salute. The 21-gun salute reverberated throughout the Yellow Sea, mingling with the cheers of the people on the shore to create a moving symphony. Other ships of the outer naval forces, such as the Nanshan and Guanjia, also fired their salutes in turn, the resounding gunfire seemingly proclaiming the unity of the four navies. The foreign consuls stood on one side of the reviewing stand, their expressions complex. The British consul wrote in his diary, "The Chinese naval review was perfect. Its organization, equipment, and morale were at an unprecedented level. Any country that wants to challenge China in the Yellow Sea must think twice." The Japanese consul silently put away his binoculars, his face terribly grim. At 3:45 a.m., the fleet entered Weihaiwei harbor. The Pingyuan warship was the first to dock, and Ding Ruchang disembarked to greet Wang Tonghe's inspection. Li Hongang shook his hand. "General Ding, congratulations on the successful completion of the review. The Beiyang Fleet, and indeed the entire Chinese Navy, is proud of you." Ding Ruchang bowed and said, "This is the result of the joint efforts of all the naval brothers of the four seas, not the achievement of one person alone." He turned and pointed to the fleet behind him. "You see, these ships and these people are the foundation of the nation." Next, the captains of each ship bid farewell to Li Hongang and Wang Tonghe in turn. Wu Ankang shook Li Hongjiang's hand and said, "Please rest assured, sir, the Nanyang fleet will definitely stay in Weihaiwei after the Grand Review as agreed, to conduct joint training with the Beiyang Fleet." Li Jun said, "We would appreciate the guidance of the Beiyang Fleet on the Guangdong Fleet's radio and rapid-fire guns." The old captain of the Fujian Shipbuilding Bureau also said that he would send craftsmen to Weihaiwei as soon as possible to learn Novartis gunpowder manufacturing technology. At 9:30 a.m., the Grand Review officially ended. Li Hongang and Wang Tonghe boarded the Kangji to return to Beijing. Before departing, Li Hongang said to Ding Ruchang, "Ruchang, after I return, I will definitely submit a memorial to the court requesting the establishment of the general headquarters of the Chinese Navy, under your unified command of the four naval forces. The court will give priority to ensuring funding and equipment." Ding Ruchang simply bowed and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, Your Excellency. I will do my utmost to live up to the trust placed in me by the court and the expectations of the people." The Kangji slowly sailed away from the harbor. Wang Tonghe stood on the deck, watching the Weihaiwei fleet recede into the distance, his heart filled with apprehension and helplessness. He knew that this grand review not only demonstrated the Navy's strength but also united the hearts and minds of the navies across the four seas. With such a navy in place, China's maritime borders could be peaceful, but for the court and for them, this strength was also fraught with risks. Standing on the Weihai ship, watching the Kangji ship sail away, Li He said to Deng Shichang beside him, "The military parade is over, but our work has only just begun." Deng Shichang nodded. "Yes, we should train together properly and wait for the Japanese devils to come and die." Chapter 79: The Turmoil in the Capital. The glazed tiles of the Forbidden City gleamed in the May sun. Emperor Guangxu held a memorial reviewing the Beiyang fleet in his hand, his fingertips repeatedly tracing the words. "The fleet's formation is impeccable, and its artillery skills are superb." In the imperial study, high-ranking officials such as Wang Tonghe and Li Hongang stood solemnly on both sides, and an indescribable complex atmosphere filled the air. The Beiyang fleet's report says that the Weihai and Xinjiang warships are faster than the Yoshino, and Novartis gunpowder's armor-piercing capability is unparalleled in East Asia. Emperor Guangxu's voice, clear and bright like that of a young man, couldn't hide a hint of excitement. My esteemed ministers, does this mean that our great Qing navy can finally stand up to the great powers? Li Hongzong stepped forward and bowed. Your Majesty, during the Grand Review, I sent someone to Weihai and personally witnessed a shell from the Weihai warship pierce through 3 inches of armor. This is no exaggeration. After the Nanyang and Guangdong navies were placed under the command of the Beiyang Fleet, the Yellow Sea defense line has become an impregnable fortress, and the Japanese army no longer dares to make any rash moves. Wen Tonghe frowned deeply. What Minister Li said is quite right, but this old minister has a question. The Beiyang Fleet holds advanced warships and new gunpowder, and also controls the navy of the 4 seas. What if? He didn't finish his sentence, but it was already harsh enough. The imperial study fell silent instantly, even the smoke in the incense burner seemed to freeze. The smile on Emperor Guangxu's face faded. Although young, he understood the principle of merit overshadowing the emperor. Ding Ruchang's fleet now consisted of 2 ironclad warships, 8 cruisers, Pingyuan was counted as a cruiser, and 24 torpedo boats. Including ships from Nanyang and Guangdong, its total tonnage exceeded that of the Japanese combined fleet. If this force were to get out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. Issue the imperial decree. Emperor Guangxu suddenly spoke, his tone regaining its imperial composure. Award Ding Ruchang a double-eyed peacock feather, and promote all Beiyang officers and soldiers by 1 rank. In addition, order the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue to each send a vice minister to Weihaiwei to assist in the naval reorganization and training. In name this is to assist, but in reality, it is to supervise the army. This imperial decree came as a surprise to everyone. Li Hongzong wanted to remonstrate, but seeing the Guangxu emperor's resolute gaze, he ultimately swallowed his words. Wen Tonghe, on the other hand, nodded secretly. This was exactly the kind of balance he wanted, ensuring the navy protected the country while preventing it from becoming an uncontrollable force. When the news reached the Beiyang Fleet, Ding Ruchang was awarding medals to the sailors of the Weihai warship. After hearing the eunuch announce the imperial decree, he calmly accepted it and turned to Li He, saying, It seems that the court both uses us and is wary of us. Li He clenched his fist. General, these 2 vice ministers. Let them come. Ding Ruchang interrupted him. Let them see what they should see, and they won't see anything they shouldn't. We have ways to keep the radio codes, Novartis gunpowder formula, and the torpedo boat ambush locations a secret. He looked at the fleet in the harbor. As long as the ships are still in our hands and the cannons can still fire, we won't make any big mistakes. In Beijing's tea houses, discussions about the grand military parade were rampant. Have you heard? The Beiyang Fleet's new warships can chase down the Yoshino. Novartis gunpowder is a miracle drug. 1 explosion can capsize the Japanese ships. But some old men stroked their beards and shook their heads. When the birds are all gone, the good bough is put away. When the cunning rabbit is dead, the hunting dog is cooked. A navy that is too strong may not be a good thing. In May, the capital city was blanketed in a flurry of locust blossoms, yet this couldn't conceal the undercurrents swirling in the imperial court. Emperor Guangxu stood atop a corner tower, gazing at the Grand Canal beyond the city, where grain barges were sailing north, laden with produce from the south. The navy was the shield protecting everything, but if that shield were too sharp, it could also wound itself. Finding balance became the most crucial lesson the young emperor needed to learn. Meanwhile, the fleet at Weihaiwei continued its methodical drills, the booming cannon seeming to echo the turbulent events unfolding in the capital. Chapter 80 Strange Events in Tokyo. The cherry blossoms in Tokyo had long since faded, but the atmosphere in Prime Minister Ito Hirobumi's office was colder than winter. The report on the Grand Review handed to him by Combined Fleet Commander Ito Tsukuki lay spread out on the table, each page like a slap in the face to Japan. The Beiyang Fleet's new warships reach a speed of 23.5 knots. The Yoshino cannot match them. Novartis's gunpowder has 30% greater armor-piercing power than Shimo's. The combined forces of the 4 naval fleets are the largest in Asia in terms of total tonnage. Baka! Army Minister Yamagata Aratamo slammed his fist on the table, spilling tea all over the floor. Last year you said the Beiyang Fleet was no match for us. How come it's now the best in Asia? What were those spies doing? Ito Tsukuki's face turned ashen. The intelligence was correct. The Beiyang Fleet has progressed too quickly. Their standardization reforms have greatly increased the efficiency of ship coordination, and radio communication has made the fleet function like a unified whole. The rapid-fire guns of the Weihaiwei and the other two ships have a rate of fire of 1 more round per minute than the Yoshino. Hirobumi Ito silently smoked, smoke rings swirling above his head. He knew better than anyone that Japan's meticulous military expansion over the past few years was aimed at overwhelming the Beiyang Fleet in the Yellow Sea and seizing the opportunity to take Korea and Taiwan. But the Weihai military parade was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing his illusions. At least for now, Japan had no guarantee of victory. Stop the military adventure against North Korea. Ito Hirobumi finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Have the minister to North Korea stabilize the situation and not give China an excuse to start a war. The Ministry of the Navy must immediately allocate additional funds to equip ships like the Yoshino and Naniwa with new rapid-fire guns, ensuring that their rate of fire surpasses that of the new ships of the Beiyang Fleet. He paused, then said to the Chief of the General Staff, Send your most capable spies to Weihai and obtain Novartis's gunpowder formula and radio codes at all costs. Tell them that if they succeed, they will be rewarded with 100,000 yen. If they fail, they don't need to come back. Then, the Beiyang wireless telegraph machine? Ito Tsukuki hesitated. Immediately have those in Europe find a way to procure the latest telegraph machines, no matter the cost. Thinking of the funding issue, Ito Hirobumi frowned. Tell Nagasaki to recruit another batch of Miss Tang Xing. The Empire thanks them for their sacrifices for the country. Japanese newspapers reacted to the military parade in rather strange ways. The Asahi Shimbun downplayed the threat, stating that the Qing Navy's training is adequate, but its ships are aging. While the Yomiuri Shimbun, attempting to diminish the threat posed by the Beiyang Fleet, exaggerated the Qing threat theory, urging the public to support military expansion. If we do not rise up, the Yellow Sea will become Qing China's inland lake. In Nagasaki Naval Port, the sailors of the Yoshino were working through the night to replace its guns. Craftsmen used crowbars to remove the old breech blocks and replace them with newly made rapid-fire gun parts, sparks flying in the darkness. Captain Kawahara Yoichi stared at the progress schedule, his eyes fierce. It must be finished within a month. Next time we encounter the Weihai, I'll teach it a lesson in the Yoshino's might. In the darkness of Tokyo, spies were preparing for their mission. Among them were ronin fluent in Chinese and officers disguised as merchants, all with a single objective, to infiltrate Weihaiwei and steal the military secrets of the Beiyang Fleet. In his address to them, Yamagata Aratamo declared, The fate of the Empire rests in your hands. No matter how strong the Qing Navy may be, it cannot withstand our determination. Mei in Japan appeared calm on the surface, but beneath lay a volcano gathering energy. The Weihai military parade was like a thorn in the side of every Japanese military and political leader. They knew that a decisive battle with the Beiyang Fleet was inevitable, only a matter of time. Now, what they needed was patience and preparation, waiting for the optimal moment to strike.